She is the most exceptional heir of a reclusive beast-taming family, gifted with unparalleled abilities to command a myriad of beasts.
One fateful day, she finds herself transported to another realm, only to become a foolish young lady from a noble family, stripped of her spiritual bones. In the southern Lu continent, outside the entrance of the Thousand Mountains Dragon Tomb, a haughty young man presents a fragment of spiritual bone to a maiden clad in white. The bone, splattered with blood, dazzles with a radiant glow, captivating the onlookers who are consumed by greed. Not far away, the original owner of the spiritual bone lies on the ground, drenched in blood, with a gaping wound revealing bone, resembling a lifeless corpse. Ding Xiao, can this fool's spiritual bone truly open the Thousand Mountains Dragon Tomb? Whether it's true or not, it's already unearthed, trying it poses no risk. Perhaps the voices of the crowd were too loud, as the young girl lying on the ground suddenly moved her fingertips. Bai Muyu, cradling the spiritual bone, noticed her movement and furrowed her brow sharply. She turned to Ding He, speaking in a delicate tone, "Brother Ding He, this fool's blood might attract spirit beasts. Shouldn't we let Jirahu grant her a quick end? Surviving after having her spiritual bone forcibly extracted, this fool truly has a remarkable fate. Since you has spoken, how could I disobey?" Ding He immediately patted his third-tier thunder tiger. "Good Ahu, go." Ding He is a rare summoner in the southern Lu continent, and the thunder tiger is his summoned beast, linked to him in spirit. Sensing his master's intent, the thunder tiger lunged at the girl on the ground, opening its massive jaws. Its sharp teeth pierced the girl's delicate skin, yet her tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Bloodied hands trembled as they pressed against the thunder tiger's forehead, and a terrifying psychic force unfurled like an invisible web, severing the contract between the tiger and Ding He. Ding He's face turned ashen in an instant, and he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly losing his footing. What is happening? How could the contract with Ahu be severed? The crowd was bewildered, unaware of the unfolding events, but knowing Ding He was the treasured son of the Ding family, they rushed to support him, fearing retribution. The thunder tiger, enormous in stature, shielded the girl from view. Suddenly, a chilling voice that seemed to emanate from hell whispered, "Good child, they are all your prey now." Who is speaking? Ding He, the carefully nurtured heir of the Ding family, despite the backlash of the severed contract, still had some strength left, anxiously scanning his surroundings. "I am the heir of the Qiling Ding family. Do you dare to take my summoned beast without fearing the Ding family's wrath?" The thunder tiger is an exceedingly rare spirit beast. Throughout his life, Ding He had faced individuals coveting his summoned beast, and he assumed yet another foolhardy soul intended to seize it, thus invoking the power of his family, one of the mightiest in the Qiling kingdom. However, no one responded to his queries. Instead, the thunder tiger flicked its tail and advanced menacingly towards him. Ding He had never treated the thunder tiger well, often resorting to beatings. Previously, the contract had prevented it from harming him, but now, with the contract severed, the thunder tiger was free to exact vengeance. He gasped, crackling electricity coursing from his body as he assumed an aggressive stance. Ding He was alarmed, urging those supporting him to retreat while trying to mend the contract with his psychic energy. Everyone's focus was drawn to the ferocious thunder tiger, oblivious to Yun Qianhuang, who had risen from the ground. Yun Qianhuang surveyed her injuries, her expression growing colder. As the heir of a 27th-century reclusive beast-taming family, she had innate talents, and even the most ferocious spirit beasts would submit like kittens in her presence. Having been reborn, how could she have fallen to such a pitiful state? From the original owner's memories, it was evident that she was now in the southern Lu continent, a land brimming with spiritual energy where everyone could cultivate. The original owner, Yun Qianhuang, was the legitimate daughter of a general in the Qiling kingdom, endowed with both fire and water spiritual roots, and possessing an extraordinary spiritual bone that only 1 in 10,000 could claim. Unfortunately, she had been born foolish and easily deceived. Rumor has it that the southern Lu continent harbors a dragon tomb, the resting place of divine dragons, buried with countless rare treasures, and the unparalleled spiritual bone serves as the key to unlock the tomb. This was a tale without verifiable proof, yet recently, a secret realm emerged, bringing forth the long-lost Thousand Mountains Dragon Tomb from beneath the earth. To gain entry into the Dragon Tomb, the original owner's good sister, Bai Muyu, deceived her to the tomb's entrance, colluding with various noble youths to forcibly extract her spiritual bone and sever her connection to her spiritual roots. Once a favored child of destiny, she fell victim to deceit, leading to her blood-soaked demise. Recognizing her situation, Yun Qianhuang lifted her gaze towards the panicking crowd, now fleeing from the thunder tiger, her eyes radiating a chilling intensity. She stood up, striding purposefully towards Bai Muyu, who still clutched the original owner's spiritual bone. The crowd finally noticed her, their expressions morphing into disbelief. What is happening? Hadn't this fool just been gasping for breath? How could she suddenly muster the strength to stand? Such confusion momentarily stunned them, but facing the Thunder Tiger's threat, they couldn't spare any attention for Yun Qianhuang. It was precisely this distraction that allowed them to overlook the fact that all of the Thunder Tiger's attacks had been deftly dodged by Yun Qianhuang. Bai Muyu, protecting the spiritual bone, evaded the Thunder Tiger's strikes while incredulously staring at her. What have you done? Yun Qianhuang had no interest in answering Bai Muyu's question. She approached her with the swiftness of a specter, raising her hand to grip the slender neck of her former friend. Bai Muyu's eyes widened in horror. She had personally extracted Yun Qianhuang's spiritual bone and knew better than anyone that the current Yun Qianhuang had no trace of spiritual energy within her, yet she moved with such astonishing speed. Bai Muyu attempted to articulate a response, but in the next instant, Yun Qianhuang's grip tightened, rendering her unable to utter another sound. Instinct for survival prompted Bai Muyu to claw at the hand choking her, desperately striving to break free. Yet, no matter how fiercely she struggled, that hand remained unyielding. Yun Qianhuang gazed at Bai Muyu with the indifference of one observing a lifeless being. She had always detested such individuals, selfish and ruthless, willing to kill a friend for the sake of a treasure that existed only in myths. Thus, regardless of Bai Muyu's desperate writhing, she swiftly intensified her grip. A faint crack echoed as Yun Qianhuang finally reached for her spiritual bone, discarding the now lifeless Bai Muyu to the ground like a discarded rag. The sound of flesh hitting the earth drew the attention of the others. Witnessing Bai Muyu's pallid visage, the noble youth stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. At that moment, Yun Qianhuang bore no resemblance to the foolish girl she once was. She had transformed into a figure of wrath, her imposing aura silencing the crowd. Fear compelled them to retreat, confusion swirling within their minds. How could this Yun Qianhuang, whose spiritual bone had been extracted and roots severed, so effortlessly slay Bai Muyu, a 3-star spirit master? And wasn't Yun Qianhuang supposed to be a fool? How could she appear so different now? Terror, astonishment, and suspicion filled the air, all eyes converging on Yun Qianhuang. The blood-soaked maiden's lips curled into a slight smile, her pale skin marred with blood, rendering her an apparition from the abyss. Do not rush, you may approach one by one.
Chapter 2. Little girl, have you awakened me? Since she has borrowed the body of the original owner to be reborn, she shall henceforth be known as Yun Qianhuang in this world. Those who have wronged and insulted her shall not be spared. As if responding to Yun Qianhuang's declaration, Lei Hu ceased his assault and bellowed fiercely at the crowd. Ding he nearly spat blood. That was his contracted beast. Yet, no matter how he summoned his mental energy, Lei Hu disregarded him, instead affectionately rubbing against Yun Qianhuang's hand. Yun Qianhuang gently patted Lei Hu's head, twirling the blood-stained spiritual bone in her hand while surveying the gathered assembly. Wherever her gaze landed, individuals trembled and recoiled. None among them were inept and united. They might not succumb to Yun Qianhuang, yet not a single soul harbored thoughts of resistance. Her sheer aura crushed them into oblivion. As Yun Qianhuang surveyed the scene, her eyes finally settled on Ding He, who was encircled by the crowd. In the next instant, she appeared before him, her right hand transforming into a claw that tightened around his neck with alarming swiftness. Just as Ding He was on the verge of asphyxiation, the bloodied spiritual bone suddenly erupted with blinding brilliance. Little girl, have you awakened me? An ancient voice seemed to transcend countless miles, ethereal and distant. Concurrently, thunder roared. The earth trembled, and a golden pillar of light ascended from Yun Qianhuang, soaring into the heavens. The golden radiance pierced her eyes, yet her grip on Ding He's neck remained unyielding. In the midst of dazzling light, Ding He had already rolled his eyes, exhaling more than inhaling. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt from the heavens struck down fiercely, cleaving open the long-sealed gates. A powerful suction, like threads of silk, ensnared Yun Qianhuang, forcibly separating her from Ding He. Yun Qianhuang felt enveloped by a sensation of weightlessness. She struggled to open her eyes and, through a haze, vaguely discerned a golden, ethereal figure. The heavy gates began to close slowly, with the brilliance of the gold obscuring the view. No one noticed a fleeting crimson shadow stagger inside just before the gates shut completely. As the gates sealed, the golden light and thunder vanished, and the earth ceased its trembling, allowing the remaining onlookers to finally open their eyes. What had just transpired with that golden light? Where was Yun Qianhuang? Why had she disappeared? Forget about that fool. Look at young Master Ding. At that moment, the crowd turned to see Ding He sprawled on the ground, disheveled. Eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth, appearing close to death. The young scions of noble families, witnessing this, were thrown into a panic, rushing to Ding He's side, eager to assist yet at a loss for how to proceed. Just then, an indignant voice rang out. "Who is it? Who has harmed my precious grandson?" When Yun Xianhuang awakened, she found herself within a grand palace. The palace was vast, and despite the dilapidated walls, remnants of its former opulence were evident, revealing the wealth of its master. Yun Xianhuang surveyed her surroundings warily, her mental prowess extending to encompass every corner of the palace. Yet she sensed no presence of the living. Who had brought her to this palace? The sensation of being beyond her control left Yun Xianhuang quite displeased. She could only maintain a heightened vigilance, not allowing any subtle movements to escape her notice. The palace appeared to have been long abandoned, yet the resplendent golden throne ahead bore no dust, as if someone were seated upon it day by day. Yun Xianhuang narrowed her eyes, focusing her mental energy to conduct a thorough examination, and only after confirming the absence of danger did she cautiously approach the throne. As she caressed the armrest of the throne, the blood on her hand was instantly absorbed by the smooth, lacquered surface. Her gaze flickered, and just as she was about to retract her hand, the throne unexpectedly emanated a soft golden glow. This golden light began to outline a shimmering golden apparition before her. Upon closer inspection, Yun Xianhuang realized it resembled a dragon. The dragon's enormous eyes were fixed intently on her, as if appraising her presence. The ancient voice resonated in her ears once more. "Little girl, it is you who has awakened me with your spiritual bone. According to the covenant, I shall bestow upon you my legacy." Perhaps due to her proximity to the dragon's manifestation, this time its voice seemed less ethereal. Yun Xianhuang gazed at the dragon before her, recalling the legend that spoke of a dragon tomb on the southern Liu continent, the resting place of a divine dragon. Thus, she deduced that she was currently in the Qianshan dragon tomb, and this dragon apparition was indeed the fabled fallen divine dragon. Now, this divine dragon proclaimed it would grant her its legacy. Yun Xianhuang's expression remained placid, revealing nothing of her excitement. No conditions? She found it hard to believe that blessings simply fell from the heavens. The divine dragon paused momentarily, seemingly taken aback by Yun Xianhuang's initial response of inquiring about his conditions. However, being merely an ethereal apparition, his moment of distraction went unnoticed. The divine dragon proclaimed, "Naturally, there are conditions. Upon accepting my legacy, you must assist me in locating a suitable vessel to facilitate my resurrection. Dear girl, my legacy not only has the power to reconstruct your spiritual roots and bones, but also to elevate your innate talents, bringing you closer to becoming a formidable force on this continent. Furthermore, once you embrace my legacy, all the treasures I have amassed over millennia within this dragon tomb shall belong to you. So, what say you? Will you accept my legacy?" This appeared to be a fair exchange, for Yun Xianhuang possessed no spiritual roots or bones, having nothing but her immense mental prowess. The divine dragon was certain she would acquiesce to his request. After all, how many in this world could possibly refuse the inheritance and riches of a divine dragon? Yet, Yun Xianhuang was capable of such defiance. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, her sharp eyes veiled in a thin layer of chilling mist. The divine dragon, believing she had reached a decision, slightly inclined his head, eager to hear the response he desired. However, what he encountered was an overwhelming surge of mental energy. This energy enveloped his entire ethereal form like a dense web, forcefully drawing him towards the diminutive figure of the human girl below. "Child, what are you doing?" The sensation of being controlled ignited a fury within the divine dragon. After all, he was a divine dragon, a supreme being whose mere breath could tremble the three realms. Yet today, he found himself subjugated by a girl devoid of both spiritual roots and bones. Ignoring the dragon's query, Qianhuang was immediately certain that the dragon before her was not a mere illusion, but a remnant of its soul. Otherwise, it would not have been able to propose the condition of assisting in its resurrection. A soul was indeed a boon, as her family was capable of forming contracts not only with living spiritual beasts, but also with the souls of deceased ones, provided their mental fortitude was sufficient. Dragon or not, in her presence, it would have to coil like a serpent and crouch like a tiger. The dragon clan had vanished from the southern continent centuries ago. Instead of painstakingly seeking a body for this dragon, it would be more expeditious to simply contract it. It had dragged her to this forsaken place without her consent, preventing her from slaying Ding He. Qianhuang drew the dragon closer, and with a slight elevation of her feet, her bloodied palm hovered over the dragon's head.
Ceci pending danger.
The dragon began to thrash wildly. Young girl, what do you intend to do? Cease this at once. Chapter 3. The man by the pond. The divine dragon was once a supreme powerhouse. Struggling to rise, Yun Qianhuang was compelled to exert more of her mental energy. A wave of metallic sweetness surging in her throat. Already battered and bruised, the considerable drain on her mental strength left her feeling somewhat depleted. Soon enough, the mental cage she had woven was breached by the divine dragon. Gritting her teeth, she intensified her mental output once more. As the dragon broke through, she swiftly reinforced the gap with her mental energy, yet even the most formidable reserves could not withstand such relentless consumption. However, the divine dragon was exhausted as well. Glaring furiously at Yun Qianhuang, unable to comprehend how such a diminutive human could possess mental prowess more terrifying than his own in this state. Yun Qianhuang's mental energy appeared inexhaustible. The moment the dragon let his guard down, he was instantly counterattacked by her formidable force. This back and forth led the divine dragon to surrender completely, obediently yielding to her contract. The contract formation materialized beneath the two of them, emanating a luminous, white light that enveloped both Yun Qianhuang and the dragon. In the depths of her being, Yun Qianhuang sensed a profound connection burgeoning between herself and the divine dragon. It was done. A radiant smile blossomed on Yun Qianhuang's face, her beauty reaching an exquisite pinnacle. Unmarred even by the bloodstains, the divine dragon was momentarily taken aback. This diminutive human girl, though not without her merits in appearance, could be deemed somewhat worthy of being his master. With the contract established, the dragon found a sense of clarity. Bound by this agreement, he could finally leave this wretched place alongside the girl, which was not without its advantages, albeit still somewhat stifling. Yet the divine dragon obediently lowered its head, reluctantly uttering, "Master." Yun Qianhuang's mental energy had indeed been exhausted, but apart from the paleness of her lips, she exhibited no other signs of distress. She raised her hand and gently caressed the dragon's head, akin to grooming a feline. "Do you have a name?" The dragon's expression instantly swelled with pride. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "My name is Outyen." Outyen, which means proud of the heavens, perfectly encapsulated his majestic nature, and thus he had always been quite pleased with his name. Yun Qianhuang slowly blinked. "Outyen, regarding the inheritance and treasures you mentioned." Outyen, fully comprehending his new master's intent, quickly responded, "Master, feel free to take the treasures. As for the inheritance, please find a place to sit, and I shall impart it to you." Treasures could wait, for the inheritance was undoubtedly of greater significance. Immediately, Yun Qianhuang crossed her legs and settled upon the resplendent golden throne, instructing Outyen to commence. Observing her occupy his throne, Outyen felt a sense of grievance, but could only endure it. "Reconstructing your spiritual root and bones may bring some discomfort. Master, please prepare yourself." A portion of golden light emanated from Outyen, enveloping Yun Qianhuang completely. Soon, she was engulfed by a tearing sensation that swept through her body. Her bones felt as though they were being mercilessly struck with a hammer, creaking and cracking. Beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead, and Yun Qianhuang had no choice but to grit her teeth, stifling her cries into a muffled groan. Something within her broke through the surface, the pain rivaling that of having her spiritual bones forcibly extracted from her very essence. Blood and sweat poured forth, rapidly staining the throne beneath her crimson. This agony persisted for a considerable duration. However, apart from an initial muffled groan, Yun Qianhuang uttered not a single cry of anguish, earning even the admiration of Ao Tian. His countenance remained haughty, yet he discreetly channeled his own power to alleviate her suffering. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until the excruciating pain finally subsided, leaving Yun Qianhuang a mere specter of blood and flesh. This was merely a fait. In truth, after the reconstruction of her spiritual roots and bones, her injuries had completely healed. Yet, Yun Qianhuang had no time to attend to her physical state. She was fervently eager to inspect her spiritual roots and bones. In the southern Lu continent, spiritual roots and bones are innate. There are 5 types of spiritual roots: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each determining the attributes of spiritual power one can cultivate. Meanwhile, spiritual bones are classified into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades, culminating in the legendary innate divine bone. The quality of one's spiritual bones dictates the speed of their cultivation. The higher the grade, the swifter the advancement. Before the extraction of her spiritual bones, she possessed both water and fire roots along with exceptional spiritual bones. Now, gazing at the 5 neatly aligned translucent spiritual roots within her, as well as the segment of spiritual bone that had regrown, Yun Qianhuang found herself momentarily stunned. 5 spiritual roots. Did this mean she could now cultivate all forms of spiritual power? She possesses her own spiritual bone, although its grade is indiscernible. It is undoubtedly superior to what she had before. The legacy of the divine dragon certainly does not deceive her. Ao Tian also discerned the nature of Yun Qianhuang's spiritual root and bone. His eyes widened in astonishment. 5 spiritual roots. Remarkably, she possesses 5 spiritual roots. In the realms above, middle and below, the number of individuals with 5 spiritual roots can be counted on one hand, and among them, those who simultaneously possess supreme spiritual bones are even fewer. Wait, it appears that this girl's spiritual bone is not of the supreme grade. Ao Tian wished to observe further. But Yun Qianhuang had already massaged her numb legs and stood up to inquire, "Is there a pond outside the palace?" She felt sticky and filthy, unable to bear her own appearance.
Indeed, Ao Tian replied promptly.
"If you exit from here and turn right, you will find a pond." Yun Qianhuang nodded and, guided by Ao Tian, located the pond. Along the way, Ao Tian mentioned that the Qianshan Longzone was a secret realm he had created for himself, and Yun Qianhuang was the first to visit this place. However, upon reaching the pond that Ao Tian spoke of, she discovered a man lying by its edge. The man bore a countenance that provoked both wrath and pity. His skin exhibited a pallid, sickly hue, his nose was long and prominent, and his lips were thin yet well-defined. His garments were stained crimson with blood, obscuring their original color, but the exquisite jade pendant at his waist hinted at his extraordinary identity. He was gravely injured and currently in a state of unconsciousness. Yun Qianhuang cast a brief glance at the man and arrived at these conclusions. She had no intention of meddling in others' affairs, but with someone lying by the pond, it was impossible for her to bathe without distraction. Thus, she inquired, "Outyen, could you move him?" Outyen shook his head. "Master, I am still in a spiritual state. I cannot touch anyone else apart from you. Are there any other ponds around?"
None.
With a sigh, Yun Qianhuang realized she could no longer endure her own filth. So she had no choice but to take matters into her own hands and shift the man aside. The moment she made contact with him, he suddenly opened his eyes and seized her hand, his exquisite, profound gaze locking onto hers.
Who are you?
The man's voice was hoarse, as if he had not had water for an extended period, yet the menace in his tone was unmistakable. His grip was strong, causing Yun Qianhuang a twinge of pain. She frowned and replied curtly, "I am the master of the Qianshan Longzong. If you wish to keep that hand, then release me." Chapter 4. I shall not accept without effort. It is truly unfathomable that this man, despite his grievous injuries, possesses such remarkable strength. Yun Qianhuang finds herself unable to break free from his grasp. She contemplates exerting her strength in secret, yet the man releases her with a look of sincere regret. Apologizing profusely, Yun Qianhuang casts him a fleeting glance, remaining silent as she gently rubs her wrist, which still bears the marks of his grip. At the moment the man awakened, she had already summoned Outyen into her contract space. Now, Outyen communicates with her telepathically. "Master, this man is undoubtedly extraordinary. The storage ring he possesses appears to be an artifact from the upper realm." The upper realm? Having received Outyen's legacy, Yun Qianhuang has come to understand that this world is divided into 3 realms, the upper, middle, and lower. The lower realm refers to the southern Liuzhou continent where she resides. The middle realm is the Mo Liuzhou continent, and the upper realm is the divine and demon continent. Each realm possesses different resources, with the upper realm being the richest in spiritual energy and cultivation resources. A single treasure from there could incite fierce competition among countless powerful beings in the lower realm. The storage ring on this man's hand hails from the upper realm, undoubtedly a rare treasure. Yun Qianhuang's gaze lingers on the ring for a moment longer. Who wouldn't desire such a gem? Alas, it is not hers to claim. As if sensing her interest, Feng Jingchen momentarily pauses, then unexpectedly removes the storage ring from his finger. "If the lady fancies this ring, let it serve as my humble gift of apology." Yun Qianhuang studies him for a brief moment before decisively extending her hand to accept the storage ring, adorning her own finger and re-establishing the contract. A smile plays upon Feng Jingchen's lips, and in that fleeting instant, the very heavens seemed to dim in comparison. This individual is truly extraordinary. Fortunately, Yun Qianhuang had encountered numerous handsome men in her past life, preventing her from being completely captivated by Feng Jingchen's smile. However, glancing at the storage ring in her hand, and then at the injuries on Feng Jingchen's body, she reluctantly spoke, "I shall not take this, without giving in return. Wait here, as I find something to aid your wounds." With that, she rose and inquired where Outyen had stored healing elixirs or medicinal herbs, striding purposefully towards the location. Before long, she returned to the edge of the pool, placing dozens of invaluable healing potions before Feng Jingchen. In the southern Liuzhou continent, alchemists are exceedingly rare. A single ordinary healing potion costs dozens of gold coins, let alone the divine elixirs Outyen had concealed. Just one of these could purchase the entirety of Helen City. Yun Qianhuang also realized that the storage ring given by the man contained numerous treasures, which explained her generous offer. "Thank you," Feng Jingchen replied, not hesitating to accept her gift, as he was indeed in dire need of these potions, even though their effects seemed minimal for him. He took a vial and consumed its contents, while Yun Qianhuang sat beside him, awaiting his recovery so she could seize the opportunity for a bath. However, as she observed, she began to notice something amiss. "Outyen, are you certain the potions you provided are not spoiled? The effects of divine healing potions are notoriously potent, capable of mending flesh and bone with a single dose. Yet, after consuming an entire vial, the man's injuries had merely ceased bleeding slightly, leading Yun Qianhuang to suspect that Outyen's potions might have been preserved for far too long. How could this be possible? Doubtful of Outyen's disposition, he seemed displeased, likely due to the unique constitution of that individual. Indeed, there were many such beings in the upper realm. This notion held merit. Yun Qianhuang refrained from further commentary as she observed Feng Jingchen methodically consume the contents of the numerous elixir vials, his wounds merely scabbing over. Feng Jingchen, evidently accustomed to such circumstances, gathered the empty vials and, once he regained a modicum of strength, rose to his feet. "I am grateful for your assistance today, young lady." He expressed his gratitude, dragging his still recovering form towards the entrance of the Qianshan dragon tomb. However, upon stepping beyond Yun Qianhuang's line of sight, he suddenly lifted his gaze. His eyes sparkled with a brilliant light. The foolish young lady of the general's manor in the Qi Ling kingdom, the master of the Qianshan dragon tomb. Intriguing. Unbeknownst to Yun Qianhuang, she had already been recognized. After Feng Jingchen's departure, she eagerly immersed herself in the pond, cleansing the bloodstains from her body. Her original garments were undoubtedly beyond salvage, yet fortuitously, among Outyen's collection was a set of defensive spiritual attire, which Yun Qianhuang selected at random to don. Clad in a deep azure defensive robe, her long hair, dried by spiritual energy, cascaded loosely behind her, and her face, cleansed of blood, radiated extraordinary beauty. In terms of appearance, one would be hard-pressed to find anyone across the entirety of the Naliu continent who could rival her. Although Yun Qianhuang paid little heed to her looks and had not considered gazing at her current reflection, had she merely cast a glance, she would have noted that her visage remained unchanged from her previous life. At this moment, she stretched her limbs and inquired, "Outyen, where have you stored your treasures? The legacy has been accepted, the cleansing completed. It is now time to embark on the quest for treasures." Conveniently, the storage ring bestowed upon her by that man remains largely unfilled. Ao Tian felt a pang in his heart as he pointed her in the right direction. Those treasures were hard-earned. Yet, Yun Qianhuang paid no heed to Ao Tian's dismay. She dedicated an entire day to thoroughly scouring the entire Qianshan dragon tomb, leaving not even a single spirit stone behind. At that moment, one could not help but marvel at the utility of the storage ring. Even after accommodating all of Ao Tian's treasures, there remained ample space. Satisfied, Yun Qianhuang inquired, "Ao Tian, are there any alternative exits from the dragon tomb?" She surmised that the commotion caused by Ao Tian prior to her entrance likely attracted a considerable crowd, making that exit an unwise choice. "Indeed there is," Ao Tian replied, his heart numb as he watched his treasures being methodically collected by Yun Qianhuang. "My master, proceed to the right." Upon exiting the Qianshan dragon tomb, Yun Qianhuang hastened towards the general's residence. The inhabitants there were fond of her, and having been away from home for nearly 2 days, her family must surely be anxious. At that moment, the halls of the general's residence were filled with mournful faces, each reflecting profound sorrow. Just yesterday their dear, Mentally challenged, Huing had stealthily left the estate. Such occurrences had transpired before. Huing, with her childlike spirit, would occasionally be lured by passing vendors. Chasing after them was not uncommon. However, this time was different. The life jade tablet belonging to Huing in the ancestral hall shattered less than 2 hours after she had fled the estate. The life-bound jade pendant is crafted by the esteemed family to better safeguard the well-being of its members, containing the vital essence of the corresponding kin. Should the pendant shatter, it signifies the demise of the individual it represents. Despite the reluctance of the military household to accept this grim reality, waves of search parties have ventured forth. Yet all have returned empty-handed. A cloud of sorrow envelopes the entire general's estate. Suddenly, Yun Qianya, the twin brother of Yun Qianhuang, rises with resolve. My sister has always been timid, never daring to venture into perilous places. How could she lose her life without cause? Surely, she has been deceived. As Yun Qianya speaks, he strides towards the exit of the general's residence, prompting a grave change in expression among those present. Their father, Yun Changyu, hastens to intercept him. Qianya, what do you intend to do? Come back at once. The emperor of their kingdom is notoriously suspicious, and although the general's household still bears its title, it has long since lost its power, with every action subjected to scrutiny. It is no longer the formidable estate it once was. Yet, with a face set in determination, Yun Qianya declares, I will seek justice for my sister. Chapter 5 Phoenix. Have you lost your senses? No matter how Yun Changyu urged, Yun Qianya remained resolute in her determination to seek out someone. Left with no choice, Yun Changyu could only accompany Yun Qianya on her quest. Meanwhile, Yun Qianhuang had journeyed for an hour into the city and then spent another half-hour in a carriage before finally arriving at the general's residence. As dusk settled, she found the gates of the general's manor firmly shut, devoid of even the presence of a gatekeeper. This unusual atmosphere caused Yun Qianhuang to furrow her brow. She paid the carriage fare and swiftly approached the gates to push them open. Upon entering and traversing the outer courtyard, she followed the corridor for a distance until she reached the main hall of the general's residence. Throughout her journey, she encountered not a single servant or maid, amplifying her sense of unease. Although the general's manor had diminished in stature, its regulations had not waned. How could there be no servants in sight? Upon entering the main hall, she spotted the old General Yun Shuli sitting there, a look of deep concern etched upon his face. It was then that Yun Qianhuang voiced her inner turmoil. Grandfather, why is there not a single servant in the house? Where are father and Qianya? Has something happened? The servants have gone out to search for someone, your father. As he spoke, Yun Shuli abruptly lifted his gaze, his keen old eyes widening in shock as they fell upon the girl at the entrance. Clad in a striking defensive spirit garment, she resembled the little girl he remembered. Her appearance unchanged down to the last strand of hair. The stalwart man, who had remained dry-eyed despite enduring 7 arrows on the battlefield, suddenly found his eyes glistening with tears. He rose and strode forward, enveloping Yun Qianhuang in his embrace, his voice slightly choked. Where have you been, my dear? You have made your grandfather and your father terribly worried. Yun Shuli was unconcerned about why the life-bound jade pendant had shattered, while Yun Qianhuang returned unscathed. As long as his beloved granddaughter was safe, nothing else mattered. Yun Qianhuang, caught in his warm embrace, was momentarily taken aback. In her past life, she had exhibited a talent far superior to others from a young age, prompting her father to send her to live with several elders of the clan. From that point on, she endured inhumane training. Though she had family, she had never experienced the warmth that outsiders often spoke of. The sensation of being held by a loved one was something she had never encountered in her previous existence. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Yun Qianhuang tentatively patted Yun Shuli's back, softly murmuring, I'm sorry for causing you worry. Her voice, though faint, was clearly audible to the old general standing close by. Suddenly releasing his granddaughter, he gazed at her in disbelief. The once naive look in her eyes had transformed into clarity and brightness, devoid of previous foolishness, replaced instead by a subtle shrewdness. The old general stuttered in astonishment. Huang, what do you call me?
Yun Qianhuang met Yun Shuli's gaze.
A faint smile gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering with a gentle mirth. She patiently called out once more, grandfather. Her voice rang clear and crisp, devoid of the earlier naive innocence.
Oh.
Yun Shuli was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face. Huang, you're not foolish anymore? Fearing that the old general might worry, Yun Qianhuang refrained from revealing the original owner's plight, merely smiling and nodding. Yes, not foolish anymore. Good, good, good. Yun Shuli repeatedly expressed his approval, and the sorrow of the past days seemed to vanish, rejuvenating him by a decade. As Yun Qianhuang assisted him back into his chair, she inquired anew, "Grandfather, are father and brother not in the residence?" A fleeting look of unease crossed Yun Shuli's face. But he quickly reassured her. "They have gone out with the servants to search for you and will return shortly." The old general believed he had masked his discomfort well. Yet Yun Qianhuang, having been groomed as a successor from a young age, was adept at reading subtle cues. Sensing something amiss, she chose not to confront it directly, instead bringing a stool to sit beside Yun Shuli. Tilting her head to gaze at him, she said, "Grandfather, I will wait here with you for father and brother to return." No, you've just recovered. You should rest," Yun Shuli urged, hoping to send his granddaughter away. However, Yun Qianhuang was not one to comply easily. With a playful smile and an obedient demeanor, she made no mention of resting. Left with no choice, Yun Shuli acquiesced to her presence. As dusk fell, the servants who had gone to search gradually returned to the estate. Upon seeing Yun Qianhuang sitting contentedly beside the old general, their faces were filled with astonishment. The eldest daughter of the general's residence had not only returned alive, but was also no longer foolish. In the presence of their master, the servants dared not display excessive emotion, but once outside the main hall, they eagerly gathered to discuss the remarkable turn of events. In the main hall, as all the servants returned, the figures of Yun Chongyu and Yun Qianye remained absent. Yun Qianhuang silently directed her gaze towards Yun Shuli. Yun Shuli was taken aback by how difficult it had become to deceive his granddaughter, since she had grown wiser. He contemplated sending someone to ascertain the situation but found himself at an impasse. Noticing his granddaughter looking at him once more, he remained silent for a considerable time before finally letting out a resigned sigh. The servants had mentioned the previous day that they had seen the girl from the Bai family passing by the general's residence. "Your brother suspects that she lured you away," which prompted him to accompany your father to the Bai family to seek an explanation. Yun Shuli had always been aware of his granddaughter's friendship with Bai Muyu. However, previously, due to her incomplete mental faculties and the absence of playmates, Bai Muyu was the only one who did not shy away from her company. Thus, Yun Shuli had permitted Bai Muyu to approach Yun Qianhuang and had instructed the servants to allow her free access to the general's residence. The Bai family, unlike the generals, was a prestigious lineage in the Spirit Ling Kingdom under the protection of formidable spirit sect masters. In contrast, their general's residence was dwindling in numbers. Even he was merely an 8-star spirit king. In the South Lu continent, strength was the ultimate authority, rendering the general's residence insignificant before the Bai family. Concerned for his son and grandson, Yun Shuli resolved not to conceal the truth from Yun Qianhuang. After all, they were family. The Bai family? A glimmer flickered in Yun Qianhuang's eyes, a trace of coldness passing through. Did her grandfather imply that her father and brother were in peril at the Bai family? The very Bai family where Bai Muyu resided? Given the magnitude of the incident involving the excavation of the original host's spiritual bones by Bai Muyu and her associates, Yun Qianhuang found it implausible that the Bai family was entirely oblivious to such a matter. At present, Yun Chongyu and Yun Qianite have gone to the Bai family and have not returned for quite some time. It is likely that the Bai family, fearing exposure, has taken action against them. Yun Qianhuang swiftly rose to her feet and declared, "Grandfather, I am going to the Bai family to find my father and younger brother." Although she had yet to meet Yun Chongjue and Yun Qianite, she was aware from the memories of the original owner that they had treated her with kindness. Moreover, they had ventured to the Bai family seeking justice on her behalf, making it her moral obligation to intervene in this matter. Ridiculous. Yun Shuli slammed his hand on the table. "You are not even a star-level spirit wielder. What can you possibly accomplish at the Bai family?" The very thought of this struck a painful chord within him. His little granddaughter, endowed with the rare dual spiritual roots and an exceptional spiritual bone, was a prodigy seldom seen in a century. Yet, due to her past immaturity, she had delayed her cultivation, becoming the subject of ridicule for many years. Though Yun Shuli held no disdain for his granddaughter, he could not bear to watch Yun Qianhuang march to her demise at the Bai family. In the face of the agitated old general, Yun Qianhuang calmly inquired, "Grandfather, if I do not go, who will rescue my father and younger brother?" Chapter 6. The private army of Yun Shuli. Yun Shuli slowly settled back into his seat. Indeed, who would rescue Changyu and Qianye? the individual within the palace, who constantly coveted the general's residence, would surely fabricate a false accusation the moment it was left unattended, seizing the wealth accumulated by the family over generations. With his daughter-in-law gone too soon, the general's residence had no one but Huang Huang to seek aid for Changyu and Qianye. The fleeting spirit that his little granddaughter had restored in him dissipated once more. He sighed heavily, the deep creases of his aged face etched with worry. Yun Qianhuang remained silent, understanding that it was essential for Yun Shuli to reach his own conclusions. Fortunately, he did not keep her waiting for long. He retrieved a token and a spiritual light orb from his storage ring and handed them to her. Huang Huang, find an open space to release this spiritual light orb. Someone will come to you. When that happens, take this token and lead them to the Bai family. Remember, regardless of what you encounter there, do not lose your temper. The safety of you three is all that matters. Though he did not explicitly state who those individuals were, Yun Qianhuang quickly surmised the truth. It was no wonder that over the years, the Emperor of Qiling had harbored various grievances towards the general's residence, yet never dared to take action. It turned out that the old general possessed a private army. In Qiling, maintaining such a force was a grave taboo. If discovered by the emperor, it would be enough to bring ruin upon the entire general's residence. However, for the sake of his son and grandson, Yun Shuli could no longer afford to be cautious. Should the situation come to light, he was prepared to bear the emperor's wrath alone. The mercenary group was brought back from the battlefield by him. Fiercely loyal to the general's mansion, even in his demise, they would spare no effort to protect it. That was sufficient. Yun Shuli waved his hand. Huang Huang, go ahead and bring your father and brother back safely. Yun Qianhuang opened her mouth, wishing to assert that she could retrieve her father and brother without resorting to mercenaries. However, seeing the fatigue etched on Yun Shuli's face, she ultimately refrained from speaking, merely securing the command token and spiritual light pellet before turning to leave the general's mansion. Master, do you require my assistance? As she exited, Outyan's voice resonated through her mental link. Not for the time being, Yun Qianhuang declined his offer. Aware that summoning the divine dragon would draw unnecessary attention and potential complications. A commoner, innocent yet bearing precious burdens, she resolved against enlisting Outyan's aid or utilizing her grandfather's mercenaries. She sought a vacant space within the city, biting her fingertip to draw a complex formation in blood upon the ground. Standing at the center of the formation, her formidable spiritual energy surged forth, quickly capturing the attention of numerous powerful beings, even stirring those within the royal palace. Inside the National Master Hall, the Emperor of Qiling paced anxiously. National Master, can you discern the strength of this formidable entity? The National Master, the most potent force in the entire Qiling kingdom, had already attained the status of a one-star spirit sovereign. Such prowess would allow one to traverse the southern Liu continent with ease. Yet, in response to the inquiries of the Spirit Emperor, he merely furrowed his brow and replied helplessly, Your Majesty, the mental prowess of this formidable individual is unfathomable. It is likely that their strength far surpasses that of a spirit sovereign. The correlation between mental strength and an individual's power is profound. This sudden manifestation of mental energy is even more formidable than that of the National Master, leading him to deduce that this mysterious powerhouse's capabilities exceed those of a spirit sovereign. As for the exact extent of their might, the National Master dared not speculate casually. Far beyond a spirit sovereign. The Spirit Emperor gasped in astonishment. How could such a formidable entity emerge in our Qiling kingdom? A being of such caliber could obliterate the entire realm with a mere gesture. Quickly, we must locate this individual. I shall personally extend my welcome. Without a doubt, this eminent figure must not be treated with anything less than utmost reverence. Not only the Spirit Emperor, but also the powerful protectors of the noble families within the city shared this sentiment. In Helen City, a current of intrigue surged as many began to seek the whereabouts of this enigmatic stronghold, while the one responsible for it all, Yun Qianhuang, merely intended to extend her mental influence beyond the city limits to the Beast Mountain. She whispered incantations softly, and as Outyan listened to her words and observed the formation on the ground, his expression shifted dramatically. Wait a moment. Isn't this the method I used to summon my spirit beast companions? I don't recall having included this in my legacy. How did the owner acquire this knowledge? Outyan was in a state of despair. Little did he know, this was not a technique that Yun Qianhuang had learned from his inheritance. Rather, it was a beast-taming secret she had practiced for over 20 years in her previous life. under the guidance of Yun Qianhuang's mental energy. The spirit beasts surrounding the perimeter of the Beast Mountain began to stir restlessly. At this moment, various factions are still seeking a way to enter the Qianshan Zone. The sudden movement of the spirit beasts swiftly captured the attention of those present. Observing the spirit beasts rushing out in groups, the representatives displayed expressions of astonishment. What has happened to these spirit beasts? Could it be a beast tide? That direction appears to be towards Helen City, belonging to the Ding family. Shouldn't you go and investigate? For these factions, the prospect of entering the Qianshan Zone to acquire the treasures of the Divine Dragon holds far greater significance than a mere Helen City.
Consequently,
Apart from a few families situated in Helen City, the rest adopted an indifferent stance. The members of the Ding family glanced at the tightly shut gates and then at the direction the beasts were heading, yet ultimately took no action. The speed of the spirit beast swarm was remarkable, and before long, Yun Qianhuang sensed the unusual activity outside the city. Summoning spirit beasts demanded considerable mental energy. This time, she summoned only a modest number, approximately a few dozen. However, this was sufficient to contend with the Bai family. Yun Qianhuang retracted her mental energy, waved her hand to erase the formation inscribed on the ground, and proceeded towards the Bai family. Unaware of the impending threat, the Bai family was alerted by the commotion outside the city, prompting the family head to dispatch his most trusted confidant to gather information. Yun Qianhuang soon encountered the spirit beasts, seated atop the back of a 7-tier netherfire wolf, leading a formidable assembly of spirit beasts towards the Bai family. Upon reaching the Bai family, she coincidentally crossed paths with the family head's confidant. A formidable mental force instantaneously obstructed the path of the confidant. Yun Qianhuang raised her chin slightly, her cold voice resonating in the ears of the confidant. "Summon the head of the Bai family to meet me." As she spoke, Yun Qianhuang gently patted the infernal fire wolf beneath her, and the spirit beasts emitted a cacophony of roars, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. The confidant, struck by fear, turned pale and collapsed onto the ground. A nearby spirit beast approached him, sniffing curiously, its breath enveloping him. In a state of panic, the confidant scrambled back towards the Bai residence, shouting in terror, "Spirit beasts! So many spirit beasts!" Upon hearing the commotion, the head of the Bai family emerged from the main hall, his anger ignited at the sight of his confidant's disheveled state. He delivered a sharp kick to the confidant, exclaiming, "Weren't you tasked with gathering information outside the city? What a disgraceful display of panic." Chapter 7. Diminishing their resolve upon seeing the head of the Bai family, the confidant felt a surge of reassurance. He clutched the leg of the family leader, weeping profusely. Master, there's a little girl outside the door." "A mere child frightens you so?" The head of the Bai family glared at him with disdain. "What a coward." "And no, master. This girl, she brings with her numerous spirit beasts." The expression of the Bai family leader shifted drastically. "What did you say?" The confidant reiterated. "It is indeed the girl who has come with many spirit beasts, insisting that you meet her." Without hesitation, the Bai family leader kicked him aside and hurriedly made his way out with his son and a servant. In his haste, the confidant rushed back, neglecting to close the estate's gate. Thus, before approaching, the Bai family leader beheld a throng of spirit beasts gathered outside. His vision darkened, and he quickened his pace, troubled thoughts swirling in his mind. When had the Bai family provoked such a formidable figure capable of summoning so many spirit beasts? It was no secret that the general's manor had fallen from grace in the entire Qi-Ling kingdom, hence the Bai family leader did not consider that avenue. As he pondered, upon reaching the entrance, his son suddenly spoke. "Father, isn't that the foolish young lady from the general's manor seated upon the infernal firewolf?" The Qi-Ling kingdom's general's manor was known for a foolish girl, endowed with extraordinary talent yet unable to cultivate due to her mental incapacity. This fact was well known throughout the southern Liu continent, for while there were many talents, a naturally foolish prodigy was a rarity indeed. Upon hearing his son's words, Bai Weifeng's first reaction was to shake his head in disbelief. Impossible. How could that fool possess the ability to command so many spirit beasts to serve her? Though he spoke dismissively, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the infernal fire wolf. Even with the two individuals confined within the general's residence, Bai Weifeng could not fail to recognize Yun Qianhuang's face. A wave of terror surged within him, yet he maintained his composure, forcing a gentle smile as he inquired, "Young lady from the Yin family, what is it that you intend to do?" After all, one should not strike a smiling face. However, Yun Qianhuang remained unfazed. She caressed the soft fur atop the wolf's head, her demeanor relaxed and casual, yet this only intensified the pressure felt by the Bai family members. Where are my father and brother? The girl from the general's residence had seemingly shed her foolishness. The Bai family was taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless. In response to Yun Qianhuang's query, Bai Weifeng's expression stiffened, though he feigned ignorance, saying, "Miss Yun, what are you talking about? It is late at night. Your father and brother must be comfortably situated within the general's residence." Yun Qianhuang dismissed the old man's deceitful words and asked once more, "Where are my father and brother?" This time, her expression grew earnest, and the assembly of spirit beasts seemed to sense her urgency, restlessly stamping their feet. The commotion created by dozens of spirit beasts was undeniably tremendous. Bai Weifeng's son nearly lost his footing, needing the support of a nearby servant. Bai Weifeng's face hardened. "Miss Yun, I have already stated that I do not know the whereabouts of your father and brother. Should you continue this uproar, do not blame me for resorting to force." Though those spirit beasts may appear intimidating at first glance, Bai Weifeng remains unperturbed. After all, his family's elder is a formidable figure from the three-star spirit sect, rendering these spirit beasts insufficient even to rouse his elder's interest. The audacity of Yun Changyu and Yun Qiannai, who brazenly sought to coerce him into surrendering individuals from the Bai clan, is utterly laughable. Upon seeing Bai Weifeng's refusal to acknowledge their demands, Yun Qianhuang, shedding her previous nonchalance, raised her hand to pat the infernal fire wolf beneath her. "I never repeat myself," she stated with an air of finality. As her words resonated, the spirit beast sprang into action, launching an assault on the Bai clan. "Elder!" Bai Weifeng exclaimed sharply, and instantly, a translucent barrier unfurled before the Bai family, shielding them from the onslaught of the spirit beasts. Descending gracefully from the heavens was an elder clad in white, exuding an ethereal presence, who gazed disdainfully at Yun Qianhuang perched atop the infernal fire wolf. "Ignorant child, do you dare to act recklessly within the confines of the Bai clan with a mere handful of spirit beasts? As long as I am here today, you shall not harm even a single hair on the heads of the Bai family." This elder, the grand elder of the Bai clan, was indeed a powerful figure of the three-star spirit sect. "Be cautious, master," Outyan cautioned. "That old man is on the verge of breaking through to the four-star spirit sect. These spirit beasts are no match for him alone." Outyan's warning was not mere exaggeration. The highest ranking among these spirit beasts was but the infernal fire wolf, hardly a worthy opponent for the grand elder of the Bai clan. Yun Qianhuang cast a glance at the grand elder of the Bai clan. Is this truly their source of confidence? If so, let's extinguish their very foundation. Yun Qianhuang gracefully leaped down from the back of the manhwa wolf, and with a swift motion, she appeared before the elder of the Bai family. Such remarkable speed! The elder of the Bai family felt a surge of alarm and hurriedly enveloped himself with spiritual energy for protection. Yet, he dismissed Yun Qianhuang with contempt, for he discerned that the girl was not even a first-tier spiritual practitioner at that moment. However, in the next instant, a long sword pierced through his protective barrier with precision, striking directly at his heart. The elder's eyes widened in shock, and before he could utter a word, he violently coughed up blood. Yun Qianhuang deftly sidestepped to avoid the splatter. Simultaneously, the long sword embedded in the elder's chest shattered into fragments. Yun Qianhuang cast a regretful glance at the remnants of the sword. It had proven to be quite effective, albeit a one-time use, and she possessed no spare. Yet, her moment of lamentation was fleeting. She swiftly kicked the lifeless elder aside and, tilting her head, regarded the terrified members of the Bai family with a smile.
Now.
The Bai family's confidence had evaporated. Witnessing the elder's demise at the hands of another had rendered Bai Weifeng's son weak-kneed. With a thud, he fell to his knees. Weeping profusely, "Yun Qianhuang, please spare me. I can lead you to your father and Yun Qianya." "You spineless wretch!" Bai Weifeng glared at his son with a mixture of disappointment and helplessness. With the elder's death, the remaining members of the Bai family together could not stand against the onslaught of the spiritual beasts. What extraordinary fortune has this fool of a general's manor encountered, to command such a multitude of spirit beasts and, astonishingly, possess a weapon capable of slaying the grand elder? Bai Weifeng remains oblivious. Yun Qianhuang instructed the spirit beasts to keep a vigilant watch over the Bai family while she accompanied Bai Weifeng's son into the Bai residence. Within the depths of the dungeon, where captives were confined, she beheld the battered figures of Yun Changyu and Yun Qianya. Blood relations are a curious phenomenon. Even though Yun Qianhuang is not the original owner of this body, the sight of their torment ignited a fierce blaze of anger within her, compelling her to wish for the most excruciating retribution upon the Bai family. Nevertheless, the utmost priority now is to swiftly rescue the two and bring them back to the general's manor for healing. Yun Qianhuang urged Bai Weifeng's son to untie the ropes binding her father and brother. The son, not daring to utter a word of dissent, promptly set about freeing them. The commotion roused Yun Changyu and Yun Qianye from their stupor, and upon seeing Yun Qianhuang standing at the dungeon's entrance, Yun Qianye was instantly filled with exhilaration. Sister, you're safe. Chapter 8. Left to father's disposition, Yun Qianhuang's expression softened. I am fine. Upon hearing this, both Yun Changyu and Yun Qianye stood frozen, gazing at her in astonishment. After a long pause, they regained their voices. Sister Huang, are you well? I am well. Yun Qianhuang refrained from elaborating further. Now is not the time for this. We should return to the general's residence to prevent grandfather from worrying. Indeed, let us return to the general's residence. Yun Changyu nodded vigorously, disregarding his own injuries. He grasped the hand of Yun Qianye with one hand and held Yun Qianhuang's hand with the other, leading the siblings out of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Bai Weifeng's son was left forgotten in the dungeon by the trio. Yun Changyu had always been aware that his father commanded a private army, and he assumed that Yun Qianhuang had called upon them to rescue him and Yun Qianye from the dungeon. However, upon exiting the Bai residence and witnessing the trembling figures of the Bai family outside, along with the menacing spirit beasts, Yun Changyu was left dumbfounded. Huang, what is going on? Yun Qianye looked at his elder sister, equally bewildered. Yun Qianhuang's eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, her expression adorned with innocence. I do not know either. These spirit beasts suddenly charged into the Bai residence and even killed the Bai family's grand elder. It was only amidst their assault that I managed to infiltrate the Bai residence to rescue you and our brother. The members of the Bai family twitched at her words, knowing full well that it was she who had led the spirit beasts there and had slain their grand elder with a single strike, yet she now feigned ignorance. It is utterly infuriating. As if sensing the thoughts of the Bai family, Yun Qianhuang suddenly cast a discreet glance at them. That mere glance made the members of the Bai family tremble, leaving them speechless. Yun Changyu, oblivious to the Bai family's peculiar behavior, firmly believed in Yun Qianhuang's words. Nodding gravely, the Bai family is known for their ostentatious ways. It is quite possible they have provoked the spirit beasts and are now facing retribution. This is what is meant by those who engage in wrongdoing will inevitably meet their demise. My father speaks wisely. A playful glint sparkled in Yun Qianhuang's eyes as she mused. Father, how shall we deal with these individuals? Upon hearing this, Yun Changyu's expression grew more serious. Huang, I must ask you, does your recent disappearance have anything to do with the Bai family? It was difficult to reveal that her spiritual bone had been extracted. So Yun Qianhuang simply replied, Father, Bai Muyue deceived me into going out. She intended to extract my spiritual bone, but a mysterious individual rescued me. You speak nonsense. Bai Weifeng retorted defiantly, only to be met with a fierce growl from the 7th-tier Netherfire Wolf, prompting him to shuffle to the side in fear. Yet, his mouth remained unrestrained. My daughter Yaya has a kind heart. She wouldn't harbor any ill intentions towards you, even when you were a fool. Torn between his beloved daughter and the head of the Bai family who had recently attacked him, Yun Changyu discerned whom to trust. Tenderly, he caressed Yun Qianhuang's head and said, Now that I understand, Huang, leave these individuals to me. It was his failure to protect Huang, and he must seek justice for her. The sensation of being patted on the head by her father was a novel experience for Yun Qianhuang. It was warm and comforting, reminiscent of basking in the winter sun in the courtyard. She arched her brows and nodded. All right. The greatest threat to the Bai family was the grand elder, who is now deceased, rendering the remaining rabble of the Bai family insignificant. Yun Changyu had also fought alongside Yun Shuli on the battlefield, and Yun Qianhuang believed he would manage the situation adeptly. Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianye returned to the general's residence, while Yun Changyu remained at the Bai family estate with his men. The group of spirit beasts, having seen the Bai family members bound by Yun Changyu's men, retreated quietly back to the Spirit Beast Mountain, having concealed their prowess and reputation. They arrived with great fanfare, but departed without a sound, causing no harm to anyone in the city. The formidable figures who hastened back from the Spirit Beast Mountain felt as though they had been made a fool of. Were these spirit beasts merely visiting Heilin City for sightseeing? The reasons behind their journey to Heilin City and their activities there became an unsolved enigma among the various factions. After concluding matters with the Bai family, Yun Changyu returned to the general's residence. The foundation of the general's residence remained intact, and after consuming a third-tier healing elixir, he quickly recovered. It was already deep into the night. Both the old general and Yun Qianya had retired to their respective quarters, leaving only Yun Qianhuang waiting in the main hall for Yun Changyu. Initially, Yun Changyu had no intention of entering the main hall, assuming his family would be fast asleep at this hour. However, as he passed by, he noticed the hall was brightly lit with candles, and his daughter was quietly seated within. The candlelight cast a warm glow upon her face, accentuating its delicate features and softening the contours of her visage. Her brows, eyes, and lips bore an uncanny resemblance to the face etched in his memory. Yun Changyu found himself momentarily lost in thought. Ali. Yun Qianhuang had noticed him as he passed by, and upon hearing his low murmur, she too was momentarily taken aback. Wenli, her mother, had vanished not long after giving birth to her and her brother. No one knew whether Wenli was alive or dead. It was merely rumored that her life-bound jade pendant shattered half a month after her disappearance. Since that fateful day, both she and her brother had been without a mother. Yun Changyu evidently recalled the broken jade pendant, his expression darkening slightly. Yet, upon catching sight of Yun Qianhuang, a flicker of hope ignited within his eyes. Though Huang Huang's life-bound pendant had also shattered, she had returned home safely. Could it be that Ali was also alive? But if she were, where could she be? Wenli had been missing for 14 years, and this was not the first time Yun Changyu harbored such doubts. He sighed softly, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and strode into the main hall, concern etched across his face as he looked at Yun Qianhuang. Huang Huang, why are you still awake at such a late hour? I was waiting for father, Yun Qianhuang replied, rising to her feet, and only resuming her seat once Yun Changyu had settled down. Father, have you heard any rumors? As she spoke, her gaze fell, and beneath the flickering candlelight, her long lashes cast a dense shadow beneath her eyes, obscuring the emotions that lay beneath. What rumors? Late at night, the daughter awaited him solely to inquire about this matter, which piqued Yun Changyu's interest. Yun Qianhuang raised her gaze, her phoenix eyes deep like an abyss. The supreme spiritual bone. It is the key to unlocking the Qianshan Dragon Tomb. Yun Changyu was aware of what the Qianshan Dragon Tomb was. Recently, a secret realm had emerged near the Spirit Beast Mountain range, bringing the Qianshan Dragon Tomb to the surface. This event had stirred considerable excitement throughout the Spirit Ling Kingdom and even the entire continent, of which Yun Changyu had certainly heard. However, he had never been informed that the supreme spiritual bone served as the key to the Qianshan Dragon Tomb. Realizing something, Yun Changyu's expression suddenly changed. He sprang to his feet and hastily approached Yun Qianhuang, his voice involuntarily rising several degrees. Huang Huang, how many others are aware of this matter? Chapter 9. Family. Yun Qianhuang cast a fleeting glance at Yun Changyu's expression, her eyes flickering momentarily as she pursed her lips slightly. There were many. Though the exact number eluded her, she merely sought to gauge Yun Changyu's reaction. Whether labeled as cold-blooded or scolded for her lack of gratitude, she had witnessed an abundance of individuals abandon their kin and betray their friends for mere trifles. Bai Muyu was the quintessential example of such treachery.
Outside.
Many extolled the Qianshan Dragon Tomb, claiming it to be unparalleled, a veritable treasure trove of countless divine dragons' riches. Her spiritual bone was the exceptional key to unlock the secrets of the Qianshan Dragon Tomb. Faced with such temptation, she was uncertain how Yun Changyu would respond. Upon hearing his daughter express ignorance, Yun Changyu felt a sudden pang of anxiety. He recalled her words during her time with the Bai family and pressed further. Huang Huang, Bai Muyu is aware of this matter, which is why she seeks to extract your spiritual bone, correct? Yun Qianhuang regarded him, nodding slowly in affirmation. In a sudden outburst, Yun Changyu slammed his hand on the table, his face a mask of fury, yet his gaze towards Yun Qianhuang was filled with deep concern. How could we have misjudged Bai Muyu? We thought her to be a good person, allowing her unfettered access to the general's estate to see you. Yet, for the sake of a shadowy rumor, she would go so far as to attempt to extract your spiritual bone. Does she not realize that without your spiritual bone, your life would be perilously short? Bai Muyu was not oblivious to this truth, in her fear that Yun Qianhuang might not perish thoroughly enough. She even contemplated employing Deng He's contracted beast to devour Yun Qianhuang. In essence, Yun Qianhuang had traversed time just in time, otherwise, the original owner might have faced the grim prospect of not having a complete corpse. However, in contrast to Yun Changyu's fury, Yun Qianhuang remained remarkably composed. For she had already ensured that Bai Muyue paid a significant price, one that equated to a life for a life. Unbeknownst to Yun Changyu, the mere thought that his daughter might never have returned if not for the intervention of a mysterious figure ignited a furious desire within him to seek vengeance upon the Bai family. He grasped Yun Qianhuang's shoulders firmly and said, "Huang Huang, listen to your father." Yun Qianhuang gazed at him steadily. "No matter how many people are aware of this matter, do not disclose it to anyone else. If anyone inquires, you must claim ignorance. As for everything else, your father will take care of it, understood?" In his eyes, there resided not a trace of the greed Yun Qianhuang had anticipated, only profound concern and tenderness. Suddenly, she found herself taken aback. It dawned on her that not everyone in this world would forsake their kin for the sake of trivial gain. With heartfelt sincerity, she called out, "Father, I understand." Perhaps Yun Changyu was unaware, but from that moment on, the young woman before him truly regarded them as family. He gently patted her head in reassurance and said, "You've been through a lot today. Go rest now." Following his advice, Yun Qianhuang returned to her chamber. Once Yun Changyu was left alone in the main hall, he sank into a chair, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The tale of Huang Huang and her extraordinary spirit bone has long spread throughout the spirit nest kingdom. If those powerful factions were to discover that this exceptional spirit bone could unlock the Qianshan dragon tomb, they would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to seize her. What course of action should be taken? Upon returning to her chamber, Yun Qianhuang first summoned her maid to prepare warm water before taking a seat to converse with Outyan.
Outyan.
"Is it still possible for you to access the Qianshan dragon tomb from the outside?" The tomb remained a looming threat for her as long as it remained sealed. If those powerful factions were to learn of her spirit bone, their actions would be far more ruthless than those of Bai Muyue. A solitary individual, regardless of their strength, would be helpless against an overwhelming number of formidable adversaries. Therefore, the most prudent course would be to unlock the Qianshan dragon tomb, allowing those individuals to enter, at which point a key would no longer be necessary. After all, she had already plundered its treasures, leaving nothing behind. "It is feasible, but I must approach the entrance." Outyan replied, puzzled. "Master, what do you intend to do?" "I wish for your assistance in opening the entrance." Yun Qianhuang briefly outlined her plan to Outyan, only to be met with disdain from him. "Master, what do you fear? Should they come, I could eliminate them with a single breath of dragon fire." Outyan's strength was formidable, a concept unto itself. As long as he refrained from ascending to the upper realm, he could easily accompany Yun Qianhuang through the lower and middle realms with his prowess. Though Yun Qianhuang was well aware of Outyan's might, the fact remained that as long as the Qianshan dragon tomb remained closed, there would always be those who coveted her spirit bone. There has always been 1,000 days for the thief, but never 1,000 days for the guard. Thus, after the maid had prepared the warm water and retreated, Yun Qianhuang rummaged through the rouge and powder gifted by Yun Changyu and Yun Qianye, experimenting on her own visage, ensuring that even Yun Changyu would fail to recognize her. She pushed open the window and stealthily slipped out, careful to avoid the numerous household servants. It was impractical to walk over, yet fortunately, the general's residence had horses. Seizing the opportunity while the stableman rested, Yun Qianhuang discreetly led a horse away and rode towards the Spirit Beast Mountains. The night in Helen City was tranquil. Though the sound of hooves was somewhat noisy, it drew no one's attention. With urgency, Yun Qianhuang galloped forth and reached the Spirit Beast Mountains in just over half an hour. At this hour, the spirit beasts of the mountains lay in repose. However, at the entrance of the Qianshan dragon tomb, representatives from various factions tirelessly endeavored to breach the door. These individuals had been lured by the extraordinary phenomenon of the previous day. Yun Qianhuang tethered her horse outside the Spirit Beast Mountains and walked on foot to the entrance of the Qianshan dragon tomb. A multitude gathered outside, and no one would notice the addition of one more person. Blending into the crowd, she observed several formidable figures taking turns assaulting the entrance, with each wave of attack. The door trembled violently. Even from a distance, she could feel the intense fluctuations of spiritual energy, incomparable to those of Bai Muyue and Ding He. Is this what cultivators in this world are like? How powerful! A subtle glimmer ignited from the depths of Yun Qianhuang's phoenix-like eyes. Understanding the significance of Ao Tian, She recognized that her talents were likely commendable, and it would not be long before she emerged as a formidable force. Yun Qianhuang felt a sense of yearning but remained focused on the task at hand. Another wave of attacks struck the entrance of the Qianshan Dragon Tomb, and at the opportune moment, Yun Qianhuang called out, "Ao Tian, could you please open the entrance?" "Watch me," Ao Tian replied, and suddenly, the long-sealed door erupted with a thunderous noise, gradually parting before the representatives of various factions. In an instant, a blinding golden light emanated, illuminating the faces of the onlookers with sheer ecstasy. "It has opened. The Qianshan Dragon Tomb is accessible. Let us hurry inside." Amidst the chaos, voices clamored, "How dare anyone from the Frost Snow sect compete with me?" The scene erupted into pandemonium as factions vied for the so-called dragon treasure, each eager to be the first to enter the tomb. As the golden radiance slowly faded after the door fully opened, the various forces jostled forward, oblivious to the petite figure that quietly retreated from the throng. Chapter 10. One-star spirit master. Upon departing from the entrance of the Qianshan Dragon Tomb, Yun Qianhuang did not immediately return to the general's mansion. Instead, she sought refuge in a concealed cave within the Spirit Beast mountain range, where she began her cultivation of spiritual energy, guided by the detailed records contained in the Outyen inheritance. The cultivation of spiritual energy significantly differed from that of mental energy. Thus, despite Yun Qianhuang having honed her mental prowess to its zenith, she felt somewhat at a loss when confronted with the unfamiliar realm of spiritual energy. However, the Outyen legacy elaborated thoroughly on the methods of cultivation. Possessing a strong aptitude for learning, she persevered through 2 initial failures before successfully drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into her body. Once the spiritual energy had entered, the next step was to transform it into her own power. This stage proved to be even more challenging, and it was only at dawn that Yun Qianhuang discovered the key to this transformation. A progression array manifested beneath her feet, and a smile graced her lips. On the South Lu continent, the hierarchy of cultivation is categorized as follows: Spirit Practitioner, Spirit Master, Great Spirit Master, Spirit King, Spirit Sect, Spirit Sovereign, Spirit Saint, and Spirit Emperor. Each major realm is further divided into 1 to 10 stars, and she now stood at the threshold as a 1-star Spirit Practitioner. Achieving the status of a 1-star Spirit Practitioner in just an hour and a half seemed commendable, yet Yun Qianhuang was unaware of how others fared in their cultivation, leaving her uncertain about her own pace. Although the Outyen inheritance detailed various cultivation methodologies for different professions, it ultimately belonged to the realm of spirit beasts, which rendered it incapable of providing a precise assessment of human cultivation speeds. It could only deduce that, at this rate, it would likely take less than a month for Yun Qianhuang to successfully advance to the rank of 5-star Spirit Practitioner. Moreover, it is not merely a singular faction, but rather 5 factions. Hearing Ao Tian's words, Yun Qianhuang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In this realm, children can commence their cultivation at the tender age of 3. Reaching the 4-star rank is a significant milestone. Thereafter, the spiritual energy required for advancement increases dramatically. Bai Muyu, who attained the 5-star rank at the age of 7, was widely lauded throughout the city, and Yun Qianhuang herself would soon achieve the same rank. In light of this comparison, her spirits lifted. She rose to glance at the sky outside, estimating that her family would soon awaken, and promptly sought her steed to hasten back to the general's residence. Meanwhile, at the general's residence, Yun Changyu had spent the entire night in restless turmoil, unable to find slumber. At the break of dawn, coinciding with his father's usual rising hour, he swiftly dressed and set out to confer with his father regarding strategies. The household servants had risen early, and the maidens who had gone out to procure supplies were already back. Cultivators possess heightened senses, and as Yun Changyu passed by the quarters of the servants, he inadvertently overheard a maid mention the Qianshan Dragon Tomb. Due to his association with Yun Qianhuang, he was acutely sensitive to those 4 words. He immediately halted, channeling his spiritual energy to eavesdrop on the maiden's conversation. "Have you heard? The Qianshan Dragon Tomb was open last night. Is it the one located in the Spirit Beast mountain range outside the city?" "Yes, indeed, that's the very one. I just heard the vendors discussing it while I was out shopping. I've heard there are numerous treasures inside. Is that true?" What a treasure. Aside from a colossal dragon skeleton, the Qianshan Dragon Tomb holds nothing of value. It is said that the establishments in the city returned this morning with grim visages. How could one not wear such a countenance? The expenditure of countless manpower and time only to uncover an empty vault is disheartening to anyone. Yet, this incident holds little relevance for those ordinary folk. A few maidens merely exchanged laughter and banter, moving on swiftly. However, for Yun Changyu, who eavesdropped from outside, this was monumental news. The Qianshan Dragon Tomb had been opened last night. What does this signify? It signifies that no one would dare covet his precious daughter Ling Gu's remains any longer. After a night fraught with worry, receiving such splendid news in the morning invigorated Yun Changyu, filling him with a sense of ease and comfort. With the threat dissipated, there was no longer a need to consult his father for counsel. As Yun Changyu pivoted to awaken Yun Qianye to commence training, a maid from the courtyard of Yun Shuli approached him, bowing respectfully. "General, the old general requests your presence. He has important matters to discuss with you." Understanding, Yun Changyu halted, pondering what urgent matters his father might wish to deliberate upon. Such matters would surely be beyond the ken of the maid. Thus, Yun Changyu promptly made his way to Yun Shuli's courtyard. Beneath the trees in the yard, Yun Shuli had prepared tea upon a stone table. Upon seeing Yun Changyu, he beckoned his son over, saying, "Changyu, come, sit here." Yun Changyu hurriedly approached and took a seat opposite Yun Shuli. As soon as he took a seat, he eagerly inquired, "Father, have you summoned me for an important matter?" Yun Shuli did not keep him in suspense. "Huang is doing well now. Have you contemplated her future?" The general's manner had fallen from grace, and although there were some books on cultivation within its walls, true cultivators must receive systematic guidance to navigate their journey smoothly. Not to mention, the entire Qiling kingdom was aware of Huang's extraordinary talent. Should news of her improvement spread, various factions would undoubtedly seek to recruit her. Yun Shuli had witnessed the ruthless competition among those factions for gifted individuals. Their methods were often unscrupulous. Some factions, unable to secure a talented individual for themselves, would resort to insidious plots to ruin their prospects. How long could this crumbling general's manner protect Huang from such threats? Yun Changyu understood his father's implication. The general's manor could no longer be considered a safe haven for the flourishing Huang. They needed to seek a new sanctuary for her. After sipping his tea and pondering in silence for a considerable time, he tentatively proposed, "What if we send Huang to Frost Snow Sect to become a disciple?" Frost Snow Sect, the foremost sect in the southern Lu continent, was a gathering place for prodigies. It was said that the sect's leader, Mo Lan had already attained the status of a spirit sage, and the elders possessed the strength of spirit lords. Should Huang join Frost Snow Sect, regardless of which elder she apprenticed under, none would dare to challenge her lightly. Indeed, Frost Snow Sect was an excellent choice, especially since it would soon be time for their recruitment of new disciples in 6 months. However, as Yun Shuli spoke, his countenance revealed little joy. The elders of the Frost Snow Sect have been acting recklessly in recent years, causing dissatisfaction among various factions across the continent. However, due to the sect's formidable influence, no one dares to confront them openly. While they may not challenge them directly, the underlying tensions have not diminished. Visiting the Frost Snow Sect may not be the wisest choice. As my father has pointed out, Yun Changyu glanced at the tea in his cup. Perhaps it would be better to send Huang to the Five Spirits Academy. For cultivators on the continent seeking systematic guidance, the options are either to apprentice at various sects or to join a cultivation academy. The Five Spirits Academy stands as one of the premier cultivation academies on the continent, renowned for both the caliber of its instructors and its extensive scale. Most importantly, the Five Spirits Academy is an entirely neutral entity, admitting students based solely on talent and ability, regardless of their social standing. Yun Changyu's suggestion of the Five Spirits Academy also harbors a hint of personal interest. Chapter 11. Yun Qianhuang's choice. No one understands a child better than a father. How could Yun Shuli be oblivious to his son's subtle intentions? He leisurely lifted his teacup and took a sip, considering that since this pertains to Huang, it would be prudent to seek her opinion. "Father, I shall inquire with Huang right away," said Yun Changyu, rising from his seat. "What's the rush?" Yun Shuli shot him a disapproving glance, placing the teacup down with steady hands. "After all the commotion Huang endured yesterday, must you disturb her so early? What kind of father are you, to be so inconsiderate towards your daughter?" Reminded by his father's words, Yun Changyu realized it was indeed rather early, and settled back down. "That's unfair, father. No one cares for Huang more than I do." Yun Shuli found no inclination to engage in such a trivial argument with his son, as it would merely cast him in a childish light. Setting that aside, he continued, I did not observe any Lingguang bullets at the general's residence last night. Did Huang Huang not employ the private troops I provided? Father, you may find this hard to believe, replied Yun Changyu, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face at the memory of the Bai family's predicament. For some unknown reason, they attracted a horde of spirit beasts, which completely besieged their home. The elder of the Bai family was even killed by one of the beasts, plunging their household into chaos. Huang Huang seized the opportunity amidst their distraction to rescue both me and Qianya, rendering our troops unnecessary. Such a turn of events? Yun Shuli remarked, intrigued. While spirit beasts and humans coexist on this continent, spirit beasts typically inhabit fixed territories and seldom venture into human settlements. What actions did the Bai family undertake that led those spirit beasts to block their door, particularly last night? Is it truly possible for such coincidences to exist in this world? Regardless of others' beliefs, Yun Shuli remains skeptical. As for the underlying reasons, the return of the father and son in one piece has rendered him disinclined to investigate further. The two of them engaged in various conversations until the sun reached its zenith, at which point they sent someone to summon Yun Qianhuang. When the maid knocked on the door, Yun Qianhuang was in meditation. Upon hearing the sound, she promptly concluded her practice and rose to open the door. The maid, hailing from Yun Shuli's courtyard, informed her that the old general and the general requested her presence for a meal. Since Yun Qianhuang's courtyard was adjacent to that of Yun Qianya, she swiftly went next door to invite him along. On their way to the main courtyard, Yun Qianya followed closely behind Yun Qianhuang, unable to restrain his curious gaze upon her. His eyes bore no malice, merely an innocent curiosity, which Yun Qianhuang accepted without concern. Ultimately, it was Yun Qianya who could no longer contain himself, gently tugging at her sleeve and inquiring, Sister, are you truly well? From the moment he awoke that morning, he felt as if the events of the previous day had been a mere dream. His sister, who was born with an incomplete mind, had been missing for 2 days. Her life-saving jade token shattered, yet here she stood, not only returned but also restored to normalcy. Such occurrences were beyond the realm of his wildest dreams. Even with Yun Qianhuang before him, a sense of unreality lingered. He feared that everything before him might be an illusion. The sudden recovery of a naturally simple-minded child is indeed difficult for many to fathom. Yun Qianya, unlike his father and grandfather, has not been through a great deal in life. At the end of the day, he is merely a boy who has just turned 15. Due to his elder sister's mental challenges, he was compelled to mature prematurely and take care of her. Yun Qianhuang is acutely aware of how Yun Qianya has looked after her throughout the years. Abruptly, she halted, turned around, and gently caressed Yun Qianya's head. Yes.
Sister is well now.
At the same age, Yun Qianya stands a half head shorter than Yun Qianhuang, needing to tilt his head slightly upward to meet her gaze. As he raised his head, his eyes sparkled while looking into Yun Qianhuang's, reminiscent of the large white dog she had in her past life. A smile unconsciously graced her lips. Let us hurry. We wouldn't want father and grandfather to be left waiting. Yes. Yun Qianya nodded earnestly, closely following her into the main courtyard. Inside the main courtyard, the maidservants had already prepared lunch. Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya took their seats beside Yun Changyu. In the Yun family, it is customary not to discuss matters at the dining table. Instead, serious conversations commence only after the meal, once the servants have been dismissed. Huang Huang, Yun Shuli began, I have conferred with your father, and now that you are well, it is time for you to commence your training. The general's residence currently lacks substantial resources, and remaining at home would stifle your talents. Therefore, your father and I have decided to send you for systematic guidance. Yun Qianhuang maintained an upright posture, refraining from interjecting while Yun Shuli spoke. You are presented with 2 choices: the foremost sect of the mainland, Frost Snow Sect, or the most prestigious institution within the Academy of Cultivators, the Five Spirits Academy. Yun Shuli meticulously analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of both the Frost Snow Sect and the Five Spirits Academy for Yun Qianhuang, ultimately assuring her that the General's residence would unconditionally support her decision, regardless of her choice. In truth, Yun Qianhuang possessed little knowledge regarding either of these factions, and she felt indifferent about which path to pursue. However, she did observe a notable shift in her father Yun Changyu's expression when Yun Shuli mentioned the Five Spirits Academy. Pondering this, she rifled through her memories but found no significant insights. It was then that Yun Qianya leaned closer and whispered, Sister, our mother was once a student at the Five Spirits Academy. This revelation came from Yun Qianye's clandestine eavesdropping, making it quite understandable that Yun Qianhuang was unaware of it. Understanding dawned upon her. Both factions bore their respective merits and drawbacks, yet with the knowledge of her mother's past affiliation with the Five Spirits Academy. Her decision was made. Resolutely, Yun Qianhuang turned to Yun Shuli and declared, "Grandfather, I wish to attend the Five Spirits Academy. Have you truly made up your mind?" Yun Shuli inquired, fully aware of the implications. Though Yun Qianye believed his voice was barely audible, the old general's prowess rendered him keenly aware of the statement. He did not wish for his granddaughter to make a choice against her own wishes due to her mother's history. "I have made my decision," Yun Qianhuang affirmed with unwavering conviction. "Grandfather, please take me to the Five Spirits Academy." Yun Qianye immediately raised his hand, exclaiming, "Count me in, count me in." It is not a folly for the younger generation to aspire to develop in a more promising environment. Yun Shuli had initially envisioned the siblings embarking on this journey together, providing mutual support, and upon recognizing this, he naturally acquiesced. However, the Wuling Academy does not entertain any nepotism, and the influence of the general's residence is not sufficiently robust to alter that fact. All that Yun Shuli and Yun Chongyu could do was to prepare the necessary provisions for the siblings and send them off to participate in the Wuling Academy's admissions. The Wuling Academy is not located within the borders of the Qiling Kingdom. Rather, it resides in the city of Tianling, situated in the central region of the South Lu continent, which is not governed by any nation. Departing from Qiling Kingdom, even the swiftest of winged steeds would require a month to traverse the distance. The admissions for Wuling Academy are scheduled for 3 months hence. Thus, the date of departure is set for 10 days later. These 10 days are allocated for Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianye to prepare. In truth, there is little to arrange, as their two elders have already packed everything they might need into the sibling storage rings. However, Yun Qianhuang did recall someone from her past. Chapter 12. A dark night of murder. On this moonless night, as the winds howled, the residents of Helen City had all secured their doors. Yet the Ding family's abode remained ablaze with light and filled with uproar. Just days prior, when the members of the Ding family arrived at the Spirit Beast mountain range, Ding He was on the brink of death under the command of Yun Qianhuang. Fortunately, his grandfather, Ding Fuxing, arrived just in time to administer a 6th-grade healing elixir, thereby preserving his life. Though his injuries had been treated, no matter how fervently the Ding family endeavored, the bond between Ding He and the Thunder Tiger remained irreparably broken. This evening marked Ding He's 10th attempt to restore his contract with the Thunder Tiger, yet once again, he faced failure, directing his frustration towards the family servants. Summoners are an exceedingly rare profession in the southern Lu continent. In combat, ordinary cultivators can only rely on weapons and elixirs for assistance. However, a summoner can call upon their spirit beasts, and the synergy between summoner and summoned beast allows the summoner to remain invincible among their peers of equal cultivation level. For a century, the Ding family had produced but a single summoner, Ding He. Since he summoned the Thunder Tiger, all of the family's cultivation resources had been unconditionally directed towards him. His grandfather, Ding Fuxing, had even proclaimed that Ding He was to be the next head of the Ding family. Nevertheless, should Ding He lose his spirit beast, all the privileges he enjoyed would vanish, not to mention his claim to the headship. This impending loss filled Ding He with anxiety. He gazed at the Thunder Tiger, now under control, and struck his fist against the adjacent wall in frustration. "Damn it! Ahu, what has happened to you?" Ding He unleashed his mental energy, endeavoring once more to communicate with the Thunder Tiger. To prevent Ding He from sustaining injuries, the majority of the guards and household servants of the Ding family remained close at hand, consequently neglecting the defenses of the estate. Yun Qianhuang effortlessly infiltrated the Ding residence. Her slender figure ascended the rooftops silently, unleashing her mental prowess to investigate the interior conditions. Yun Qianhuang had mastered her mental control to an extraordinary degree. Those beneath her influence were utterly oblivious to her presence. Conversely, those whose mental acuity surpassed hers, according to the cultivation hierarchy of this realm, would need to possess at least the strength of a spirit emperor. Such formidable beings numbered no more than 5 across the entire southern Lu continent, and the Ding family could scarcely attract one of that caliber within the Qiling Kingdom. Thus, Yun Qianhuang's actions could be described as audaciously uninhibited. However, while the inhabitants of the room remained unaware of her mental presence, the beleaguered Lei Hu had been ensnared and mentally exhausted, seemed to sense something, suddenly becoming invigorated. Ding He mistakenly attributed this to his own mental energy, delighting in the notion. Ahu. He intensified his mental output, preparing for a second contract with Lei Hu. In that instant, Lei Hu roared ferociously, repelling Ding He's mental force. With a sudden jolt, Ding He was struck by a backlash of his own energy, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, leading to a moment of panic among the nearby guards and servants. Young master, quickly, fetch the elixirs. Chaos ensued within the room. On the rooftop, Yun Qianhuang observed the unfolding events with her mental prowess, her brows slightly furrowing. Remarkably, Lei Hu still recognized her mental energy. In that case, her actions tonight should proceed with considerably more ease. In the darkness, a fleeting glimmer of amusement flickered in Yun Qianhuang's eyes as she established a mental connection with Lei Hu, her voice skillfully evading the ears of those around. Within the confines of their contract space, Ao Tian's voice resonated with a hint of discontent. Master, what have you imparted to that little tiger? What words could possibly be beyond the comprehension of your contracted beast? A smile flickered across Yun Qianhuang's visage as she replied. I instructed it to create a bit of trouble for the Ding family. Trouble, you say? Soon enough. Ao Tian would grasp the true nature of the trouble Yun Qianhuang had alluded to, with her mental prowess aiding him. Lei Hu broke free from the beast trap that had ensnared him, unleashing a resounding roar that reverberated throughout the room filled with people. Some summoned beasts evolve alongside their masters' ascending ranks, and Lei Hu belonged to this category. Under the abundant resources of the Ding family, Ding He had already ascended to the rank of a one-star Great Spirit Master, while Lei Hu had progressed from an initial stage summon to a third stage one. A roar infused with spiritual energy from a third stage summon could significantly impact even those guardians who had attained the Great Spirit Master realm. Ding He, already reeling from the backlash of his own spiritual energy, was further propelled several meters back by the residual force, crashing heavily against the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. To be injured to such an extent by one's own summon was indeed a singular occurrence. The commotion soon drew the attention of other members of the Ding family. Ding Fusheng was the first to arrive at the scene, promptly subduing Lei Hu before retrieving healing elixirs from his storage ring to administer to Ding He. The efficacy of the medicine requires a certain amount of time to manifest. Ding Fusheng instructed someone to take Ding He away while he remained behind to deal with Lei Hu. This was precisely what Yun Qianhuang hoped to see.
Aochia.
Ensure that old man does not kill Lei Hu. Yun Qianhuang urged Ao Tian to keep watch while she stealthily followed the servants, making her way to Ding He's courtyard. The servants assisted Ding He into a room, collectively lifting him onto the bed before retreating. No one suspected that Ding He would encounter any danger within the Ding residence, which provided Yun Qianhuang with a golden opportunity. Seizing the moment when the servants were distracted, she slipped into Ding He's room, approached the bed, and retrieved a dagger from her storage ring. This time, Yun Qianhuang afforded Ding He no chance of escape. The dagger plunged silently into his neck, not eliciting a single sound. Concerned that Ding He might possess an extraordinary constitution, she further stabbed him several times in the chest to ensure his demise before concealing the dagger and departing from the Ding household. She came without a sound and left without a trace. It was not until the following morning that the Ding family discovered Ding He had breathed his last. By then, his corpse had already grown cold, and even a divine healing elixir could not revive him. The fact that their precious grandson could be murdered within his own home transcended a mere homicide. It was a brazen affront to the Ding family. Ding Fusheng, furious, ordered a thorough investigation into the matter. Meanwhile, the true culprit, Yun Qianhuang, felt no trepidation. Even though everyone was now aware that the eldest daughter of the general's household was no fool, in their eyes, she had yet to embark on her cultivation journey. The Ding family could suspect no one but themselves. However, the young scions who were with Ding He outside the dragon tomb of Qianshan must have witnessed her actions when she dispatched by Muyue. Yun Qianhuang had been taught from a young age that one must eradicate the root of the problem. She believed that no matter the endeavor, one must leave no potential hazards behind. After all, she had already slain by Muyue and Ding He, and adding a few more to the count felt justified. Those young aristocrats had conspired to excavate the original owner's spiritual essence, leading her to an unbearable demise. None among them were innocent. When dealing with those deserving of their fate, Yun Qianhuang showed no mercy, and soon those individuals met the same fate as Ding He, perishing within the confines of their own homes. Ao Tian felt a twinge of reluctance. Master, do you think what we are doing is quite right? Chapter 13. The Sacred Spirit Elixir. Upon hearing these words, Yun Qianhuang suddenly summoned out Yen. As the golden dragon's soul manifested, the entire room was instantly bathed in a resplendent golden light. However, thanks to Yun Qianhuang's mental barrier, no glimmer of this brilliance could be perceived from outside the chamber. Yen, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Master, why have you summoned me so suddenly?" He hovered in midair, gazing at Yun Qianhuang with a look of confusion. Yun Qianhuang slightly tilted her head, her phoenix eyes resembling a cold, deep spring. Yen, do you ponder why, upon our first meeting, not only was my spiritual bone excavated, but my spiritual roots were also severed entirely? Yen paused, taken aback. He had indeed never contemplated this matter. Yet, why had his master suddenly brought it up? Could it be that someone had plotted against her? Yen cautiously ventured, "Is it merely a scheme?" "Not merely a scheme," replied Yun Qianhuang, a frigid smile gracing her lips. "They forcibly extracted my spiritual bone to gain entry into the Qianshan dragon tomb and severed the spiritual roots connected to it, intent on bringing about my demise. Tell me, do you believe such individuals deserve to live?" Yun Qianhuang had little inclination to explain herself. Killing was killing. Would a few words bring those individuals back to life? Nevertheless, Yen, as her contracted beast, was someone she did not wish to see burdened by excessive compassion. Such a creature would be better off non-existent. The spiritual roots and bones of humans are as vital as the cores of spirit beasts, essential for cultivation. Yen contemplated this. And if a spirit beast were to remove his core, his furious temperament would undoubtedly lead him to obliterate that beast's entire lineage. Upon such reflection, the earlier reluctance of Yen dissipated like mist. It was time for retribution. This resolution pleased Yun Qianhuang immensely. She summoned Yen back into the contract space and continued her cultivation. During the 10 days of preparation, after accounting for the time spent dealing with Ding He and those from noble families, as well as the essential nourishment, Yun Qianhuang devoted herself entirely to her training within her chamber. On the eve of her departure, after a span of 10 days, she successfully ascended to the rank of a 3-star spirit practitioner. Such a pace of cultivation would leave even the so-called strong of the continent trailing behind, even if they were mounted. However, Yun Qianhuang clearly sensed that upon reaching the 3-star level, the spiritual energy required for her advancement had increased significantly, surpassing even double the energy needed to transition from 1-star to 3-star. In her previous life, she had also engaged in cultivation, albeit of mental fortitude. The principle remained the same: cultivation cannot be rushed. Thus, when Yun Changyu summoned her for a discussion, she decisively abandoned her training to attend him in his study. Accompanying her was Yun Qianya. As soon as they entered the study, Yun Qianya eagerly inquired, "Father, what matters do you wish to discuss with sister and me?" "Qianhuang, Qianya, come here." Yun Changyu beckoned to his 2 children. Once they approached, he unexpectedly produced 2 vials of elixirs from his storage ring and placed them before each of them. While lower-tier elixirs are not particularly rare on the continent, these were of the 12th grade, with even higher tiers such as sacred and divine elixirs beyond that. The path of an alchemist is fraught with challenges, and elixirs above the 6th grade demand a substantial sum of gold to procure. The sacred and divine elixirs are treasures that cannot be acquired even with wealth, for there exists but a solitary master alchemist on the entire continent capable of concocting the sacred elixirs, while divine alchemists are entirely absent. Most of these 2 types of elixirs are sourced from ancient secret realms or fabled lands, such as the Qianshan Dragon Tomb. Through the porcelain vials, Yun Qianhuang could not discern the grade of the 2 elixirs presented by Yun Changyu, yet the faint aroma emanating from them suggested their quality was undoubtedly high. "Master, these are sacred spirit-shaping elixirs." Yen's voice expressed a hint of astonishment. Countless sacred elixirs resided within his Qianshan Dragon Tomb, yet he was still taken aback by these 2 vials. Consequently, Yun Qianhuang could infer the exceptional value of the so-called spirit-shaping elixir. Yun Qianya scrutinized the 2 vials from various angles, puzzled. "Father, what kind of elixir is this?" Yun Changyu replied succinctly, "It is a sacred spirit-shaping elixir." "Sacred?" Yun Qianya gasped in surprise. "Father, you have struck it rich. How could you procure sacred elixirs?" However, he continued, "But what exactly is a spirit-shaping elixir? I have never heard of it before." This, too, was a source of curiosity for Yun Qianhuang. The siblings exchanged bewildered glances, both eager for knowledge. With a slight sense of satisfaction, Yun Changyu elaborated, "The spirit-shaping elixir aids practitioners in purging impurities from their spiritual roots, allowing them to absorb spiritual energy more smoothly." This is an ancient elixir, and its refining method has long been lost to the continent. It is natural that you have not heard of it. Even he came to understand the spirit refining pill through Ali. The phrase "remove the impurities from the spiritual root" struck Yun Qianhuang with profound astonishment. She had previously learned that every cultivator's spiritual root invariably harbors some impurities. These impurities adversely affect the absorption and transformation of spiritual energy, and cannot be expelled by the cultivator themselves. Only with an elevation in their cultivation level can the impact be somewhat mitigated. For instance, a cultivator might achieve only a 70% absorption and transformation rate of the same spiritual energy, but upon advancing to the spirit sovereign level, this rate might rise to 80%. However, if the impurities within the spiritual root could be eliminated, the absorption and transformation rate would reach a remarkable 100%. This is something even spirit emperors cannot accomplish. The significance of this for cultivators is self-evident. Thus, after Yun Changyu elucidated the function of the spirit refining pill, Yun Qianya, in her excitement, directly embraced her father's leg. "Father, is this for me and my sister?" Yun Changyu glanced at her helplessly. "What purpose would it serve if I didn't give it to you? However, to consume the spirit refining pill, you must first advance to the Grand Spirit Master level and also obtain the Phoenix Feather Fruit. If either of these conditions is unmet, consuming the spirit refining pill will result in a catastrophic explosion of the body."
Gasp, catastrophique explosion.
Upon hearing those words, Yun Qianya's excitement evaporated. "Father, perhaps we should reconsider. I think having a few impurities in my spiritual root is rather fine. The phoenix feather fruit, after all, grows only near the nests of phoenixes and takes a millennium to bear a single fruit. On the continent, it remains uncertain whether the mythical phoenix still exists. Where might one procure its feathers?" Yun Changyu cast a deep glance at him. "Phoenix, Qianya, you must consume these 2 spirit sculpting pills before you attain the rank of spirit sovereign. This is what your mother entrusted me with at your birth. As for the reason behind this imperative, even your father is unaware. Perhaps only upon encountering your mother's family in the future will the answer be revealed. It seems these 2 sacred spirit sculpting pills are unique on the entire continent. Now that you too have resolved to cultivate at the 5 Spirits Academy, I entrust these pills to your care. Remember, they must be consumed prior to your ascension to Spirit Sovereign." Chapter 14. Xuanfeng City. After bestowing 2 spirit-nourishing pills upon the siblings, Yun Changyu proceeded to impart some precautions regarding their journey to the 5 Spirit Academy. Due to their obligation to guard the general's mansion, neither Yun Changjue nor Yun Shuli could accompany Yun Qianhuang on this venture. However, understanding the perils of their long journey, Yun Changyu spared no expense in hiring a band of mercenaries to ensure the safety of Yun Qianhuang and her brother. Mercenaries are a group willing to undertake any task for a price. In her previous life, Yun Qianhuang had encountered mercenaries, and she found many similarities between the 2 worlds' mercenaries. The distinction lay in the fact that in this realm, mercenaries were cultivators, relying on their own spiritual power and artifacts to accomplish their missions. The team of mercenaries hired by Yun Changyu consisted entirely of individuals at the Grand Spirit Master level, with their captain being a formidable 8-star Fire Element Grand Spirit Master. To secure such a skilled group within the borders of Qiling Kingdom, Yun Changyu had indeed expended considerable effort. Even so, his concerns remained, prompting him to discreetly provide the siblings with a significant supply of medicinal pills. Although Yun Qianhuang refrained from voicing her thoughts, she felt profoundly touched. It was a unique sensation to realize that one's safety was a matter of concern for others. She etched Yun Changyu's kindness into her memory as she and Yun Qianhuang boarded the carriage prepared by the general's mansion. The distance from Qiling Kingdom to Tianqing City was vast. After a fortnight of relentless travel, the group had only completed half of their journey. 2 days prior, they had crossed into the territory of the illusory Spirit Kingdom. Presently, they found themselves in the capital of that kingdom, Xuanfeng City. The illusory Spirit Kingdom stood as the mightiest among the 4 nations of the southern Liuzhou continent, whereas the Qiling Kingdom languished at the bottom of the hierarchy. In comparison to Helen City, Xuanfeng City is considerably more prosperous, bustling with merchants and free from curfews. When Yun Qianhuang and her companions arrived in Xuanfeng City, twilight was approaching, and the exhaustion from their journey weighed heavily upon them. They decided to spend a night in Xuanfeng City before continuing their travels. Prior to their departure, Yun Shuli generously bestowed a significant number of gold coins upon the siblings. Yun Qianya, with grandiosity, reserved a superior room for Yun Qianhuang at a nearby inn, while he chose to share a modest room with the mercenaries. His reasoning was simple: As my sister, she deserves the finest accommodation. Unable to refuse his kindness, Yun Qianhuang acquiesced. As night fell, Xuanfeng City was ablaze with light. Yun Qianye and the mercenaries, utterly fatigued from their journey, retired early. However, Yun Qianhuang felt no weariness. After a light meal, she departed from the inn, intent on exploring the underground night market of Xuanfeng City, a place she learned about from Ao Tian. He had informed her that in some of the most opulent cities across the continent, there exists a clandestine marketplace hidden beneath the surface, known as the underground night market. Open only at night, this market offers a plethora of goods for those with ample gold, including the lives of others. While the underground night market of Xuanfeng City may not rival that of Tianling City, it is still quite substantial. Ao Tian had suggested she pay a visit, for she might find the coveted phoenix feather fruit she sought. Under the commentary of Ao Tian, Yun Qianhuang developed an interest in the underground night market. After spending a silver coin to inquire about the entrance from a beggar by the roadside, she ventured forth alone. Before entering the underground night market, she rummaged through her storage ring and finally took out a disguise pill, consuming it. In such a chaotic environment, it was certainly best to remain inconspicuous. As Ao Tian had remarked, the underground night market offered a plethora of goods. Not only were there various shops, but also vendors selling an array of items. After taking just a few steps, Yun Qianhuang spotted a stall selling spiritual artifacts. These artifacts, akin to medicinal pills, were abundant in lower grades, yet exceedingly rare and precious in higher grades. The classification of spiritual artifacts mirrored that of medicinal pills, ranging from 1 to 12 levels, with anything above the 12th level being considered a sacred artifact, and beyond that, a divine artifact. To her astonishment, the stall positioned at the very edge of the night market exclusively displayed artifacts of the 6th level and above. Casually picking up a 7th level spiritual artifact, she inquired, "How much for this one?" The stall owner, a middle-aged man, glanced at the artifact she held. "This artifact is not suited for you," he kindly cautioned. "But if you wish to purchase it, it would cost you 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins. In this land, 1 gold coin equated to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin to 100 copper coins." Before departing from the General's residence, Yun Shuli had bestowed upon the siblings a considerable sum of gold coins, yet upon rough calculation, it amounted to only around 1,000, this being a mere fraction of the General's past glory and savings. 10,000 gold coins. It was likely that the entire General's residence could not muster such an amount. Yun Qianhuang silently returned the spiritual artifact in her hand to its original place, expressing her gratitude for the reminder, acknowledging that this particular artifact was indeed unsuitable for her. She refrained from inquiring how the middle-aged man had reached such a conclusion and departed from the stall. The man watched her retreating figure, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. A remarkable spiritual bone and 5 elemental roots. What esteemed family had unleashed this little anomaly? The underground night market operated under strict rules. First, one must not inquire about a customer's background. Second, one must not question the purpose of a customer's purchases. Third, dueling within the market was strictly prohibited. Thus, despite his intrigue, the middle-aged man harbored no intentions of delving deeper into her identity. After all, violating the regulations of the underground night market would lead to dire consequences. Merely contemplating it sent a chill down his spine. Yun Qianhuang perused the underground night market for nearly half an hour, gaining a comprehensive understanding of its offerings. Here, the most sought-after items were undoubtedly elixirs and spiritual artifacts, with the materials for crafting these items also selling remarkably well. In addition, there were array formations meticulously crafted by array masters and talismans drawn by talismanic masters. The continent was rich with various professions that had emerged from cultivation practices, with artifact and elixir makers, as well as array and talisman masters among them. According to Ao Tian, there existed yet another profession known as beast tamers. Unlike summoners, whose summoned beasts materialized upon the awakening of their spiritual roots and bones, a summoner could only ever summon one beast throughout their lifetime. The grade and level of the summoned beast directly influenced the summoner's future accomplishments. Conversely, beast tamers wielded their formidable spiritual power as a medium to command spirit beasts to fight on their behalf. A formidable beast master can summon countless spirit beasts with a mere gesture. At this juncture, Ao Tian seemed to recall something and paused before remarking, "Master, the method you employed to summon spirit beasts last time bears a striking resemblance to that of a beast master. However, The lineage of beastmasters has long vanished from the continent. How could it not be similar? After all, she is the heir of a beastmaster family. Yun Qianhuang chose not to elaborate on this matter to Ao Tian, as he would come to understand in due time. She wandered through the underground night market for a while longer, yet failed to locate any stalls selling phoenix feathers. Given their rarity, if they were easily found, Yun Changyu would have procured them for the siblings long ago. Yun Qianhuang did not feel too disheartened. Her journey yielded the acquisition of 2 formation plates and several talismans, which could hardly be deemed fruitless. How dare you ask for 30,000 gold coins for a few serpent scales? Why don't you go and rob someone? Suddenly, a quarrel erupted from a nearby stall. Chapter 15. One of the 4 spirits. This is certainly not the scale of a serpent beast. The vendor, a lad of about 15 or 16, flushed crimson upon hearing such remarks. These individuals lacked discernment, mistaking his treasure for the scales of a serpent beast. Were it not for, he would not have resorted to selling this item. A shadow of melancholy crossed the vendor's face, as if recalling something. The man who had spoken previously wore an expression of disdain. The scales were a deep, dark hue, perfectly mirroring the shape and size of those belonging to a serpent beast. What else could they possibly be, if not scales from some spirit beast? I say, young fellow, even if you are in need of money, you ought not engage in such deceitful antics. Indeed, 2 companions of the man nodded fervently in agreement, echoing his sentiment. I say they are not. The vendor stood resolutely in front of his stall, insisting if you wish to purchase, then do so. If not, kindly leave and do not hinder my business. The man, undeterred by this retort, grew more emboldened. I shall not leave. I will remain here today to prevent any unsuspecting souls from falling prey to your trickery. With that, he plopped down beside the stall, adopting a posture that suggested he intended to stay indefinitely. You! The vendor's irritation flared, yet the underground market forbade personal conflicts, leaving him no choice but to sulkily tidy his wares, contemplating a change of location. As he picked up the scales, he let out a soft sigh. Why is it that in the underground market of Xuanfeng City, there is not a single connoisseur? Yun Qianhuang observed the vendor's actions with curiosity, asking, Outyan, are those truly not the scales of a serpent beast? Indeed, they are not. Master, you must have heard of the 4 spirits. Those few scales belong to one of them, the divine beast, the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon is known for its meticulous care of its scales. Yet this human has managed to produce 3 scales at once. Quite remarkable indeed. The Azure Dragon. Yun Qianhuang felt a twinge of astonishment. Whether in her previous life in Huaxia or in this world, the Azure Dragon was a creature of legend, never seen by mortal eyes. Yet according to Ao Tian, the Azure Dragon actually exists. Moreover, Yun Qianhuang's gaze fell upon the Azure Dragon scales in the vendor's hand. There are still individuals capable of obtaining the scales of the Azure Dragon. Anything from a divine beast serves as superb materials for crafting or alchemy. And if these are indeed the scales of the Azure Dragon, 30,000 gold coins would be a bargain. However, it is unfortunate that Yun Qianhuang is neither a craftsman nor an alchemist. While the Azure Dragon scales are undeniably precious, they hold little value for her at this moment. Withdrawing her gaze, Yun Qianhuang prepared to leave the underground night market. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared beside the vendor selling the Azure Dragon scales, so swiftly that even Yun Qianhuang could not discern how he had materialized. How many gold coins for these scales? The voice. Yun Qianhuang turned her head again, only to discover that it was the middle-aged man she had encountered upon entering the underground black market, who dealt in spiritual artifacts. Upon hearing the inquiry, the earlier man instantly perked up. Brother, are you interested in purchasing these scales? I must caution you, this fellow is asking an exorbitant price. He dares to demand 30,000 gold coins for a few scales of a serpent beast. Do not be deceived by him. Serpent beast? Duan Yang cast a glance at the man, who immediately nodded in affirmation. Yes, it is indeed a serpent beast. Although this particular serpent beast appears to be of a higher rank, serpent beasts are among the most common spirit beasts. Even the scales of an 8th-tier serpent beast are worth merely a few hundred gold coins. Duan Yang scrutinized the scales in the vendor's hand and shook his head. Ignoring the man's words, he continued to inquire of the vendor. 30,000 gold coins, you say? I do not possess such a sum at present. May I offer you 10,000 gold coins first, with a promise to repay the remainder within 3 days? The vendor hesitated, contemplating whether he could endure until that time. The man, upon hearing Duan Yang's proposition, was taken aback. Brother, are you truly intent on making this purchase? In this day and age, there are indeed individuals rushing to be taken advantage of. Duan Yang paid no heed to the man. He discerned the vendor's uncertainty and, after a moment's reflection, added, Young brother, I am a weaponsmith. If you find 3 days too long, I can offer you a spirit weapon in exchange. You may select any weapon below the 8th tier. The man was even more astonished. An 8th tier spirit weapon could easily fetch 100,000 gold coins. This individual seems rather naive, does he not? However, he had already voiced his concerns, and if the man chose not to heed his warning, that was beyond his control. He shook his head and ceased to speak. The vendor, gazing at Duan Yang, sighed. I do not desire a spirit weapon. If you possess an 8th grade recovery pill, I would be willing to make an exchange. The rejuvenation pill is the most common remedy for healing wounds, but when prefixed with the term 8th grade, its significance transforms entirely. Duan Yang's expression shifted. An 8th grade rejuvenation pill, if it pertains to those 3 scales, is indeed worthy. Yet he is merely a weaponsmith, and such a pill is beyond his reach. Must he let this opportunity slip away? Suddenly, Duan Yang noticed Yun Qianhuang, who was observing the commotion from a distance. His spirits lifted, and he exclaimed, Young brother, wait for me a moment. Subsequently, he moved with an almost ethereal swiftness, appearing before Yun Qianhuang in the blink of an eye. Young lady, do you require a spiritual weapon? Duan Yang inquired, producing an 8th grade bone sword from his storage ring. This is an 8th grade bone sword, suitable for practitioners of all attributes, and it is yours for merely 20,000 gold coins. What do you say? He placed particular emphasis on the phrase suitable for all attributes. Previously, he had mentioned to Yun Qianhuang that this spiritual weapon was not appropriate for her. Yun Qianhuang squinted her phoenix-like eyes, quickly forming a judgment. This individual must have discerned her 5-element root. Her gaze fell upon the 8th grade bone sword, which, like all spiritual weapons, bore reserved sockets for embedding spiritual cores. This sword had not just 1 socket, but 5, indicating that it could accommodate 5 spiritual cores without engendering any rejection. This was likely the reason the 8th grade bone sword was deemed suitable for practitioners of all attributes. Yun Qianhuang felt a surge of desire. The bone sword was merely a few centimeters longer than an ordinary dagger, a size she had favored in her past life. I do not possess that many gold coins, she replied. Duan Yang felt a tinge of disappointment. The price of 20,000 gold coins was already quite reasonable, and any further reduction would render him unable to procure the 3 scales. However, Yun Qianhuang opened her storage ring and produced a small porcelain vial. I can exchange this for an 8th grade recovery pill. In an instant, Duan Yang was revitalized. He gazed at the vial in Yun Qianhuang's hand, the unmistakable fragrance of the medicine wafting from it. Indeed, it was an 8th grade recovery pill.
Deal.
Duan Yang nearly thrust the bone sword he held into Yun Qianhuang's hands, his eyes fixated on the vial. Yun Qianhuang offered no further words and straightforwardly handed the 8th grade recovery pill to Duan Yang. With the pill in hand, Duan Yang rushed back to the stall, trading the pill with the vendor for the coveted scales. All 3 parties involved in the transaction were immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, the man standing nearby was left utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that a few serpent beast scales truly enabled this young man to acquire an 8th grade recovery pill? Chapter 16. When oddities arise, there must be spirits. The opinions of outsiders were of no concern to the 3 individuals who desired something. Duan Yang treasured the few scales he had acquired and then took the initiative to ingratiate himself with Yun Qianhuang. Young lady, I am Duan Yang, a tool refiner. Should you wish to purchase any spiritual artifacts in the future, feel free to visit my shop in Tianling City. The prices are quite negotiable. Spiritual artifacts, after all, are generally less valuable than elixirs, making this exchange more favorable for him. Duan Yang had a distaste for indebtedness, thus he made his intentions abundantly clear. Noted. Yun Qianhuang replied, nodding, yet she refrained from disclosing her name. The original owner's name had long since spread across the continent, and now that he had discerned her 5-element root, she could not afford to further expose her identity. She said little else, swiftly stowing away the 8th tier bone sword, and departed from the underground night market. Upon returning to the inn, it was already past midnight. After a brief wash, Yun Qianhuang settled onto the bed to resume her cultivation. The cultivation practices in this world differed markedly from those of her previous life. Even after several days of relentless training, fatigue was non-existent. As dawn broke, she opened her eyes and exhaled a breath of stagnant air. After half a month's journey, she had reached the threshold of a 4-star spiritual practitioner, just one step away from a successful ascension. Rising from her bed and cleansing her face, she prepared to seek out others. However, after taking just a couple of steps, a thought struck her. She halted and inquired of Ao Tian, is there a method to conceal my spiritual roots and bones from others? In her past life, Yun Xianhuang displayed extraordinary talents from a tender age, yet she was suppressed by the elders of her clan, ultimately leading her to a mutual destruction with those aged relics. Having experienced a previous existence, Yun Xianhuang understood well that revealing one's gifts too early was not prudent. Although she was uncertain how Duan Yang, a weaponsmith, discerned her as a 5-element root, she fervently wished to avoid encountering such individuals again. There is indeed a solution, Ao Qian replied. The first method is to swiftly ascend to the spirit sovereign level, which would allow you to conceal your spiritual roots and bones at will. However, if faced with a powerful being beyond the spirit sovereign, your true nature may still be unveiled. The second method involves donning an obscuring spiritual artifact. The esteemed weaponsmith you encountered last night likely possessed such an item. I understand. It appears that upon her arrival in Tianling City, a visit to the Duan family's spiritual artifact shop is essential. Resolute in her decision, Yun Xianhuang momentarily set this matter aside, pushing open the door and stepping out. The group did not linger in Xuanfeng City. After a night's rest, they resumed their journey. Half a month later, they successfully departed from the jurisdiction of the illusory spirit nation, and within another week, they would reach Tianling City, home to the 5-Element Academy. The continent is replete with habitats for spiritual beasts, such as the Spirit Beast Mountains outside Helen City and the Lingxian Forest situated between the illusory Spirit Nation and Tianling City. The Lingxian Forest is the largest habitat for spiritual beasts on the continent, rumored to be teeming with high-level spiritual creatures, including even sacred beasts. To reach Tianling City, one could either save time by traversing through the Lingxian Forest, albeit at the risk of encountering formidable spiritual beasts. One could either circumvent the Spirit Whirl Forest, albeit at the cost of an additional week's time, or proceed with uncertainty. The mercenaries were at an impasse, and thus turned to Yun Xianhuang and Yun Qianya for guidance. Yun Qianya glanced at Yun Xianhuang and inquired, Sister, which path do you believe we should take? After a moment of contemplation, Yun Xianhuang replied, let us avoid the Spirit Whirl Forest. Yun Qianya promptly relayed this to the captain of the mercenaries. We shall heed my sister's advice. Though the mercenaries were all formidable spirit masters, they recognized that confronting spirit beasts of a significantly higher level would render them powerless. This sentiment resonated with Captain Chu Hong, who communicated the employer's intent to his team and then led them down an alternate route. By steering clear of the Spirit Whirl Forest, they encountered no dangers along the way, not even a solitary passerby. After a day's journey, they finally found a place to rest. Seated beside the fire, Chu Hong appeared deep in thought, his expression grave. Yun Xianhuang offered him some provisions, her gaze piercingly reflective. Captain Chu, have you encountered any difficulties? Not precisely, replied Chu Hong as he accepted the food with gratitude. However, there are only these 2 routes leading to Tianling City, and with the recruitment events at the various academies approaching, one would expect to encounter numerous individuals along this path. Yet today, we have seen not a soul. His extensive experience in undertaking missions told him that this was decidedly unusual. One of the team members took a bite of the provisions and mumbled, Captain, perhaps you are overthinking it. We may very well meet someone tomorrow. Let us hope that my concerns are unfounded, Chu Hong remarked, though his demeanor remained solemn. At times, he placed greater faith in his instincts, which had previously spared him from numerous life-threatening perils. Now, Chu Hong glanced at the siblings Yun Qianhuang and chose to remain silent. The path had been selected by the employer, and he hesitated to question their judgment, deciding instead to remain vigilant. He soon lowered his gaze and resumed eating the provisions in his hand. Yun Xianhuang pressed her lips together slightly. She did not believe that Chu Hong was being overly cautious, yet she could not ascertain the current situation. They would wait until tomorrow. If they encountered no one, they would have to risk traversing the path through the Spirit Spiral Forest. Yun Xianhuang shared the same thoughts. As night passed, the group tidied their belongings and continued their journey. Before setting off, the team member who had suggested that Chu Hong was overly concerned the previous day reiterated, Captain, we are bound to encounter others today. Chu Hong did not counter this assertion, motioning for them to proceed. The party quickly embarked, traveling for half the day without crossing paths with anyone. Now, not only Chu Hong but the other mercenaries also sensed that something was amiss. Unusual occurrences often heralded something sinister. Chu Hong instructed the others to halt and then proposed, "Miss Yun, let us retrace our steps and take the route through the Spirit Spiral Forest." This situation was decidedly peculiar. Chu Hong could not deduce the reason behind it. Yet he was unwilling to continue down this path. Yun Qianhuang lifted the curtain of the carriage. "Captain Chu, I fear it may be too late." Upon hearing this, the mercenaries outside the carriage turned their gazes toward them in unison. Chu Hong furrowed his brow. "Miss Yun, what do you mean by that?" "I fear we have encountered an illusionary beast." The illusory beasts are exceedingly rare spiritual creatures, resembling rabbits, with a penchant for ensnaring their targets within their own illusions. Yun Qianhuang has only recently uncovered records of the illusory beasts from the heritage of Outyen. Enveloped in this illusion, they have yet to encounter a single passerby. It is precisely due to their entrapment in this realm of mirage that even Outyen remains oblivious to the presence of the illusory beasts. Illusory beasts. Chu Hong furrowed his brow, promptly dismounting his steed and drawing forth his spiritual artifact, vigilant as he scanned his surroundings. How could there be illusory beasts here? Not everyone possesses the knowledge of illusory beasts like Chu Hong does. The mercenaries also dismounted, adopting a cautious demeanor, yet one could not resist inquiring, "Captain, what exactly are illusory beasts?" Chapter 17. The Sacred Beast. Chu Hong briefly elucidated the nature of the illusory beast, yet he had never encountered one. Thus he could not describe its appearance. During this time, Yun Qianhuang had also dismounted the carriage, pulling Yun Qianya along to join the mercenaries. The ability to silently weave an illusion indicated that the illusory beast must possess a rank exceeding 8. If they did not swiftly unravel the illusion, it was likely that they would perish here. "Sister, stand behind me." Upon hearing Chu Hong's words, Yun Qianya grasped the gravity of the situation and immediately positioned himself in front of Yun Qianhuang. His sister was still in her early stages of cultivation, likely no more than a one-star spirit practitioner. He must protect her diligently. Yun Qianhuang did not reject her brother's concern. She unleashed her mental energy, quietly commencing her search for a breakthrough point in the illusion. Chu Hong and the mercenaries encircled the siblings, also endeavoring to find a method to dispel the illusion. Every illusion must have a point of breakthrough. Unfortunately, none among them were formation masters, otherwise they would not be left in such a state of uncertainty. "Captain, that tree looks rather peculiar." Upon hearing a team member's remark, Chu Hong immediately turned his gaze toward it, simultaneously conjuring a fireball to hurl at the tree. In an illusion, any peculiarities could potentially serve as a breakthrough point. Regrettably, the tree was quickly ignited by the fireball, revealing no abnormalities. The speaking team member scratched his head, continuing to observe other areas. Until a breakthrough point was discovered, no one dared to stray far from the group. Yun Qianhuang's mental prowess was already formidable. However, even with such strength, she found herself unable to fully encompass the entire illusion. This phantom beast. Yun Qianhuang suddenly lifted her gaze. It was a sacred beast. Spiritual beasts are classified into tiers from 1 to 12, whereas sacred beasts transcend these tiers, representing an even more potent existence. The might of a sacred beast is akin to that of a spiritual emperor among humans, and the innate mental strength of spiritual beasts surpasses that of humans. It is no wonder that she could not pinpoint the breakthrough within the illusion. "Sister, what is it?" Yun Qianya, who stood nearby, noticed the unusual expression on Yun Qianhuang's face. His demeanor reflected a hint of concern. Was she feeling unwell? The illusion was fraught with peril. And though he had yet to sense any danger, his sister, being new to cultivation, would undoubtedly be affected more profoundly than he. Yun Qianhuang shook her head. "I am fine." Then, she leaned closer to Yun Qianya and whispered, "Qianya, help me disperse these mercenaries." Her voice was barely audible, even to Chu Hong, who stood beside them. "Sister? Why must we disperse these mercenaries?" Yun Qianya did not voice his inquiry directly, but instead gazed at Yun Qianhuang with curiosity. She returned his gaze, her expression resolute, revealing a steadfastness that required no further explanation. Between twins, there are moments when words are unnecessary. For instance, even without elucidation. Yun Qianya understood his sister's determination. Furrowing his brow, Yun Qianya softly urged then, "Sister, do not leave this place. I will return once I have sent them away." He was resolute in his belief that there must be a reason behind his sister's actions. He vowed to trust her. Yun Qianhuang nodded. It was only then that Yun Qianite turned to Chu Hong and spoke, "Captain Chu, it seems there was some movement over there. Shall we go take a look?" Remaining idle in this location was not a viable option, especially since Yun Qianite was one of their employers. Chu Hong quickly agreed with a nod. He called upon the other mercenaries to shield the siblings, advancing toward the direction indicated by Yun Qianite. Following behind the mercenaries, Yun Qianhuang feigned compliance before stealthily slipping away from the group once their attention wavered. She retrieved a speed-enhancing talisman purchased earlier and affixed it to herself, creating a significant distance between her and the others in the blink of an eye. Continuing onward, she halted only when the effects of the talisman began to wane. A transparent barrier of mental energy unfolded, and in the next instant, the golden dragon soul appeared within the confines of the barrier. "Master." Outyen bowed his dragon head towards Yun Qianhuang. She inquired, "Outyen, can you determine the approximate location of the breakthrough point in this illusion?" Her mental energy was insufficient to encompass the entirety of the illusion, necessitating Outyen's assistance. It should be possible. Outyen closed his eyes to attune himself. Under the influence of his formidable perception, the entire illusion materialized within his mind. Suddenly, Outyen opened his eyes wide, a fleeting glimmer passing through his light golden gaze. "Master, it is in the southwest direction." Yun Qianhuang nodded, directing her mental energy with focus toward the southwest. "Not here. This isn't it either. Here." The corners of Yun Qianhuang's lips curled slightly as she finally discovered it. She retracted Outyen into the contract space and swiftly applied a speed-enhancing talisman to herself, hastening towards the breakthrough point of the illusion. Meanwhile, Yun Qianya, having dismissed the mercenaries, immediately returned to the location where the carriage was stationed. However, despite searching both inside and outside the carriage multiple times, he could not find any trace of Yun Qianhuang. "Sister." In an instant, countless possibilities flooded his mind, and his emotions began to spiral out of control. It was all his fault. He should have stayed to accompany his sister. She had only just recovered. And what if she encountered some danger? Yun Qianya dared not contemplate further as he unleashed his spiritual energy, frantically searching the surroundings. Simultaneously, bolstered by the speed talisman, Yun Qianhuang swiftly located the breakthrough point of the illusion without expending much time. She drew forth her bone sword, concentrating all her spiritual energy at the blade's tip, and struck down fiercely. Chirp! A sharp, brief cry suddenly resonated, followed by the scene before her beginning to contort and transform, the illusion collapsing inch by inch. Once the illusion faded, Yun Qianhuang discovered she was on the path leading through the spirit spiral forest. Not far ahead stood her carriage, with the mercenaries and Yun Qianya nearby. "Sister." Yun Qianya, with keen eyes, spotted Yun Qianhuang's figure and dashed toward her like a gust of wind, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Sister, are you all right?" The mercenaries also approached, and Yun Qianhuang, concealing her spiritual weapon behind her back, maintained a composed facade, though her eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. "Qianya, I'm fine. What just happened?" Yun Qianya glanced around, uncertain of what to think. It appeared that the illusion had been shattered. Chu Hong approached, and although the cause remained unclear, it was not an unfavorable development for us. As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Yun Qianhuang and her brother. He had noticed moments ago that the two employers had separated from the group within the illusion. The dissolution of the illusion was likely linked to these siblings. Indeed, those from the general's residence are extraordinary. Regardless, it was fortunate that the illusion was broken. Yun Qianya nonchalantly waved his hand. "Sister, let us board the carriage." "Captain Chu, let us traverse through the Lingxian forest this time." Just as Chu Hong was about to nod in agreement, a rabbit with drooping ears suddenly leapt out from the nearby bushes. The rabbit halted before Yun Qianhuang, bounding 3 feet high, its fur bristling in excitement.
Eek.
Chapter 18. The affectionate lop-eared rabbit. Yun Qianya initially found the unexpected appearance of the lop-eared rabbit rather charming. However, upon hearing its call, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. "Sister, do rabbits truly make such sounds? It seems rather off, doesn't it?" "I am uncertain," Yun Qianhuang replied, tilting her head to observe the rabbit's energetic hops, her gaze flickering with curiosity. With a playful spirit ignited, Yun Qianya bent down, grasped the rabbit by its ears, and lifted it up, retrieving a piece of dry food from his storage ring to tease the creature. The lop-eared rabbit glanced at the food, its crimson eyes reflecting what appeared to be disdain. "Hey, How dare you look down upon me, you audacious rabbit? Yun Qianya exclaimed, retracting the food and shaking the rabbit gently, causing it to become dizzy, its eyes seemingly sparkling with little stars. This is delightful, he thought, as he held the rabbit in one hand and assisted Yun Qianhuang into the carriage with the other. Once both employers had settled into the carriage, Chu Hong signaled for the other mercenaries to mount their horses, and the group set off towards the nearby Lingxian forest. Inside the carriage, Yun Qianya placed the lop-eared rabbit on his lap, reveling in the amusement it brought. However, the rabbit soon grew impatient from the commotion, baring its teeth and huffing at Yun Qianya, adopting a stance as if to bite him. Unfazed, Yun Qianya mused that the rabbit was smaller than his head, posing no real threat. With this thought, he reached out to continue his playful antics, only to receive a sharp nip.
Ouch!
Yun Qianya yelped, retracting his hand and shaking it vigorously. The floppy-eared rabbit seized the moment and swiftly leaped from his lap, darting into the embrace of Yun Qianhuang across the way. It nestled against her legs, its ears shielding its eyes, seemingly engulfed in fear. Yun Qianya felt a twinge of jealousy. Sister, it seems this rabbit favors you. He had intended to share some food with the creature, yet it chose to seek solace in his sister's arms without her lifting a finger. Such an injustice. However, Yun Qianya merely voiced his thoughts. He would never truly begrudge his sister over such trivial matters. Yun Qianhuang, gazing down at the curled-up rabbit on her lap, realized that Yun Qianya could never fathom that this seemingly innocuous creature was, in fact, the illusionary beast responsible for conjuring the earlier mirage. This illusionary beast could create 3 illusions a day, and should even one be dispelled, it would enter a state of weakness. During this frail period, the power of the illusionary sacred beast would fall short of even a 10th-tier spirit beast, and due to its unique nature, many formidable spirit beasts sought to devour it. If she were not mistaken, this particular beast had sensed the aura of Ao Tian and thus sought refuge. Yet, she was no benevolent savior. Mimicking Yun Qianya, she decided to lift the illusionary beast. We have no food suitable for a rabbit. Let us cast it away. As she spoke, she prepared to hand the creature back to Yun Qianya. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Upon hearing Yun Qianhuang's intention to abandon it, the illusionary beast became frantic. It struggled fiercely, breaking free from Yun Qianhuang's grasp, and then abruptly turned back, sinking its teeth into the index finger of Yun Qianhuang. Earlier, when confronted by Yun Qianya, it had merely sought to escape without exerting much force. However, this time, its bite pierced Yun Qianhuang's fingertip instantly. How dare you bite my sister, you wretched rabbit! I shall roast you into crispy rabbit, Yun Qianya exclaimed, displeased, reaching out to seize the illusory beast. At that moment, a contractor ray materialized beneath the illusory beast and Yun Qianhuang's feet. With a sharp screech, the illusory beast dashed into Yun Qianhuang's contract space as the array dissipated swiftly. Yun Qianhuang, now bound by the contract, could only watch in disbelief as the illusory beast vanished. Sister, that was... Yun Qianya stammered, his eyes wide with astonishment. Yun Qianhuang wiped the blood from her still-bleeding fingertip and pressed her hand against her temple, exclaiming in resignation, it was the contract array.
Oh.
The contract array. Yun Qianya began, only to falter mid-sentence. His eyes widened in shock as he lunged towards Yun Qianhuang. Sister, you mentioned the contract array? Isn't it true that only summoners can forge contracts with spirit beasts? Our family lacks the bloodline of summoners. How could you possibly establish a contract with a spirit beast? Indeed, Yun Qianhuang replied, her thoughts stirring. A complex red mark emerged at her brow, symbolizing the bond with spirit beasts. She had acquired it during her previous contract with Outyin, though she had concealed it with her mental prowess. At that moment, the illusory beast took the initiative to bond with Yun Qianya in plain sight, leaving her with no choice but to reveal the truth. Yun Qianya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister, are you a summoner? Yun Qianhuang hesitated for a brief moment, replying, you could say that. Although summoners are rare on the continent, they exist, and they attract less attention than beast tamers. The joy on Yun Qianya's face was unmistakable. His sister was a summoner, a rarity among 1,000. Indeed, she was a genius. In his exuberance, Yun Qianya momentarily overlooked the fact that a summoner could only re-establish a contract with a spirit beast after the death of their own contracted beast, and could only bond with a spirit beast of a lower rank with a low success rate. Otherwise, the Ding family would not have altered their attitude towards Ding He due to his inability to restore the contract with the Thunder Tiger. Observing the excitement radiating from Yun Qianhuang's gaze softened involuntarily. Once the initial thrill subsided, Yun Qianya remembered to ask, "By the way, sister, what about that rabbit?" Yun Qianhuang fell silent for a moment before responding. "It heard you were planning to roast it into crispy rabbit and has since hidden away in the contract space." In truth, the illusory beast was simply afraid of being discarded, so it sought refuge in her contract space. Unaware of the truth, Yun Qianya was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reassured her, "Sister, don't worry. Since it has formed a contract with you, I certainly won tea roasted into crispy rabbit." Yun Qianhuang gently patted his head, indicating that she would convey this message to the rabbit. At this moment, Ao Tian finally came to a realization. The voice conveyed through his mental connection was tinged with astonishment. "Master, you are a beast master." Never before had a summoner been able to contract two spirit beasts simultaneously. Although he existed as merely a remnant soul, he had nonetheless forged a pact with his master. Now, with the addition of another phantom beast, it was evident that only a beast master could achieve such a feat. Yun Qianhuang did not refute Ao Tian's assertion. Excitedly, Ao Tian writhed with joy, reveling in the fact that his master was indeed a beast master. It was undoubtedly the right choice to bond with his master. Within the same contracted space, the enormous dragon's soul loomed, causing the phantom beast to cower in fear. Little did it know that its master had also contracted a divine dragon. Although it was merely a remnant soul, that did not alter the fact that it was indeed a divine dragon. What manner of being was this master? Remaining in the presence of Ao Tian felt overwhelmingly oppressive, and soon, the phantom beast could no longer contain itself, seeking refuge in the arms of Yun Qianhuang, who was deep in meditation. Upon concluding her practice and opening her eyes, she was met with the gaze of ruby-red rabbit eyes. Chapter 19. Entering the spirit swirl forest, the ethereal beast affectionately nuzzled her arm, its voice resonating through her mind. "Master, the bond has been established." This ethereal creature, a sacred beast, prompted Yun Qianhuang's eyelashes to flutter. She made no effort to push it away. At this moment, Yun Qianya was engrossed in her cultivation. To avoid disturbing Yun Qianya, she communicated with the ethereal beast through their mental connection. "Do you have a name?" "Indeed, Master, I am called Fubai." Fubai's ears twitched, and one could hardly associate such an adorably shaped, floppy-eared rabbit with the legendary ethereal sacred beast. Yun Qianhuang raised her hand to gently stroke Fubai's head. Its fur was exquisitely soft, shedding no hair, providing a delightful tactile experience. Forming a contract with such an ethereal beast seemed quite promising. As she continued to caress Fubai, she retrieved a volume on alchemy from her storage ring, presumably acquired by the man from whom she had obtained it earlier. Being an alchemist is a lucrative profession, and her recent venture into the black market had profoundly highlighted her current poverty. Although she possessed a considerable amount of medicinal pills to sell, the reality remained that even the most abundant supplies would eventually dwindle. Thus, becoming an alchemist herself was the most prudent course of action. However, the tome merely contained formulas for various potions, and despite her diligent perusal, she remained at a loss regarding how to embark on her alchemical journey. Outyan, being a spirit beast, had no need for alchemy. Thus his legacy offered her no guidance in this domain. This was a matter she could only navigate through her own exploration. Suddenly, the carriage, which had been moving smoothly, jolted violently before coming to a halt. Yun Qianhuang swiftly stowed away the Dan book and lifted the curtain of the carriage to inquire of the mercenary at the reins. "What has transpired?"
Miss.
"There is no cause for alarm," the mercenary replied without turning. "We are about to enter the Lingxian forest, but the carriage cannot proceed within." The Lingxian forest, the largest sanctuary for spirit beasts on the continent, is abundant with spirit beasts and medicinal herbs of the third tier and above, making it a favored locale for mercenaries. However, the profusion of spirit beasts also signifies heightened peril. Without sufficient strength, venturing into the Lingxian forest is tantamount to courting death. The entirety of the Grand Spirit Master's entourage can manage to maintain their safety at the periphery, yet once they delve deeper, they would be reduced to mere remnants by the spirit beasts. Although the journey to Tianling City merely requires traversing the outskirts of the Lingxian forest, it is arduous for horses and vehicles to navigate within. Hence, one must proceed on foot. Several entrances to the Lingxian forest are equipped with relay stations, specifically to accommodate those wishing to enter and secure their steeds and vehicles. Upon hearing the mercenary's words, Yun Qianhuang surveyed her surroundings, ensuring no latent dangers lurked. before turning her gaze back to Yun Qianya within the carriage. The earlier jolting had prompted Yun Qianya to conclude his cultivation prematurely. He, too, had overheard the mercenary and, taking the initiative, leapt from a carriage, extending his hand to assist Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qianhuang grasped his hand and descended from the carriage. At that moment, Fu Bai sprang from within, nestling into Yun Qianhuang's embrace. Spotting Fu Bai, Yun Qianya's eyes sparkled with delight as he retrieved an item to amuse it. Although Fu Bai displayed reluctance, it acquiesced to Yun Qianya's antics, recognizing him as Yun Qianhuang's brother and wishing to remain close to her. Fortunately, Yun Qianya did not linger too long on the matter. As the mercenaries busied themselves with the horses, he leaned closer to Yun Qianhuang and spoke in a hushed tone. "Sister, I feel that in just half a month, I will break through to the 6-star spirit master." Although Yun Qianya's talent may not rival that of Yun Qianhuang, his spiritual bone was of high quality, allowing him to cultivate at a speed second only to that of the finest spiritual bones. At merely 15 years of age, he was on the verge of becoming a 6-star spirit master, a remarkable advancement compared to his peers. Yun Qianhuang did not hesitate to offer her praise. "Qianya, you are exceptional." Yun Qianya smiled shyly, and as if a thought struck him, he quickly added, "Sister, do not be disheartened. Your talent surpasses mine, and you will surely catch up to me soon." A subtle smile curved Yun Qianhuang's lips, though she chose not to respond to his words. After tending to the horses and vehicles, Chu Hong led his team, escorting the siblings into the spirit rotation forest. The group advanced slowly through the forest, where numerous mercenaries were also undertaking missions. It wasn't long before they encountered 3 teams of mercenaries. The mercenary guilds across the continent operated under a single leader. Although Chu Hong and his companions hailed from the weakest nation, the Spirit Nest country, the mercenaries did not underestimate them. Rather, they greeted Chu Hong amicably. The spirit rotation forest was fraught with peril, and there was no telling what dangers might await them. In such circumstances, it was prudent to forge good relations with the mercenary teams present in the forest. While most mercenaries shared the sentiment, there were some who held differing views. Not long after, Yun Qianhuang and her companions encountered the 4th group of mercenaries for the day. This band of mercenaries evidently had a mission similar to that of Chu Hong and his team, as around 20 mercenaries encircled the 3 individuals at the center in a protective stance. Upon noticing them, Yun Qianhuang observed that the mercenaries had also recognized Chu Hong. The leader of the group opened his mouth, seemingly intending to greet Chu Hong. However, he appeared to harbor reservations, quickly closing his mouth without uttering a word. Chu Hong was not one to impose himself on the unwilling, perceiving their reluctance to engage. He remained silent. The 2 groups brushed past each other, and Fu Bai, with his nose twitching, suddenly brightened. "Master, they possess Pu Huan grass. Pu Huan grass is the most favored sustenance of the elusive spirit beasts, without exception. However, this grass thrives within the inner sanctum of the Lingxian forest, where powerful spirit beasts pose a significant threat to Fu Bai should he enter a weakened state. He could easily be consumed by those formidable creatures." Fu Bai seldom ventured into the inner region to gather Pu Huan grass, which explained his excitement at detecting its scent on those individuals. Yun Qianhuang gently patted his head and assured him, "I shall return to the inner region and gather it for you." Pu Huan grass is a rare medicinal herb. It is likely that those individuals had ventured into the Lingxian forest specifically to collect it and would not part with it lightly. Yun Qianhuang preferred not to rely on others. She resolved to return to the Lingxian forest alone at a later time to assist Fu Bai in gathering the grass. Fu Bai's ears drooped slightly, displaying a hint of disappointment, yet he expressed, "Thank you, master." Suddenly, the mercenary group halted, and a delicate voice called out from within the throng, "Wait a moment." Chu Hong paused momentarily, casting an inquiring glance at Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya. The siblings remained steadfast, their eyes unwavering and their steps unbroken, clearly dismissing the words of the individual. Chu Hong chose not to linger, disregarding the remark and promptly continuing forward. From behind, a petulant female voice interrupted. "Hey, are you not going to wait for me? Did you not hear?" No one paid her any mind. Lin Shuangxue, the only daughter in her family, had been doted upon by her parents and elders since childhood. She had never experienced such neglect, and her temper flared instantly. A blazing inferno erupted before Yun Qianhuang and her companions, forcing them to halt and turn their attention towards the source of the conflagration, Lin Shuangxue. Yun Qianya glared at her, demanding, "What do you mean by this?" Chapter 20. The esteemed young lady of the Lin family Lin Shuangxue strutted confidently before Yun Qianhuang and her entourage. As the flames dissipated, she stood before Chu Hong, elevating her chin imperiously, and addressed Yun Qianhuang with a condescending tone. I have taken a liking to your rabbit. Name your price in gold coins. She had never encountered such a splendid lop-eared rabbit before. Indulged by her family's elders, Lin Shuangxue was accustomed to having her whims catered to since childhood. Having set her sights on the exquisite rabbit, she presumed that a mere request would suffice for Yun Qianhuang to relinquish it. However, this was not the Lin family estate, and Yun Qianhuang was not her elder. In response to Lin Shuangxue's unreasonable demand, Yun Qianya retorted sharply, "This rabbit belongs to my sister. With the number of mercenaries you have brought, why not simply capture one yourself?" In truth, Lin Shuangxue had no habit of raising spirit pets. Her interest in Fu Bai was purely aesthetic. She was not solely fixated on Fu Bai. Yun Qianya's words, however, invoked a sense of rebellion in Lin Shuangxue. She opened her storage ring and produced a spirit gold card. Would 1,000 gold coins suffice for a rabbit? If Fu Bai were merely an ordinary rabbit, 1,000 gold coins would be more than sufficient to acquire 100 of them. However, Fu Bai was a mystical beast of the sacred variety, and even the most modest parts, be it a horn or fur, could fetch tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of gold coins. 1,000 gold coins could scarcely cover a single paw. Moreover, Yun Qianhuang had no intention of selling her contracted beast.
Kradling Fu Bai.
She gazed back with a serene demeanor. I'm afraid I have no intention of parting with it. As she spoke, Yun Qianhuang displayed no discernible expression, rendering her emotions imperceptible to those around her. In stark contrast, Lin Shuangxue was the embodiment of emotion, her feelings vividly etched upon her face. Upon hearing Yun Qianhuang's refusal to sell, she merely pursed her lips and produced a spirit gold card worth 10,000 gold coins. Surely, that would suffice. Her tone suggested that Yun Qianhuang's assertion of not selling stemmed from the belief that 1,000 gold coins was insufficient. Yun Qianya stepped forward, intent on confronting Lin Shuangxue, but was thwarted by Zhu Hong and his companions who stood in his way. He resorted to verbal retorts. My sister has declared that she will not sell, and that is final. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? What did you say? Lin Shuangxue snapped, summoning a flame-wreathed whip into her grasp. Do you have any idea who I am, to dare speak to me in such a manner? I care not who you are, retorted Yun Qianya, equally unyielding.
What?
Do you wish to engage in combat? With her spirit weapon at the ready, Lin Shuangxue showed no signs of backing down. In response, Yun Qianya manifested a fiery long spear in his hands. He maneuvered through the ranks of Zhu Hong and the others, positioning himself directly before Lin Shuangxue. An aura of power radiated from him, revealing the potent energy of a 5-star spirit master, which, surprisingly, eclipsed even that of Lin Shuangxue. The captain of the mercenary group assigned to protect Lin Shuangxue, Cui Xiao, was a 5-star spirit king and held a significant advantage over Yun Qianya, being 2 realms above him. He could effortlessly perceive the disparity in strength between Yun Qianya and Lin Shuangxue. To be candid, Cui Xiao harbored discontent regarding Lin Shuangxue's demeanor. Yet they had accepted payment, and Lin Shuangxue's connections were not ones to be trifled with by mercenaries of their caliber. Cui Xiao sighed inwardly as he stepped forward and bowed his head towards Yun Qianya. He adopted a posture of contrition, saying, My dear brother, I sincerely apologize. Miss Lin has been spoiled by her elders and harbors no ill intent. I hope you will not hold her actions against her. Ultimately, since no physical altercation had occurred, Cui Xiao's courteous apology alleviated much of Yun Qianya's ire. Regrettably, Lin Shuangxue remained entirely ungrateful for Cui Xiao's goodwill. Cui Xiao, why are you apologizing to him?
She scoffed.
It is their honor that I am interested in that rabbit. I am the eldest young lady of the Lin family. With a dismissive wave, she added, Whoever you are, here is 10,000 gold coins.
Just hand over that rabbit.
The shimmering gold card was propelled by a surge of spiritual energy towards Yun Qianhuang. The Lin family. Chu Hong pondered for a moment, then suddenly lifted his gaze. He leaned closer to Yun Qianhuang and whispered, Miss. The Lin family is one of the premier clans of Tianling City, boasting a multitude of powerful members. It is said that their esteemed ancestor is on the verge of ascending to the rank of Spirit Emperor. Such a formidable family would not be trifled with. Not even by the general's mansion, let alone the royal family of Qiling. Chu Hong believed that Fu Bai was merely an ordinary rabbit, and it was hardly worth incurring the enmity of the Lin family over it. The Lin family? Yun Xianhuang murmured softly, repeating the name with a detached tone, leaving Chu Hong momentarily unable to discern her thoughts. Nevertheless, during their journey, he had gleaned some understanding of her character. Upon regaining her senses, this young lady of the Yun family exhibited remarkable composure and prudence in her actions and speech, clearly not one given to impulsiveness. Chu Hong believed that, at this point, Yun Xianhuang should comprehend the appropriate course of action. The spirit gold card, buoyed by spiritual energy, floated before Yun Xianhuang. She lazily lifted her eyelids to cast a glance, and a gust of wind swept by, sending the spirit gold card directly toward Lin Shuangxue, striking her face with impeccable precision. It caused no pain and emitted not a single sound. Chu Hong. Lin Shuangxue, in disbelief, removed the spirit gold card from her face, her anger igniting as the flames on her whip surged violently, enveloping the spiritual energy as she lashed out at Yun Qianhuang. Just as Chu Hong prepared to defend, a fiery spear lunged straight at Lin Shuangxue. Before the whip could descend, the spear had already pressed against Lin Shuangxue's neck. Yun Qianya wore a grim expression. His other hand clenched tightly at his side, emitting a cracking sound. "You wish to harm my sister?" Yun Qianya had overheard Chu Hong's earlier words. The Lin family appeared to be a formidable clan, at least their military household was not to be trifled with. But so what? Grandfather had said that the members of their military household do not seek trouble, yet they are never afraid of it. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself arrived, he could not harm his sister. The heat radiating from the flames struck Lin Shuangxue's face, causing her hand gripping the whip to stiffen, paralyzed with fear. She glared at Cui Xiao beside her, saying, "Cui Xiao, he is going to kill me. Why are you still dawdling? Quickly, apprehend them all." With Lin Shuangxue's life at stake, Cui Xiao could not remain indifferent. "Little brother, we must ensure Miss Lin's safety. We have offended them." Vines surged from the ground, entwining Yun Qianya's long spear and Lin Shuangxue, swiftly separating the two. Simultaneously, another vine ensnared Yun Qianya's hand, rendering him unable to make any rash movements.
Quick Xiao.
A man of reason, recognized that the situation stemmed from Lin Shuangxue's capriciousness. Thus, he merely confined Yun Qianya, harboring no intentions of harm. Lin Shuangxue had mercenaries at her disposal, and naturally, Yun Qianya had his own. Chu Hong stepped forward, brandishing his large blade to sever the vines that bound Yun Qianya. Each served their own master. Cui Xiao did not reprimand him, even suggesting, "Miss Lin, allow me to catch you a rabbit instead of coveting someone else's beloved." Just as Lin Shuangxue was about to respond, the icy voice of Yun Qianhuang cut through the crowd. "Do you wish to take my rabbit?" Chapter 21. The leaves of the blue crystal lotus. Lin Shuangxue retracted her whip with a delicate snort, demanding, "You know what to do. Hand over that rabbit." Her tone elicited frowns from the mercenaries behind Cui Xiao. Were it not for the generous remuneration offered by the Lin family, they would have been disinclined to protect this temperamental young lady. Even her own companions found her demeanor intolerable, let alone the people from Yun Qianhuang's side. Yun Qianya raised her long spear once more, the tip radiating a fierce flame of spiritual energy, capable of incinerating anything in its path. "Qianya," a cool voice interjected, prompting Yun Qianya to glare indignantly at Lin Shuangxue before turning to her sister. "Sister, she is insufferable. I wish to strike her." Yun Qianya did not conceal her feelings in the slightest. Yun Qianhuang gently stroked the creature in her arms, casting it a calming glance. She stepped forward, and the mercenaries, led by Chu Hong, silently parted to grant her passage. Her fair, slender fingers rested upon the creature's head, and unnoticed by anyone, a leaf imbued with gentle energy was delivered to the rabbit's mouth. The rabbit, Fu Bai, twitched its nose, a look of bewilderment dawning in its eyes. How curious. It could not discern the plant from which the leaf originated. However, it trusted that its master meant no harm, and with that thought, Fu Bai swiftly consumed the leaf. The moment it touched its tongue, the leaf melted away, and the soothing energy coursed through Fu Bai's body. Yun Qianhuang stopped just a step away from Lin Shuangxue, raising her gaze to offer Fu Bai to her. "If Miss Lin desires it, I shall, of course, present it with both hands." Chu Hong quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. If the employer insisted on keeping that rabbit, they could only do their utmost to protect her. However, the overall strength of the mercenaries opposite them far surpassed their own. Once engaged, they would undoubtedly suffer disadvantages and, in doing so, offend the Lin family. Miss Yun truly was not one to confuse priorities. Chu Hong felt a sense of gratitude, completely forgetting the humiliating attack by Yun Qianhuang moments earlier. Yun Qianya caught up with Yun Qianhuang, grasping her hand. "Sister, I am not afraid of the Lin family. Do not give in to her." No one noticed that the ears of the floppy-eared rabbit nestled in Yun Qianhuang's arms slowly perked up, its originally crimson eyes flashing with a hint of violet light. Swirling vortices appearing within its gaze, as if capable of drawing everything into their depths. "Your sister has already promised it to me. What business is it of yours?" Lin Shuangxue snatched the rabbit from Yun Qianhuang's grasp, simultaneously shoving a spirit gold card worth 10,000 gold coins into her hands. When I say 10,000 gold coins, I mean 10,000 gold coins. I will not allow you to suffer a loss. Lin Shuangxue cradled the rabbit, lowering her head to stroke its fur. At that moment, the rabbit suddenly lifted its head and met her gaze, the vortices in its eyes beginning to swirl. Yun Qianhuang glanced at the spirit gold card in her hand, using her mental energy to instruct the rabbit. "Fubai, simply let her become lost in the illusion. There is no need to harm her." The leaf they had just encountered was one of the most precious treasures within the Qianshan Dragon Tomb, the leaf of the blue crystal lotus. The blue crystal lotus was a gift from Outyen, brought from the divine realm of the demon continent. A single leaf could enable Fubai to transcend its period of weakness. Today, Fubai can still conjure two illusions, the illusions of the illusory demon sacred beast, which not only ensnare those of lesser strength, but also evade detection by outsiders. Even if one were to perceive the anomaly, it would be utterly impossible for anyone below the rank of a spirit emperor to assist Lin Shuangxue in dispelling the illusion without expending all of their mental energy. Any interference from non-spirit emperor ranks would only render Lin Shuangxue a fool henceforth. Presently, after gazing into Fu Bai's rabbit-like eyes, Lin Shuangxue's gaze began to lose focus. Her expression appeared somewhat dazed, yet she quickly embraced Fu Bai and turned to join the mercenaries led by Cui Xiao. Cui Xiao cast an apologetic glance towards Yun Qianhuang and her companions before turning alongside Lin Shuangxue. Among the mercenary group, two youths were also under Lin Shuangxue's protection. The boy on the left glanced at Lin Shuangxue and then at Fu Bai in her arms, a mysterious glimmer suddenly illuminating his eyes. "Xianqing, what is it?" The boy beside him inquired in confusion. Lu Xianqing chuckled softly. "It's nothing, merely an amusing discovery."
What is it? Guess.
Following Lin Shuangxue, Cui Xiao rejoined the group, their mission extending beyond merely safeguarding the three employers. Hence, they proceeded with haste. Meanwhile, Yun Qianya glared defiantly at Lin Shuangxue's retreating figure, though he refrained from questioning Yun Qianhuang's decisions. Instead, he sheathed his spirit weapon and turned back to the group. The company continued onward. The spirit rotation forest was vast, requiring a full week of walking to traverse completely. The dangers of the night loom larger, rendering further progress unwise. Chu Hong sought refuge in a relatively safe cave, where the group ignited a fire to rest. Tonight, it was Chu Hong's turn to stand guard. He positioned himself near the cave's entrance, vigilantly attentive to every rustle and whisper beyond. Suddenly, from the nearby thicket, a rustling sound pierced the stillness. Chu Hong grasped the large blade at his side, his piercing gaze fixed upon the foliage. Out sprang a small, white figure from the underbrush, and he exhaled in relief. Merely a wild rabbit, enveloped in the night's shadows. Chu Hong failed to recognize that the rabbit was, in fact, Fu Bai. Seizing the opportunity while he diverted his attention, Fu Bai swiftly leaped into the cave, darting to the side of Yun Qianhuang, who feigned rest and slipped into her contract space. Meanwhile, Lin Shuangxue's purchased rabbit suddenly bolted, sending Cui Xiao into a state of alarm. "Quickly, assist Miss Lin in locating her rabbit." Lin Shuangxue cast a glance back at him, yet her gaze seemed unfocused. Gong Julu tore off a leg from the roasted chicken, handing it to Lu Xianqing, his tone hesitant. "Xianqing, why do I feel something is amiss with Miss Lin?" Since parting ways with the mercenary group encountered earlier in the day, this capricious lady had scarcely uttered a word. Moreover, given her notorious temperament, losing a purchased rabbit would typically provoke her into a furious outburst, commanding Cui Xiao to dispatch all mercenaries in pursuit. How curious that she merely glanced at Cui Xiao and remained silent. Only just realized? Lu Xianqing accepted the chicken leg, his tone laced with disdain. "Look into her eyes." Gong Julu tore off another chicken leg and took a bite, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Shuangxue's eyes as he chewed. Under the flickering glow of the fire, he swiftly discerned something amiss. With a somewhat garbled articulation, Gong Jiulu murmured, has Miss Lin been ensnared by someone? The unfocused look in her eyes mirrored that of individuals he had previously encountered who had succumbed to a controlling talisman. It was not mere control. The two of them modulated their voices, their conversation perfectly shielded from the ears of the mercenaries by the crackling of the burning wood. Lu Xianqing had no intention of concealing the truth from Gong Jiulu. She was ensnared in an illusion. If his conjecture was correct, that rabbit might very well be the rumored illusionary beast. However, Lu Xianqing refrained from voicing this thought. Chapter 22. A chance encounter. The following morning, the group consumed a modest meal before resuming their journey towards Tianling City. Although there were not many high-level spirit beasts on the outskirts of Lingxian Forest, some did exist. Fortunately for Yun Qianhuang and her companions, their luck had been favorable over the past 3 days, encountering only low-level spirit beasts, which Zhu Hong and the others easily dispatched. This undoubtedly allowed the mercenaries to relax significantly, even engaging in light-hearted banter. After another full day of travel, the group failed to locate a cave and instead sought refuge beneath a tree, utilizing a powder to repel spirit beasts to create a relatively safe space. The night watch was assigned to another mercenary, who diligently observed the surroundings during the first half of the night. However, having faced no dangers in recent days and with no spirit beasts approaching during the early hours, he eventually succumbed to sleep against the tree trunk. Yun Qianhuang appeared to rest, yet she was, in reality, cultivating with her eyes closed. Upon noticing that the night watchman had drifted into slumber, she opened her eyes, extinguished the fire with her spiritual energy, and took over the vigil herself. The absence of the crackling would left an eerie silence in the air. Yun Qianhuang extended her spiritual sense, broadening her scope of observation. As the night gradually receded, the eastern horizon began to brighten. It seemed to be a tranquil night. Yet, at that very moment, several formidable spiritual presences, rivaling Yun Qianhuang's own, emerged within the forest. To avoid detection, she swiftly retracted her spiritual energy and directed her gaze toward the source of these powerful auras. There were at least 3 individuals at the Spirit Emperor level. How could such formidable beings appear at the mere outskirts of Lingxian Forest? Despite her overwhelming curiosity, Yun Qianhuang was acutely aware of the adage that curiosity killed the cat, and thus refrained from recklessly investigating. However, the presence of those formidable mental energies was alarmingly close to their location. Remaining here would inevitably lead to their discovery. If those individuals were seeking the spirit beasts of the Spirit Rotation Forest, it would be one matter, if not. Yun Qianhuang halted her thoughts and swiftly made a decision, shaking her brother Yun Qianya awake. Yun Qianya was notoriously grumpy upon awakening, but his irritation dissipated instantly upon realizing it was his sister who roused him. He opened his mouth to inquire about the situation, only to witness Yun Qianhuang's signal for silence. Understanding her cue, he immediately sealed his lips and stifled his voice. Yun Qianhuang raised his hand and inscribed upon his palm, "There are several powerful individuals to the southeast, their intentions unknown. We must depart." Yun Qianya responded by writing on her hand, "I will awaken Captain Zhu and the others." Yun Qianhuang nodded, and the siblings swiftly parted ways to act. Before long, all the mercenaries were roused, and Yun Qianhuang quietly explained the current circumstances to Zhu Hong. Casting a glance towards the southeast, Zhu Hong promptly decided, "We must leave at once." Under the cover of night, the group stealthily retreated from their previous location. As dawn began to break, they had already distanced themselves by several miles from where they had halted. The powerful mental energies did not pursue them, allowing Yun Qianhuang's taut nerves to finally relax. She turned to Zhu Hong and declared, "We may stop now." Chao Hong understood the reasons for their departure, while the other mercenaries remained oblivious. Awakened abruptly, they harbored a sense of resentment. As they paused, their pent-up dissatisfaction erupted. "Captain, what has transpired? The brothers haven't even rested adequately." "Indeed, Captain. What is the matter?" Recognizing the need to provide an explanation, Chao Hong glanced at Yun Qianhuang and, upon seeing her lack of objection, conveyed her words to the others. However, as the explanation unfolded, the mercenaries' grievances deepened. "Is it merely due to a few formidable individuals? Captain, we have no quarrel with them. Why should we fear them? Those powerful beings surely venture into the Lingxian Forest in search of treasures or to hunt spirit beasts. Our passage through the forest should pose no threat to them. There are countless strong individuals across the continent. In the absence of any conflict or prior acquaintance, how could they possibly act against us without provocation? This Miss Yun seems excessively alarmed. They had already been on the move for an entire day, perpetually vigilant against potential dangers. Yet they were denied the luxury of proper rest. Even as employers, such treatment seemed unreasonable. Although the mercenaries refrained from openly criticizing Yun Qianhuang regarding payment, their discontent was evident in their glances towards her. Scanning the assembly, Yun Qianhuang noted that only Chao Hong remained devoid of dissatisfaction. Given the makeup of this mercenary group, even substantial rewards would not guarantee their unwavering commitment to protect them in the future. Thus, she deemed it unnecessary to elaborate further. Yun Qianhuang approached Captain Chu Hong and inquired, "Could you provide me with a map to Tianling City?" "Certainly," he replied, recognizing the reasonableness of her request. Without hesitation, Chu Hong retrieved a map from his storage ring and handed it to Yun Qianhuang. She unfolded it, examined it for accuracy, and then placed it into her own storage ring. Subsequently, she produced a spiritual gold card worth 4,000 gold coins and presented it to Chu Hong. A flicker of surprise crossed his brow as he cast a perplexed glance at Yun Qianhuang. This spiritual gold card contains 4,000 gold coins, and along with the 1,000 gold coins my father provided, it amounts to the remuneration for your mission. Yun Qianhuang regarded him with an unwavering calmness. "There is no need for your protection on the remaining journey, Captain Chu. You may return." But Miss Yun Chu Hong hesitated, reluctant to accept payment without the mission being fulfilled. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yun Qianhuang turned and departed with Yun Qianya. He attempted to pursue them but collided with an invisible barrier, left helplessly watching as the siblings disappeared from view. Meanwhile, the mercenaries behind him gathered around, their expressions relaxed. "Captain, it was her who said we were not needed for protection. Why do you concern yourself with them?" one mercenary remarked. "Indeed, Captain, we've already received our reward. So let us return," another chimed in. They harbored resentment towards Yun Qianhuang, and the absence of their obligation to protect her was, in their eyes, a fortunate turn of events. Chu Hong glanced at them, then at the already vanished figures of the siblings, and let out a deep sigh. "Let us return." A group of mercenaries retraced their steps, while on the other side, Yun Qianya asked nothing, simply following Yun Qianhuang as they continued their journey. The siblings walked for quite some time, and the sky gradually brightened. The previously tranquil Lingxian forest began to resonate with various sounds, and amidst the harmonious symphony, a sudden, thunderous explosion erupted. The entire forest trembled violently. Yun Qianya immediately steadied Yun Qianhuang while grasping a nearby tree for support. The tremor lasted only a few breaths, and once it subsided, Yun Qianhuang promptly retrieved the last two speed-enhancing talismans, distributing one to herself and one to Yun Qianya. She pointed in a direction, and they both sprinted towards it. The duration of the talismans was fleeting, and just as their effects were about to wane, a crimson figure descended from the heavens, crashing directly onto Yun Qianhuang. Chapter 23 Encounter again, in a state of full speed. Yun Qianhuang was unable to evade in time and was directly struck to the ground by that figure. "Sister." Yun Qianya immediately turned around and rushed towards Yun Qianhuang. He did not spare a glance at the blood-colored figure and anxiously helped Yun Qianhuang to her feet, scrutinizing her from head to toe. "Sister, are you alright? Were you hurt?" "Qianya, I am fine." Yun Qianhuang gently shook her head. She had timely employed her spiritual power for protection, merely shaken but unharmed. After reassuring Yun Qianya, she raised her gaze towards the blood-colored figure that had fallen to the ground. It was a man, his body surging with blood energy, clearly grievously injured. "Is it those spirit emperor powerhouses?" Yun Qianhuang suddenly turned her head. She could distinctly sense several formidable spiritual forces rapidly approaching. It seemed that they were here to hunt down the man before her. They could not remain here, lest they be mistaken for allies of this man. In an instant, Yun Qianhuang made her decision. She grasped Yun Qianya's hand, intending to flee, but at that moment, the man on the ground coughed violently twice. Struggling to stand, he unleashed a powerful wave of spiritual energy that was not in the least inferior to that of a spirit emperor. Could it be that all the spirit emperors of the southern Luchuan continent have gathered in this spirit rotation forest? Yun Qianhuang quickly cast a glance at the man. Upon meeting his familiar visage, her eyes flickered, and her heart skipped a beat. Is it him? The man she encountered at the Qianshan Dragon Tomb that day. Feng Jingchen naturally recognized Yun Qianhuang, a flicker of surprise flashing in his exquisite eyes. He opened his mouth to speak, but in the next moment, he abruptly turned his head to glance at the direction behind him. They had pursued him so swiftly. Raising his hand, his power enveloped the siblings, instantly transporting them dozens of miles away. In that brief moment, three formidable spiritual forces locked onto him, different attributes of spiritual energy descending with a cataclysmic force, directly attacking him. Despite being gravely injured, the strength emanating from him did not wane in the slightest. The combined assault of the three spirit emperors was astonishingly repelled by him alone. The clash of their spiritual energies generated a wave of residual force that caused the entire Lingxian forest to tremble violently once more. Dozens of miles away, Yun Xianhuang gazed intently in the direction of Feng Jingchen, her lips pressed tightly together. Yun Xianya, too, directed his gaze toward the same spot, his tone uncertain. Sister, is that person helping us? Indeed, Yun Xianhuang affirmed with a nod. Given their strength, without the acceleration talisman, it was utterly impossible for them to escape before the spirit emperors arrived. At that point, they would likely be deemed accomplices of that individual and subjected to the onslaught of the powerful spirit emperors. Even if she could summon the spirit beasts of the Lingxian forest for assistance, it would take time for them to arrive. For those peak-level powerhouses, killing her and Qianya before the beasts could come would be a trivial matter. That man was indeed aiding them, even while being pursued by several spirit emperors. He was still willing to expend his power to assist their escape. Yun Xianhuang pressed her crimson lips into a straight line. Qianya, regardless of what you see later, remain silent, understood? Sister, I understand. Yun Qianya nodded repeatedly, promptly covering her mouth with both hands. Yun Xianhuang bit her own index finger, using her blood as a medium to inscribe a magical array upon the ground with her mental energy. The red mark upon her forehead flickered in and out of visibility as her fair palm pressed against the center of the array. An immense surge of mental energy radiated through the array, transmitting to all the spirit beasts surrounding the Lingxian forest. A barely perceptible light swiftly expanded outward, and Yun Qianya widened her eyes, transfixed by the scene before her. She clamped her hands tightly over her mouth, not daring to utter a sound. The Lingxian forest, the largest gathering place for spirit beasts on the continent, spanned an area larger than 2 spirit-residing kingdoms combined. To disseminate her mental energy across the periphery of the Lingxian forest all at once was no small feat, even for Yun Xianhuang. She withdrew her hand, struggling to steady herself. Yun Qianya wished to move closer and support her, yet feared inadvertently disrupting Yun Xianhuang's array, leaving him to stand helplessly at a distance. Yun Xianhuang stepped out of the array, leaning against him in exhaustion. Her voice carried a frail tone. Qianya, we must leave swiftly. Yun Qianya nodded earnestly, assisting her as they hurried towards the exit of the Lingxian forest. The magical array on the ground slowly began to lift after the siblings departed, ultimately exploding in midair into countless faint specks of light. As the light points descended and touched the ground, the forest erupted with the roars of various spirit beasts. Feng Jingchen stood resolutely against 3 formidable spirit emperors. Though he showed no signs of faltering, the spiritual energy within him was depleting at an alarming rate. He cast a cold gaze upon the trio hovering in the air, their faces concealed in fear, his posture erect and spine unwavering. He raised a hand to slowly wipe away the blood at the corner of his lips, as if an invisible tempest swirled around him. Quickly, stop him. The 3 spirit emperors, sensing imminent peril, hastily prepared their most formidable skills. At that moment, a cacophony of spiritual beasts surged towards their location, the chaotic stampede causing the very ground to tremble. One of the spirit emperors staggered, nearly losing his balance. He turned, bewildered. What is happening? Another warrior focused on the source of the noise, unleashing his mental prowess to investigate. In a mere breath, he acquired the information he sought. This is dire. It is a beast tide. Such a massive horde of spiritual beasts could only be described as a beast tide. All the creatures from the outskirts of the Lingxian forest had mobilized. Even if they were of lower rank, they posed a challenge that the 3 of them could hardly withstand. Moreover, there was a ferocious predator lurking menacingly. Exchanging glances, one among them addressed Feng Jingchen. Today, fortune favors you. Next time, we shall claim your life. As soon as his words fell, Feng Jingchen's formidable spiritual energy surged violently towards him. The warrior barely evaded the brunt of the assault, yet still coughed up a mouthful of blood. You. He stepped forward, intent on retaliating, but was restrained by his companion. You are gravely injured. You cannot survive the beast tide.
Depart now.
The formidable figure clutched his chest, casting a resentful glare at Feng Jingchen before ultimately departing swiftly alongside his companions. Having been relentlessly pursued for 2 days and nights by 3 assailants, Feng Jingchen was utterly exhausted. He raised a hand to support himself against a nearby tree, barely managing to remain upright, as a long sword emanating a dim golden light manifested in his grasp. The beast tied. Feng Jingchen braced himself for the impending onslaught, yet to his surprise, when the spirit beasts surged towards him, they merely regarded him with a fleeting glance, exhibiting no inclination to attack. The leading spirit beast let out a resonant roar, prompting the horde to gradually disperse. A look of astonishment crossed Feng Jingchen's face, but he soon sensed a familiar aura emanating from the group of spirit beasts. It was her. Chapter 24 Encounter again. Due to the unsettling sounds within the forest, Yun Qianye dared not pause for a moment. He supported Yun Qianhuang until dusk fell, and the woods were utterly silent before seeking refuge in a concealed cave to rest. Within the spirit rotation forest, such caves were abundant. Yun Qianye helped Yun Qianhuang to sit down, retrieving a healing elixir from his storage ring and offering it to her. Yun Qianhuang shook her head, pushing the elixir back. I merely overexerted myself. A night's rest will suffice. You should keep the elixir for yourself. The general's manor has long been devoid of an alchemist, and these elixirs were saved by Yun Changyu in his earlier years. They must not go to waste. Seeing that she bore no visible injuries, Yun Qianye did not insist. He tucked the elixir away and took out some food, igniting a small fire. Sister, you should rest well. I will keep watch. Yun Qianhuang nodded, straightening her upper body to sit cross-legged, gradually replenishing her depleting spiritual energy. As night deepened, the spirit rotation forest returned to tranquility. With no sounds emanating from outside the cave, Yun Qianye sat beside the fire, keenly observing the situation outside, not daring to let his guard down for even a moment. A figure, steeped in a palpable aura of blood, stealthily entered the cave just as Yun Qianye perceived his presence. The cave entrance, sealed with a barrier. Feng Jingchen tugged at the corner of his mouth, offering a faint, weary smile to Yun Qianye. I have set up a barrier. There is no need for you to keep watch. Yun Qianye felt as if faced with an overwhelming threat. It's you. This individual exuded a presence far more formidable than that of the Grand Master of the Qiling Kingdom he had encountered, undeniably not a simple character. If he intends to harm my sister. Yun Qianye immediately rushed in front of Yun Qianhuang, resolutely shielding her behind him. Feng Jingchen observed his defensive posture with a raised smile that did not falter. I will not harm her. I merely seek to heal myself in this place. Despite such reassurances, Yun Qianye remained vigilant. Feng Jingchen, undeterred, retrieved a vial of elixir from his storage ring, poured out 2 pills, and swallowed them before closing his eyes to regulate his breath. He genuinely appeared to harbor no ill intentions towards Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qianye slightly relaxed his guard, yet continued to position himself protectively in front of her. As the night deepened, Feng Jingchen's aura gradually stabilized. He lifted his eyelids to glance at Yun Qianhuang, instantly discerning that she had exhausted her mental energy. Noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, Yun Qianye shot him a warning glare, positioning himself even more firmly to shield Yun Qianhuang. Feng Jingchen diverted his gaze and closed his eyes once more. However, in a place unseen by Yun Qianye, a surge of energy transcended him, enveloping Yun Qianhuang. In her meditative state, Yun Qianhuang suddenly felt an additional force within her, one that bore no intent to harm. Rather, it replenished her depleted mental energy, powerful yet gentle, instilling a sense of inexplicable familiarity. Slowly, she opened her eyes, only to find the not-so-broad back of Yun Qianye before her. She tilted her head, shifting her gaze to Feng Jingchen, who stood opposite her. Indeed, it was his power. His presence here confirmed that the intimidation of the spirit beasts had been effective, indicating that those formidable spirit emperors had likely departed from the Lingxian forest. Yun Qianhuang withdrew her gaze. Since it was this individual's power, there was no need for her to be overly courteous. She continued to calm her mind and cultivate, gradually absorbing the essence of Feng Jingchen's strength within her. As night passed, she completely assimilated that power. A formation for advancement materialized beneath her feet, and the night had fully faded, illuminating the cave with light. In such an environment, the emergence of the advancement formation went unnoticed by the other 2 individuals. After the formation dissipated, Yun Qianhuang opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through her phoenix-like gaze. Remarkably, She had bypassed the 4th star spirit level and directly ascended to the 5th star spirit level. The power she absorbed was merely a fragment from that man. Yet it allowed her to rise 2 stars. His strength was truly formidable. Fortunately, she had not antagonized this man and... Just as Yun Qianhuang was contemplating, Yun Qianya noticed her awakening and hurriedly inquired with concern, "Sister, how are you feeling?"
Much better, she replied.
Following her advancement, her spiritual and mental energies had returned to their peak state, and her fatigue had vanished. "That's wonderful," Yun Qianya said, producing food to offer her. "Sister, you must eat something to replenish your strength." As the siblings conversed, Feng Jingchen also finally roused from his slumber. He gazed at Yun Qianhuang, his words laden with ambiguity. "Thank you, Miss Yun, for yesterday's matter." Did this person recognize her identity? Yun Qianhuang paused momentarily, then quickly found solace in the thought. The original owner of this body was already exceedingly well known, and coupled with her distinctive appearance, it was hardly surprising that someone would recognize her. Her complexion was pale, and there was no need for politeness. "You have also assisted us." The two were engaged in a cryptic exchange, leaving Yun Qianya utterly bewildered. However, noticing that neither of them intended to elucidate the matter, he wisely refrained from inquiring further. Yet, his thoughts lingered on the array that Yun Qianhuang had drawn the previous day. Surely, the array crafted by his sister must hold significance. Perhaps it was that very formation that aided this perilous man? One cannot deny that Yun Qianya possessed a rather agile mind. Feng Jingchen understood what Yun Qianhuang was alluding to, his profound gaze fixed upon her, her figure distinctly mirrored in his eyes. "It is nothing of importance. I merely wish to avoid implicating those uninvolved." The trio in question were unreasonable, should they perceive the siblings in his company. They would undoubtedly regard them as his allies and act against them. Given their prowess, even a single strike from those three would be insurmountable for the pair. Although Feng Jingchen was not a man of great benevolence, he did not desire his affairs to ensnare others. Little did he expect that this act, not deemed particularly virtuous, would ultimately save his life. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Yun Qianhuang was not only an exceptionally rare talent in cultivation but also a beast master long vanished from the southern Liu continent. Her ability to command all the spirit beasts surrounding the spirit rotation forest at once suggested that her skills far eclipsed those of the beast master lineage from the Mo Liu continent. Such an extraordinary genius could emerge even from a small nation like the Qi Ling kingdom. Feng Jingchen's brow subtly furrowed. Regardless of the circumstances, "I must repay the life-saving grace bestowed by Miss Yun." The word seemed innocuous at first, yet Feng Jingchen deliberately emphasized the term repay. His tone laced with a hint of ambiguity. Yun Qianya inexplicably recalled the oft-quoted phrase from novels, "A life saved shall be repaid with one's own." However, Yun Qianhuang did not dwell on it. She had never expected Feng Jingchen to owe her a debt of gratitude. Nonetheless, now that he had spoken, she would not be remiss. Without hesitation, she declared, "If you wish to repay me, then help me procure 2 phoenix feather fruits."
Phoenix feather fruit?
Feng Jingchen's expression brightened with a smile. "Miss Yun, is 2 phoenix feather fruits truly sufficient for such a monumental favor?" Chapter 25. The phoenix is this concern for me? When Feng Jingchen uttered these words, his obsidian eyes remained fixed on Yun Qianhuang, their depths enigmatic and a smile evident upon his lips. He seemed to yearn for Yun Qianhuang to make a more audacious request. A peculiar sensation washed over her. She felt that, even if she were to demand his undivided devotion, he would likely acquiesce without a moment's hesitation. Yet this feeling was ephemeral, swiftly banished from her thoughts as she inclined her head towards Feng Jingchen and stated, "That is sufficient. The feathers of the phoenix are indeed extraordinarily precious. A single feather is worth a fortune, let alone 2. This response appeared to leave Feng Jingchen somewhat dissatisfied as the smile on his face faded. His features, alluring and beguiling, often lulled others into a false sense of security, causing them to underestimate the danger he posed. However, with his smile now retracted, an overwhelming sense of pressure and aggression enveloped the air. He was both perilous and captivating. This man must not be trifled with. Yun Qianhuang's eyes flickered with a hint of defiance, her demeanor remaining gracious. "If 2 feathers prove too challenging, then 1 will suffice." The smile on Feng Jingchen's face diminished further. "Not difficult at all." At that moment, as they passed the outskirts of Lingxian Forest, he inquired, "Lady Yun, are you en route to Tianling City?" "Indeed," she replied, without a hint of reservation, acknowledging the truth of the matter. In that case, allow me to escort you. Lady Yun. Feng Jingchen regarded her with a gaze that hinted at seduction and mischief. Lady Yun has bestowed upon me a debt of gratitude. Such a minor favor should not be declined. He effectively silenced any objections she might have had. After weighing the pros and cons, Yun Qianhuang conceded. Then I shall graciously accept your offer. Yun Qianye remained silent throughout, casting a gaze laced with hostility towards Feng Jingchen. The man exuded an air of frivolity. If it were not his inherent nature, then. Yun Qianye clenched his fists and shot a fierce glare at Feng Jingchen. With a gentle smile, Feng Jingchen disregarded the warning in Yun Qianye's eyes. The decision to escort Yun Qianhuang and her companion was thus made. Fearing the return of the previous few spirit emperors, Yun Qianhuang dared not linger in the Lingxian forest, hastily tidying up before continuing their journey. However, before departing, she retrieved a pill and placed it into Feng Jingchen's hand. He looked at her with a beaming smile, inquiring, "What is this?" Yun Qianhuang cast him a sidelong glance, somewhat exasperated, yet replied, "A disguised pill." This elixir was obtained from the storage ring belonging to him, and he certainly recognized it, yet he insisted on asking her, "Are you concerned about me being discovered?" Feng Jingchen leaned in closer, his breath enveloping Yun Qianhuang, suggesting, "Is it that you care for me?" The term huang rolled off his tongue with an intimate and tender resonance, akin to a secret pet name shared between lovers. Yun Qianhuang frowned. "Do not call me that." "Understood, Huang," he replied, accepting the pill from her hand. Yun Qianhuang felt as if she had been touched by fire, retracting her hand instinctively. She parted her lips to speak but ultimately said nothing, turning to pull Yun Qianye away. Feng Jingchen swiftly swallowed the pill and followed suit. After a long day's journey, the three finally arrived at the exit of the Lingxian forest as dusk descended. Each entrance and exit of the Lingxian forest is adorned with a station, and before departing, Yun Qianhuang consumed a disguised pill. Though Yun Qianye did not comprehend her actions, he refrained from inquiring further. Upon exiting the forest, Yun Qianhuang proceeded to the station to rent a carriage along with 3 horses, hiring the station staff to assist with driving. Within a couple of days, the carriage entered the vicinity of Tianling City. "Miss, we have arrived at Tianling City," announced the coachman, an elderly man with a slight limp whose gait was somewhat unsteady. Yet he was remarkably skilled at handling the reins. At his words, Yun Qianhuang lifted the curtain to gaze outside, her eyes falling upon the grand city gates marked with the stone plaque of Tianling City. With just over a month remaining until the recruitment days of the various academies, the entrance was bustling with an unprecedented throng of individuals awaiting entry. Yun Qianhuang disembarked from the carriage, settled her payment with the elderly man, and requested him to take the carriage and horses to a nearby station outside the city, while she, along with Yun Qianye and Feng Jingchen, joined the lengthy queue to enter. After nearly an hour of waiting, the 3 finally stepped into Tianling City. Tianling City, the foremost city of the Nanlu continent, sprawls impressively, rivaling any of the 4 nations. Yet, despite its grandeur, the influx of visitors in recent times had rendered all the inns within the city fully booked. After much searching, Yun Qianhuang finally discovered an inn with available rooms. Upon hearing from the innkeeper that rooms were indeed vacant, Yun Qianye promptly produced his spirit gold card and placed it on the counter, declaring, "2 rooms, please." One cannot blame him for his impatience, as the inn in Tianling City was utterly overcrowded. Prior to arriving at this establishment, they had attempted to secure lodgings at several inns, only to find themselves thwarted by the swift actions of others, as only 2 or 3 rooms remained available. With dusk approaching, his own accommodation was of little consequence, however. He could not bear to see his sister slighted. "Very well." The innkeeper nodded with a smile, just as he was about to take the spiritual gold card, when a surge of unruly spiritual energy burst into the inn, forcefully pushing his hand away. "Hold on." The innkeeper squinted, casting his gaze towards the entrance. Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianye followed suit, their attention drawn to the doorway. There stood 4 individuals, led by a robust man whose overwhelming spiritual force was evidently emanating from him. The innkeeper scrutinized the group, his tone tinged with displeasure. "What is the meaning of this? Gentlemen?" Jiang Shulong and his companions strode into the inn with an imposing presence, raising a hand to slam a spiritual gold card down upon the counter. "We'll take the remaining rooms." Each of the 4 was formidable, exuding the aura of cultivators, making them appear exceedingly formidable. However, Yun Qianye was undeterred. He directed his gaze at Jiang Shulong, asserting, "Hey, We arrived first. The innkeeper just mentioned that only 3 rooms remain. If you take them, my sister will have nowhere to stay tonight. When it came to Yun Qianhuang, Yun Qianya would not yield an inch. Upon hearing Yun Qianya's words, Jiang Shulong shot him a glare. So what if you arrived first? Have you paid? Yun Qianya choked momentarily. Although he had already presented the spirit gold card to the shopkeeper, the latter had not yet had the opportunity to accept it. Thus, it could hardly be considered a completed transaction. Jiang Shulong let out a scoff. You haven't paid yet, so what are you prattling on about? Begone. Do not hinder my affairs. In truth, Jiang Shulong was quite perceptive. He could discern that the attire of Yun Qianhuang and her brother was not particularly lavish, and noticing the unremarkable man accompanying them, he concluded that they hailed from a modest family. Jiang Shulong had always been one to prey on the weak. He perceived the siblings as easy targets and, emboldened by his imposing stature, he unceremoniously shoved Yun Qianya aside. He then rapped on the counter, urging, "Shopkeeper, do hurry. My brother has been traveling for days and is eager for rest." Chapter 26. Where feathers must take action. The innkeeper was not a man of superficial judgment. He resolutely returned Jiang Shulong's spirit gold card. Indeed, the 3 guests had arrived first. What did you say? Jiang Shulong slammed his palm on the table, unleashing an overwhelming aura. As an 8-star Grand Spirit Master, his presence was so formidable that nearby diners hastily shifted their seats in fear. The innkeeper, furrowing his brow, replied, "If you insist on causing a disturbance in our establishment, do not blame us for being impolite." No sooner had he uttered these words than Jiang Shulong slapped him aside. "Impolite? I am most eager to see how you intend to be impolite." Though the innkeeper was not a formidable fighter, the unemployed bouncers. Jiang Shulong's strike immediately alerted the bouncers, who swiftly encircled Jiang Shulong and his 3 companions. Yun Qianya, initially inflamed by Jiang Shulong's words, displayed wisdom by pulling Yun Qianhuang aside upon witnessing the bouncers' arrival. After all, they were on someone else's turf, and it was best to leave such matters to the host. The 10 or so bouncers were all Grand Spirit Masters, sufficiently intimidating to deter many troublemakers. Yet, the 4 brothers, undaunted, exuded an even more ferocious aura. Among them was a Spirit King. For cultivators, even a single star's difference is insurmountable, let alone an entire realm. The combined strength of the bouncers was no match for 1 Spirit King and 3 Grand Spirit Masters. Soon, the bouncers found themselves at a disadvantage. The diners in the hall had been frightened away, leaving only a trembling innkeeper cowering beneath a table. Jiang Shulong surveyed the surroundings and dragged the innkeeper from his hiding place. "You lead us to the room," he commanded. After such a commotion, he had no intention of paying. The innkeeper was an ordinary man, too intimidated to resist these bullies who couldn't even contend with the inn's thugs. He stammered, "Why yes. Please follow me." Jiang Shulong released him, allowing the man to guide them. A searing wave of heat surged from behind. Jiang Shulong sidestepped a fireball and turned to glance at Yun Qianhuang and her companion still within the inn. His gaze fixed on Yun Qianya. "Are you seeking death, boy?" He sneered. A 5-star spirit master, daring to provoke them? Yun Qianya stole a glance at Yun Qianhuang, then drew his long spear. "I said we arrived first. Do you intend to seize it by force? My grandfather taught me that regardless of the opponent, one must never lose their momentum." Jiang Shulong laughed derisively. "I will seize it regardless. What can you do about it?" Before Yun Qianya could respond, Yun Qianhuang stepped in front of him. She first addressed the innkeeper, who had managed to rise. "Innkeeper, there may be some damage to the establishment shortly." The innkeeper pressed his hand to his chest, forcing a smile. "Rest assured, we will not pursue any losses, dear guests." Only then did Yun Qianhuang turn her attention back to Jiang Shulong and his group, a bone sword materializing in her hand. Before she could utter a word, Jiang Shulong and his companions burst into laughter upon noticing the bone sword in her hand. "Little sister, do you intend to use that diminutive blade to trim my nails? With your slender arms and legs, perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from wielding such a weapon. After all, injuring yourself would be quite unfortunate. I do not strike women. Let that boy step forward to face me." Yun Qianhuang remained composed, unperturbed by Jiang Shulong's condescension. Her phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously as she tightened her grip on the bone sword, ready to advance, only to be halted by Feng Jingchen's grasp on her hand. She turned to him, her gaze questioning. Despite having disguised himself to appear inconspicuous, Feng Jingchen still wore a beguiling smile, suggesting, "What need is there for Huang Huang to sully her hands with these mere insects? His implication was clear. He intended to take it upon himself to teach these men a lesson on Yun Qianhuang's behalf. She regarded him for a moment. With someone to assist her, she was more than willing to conserve her energy, silently retracting the bone sword into her storage ring. Insects? The term evidently stung Jiang Shulong and his comrades. Boy, you possess quite the audacity. Today, Jiang will surely enlighten you on the art of conversation. Feng Jingchen continued to smile, yet a frigid glint resided in his eyes. Provoked, Jiang Shulong and his 3 accomplices launched their attacks, intent on delivering a thorough reprimand to Feng Jingchen. However, before their spiritual energy could even graze him, an invisible force effortlessly dissipated their assault, leaving not a single hair on Feng Jingchen's head harmed. How could this be possible? Not only were Jiang Shulong and his companions taken aback, but even those thugs, incapacitated on the ground, were left in astonishment. That was indeed a spirit king and 3 formidable spirit masters. Even if they were not exerting their full power, it was inconceivable that their assault could be so effortlessly neutralized. This man, seemingly devoid of presence, could it be that his strength surpasses that of the spirit king? The Jiang Shulong brothers momentarily stood in stunned silence, but soon they launched a second wave of attack. This time, the 4 of them channeled 80% of their spiritual energy, their momentum nearly capable of demolishing the entire inn. The innkeeper's heart ached at the thought. This tyrant. While he felt the sting of financial loss, he also fretted for Feng Jingchen's safety. Clearly, this second offensive was far more ferocious than the first, and even a peak spirit king would likely sustain considerable injury. Could this man withstand the initial onslaught, and would he be able to endure this new barrage? If only their boss had not gone to the Duan family's spirit weapon shop today, otherwise, these ruffians would be no match for him. The innkeeper silently prayed that Feng Jingchen could overcome these bullies. The damage to the inn was of little consequence, but he could not allow these thugs to occupy their establishment without consequence. As the attacks from the Jiang Shulong quartet surged forward, Feng Jingchen showed no inclination to evade. He merely lifted his gaze slightly, and the 4 formidable assaults were once again dissipated by an unseen force. This is impossible. Jiang Shulong's eyes widened, his expression one of disbelief. The other 3 brothers exchanged glances, and they prepared to strike again. This time, all 4 summoned their full spiritual power, causing the innkeeper's heart to race with trepidation. Yet, once again, their attacks were thwarted. At this juncture, the Jiang Shulong quartet could no longer entertain any illusions of success. The man before them possessed an unfathomable strength, effortlessly neutralizing their assaults. Jiang Shulong, gripped by terror, took a step back, contemplating an escape from the inn. Yet, at that moment, Feng Jingchen, who had remained passive until now, raised an eyebrow and softly remarked, "Have you gentlemen decided to concede?" His tone bore no hint of disdain. However, the slight curve of his lips conveyed an unmistakable sense of superiority, as if he regarded Jiang Shulong and his companions with utter indifference. Feng Jingchen did not even summon his spiritual power. With merely a flick of his finger, an invisible force compelled Jiang Shulong and his 3 associates to the ground. The earth beneath them buckled slightly, and then was filled with the agonized wails reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Although there were no discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy in the vicinity, the 4 men's limbs began to contort, their lips paling as they violently expelled blood. Feng Jingchen paid no heed to their plight. Instead, he turned and, as if seeking affirmation, glanced at Yun Qianhuang. "Qianhuang, are you satisfied?" Chapter 27. Another world. Although no one checked on the injuries of Jiang Shulong and his 3 companions, the increasingly faint cries of anguish allowed those present to surmise that the 4 brothers were likely gravely wounded. It was estimated that they would be unable to engage in their nefarious deeds for several months to come. The innkeeper felt a wave of relief wash over him, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes as he regarded Jiang Shulong and his brothers. They had it coming. Such bullies deserved a thorough lesson. He cast a grateful glance towards Feng Jingchen, his weak voice failing to conceal his exhilaration. "My dear brother, I truly thank you for today. I shall convey to our employer the truth of this event. From now on, you shall be esteemed guests of our Duofu Inn." Feng Jingchen, however, paid him no heed, his gaze fixed intently on Yun Qianhuang. Upon meeting his eyes, she suddenly felt an unwavering certainty. If she expressed dissatisfaction, this man would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon Jiang Shulong and the others once more. She glanced at the 4 brothers, half buried in the ground, and ultimately offered her response. "I am fairly satisfied." A deeper smile graced Feng Jingchen's lips. He withdrew the force he had exerted on Jiang Shulong and his companions, and with that very power, he effortlessly lifted the innkeeper and his band of thugs from the ground. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Their gazes towards Feng Jingchen were now infused with not only gratitude, but also a newfound respect. A strong individual, regardless of where they may roam, commands reverence. Struggling, the innkeeper made his way back behind the counter, where he picked up a brush to write in the ledger. Finally, he approached Yun Qianhuang and her companions. Esteemed guests, the hour grows late. Please, allow me to escort you upstairs to rest. They rendered invaluable assistance to the inn, and the innkeeper scarcely mentioned the matter of payment. However, Yun Qianya, being a man of integrity, discreetly produced a pouch containing approximately 10 gold coins, placing it upon the counter. The innkeeper then led Yun Qianhuang and the others to the second floor of the inn, while the 4 individuals accompanying Jiang Shulong would be managed appropriately after a brief adjustment by the inn's enforcers. Coincidentally, there were 3 adjoining rooms available. Yun Qianya allowed Yun Qianhuang to select her room first, before entering the one adjacent to hers. The remaining room naturally belonged to Feng Jingchen. The innkeeper advised them to call upon him for any needs before turning to descend the stairs at a leisurely pace. Inside the room, just as Yun Qianhuang finished arranging her belongings and prepared to sit down to cultivate, there came a knock at the door. After first using her spiritual energy to probe and confirm the presence of a familiar face outside, she approached and opened the door. Upon doing so, she was immediately met with the strikingly handsome visage of Feng Jingchen. Yun Qianhuang's eyelashes fluttered slightly. What brings you here at this late hour? The man, suppressing a smile at the corners of his mouth, inquired politely, Qianhuang, may I come in to speak? Yun Qianhuang tilted her head, appraising him from head to toe, before finally stepping aside to grant him passage. This gesture clearly indicated her consent for him to enter the room. Feng Jingchen, unreserved, strode into the room and casually pulled up a chair to sit. After regarding him for a moment, Yun Qianhuang closed the door and took a seat opposite him, signaling for him to proceed with whatever he wished to discuss. Suddenly, a wave of psychic energy surged through the room. Yun Qianhuang raised her gaze slightly, only to discover that Feng Jingchen had erected a barrier around them using his mental prowess. The extent of his vigilance suggested that the matter at hand was anything but trivial. Yun Qianhuang composed herself, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Feng Jingchen did not keep her waiting long. Once the barrier was set, he spoke slowly, Huang, regarding this storage ring. His eyes fell upon the storage ring adorning Yun Qianhuang's finger. Instantly, a flicker of wariness crossed her features, and she instinctively concealed the hand holding the ring behind her back. Though the ring had been gifted to her by Feng Jingchen, what had been bestowed upon her was unequivocally hers. Reclaiming it was out of the question. Noting her defensive posture, Feng Jingchen let out a quiet chuckle. Huang, what I have given you, I naturally do not wish to take back. He first offered her a reassuring tone before elaborating. I came to inform you that this storage ring is not merely for storage. It contains wonders within. During their time together over the past days, he had observed that Yun Qianhuang regarded the ring solely as a mere storage device. It was indeed his fault for not clarifying this earlier. Yun Qianhuang slowly brought her hand forward, curiosity piqued. Wonders within? Feng Jingchen extended his hand, his own psychic energy enveloping the storage ring on Yun Qianhuang's finger. She stiffened, instinctively wary. In this world, individuals did not prioritize the cultivation of psychic abilities. However, as one's strength increased, so too did their psychic power. Her own psychic energy was nearing that of a spirit emperor in this realm, while Feng Jingchen, capable of contending against 3 spirit emperors single-handedly, undoubtedly surpassed their level of strength. Similarly, his mental prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of even the strongest spirit emperors. If Feng Jingchen were to launch an assault on her using his mental strength, she would likely have no choice but to summon both Ao Tian and Fu Bai. Fortunately, Feng Jingchen's mental energy bore no offensive intent. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped Yun Qianhuang, and she found herself seemingly transported to another realm. Not far ahead, a towering ancient tree stood majestically, with a waterfall cascading down one side and a field of rare medicinal herbs flourishing on the other. The expanse was vast, with no discernible boundaries, perhaps even devoid of them altogether. Staring in awe at her surroundings, Yun Qianhuang belatedly contemplated inquiring Feng Jingchen about the nature of this place. Just as this thought crossed her mind, another flash of white light illuminated her vision. In an instant, Her sight became hazy before swiftly regaining clarity, revealing the uniform decor of the inn, where had the ancient tree and medicinal field vanished. Yet, Yun Qianhuang was certain that what she had witnessed moments ago was no mere illusion. She glanced towards Feng Jingchen, who seemed to see through her thoughts and, unprompted, provided an explanation. That was another realm associated with this ring. A dual-space storage ring? Yun Qianhuang was astonished, in all her memories, and even in Ao Tian's legacy. There had been no mention of such a storage device. Moreover, the ancient tree and the rare herbs indicated that this alternate space allowed for the existence of living beings. Never before had there been a storage ring capable of harboring life on the continent. Overwhelmed by her multitude of questions, Yun Qianhuang momentarily found herself at a loss as to which to ask first. Feng Jingchen continued. The method of a blood pact you mentioned can only unlock the first space. The second space, however, requires a mental pact. You may understand it as a pact with a spirit beast. Yun Qianhuang's gaze shot up sharply. In front of her stood Feng Jingchen, and thus she could not believe that his words were mere coincidence. She feared that the mark she had concealed with her mental strength had long been discovered by him. Feng Jingchen's eyes remained alight with amusement, their depths obscured, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Yun Qianhuang averted her gaze, her question dripping with veiled urgency. After the pact, must I also employ my mental strength to unlock that space? Feng Jingchen's eyes sparkled with approval. Indeed, Huang, you are truly clever. Chapter 28. A visit to the auction house. This proved to be quite convenient. A single ring, two spaces, one requiring spiritual energy to unlock, the other necessitating mental acuity. Thus, confusion was rendered impossible. Yun Qianhuang redirected her gaze toward Feng Jingchen. Having discerned how to contract the other space and unlock it, she unceremoniously issued an eviction notice. Thank you for the information, but as time is of the essence, I wish to retire for the evening. Anyone with sense would grasp the implicit request for departure within her words. Feng Jingchen's brow suddenly arched, his long, jade-like fingers resting idly on the nearby table, idly tapping as if to emphasize his point. Was Huang merely using him and discarding him afterward? A hint of pity crept into his tone, his gaze laden with reproach. Although fully aware he had done nothing wrong, being looked at in such a manner by Feng Jingchen made Yun Qianhuang feel as though she were the heartless seductress who devours another without a hint of responsibility. She hastily dismissed this absurd thought from her mind and opened her storage ring to rummage through its contents. The items within were either left by Feng Jingchen or pilfered from the Qianshan dragon tomb. Truly, her own purchases were lamentably few. After searching for some time, she finally unearthed the two formation plates she had previously acquired and promptly thrust them into Feng Jingchen's embrace. Consider these my token of gratitude. The statement lacked conviction. These two formation plates, much like the talismans she had employed earlier, were bought from the underground night market in Xuanfeng City, costing her scarcely 200 gold coins in total. Indeed, they were somewhat unremarkable. Feng Jingchen's assistance to her was undeniably substantial. The assortment of rare medicinal herbs from that plot of land alone constituted a fortune beyond measure. The more she contemplated, the more Yun Qianhuang felt that her expression of gratitude was woefully inadequate. Just as she was about to retract her offer, she observed Feng Jingchen studying the two array plates with great seriousness before carefully storing them away. A glimmer of joy danced in the corners of his eyes, an unmistakable expression of genuine delight. Could it truly be that two array plates could elicit such happiness from him? Yun Qianhuang found it perplexing. After all, any single item from the vast treasures he kept in his storage ring could purchase hundreds, if not thousands, of such rudimentary array plates. Yet, he seemed genuinely pleased by the mere receipt of two. Ultimately, she decided to let it be, recognizing his fondness for them. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Qianhuang spoke. If you find yourself pursued by those individuals again, feel free to seek me out. I should be at the Wuling Academy thereafter. In truth, she possessed healing elixirs obtained from the Qianshan dragon tomb that could benefit Feng Jingchen. Having encountered him twice, both times witnessing him gravely injured, she surmised he could greatly benefit from these potions. The effects of the sacred-grade healing elixirs were remarkable. Even someone on the brink of death would swiftly recover from their injuries upon consuming one. However, during their previous encounter in the Qianshan dragon tomb, Feng Jingchen had consumed an entire vial of potions before her, yet there was no sign of recovery, merely a cessation of bleeding. At that time, Outyan had remarked on his unique constitution, prompting her not to offer him any more elixirs. Upon hearing Yun Qianhuang's words, Feng Jingchen's spirits evidently lifted further. Since Huan Huang has spoken thus, I shall humbly acquiesce. He did not linger any longer in Yun Qianhuang's room. After speaking, he rose and walked out. Once Feng Jingchen departed, Yun Qianhuang seated herself cross-legged on the bed of the inn, eagerly establishing a mental contract with another realm. Within this contracted space, Ao Tian suddenly spoke. Master, both I and that rabbit can reside in your alternate realm. While Yun Qianhuang could only enter the space through her thoughts as her contracted beasts, Ao Tian and Fu Bai could directly inhabit it. Moreover, the two beasts appeared rather impatient. Yun Qianhuang transferred Ao Tian and Fu Bai into another dimension within her storage ring, voicing her curiosity. Fu Bai interjected before Ao Tian could respond. Master, this space is exceptionally suitable for spirit beasts to cultivate. Once a spirit beast forges a contract with a human, aside from accompanying their master, they can only remain within the contracted space. However, there is no spiritual energy in that realm, rendering cultivation impossible. This space, in contrast, is abundant in spiritual energy, making it the ideal training ground. Ao Tian shot a glare at Fu Bai, irritated at the interruption, while Fu Bai shrank back and bolted away. Its small size allowed it to hide anywhere within the space. Disinterested in playing such games of hide and seek, Ao Tian surveyed the entire area before settling beneath the towering ancient tree at the center. Yun Qianhuang was delighted that her two beasts could cultivate within the space. She remained in the realm for an extended period before withdrawing to immerse herself in her own training. The following morning, the innkeeper had meals sent to her. With over a month remaining until the enrollment at Wuling Academy, Yun Qianhuang intends to thoroughly explore Tianqing City during this period. After enjoying lunch, she brings along Yun Qianya, planning to invite Feng Jingchen to join them. However, after knocking on the door for quite some time, they receive no response. The innkeeper's attendant, who is delivering meals to the adjoining room, observes the two waiting outside Feng Jingchen's door and inquires with curiosity, "You must be the companions of that gentleman, correct?" Yun Qianhuang nods in affirmation. The attendant, puzzled, continues, "That gentleman departed the inn at dawn without informing you? Feng Jingchen has left?" Although taken aback, Yun Qianhuang does not dwell on it. He had mentioned earlier that he was merely escorting them to Tianqing City, and now that they have arrived, his departure seems perfectly reasonable. Grateful for the information, she thanks the attendant and exits the inn with Yun Qianya. "Sister, where shall we go?" Yun Qianya asks. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Qianhuang replies, "I have heard that Tianqing City boasts an auction house. Let us pay a visit there first." Initially, she had considered stopping by the Duan family's spirit tool shop to purchase a concealment spirit tool from Duan Yang. However, recalling that her gold coins were limited and fearing she could not afford a quality item, she opts for the auction house instead. With numerous items in her storage ring, selling a few at the auction should yield a considerable amount of gold. "All right," Yun Qianya responds obediently, and after inquiring with a passerby for directions to the auction house, he leads Yun Qianhuang onward. As they traverse a secluded path, Yun Qianhuang discreetly places a disguised pill into Yun Qianya's mouth and hands him a cloak to wear. The Xuanji Auction House, the largest establishment of its kind in Tianling City, is hosting an auction today. A considerable number of individuals have gathered at the entrance, eagerly awaiting entry. Access to the Xuanji Auction House requires a special token known as the Xuanji Ling, which is not particularly rare and can be purchased for 500 gold coins. Alternatively, there exists another avenue. Those who are selling items for the first time at the Xuanji Auction House may receive a Xuanji Ling from the auction house if their item is appraised and deemed valuable enough for the auction. Yun Qianhuang, unaware of this regulation, observed the similar tokens held by those in line and could deduce some details. If one intends to sell items, perhaps the token is not necessary? Unsure of the procedure, she approached the guard at the entrance of the auction house and inquired, "Greetings, I wish to sell an item. May I ask what the process entails?" Chapter 29. Sioux, New Jersey Auction House. The guard who was questioned cast a peculiar glance at the two figures before him, their features shrouded beneath dark robes. Who was this girl, so oblivious to the customs of the Sioux, New Jersey Auction House that she dared to attempt selling her wares? In the queue awaiting entry into the auction house, a middle-aged man observed Yun Qianhuang and her brother, kindly offering an explanation. "Little girl," he remarked, "the Sioux, New Jersey Auction House does not entertain those wishing to sell items during an auction event. Today is unfortunately one such occasion, so it seems Yun Qianhuang's effort is in vain." Unbeknownst to Yun Qianhuang, she expressed her gratitude, her tone imbued with a hint of fluctuation.
Thank you.
With the realization that selling her items was not feasible today, she resolved to take her leave, accompanied by Yun Qianya. However, not everyone was as amiable as the middle-aged gentleman. From within the crowd came a derisive voice. What do you mean by selling items? I think they simply cannot afford the Sioux, New Jersey token and are using that as an excuse to sneak into the auction house. Such sentiments were not uncommon. 500 gold coins was no trifling sum. Those unwilling to part with their coins for the Sioux, New Jersey token would often feign a desire to sell items as a ruse to gain entry, only to surreptitiously slip into the hall during a moment of inattention, creating chaos with malicious bidding. It was precisely due to the prevalence of such individuals that the Sioux, New Jersey auction house had recently instituted a new regulation prohibiting the reception of sellers during auction events. Although this rule had been in place for several months, there were still occasional instances of people pretending ignorance in an attempt to infiltrate the auction house. Yang Qiru, who derided Yun Qianhuang, had previously experienced the misfortune of a meddler infiltrating the auction house, resulting in a missed opportunity for a vital medicinal pill. In the auction, the highest bidder could settle their payment backstage after the event concluded and claim their acquired treasures. Should a bidder fail to produce the requisite gold coins, the item would be retained for the next auction, to be sold anew. Yang Qiru aimed to bid on an 8th-grade healing pill, as her brother, a mercenary, had sustained grave injuries during a mission. Unfortunately, due to the disruption caused by the meddler, she was unable to secure the pill in time, and although her brother survived, he was left incapacitated. The only hope for restoring his mobility lay in finding a rare saint-grade recovery pill, which was seldom available at the Xuanji auction house. And its price was beyond Yang Qiru's means. Consequently, she developed an intense disdain for those who attempted to disrupt the auction. Her scorn found resonance among many, who had also been affected to varying degrees, collectively branding Yun Qianhuang and her brother as troublemakers at the auction. Yun Qianhuang, having lived a full life, remained largely unperturbed by their remarks. However, Yun Qianya, being at an age rife with impulsivity, found it natural to become agitated. He stepped forward to confront Yang Qiru, asserting, "My sister and I only arrived in Tianling City yesterday. How could we possibly know the rules of this wretched auction house?"
Yang Qiru scoffed derisively, retorting,
"Is your claim of arriving yesterday to be taken as truth? I could just as easily declare myself the owner of the Xuanji auction house."
Indeed.
"You claim to be here to sell goods. Why not present them for our scrutiny? If you cannot produce them, it seems you are merely attempting to create a disturbance at the auction. Why should we reveal our possessions to you?" Although Yun Qianya may have acted impulsively, he possesses a measure of rationality. He may be unaware of what his sister intends to auction, yet he comprehends the principle of safeguarding one's wealth. If they were to disclose their items, what if ill intentions arose among this crowd? Tianling City is not Helen City. He and his sister are strangers here, and should they fall victim to theft, they would likely find no recourse for justice. Such fine words, Yang Qiru scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. Who knows if you are truly unable to produce anything? Yun Qianya wished to argue further, but the commotion soon attracted the attention of the auction house's manager. The manager, Luo Xiao, a formidable figure of the spirit realm, wore a stern expression as he regarded Yang Qiru and Yun Qianya with displeasure. "Kindly resolve any grievances elsewhere. Refrain from causing a scene at the Xuanji auction house," he admonished, exuding an aura of authority. Yang Qiru's countenance paled, and she became instantly reticent. In the presence of a spirit realm expert, the others also fell silent. Yun Qianya observed the sudden change in the expressions of those around him, bewildered. What had transpired? As he scrutinized the crowd, Luo Xiao's perplexed gaze fell upon him as well. How curious. This lad, merely a pinnacle 5-star spirit master, seems capable of withstanding his imposing presence. There was also a young girl over there, dressed similarly to him. With Luo Xiao's strength, he naturally could not perceive the spiritual energy surrounding Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya. However, his intention was merely to intimidate this group, preventing them from treating the Xiankei auction house as a place for raucous disruptions. Thus, he did not delve deeper. Contentedly surveying the crowd, he had daunted before turning to return to the auction house. At that moment, a female voice suddenly rang out. "Hello. Are you the person in charge of the auction house?" Luo Xiao halted in his tracks and turned his gaze inquisitively towards Yun Qianhuang. "I am, young lady. What can I do for you?" With a flick of her wrist, Yun Qianhuang produced 2 delicate porcelain vials in her palm. She approached Luo Xiao and presented the vials. May these 2 elixirs be sold at your esteemed auction house? Elixirs? The expressions of Yang Qiuru and her companions changed dramatically. These 2 individuals actually had items prepared for sale, and they were elixirs? Even through the well-sealed porcelain vials, they could detect a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs. And it was evident that these 2 vials contained elixirs of considerable quality. Reflecting on her earlier words, Yang Qiuru felt as though an invisible hand had delivered a resounding slap across her face. According to the auction house's regulations, they did not entertain guests wishing to sell items during the auction. Yet, being in close proximity, Luo Xiao could easily catch the scent of the elixirs. The moment he inhaled that aroma, his fatigue from recent days seemed to dissipate entirely. Such elixirs must undoubtedly be of a grade above 10. If such an elixir exists, it would be harmless to make an exception this once. Luo Xiao took the 2 vials of elixir and then turned to Yun Qianhuang, politely inquiring, "May I open one to take a look?" Yun Qianhuang replied indifferently yes. With permission granted, Luo Xiao eagerly uncorked one of the vials. Instantly, a rich fragrance of medicine wafted through the air, captivating everyone present, who could not help but display expressions of rapture. However, Luo Xiao's expression suddenly shifted. He quickly reinserted the cork and then bowed slightly towards Yun Qianhuang, respectfully gesturing for her to proceed. "Esteemed guest, please follow me." Yun Qianhuang cast a glance at Yang Qiuru amidst the crowd, her tone flat and unyielding. "Brother, let us go." Silence often speaks louder than words. Perceiving her gaze, Yang Qiuru felt an overwhelming urge to find a crevice to hide in, humiliated and indignant. While the Yun siblings had already been invited by Luo Xiao into the auction house, she found herself still waiting in line to enter. The disparity was starkly evident. Chapter 30. Sacred Items, both of exceptional quality. Yun Qianhuang paid no heed to Yang Qiuru's reaction. Upon entering the auction house with Luo Xiao, she adjusted her cloak, ensuring that her appearance remained obscured from prying eyes. Observing her movements, Yun Qianya also tugged at his own cloak. Luo Xiao led the siblings into a room at the back of the auction house. Inside sat an elderly gentleman, who, upon hearing the commotion, waved his hand impatiently. "Away with you. We agreed not to entertain guests wishing to sell items today. Do not disturb me." "Old Wei, this time is different," Luo Xiao replied, a hint of urgency in his voice. "I care not for any differences," Old Wei retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the cloaked siblings. "These rules were established by you." Despite his words, the unusual circumstances compelled him to reconsider. Luo Xiao hastily produced the 2 vials of elixirs, speaking rapidly. "These 2 vials contain pills of at least grade 10. If it were otherwise, would I dare to trouble you, Old Wei?" "What did you say? Grade 10? Old Wei nearly instantaneously appeared before Luo Xiao, fixated on the vials in his grasp. Such speed was remarkable, and there was not a trace of spiritual energy fluctuation in the air. "This Old Wei is quite formidable." Yun Qianhuang adjusted her cloak once more. Old Wei's entire attention was captivated by the 2 vials, leaving him oblivious to her subtle movements. With palpable excitement, he took the vials from Luo Xiao and proceeded to uncork one. A rich fragrance of medicine swiftly permeated the room, filling it with its potent aroma. Old Wei was enraptured by the fragrant aroma of the medicinal elixirs, his weary eyes sparkling with newfound vitality. After a considerable interval, he uncorked another vial of pills, and once more, a wave of herbal fragrance enveloped him, causing him to tremble with excitement. To prevent his unsteady hands from faltering, he promptly thrust the pills back into Luo Xiao's grasp, his voice trembling with fervor. "These are of the highest grade. Both are supreme elixirs." The mere utterance of those 2 words sent a shiver through Luo Xiao's hands as well. In the entirety of the continent, only one alchemist possessed the prowess to concoct supreme elixirs. However, the crafting of such potions is exceedingly arduous. This esteemed alchemist rarely produces more than 10 supreme elixirs per annum, and those are long since claimed by the elite factions, rendering them unavailable for sale. The few supreme elixirs that do circulate in the marketplace are typically acquired by those factions within various secret realms. Their Xuanji auction house stands as the largest auction house on the continent, yet even they manage to auction no more than 2 supreme elixirs in a year. The origin of these 2 children, who so boldly presented not 1 but 2 supreme elixirs, left both Luo Xiao and Old Wei utterly speechless. Beneath her cloak, Yun Qianhuang suppressed a smile, her voice tinged with impatience as she inquired, "Can these 2 elixirs be sold at your esteemed auction house?" Luo Xiao jolted back to reality. realized that in their fervor, he and Old Wei had momentarily overlooked their guests. He nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed. Old Wei then asked, esteemed guest, one of these elixirs is the supreme revitalization pill, but the other? I regret my inability to distinguish what it is. It is the bone restoration pill,
came the reply.
Yun Qianhuang possesses more than just these two sacred-grade elixirs. However, since they are to be auctioned, it is only natural that those with healing properties are deemed more valuable. The bone regeneration pill, as its name suggests, can regenerate bones as long as the individual is not deceased. Whether one is missing an arm or a leg, consuming this pill can restore one's skeletal structure. When combined with the vitality restoration pill, even severed limbs can be regenerated. It is indeed a sacred-grade bone regeneration pill. Although Elder Wei had heard of the bone regeneration pill, its rarity prevented him from recognizing it immediately. He composed himself and addressed the guest, esteemed guest. I humbly propose an idea. Please, Elder Wei, do share, Yun Qianhuang replied. I believe it would be best to auction these two sacred-grade elixirs together. The bone regeneration pill, when paired with the vitality restoration pill, can unleash their maximum efficacy, thus commanding a higher price when auctioned as a set. However, this approach may deter many potential bidders, as acquiring both sacred-grade elixirs in one transaction requires a considerable sum of gold, far beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Yun Qianhuang understood the implications of his words. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. Let us proceed as Elder Wei suggests. Additionally, I have a few 8th-grade vitality restoration pills. Might I inquire if they could also be included in your esteemed auction? As she spoke, she produced 3 porcelain vials. Although 8th-grade vitality restoration pills are less precious than sacred-grade ones, they can still fetch a handsome price. However, the auction items had already been publicly announced, and the mere inclusion of 8th-grade vitality restoration pills would not suffice for Luo Xiao to make an exception for today as auction.
Yet,
with the presence of the 2 sacred-grade elixirs, Luo Xiao would find it impolite to decline Yun Qianhuang's request. He accepted the 3 bottles of elixirs and, after a thorough examination by Wei, confirmed them to be 8th-rank recovery pills. Immediately, he retrieved a Sioux, New Jersey token from his storage ring and presented it to Yun Qianhuang. Esteemed guest, the auction will commence shortly. I shall include these elixirs among today as auction items. You may collect your rewards after the auction concludes or remain here to participate in today as bidding. Yun Qianhuang keenly noticed that the Sioux, New Jersey token given to her by Luo Xiao differed slightly from those held by the individuals outside the auction house. Sensing her curiosity, Luo Xiao smiled and explained, this token is of the highest authority, a heavenly rank Sioux, New Jersey token. With a heavenly rank Sioux, New Jersey token, the auction house's commission is reduced to 5%, and guests are free to bring others to join the auction. The Sioux, New Jersey auction house categorizes its tokens into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, mysterious, and yellow. The tokens available for public sale are all yellow rank, which only grants access to the auction without any additional privileges. When selling items at the auction house, the commission for yellow rank is 20%, for mysterious rank is 15%, for earthly rank is 10%, and for heavenly rank is 5%. Furthermore, the privilege to bring guests to the auction is exclusive to the holders of the heavenly rank Sioux, New Jersey token. The Sioux, New Jersey auction house does not merely conduct auctions. It also manages numerous enterprises. Holders of the heavenly rank Sioux, New Jersey token enjoy absolute priority when purchasing goods from any establishment under the Sioux, New Jersey auction house as banner. This heavenly rank Sioux, New Jersey token serves as a gesture of goodwill from Luo Xiao towards Yun Qianhuang. The ability to produce 2 superior-grade elixirs and several 8th-grade rejuvenation pills at once led him to ascertain that the identities of the 2 individuals before him were undoubtedly remarkable. Cultivating a favorable relationship with such individuals would be immensely beneficial for the Sioux, New Jersey auction house. Yun Qianhuang discerned Luo Xiao's subtle intentions. She accepted the heavenly grade Sioux, New Jersey token and inquired, if it is not too much trouble, may we accompany you to today's auction? Luo Xiao, having carefully stowed the elixirs, replied with a cheerful smile, certainly, please follow me. He arranged a private room specifically for Yun Qianhuang and her brother. Such rooms are typically reserved for prominent factions, offering excellent visibility while completely shielding them from external scrutiny. Pleased with the arrangement, Yun Qianhuang, after bidding farewell to Luo Xiao, turned to Yun Qianya, who seemed hesitant to speak, and chuckled lightly. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind. Chapter 31 Trust. Yun Qianya indeed had numerous inquiries swirling in his mind. When he first began to form memories, the general's residence was still in its prime. housing a highly esteemed alchemist. Thus, although their family had faced suppression from the imperial court over the years, they still possessed a modest stock of medicinal pills, including the elusive 8th-grade return essence pill. However, the existence of the divine-grade return essence pill, not to mention the legendary sacred bone pill, of which he had never even heard, was beyond the reach of the general's residence. It was likely that even the imperial family of the Qilin kingdom could not procure such treasures. From where, then, had his sister acquired these miraculous elixirs? Furthermore, how had she come to be acquainted with that exceedingly perilous man? As these questions piled up, Yun Qianye found himself at a loss as to which to address first. Yun Qianhuang regarded him with a steady gaze. Her audacity in presenting those 2 divine pills before him suggested she had no fear of his probing inquiries. With the auction yet to commence, she had ample time to clarify his uncertainties. Yet, despite his myriad of questions, Yun Qianye merely shook his head gently. Looking at Yun Qianhuang, a pained expression flickered in his eyes. "Sister, you must have endured considerable hardships to acquire these treasures, haven't you?" Their father had previously spoken to him about the Qianshan dragon tomb, cautioning him repeatedly never to divulge to anyone that his sister possessed a supreme spiritual bone. It was then that Yun Qianye learned that there were those who sought to excavate his sister's spiritual bone to unlock the mysteries of the dragon tomb. Initially, he had believed those individuals to have failed in their endeavors. However, as more and more extraordinary treasures began to surface in his sister's possession, items unattainable by the general's residence, doubts began to creep into his mind regarding his previous assumptions. At that moment, he witnessed the shattering of his sister's life jade plate. Moreover, not long ago, the bustling news from Helen City suggested that various factions had exerted all their efforts to open the Qianshan dragon tomb, only to discover it utterly devoid of treasures. Yun Qianye found himself pondering deeply. He speculated that perhaps his sister had indeed been excavated for her spiritual bone, which subsequently opened the entrance to the Qianshan dragon tomb. It was likely that the life jade plate shattered at that very instant. After the dragon tomb was unveiled, his sister may have been swept inside, where she encountered some fortuitous event that allowed her to reclaim her life, reconstruct her spiritual bone, and fortuitously regain her senses. These elixirs were likely gifts obtained by his sister within the dragon tomb. Yun Qianye was never one to be foolish. With the clues at hand, he could piece together the truth with considerable accuracy. However, he was reluctant to pry further. If his sister chose to share, he would listen. If she preferred silence, he would not press her. After all, he trusted that she would not harm him or the general's residence. His trust in Yun Qianhuang bordered on blind faith. Yun Qianhuang's heart stirred slightly. She lifted her gaze to meet the young man's eyes, allowing her expression to soften. All of that seemed inconsequential. As she spoke, she reached out to tousle Yun Qianye's hair, then retrieved a row of elixirs from her storage ring and handed them to him. She did not hesitate to share these elixirs with her family. Rather, she was uncertain how to explain their origin when questioned. Yun Qianhuang struggled with familial interactions. She was reluctant to deceive her loved ones, yet some matters eluded her ability to articulate. Today, Yun Qianye's demeanor illuminated a profound truth. Those who genuinely hold you dear do not concern themselves with your possessions, but rather with your well-being. The array of elixirs before her, predominantly of sacred quality, served a myriad of purposes, with the least among them being of the 8th tier. Yun Qianye's eyes widened in astonishment, her speech faltering. "Sister, these are for you. Please keep them." A subtle smile graced Yun Qianhuang's lips. Instantly, Yun Qianye shook her head. "Sister, you should retain these elixirs. If I require any, I will certainly inform you." This statement caused the smile on Yun Qianhuang's face to fade, as she fixed her gaze upon Yun Qianye, her tone leaving no room for dissent. "Take them." After a moment of internal conflict, Yun Qianye ultimately accepted the elixirs. "Thank you, sister." Yun Qianhuang then affectionately ruffled her hair before directing her attention to the auctioneer who ascended the stage below. The arrival of the auctioneer signified the commencement of today's auction. Yun Qianhuang's attendance was primarily to ascertain the market value of her elixirs, with the additional intent of acquiring certain items contingent upon the sale of her own elixirs. Noticing her gaze fixed below, Yun Qianye followed suit. The auctions at the Xuanji auction house consistently proceeded in accordance with the value of the items being sold. The first item up for bid was a 7th-tier spiritual artifact, which garnered scant interest, ultimately selling for a mere 15,000 gold coins. Yun Qianhuang was somewhat taken aback, realizing the allure that compelled many to consign their belongings to the auction house. It is noteworthy that the 7th-tier spiritual artifact she encountered in the underground black market of Xuanfeng City was merely priced at 10,000 gold coins. A figure of 15,000 gold coins, after deducting a 20% commission, still exceeds the black market price by 2,000 gold coins. Yun Qianhuang felt a twinge of temptation. She possessed a plethora of elixirs. Should she consider placing a portion of them at the Xuanji auction house? Naturally. This was merely a fleeting thought. If she were to present a multitude of high-grade elixirs, even the Xuanji auction house might harbor ill intentions. Moderation is key, a principle that Yun Qianhuang comprehended well. However, the auction commenced with a 7th-tier spiritual artifact, sufficiently demonstrating that the remaining auction items held greater value than the initial offering. Yun Qianhuang's anticipation began to mount. The second item up for bid was a 7th-grade beauty-enhancing pill, which sold for 18,000 gold coins. Following this were the third and fourth items, until the 6th auction item, which featured her 3 8th-grade recovery pills. The auction list did not specify this detail, surprising those present, but they quickly began to bid. An 8th-grade elixir could easily fetch over 100,000 gold coins. Moreover, these 3 pills, unlike the beauty-enhancing elixir with a niche application, were healing pills applicable to anyone in need. As the 3 8th-grade recovery pills were introduced, the entire hall buzzed with excitement. Ultimately, each pill sold for a staggering 130,000 gold coins. Yun Qianye's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling. "Sister, is it truly 130,000 for each?" He possessed a mere 1,000 gold coins, and yet a single recovery pill could command such an astronomical price? Yun Qianhuang cast a glance at him, remarkably composed. "I shall allocate some to you later." However, Yun Qianye pondered. If an 8th-grade yuan recovery pill could fetch such a high price, just imagine the worth of a sacred-grade yuan recovery pill. He dared not contemplate further. The auction continued unabated. The items on offer this time predominantly comprised spirit weapons and elixirs, alongside some precious medicinal herbs, a common assortment at major auction houses. Yun Qianhuang felt rather disinterested. She had no need for these items. It seemed this session held nothing of interest for her. The following auction item was derived from 2 10th-tier fire leopards. The assistant to the auctioneer emerged, cradling the item in his hands. As the auctioneer unveiled the red cloth covering the tray amidst the eager gazes of the audience. In an instant, the temperature within the hall began to rise gradually. That was... Yun Qianye sprang to his feet, pressing against the wall, his eyes fixated on the crimson object within the tray. Chapter 32. The spirit core of the 10th Order Fire Leopard. Many shared the same excitement as Yun Qianye. Observing the eager expressions of the crowd, the auctioneer on stage displayed a satisfied smile. Gently tapping the surface with her gavel, she elucidated, "I trust you have all recognized these. They are indeed 2 spirit cores, hailing from the 10th Order Fire Leopard. Every spirit beast possesses a spirit core, yet in most instances, the core dissipates upon the beast's demise. Only in rare circumstances does the core endure after the beast's passing, rendering them exceedingly precious. A first-order spirit core alone can fetch over 1,000 gold coins. These cores can be utilized in the alchemical crafting of elixirs or embedded within spirit artifacts, bestowing formidable enhancements upon them." Yun Qianye's lance, once wielded by Yun Shuli on the battlefield, is categorized as a 7th Order spirit artifact. Should it be adorned with a 10th Order Fire Leopard spirit core, its power would undoubtedly surpass that of an 8th Order artifact. Hence, Yun Qianye's fervor. However, he merely observes, such 10th Order cores are rare treasures, each commanding a price around 1 million gold coins, far beyond his means. Yun Qianhuang noticed his reaction and inquired, "Do you desire them?" Yun Qianye nodded generously but quickly shook his head. "Sister, our family cannot afford it. Even if we sold the entire general's residence, along with the 3 8-rank recovery pills worth over 300,000, it would still be insufficient." Yun Qianhuang, however, was unconcerned about the gold. The 2 sacred-grade elixirs had yet to be brought forth, indicating their value surpasses that of these 10th Order spirit cores. Thus, if those 2 elixirs were to be sold, she would indeed possess the funds from the purchase of these 2 spirit cores. However, it remains uncertain whether the Xuanji auction house permits such a situation. Yun Qianhuang gently patted Yun Qianye's shoulder and said, "Qianye, please inquire with the head of the auction house." "Understood." Yun Qianye donned his hood once more and promptly exited the private room. Shortly thereafter, he returned accompanied by Luo Sha. Luo Sha bowed respectfully to Yun Qianhuang before inquiring, "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" Yun Xianhuang conveyed her thoughts to Luo Sha. He appeared momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "All items auctioned at our event must be paid for at the back office after the auction concludes. Furthermore, proceeds from items sold through our establishment are also dispersed post-auction. Your proposal is entirely feasible, so there is no need for concern." Yun Xianhuang then asked, "What if those 2 elixirs do not sell?" While sacred elixirs are undoubtedly precious, their price is rather fixed and they're sold as a bundle, thus limiting the number of potential buyers. "Rest assured, esteemed guest," Luo Sha replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Should they remain unsold, our establishment is willing to purchase them at a price of 5 million gold coins each. 5 million for one, totaling 10 million for both." This sudden windfall left Yun Qianya utterly astonished. Yun Xianhuang, though not entirely familiar with the value of sacred elixirs, given their scarcity in the market, recognized that, based on the previous auction prices, 5 million is indeed a very generous offer. Yun Xianhuang nodded and said, "Let it be so." In the Grand Hall, the 2 10th-rank spirit nuclei had already reached a staggering price of 700,000 gold coins each. Beyond this price, the number of bidders dwindled significantly, and the intervals between bids elongated considerably. As Luo Shao exited the private room, someone announced a bid, 800,000. Yun Qianya felt a surge of excitement, but hesitated slightly. Yun Xianhuang offered him an encouraging glance, urging him to bid. The little voice in Yun Qianya's mind rubbed its hands in anticipation, and he eagerly called out, 810,000. The soundproofing of the private room was excellent. One needed to utilize spiritual energy for those outside to hear, which would undoubtedly reveal Yun Qianya's position. Upon hearing his bid, the individual who had previously offered 800,000 turned his gaze upon him with evident displeasure. He was Lin Mingqi, a junior member of the Lin family, one of the prestigious families in Tianling City. Relying on this powerful lineage, Lin Mingqi had grown accustomed to wielding influence within Tianling City, which explained why few dared to contest him in bidding moments prior. However, upon realizing that Yun Qianya was seated within the private room, he clenched his teeth and, albeit reluctantly, declared 850,000. The private rooms at the Xuanji auction house were generally reserved for formidable forces. Those who could occupy such spaces were certainly not afraid of the Lin family. Despite his reluctance, Lin Mingqi had no choice but to comply and raise his bid. Yun Qianya glanced at his sister, Yun Qianhuang, and hesitated, 860,000. He dared not increase his bid too drastically, fearing that his sister might think he was frivolously spending money. However, the lowest bid from others had already started at 50,000. For Yun Qianya, increasing the bid incrementally by 1,000 seemed substantial, yet to Lin Mingqi, it felt like a deliberate provocation. Lin Mingqi gritted his teeth, calling out 90,000. He was determined to secure one of those 2 spirit cores. 91. Before Yun Qianya could finish his sentence, Yun Xianhuang patted his head, and her voice, infused with spiritual energy, resonated within the hall, 1 million. Yun Qianya was taken aback by his sister's audacious increase. Meanwhile, Lin Mingqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Who was this person competing with him? He turned again to locate the source of the voice. After a moment, Lin Mingqi silently withdrew his gaze, his confidence wavering as he declared, 105,000. 1 million was the maximum he could afford, yet he was unwilling to concede so easily. Thus he grit his teeth and added 50,000, planning to borrow from someone nearby later. Yun Qianya tugged at Yun Qianhuang's sleeve, whispering, "Sister, perhaps we should let it go. It's simply too expensive." Yun Qianhuang offered him a reassuring glance and continued to raise the bid, 110,000. This price was beyond what Lin Mingqi could manage. No matter, there is still 1 spirit core left, right? Lin Mingqi consoled himself, ultimately deciding to withdraw from the bidding. In the end, the first spirit core was won by Yun Qianhuang. Following this, the auction for the second spirit core commenced, and with the first one's price established, the starting bid for the second was met with an immediate offer of 50,000. The sound of escalating bids filled the air. Having missed out on the first spirit core, Lin Mingqi was determined to secure the second one, bidding with fervor. For the first core, many had shown him leniency due to his affiliation with the Lin family. However, when it came to the second core, they were not inclined to show any mercy, as the rarity of a 10th-tier spirit core was uncertain. The price swiftly soared to over 1 million. Yun Qianhuang was about to place her bid when Yun Qiannight intervened, saying, "Sister, you can use that spirit core. There's no need to bid further." Although he knew that after the auction, his sister would possess considerable wealth, he was still uncomfortable with the idea of spending such a large sum at once. Undeterred, Yun Qianhuang entered the bidding war, ultimately acquiring the second spirit core for the price of 130,000. With both cores snatched away by Yun Qianhuang, Lin Mingqi gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing he could drag her out of the private room for a proper reprimand. Yet, with the auction house prohibiting any disturbances, he could only suppress his anger for the time being. The number 1 private room. He made a mental note of it. Chapter 33. Yang Qiru's regret the auction had yet to conclude, yet Lin Mingqi suppressed his irritation and continued to observe the forthcoming items for bid.
Today,
The Sioux, New Jersey auction house had prepared an array of treasures. Aside from 2 10th-tier fire leopard spirit nuclei, the subsequent items were increasingly valuable. In the presence of such coveted pieces, no one was inclined to spare each other's dignity, as the bidding grew ever more fervent. During this time, Yun Qianhuang refrained from placing further bids, as the items at hand were of no immediate use to her. However, there was a piece of magic shadow stone, which the auctioneer claimed was acquired from the slaying of an 11th-tier spirit beast. The exact purpose of the stone remained a mystery, even to Elder Wei. Despite the uncertainty surrounding its utility, the potent fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the magic shadow stone were undeniable, leading to a handful of initial bids. Yet, once the price escalated to 500,000, no one dared to bid further. Spending such a substantial sum on an item of ambiguous value simply seemed imprudent. Yun Qianhuang gazed at the magic shadow stone for an extended period. After consulting with Outyen and Fubai, both of whom were equally perplexed about the stone's purpose, she reasoned that the remnants of an 11th-tier spirit beast could not possibly be worthless. After all, she now considered herself a modestly affluent individual. So, why not make the purchase? Resolute in her decision, Yun Qianhuang raised her bid just before the auctioneer's gavel struck, 600,000. This figure elicited no further competition from those present. Indeed, many regarded her as a fool for spending such a sum on a mere stone. In the hall, Lin Mingqi, recognizing the bidder from Box 1, could not help but scoff. To think someone would part with 600,000 for a worthless rock, truly. The occupant of Box 1 was a na-ve spender. Yet, the more she squandered her money, the more delighted he became. After all, this individual had seized his spirit core. Lin Mingqi was still brooding over it. He had always been accustomed to being domineering and had never considered that this was an auction where the highest bidder prevails. Even if those 2 spirit cores were not claimed by Yun Qianhuang, they might not have ended up in his possession. On stage, noticing the prolonged silence in bidding, the auctioneer decisively declared, 600,000 for the 3rd time. Congratulations to the guest in Box 1 for acquiring the Demon Mist Stone. The list released by the Xuanji auction house indicated that the Demon Mist Stone was the final item for auction. Thus, after the auction of the Demon Mist Stone concluded, some attendees began to rise, intending to leave the hall. However, at that very moment, the auctioneer's assistant unexpectedly approached with another item for auction. Observing those who had already stood up, the auctioneer merely uttered, "The next item for auction has been added at the last minute by Elder Wei." It is well known that the Xuanji auction house maintains strict regulations, and the addition of items to the auction at the last moment occurs but once a year. Yet today, not only were the 3 grade 8 returning essence pills absent from the list, but there was also a remarkable treasure making an unexpected appearance. What could possess such significance that the Xuanji auction house would make an exception and reveal it at the end? In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the tray draped in red cloth, and those who had planned to leave found themselves seated once more. Among them were several individuals who had witnessed Yun Qianhuang and her brother being escorted into the auction house by the manager, Luo Xiao. Did that young girl not claim they were there to sell items at the Xuanji auction house? She intends to sell her wares, and today's auction is perfectly timed. Showcasing treasures not listed in the catalog, this cannot possibly be mere coincidence. The eager onlookers fixate intently on the crimson cloth draped over the tray, desperate to uncover what lies beneath. They vividly recall the moment when that young girl unveiled 2 exquisite elixirs. The rich aroma of the potions still lingers in their memories. After building suspense among the crowd, the auctioneer, with a smile, lifted the crimson cloth and rapped his gavel, announcing, "The final item for today as auction is the Sacred Revitalizing Pill and the Sacred Rebirth Pill." The Revitalizing Pill is a healing elixir, potent enough to restore a mortally wounded individual to full health in an instant. As for the Rebirth Pill, its name speaks for itself. It is capable of regrowing severed limbs in the living, and when used in conjunction with a revitalizing pill, its effects are amplified. Both elixirs are being auctioned together, with a starting bid of 1 million gold coins. The auctioneer's dramatic proclamation set the entire hall ablaze with excitement. The revitalizing pill, truly. It is the sacred revitalizing pill? It has been ages since the Xuanji auction house presented such revered elixirs, and today, astonishingly, there are two. The rebirth pill. It is said that someone from the Frosty Snow sect has lost his right arm and has yet to find a means to restore it. The crowd buzzed with fervor, all astounded by the presence of these two elixirs. Even the representatives of various factions in the private rooms were stirred. The sacred revitalizing pill and the sacred rebirth pill. They must acquire these two elixirs. In room 8, someone boldly announced a high bid. I offer 5 million gold coins. The ethereal sound imbued with spiritual energy effectively quelled the chatter within the hall, prompting the attendees to realize that they had yet to place their bids. And they hastily abandoned their discussions. Bids cascaded one after another, and soon, the price of the two elixirs soared to 8 million. This sum was beyond the reach of most within the hall, with the majority of the bidding coming from representatives of various factions ensconced in private rooms. Even those who recognized their futility in the competition remained eagerly transfixed by the bidding of the influential figures. In a corner of the hall, Yang Qiuru clutched the hem of her garment, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure of her grip. Her keen eyesight and sharp memory allowed her to discern that the two elixirs were indeed the very same ones she had previously looked down upon, brought forth by those two individuals at the entrance of the auction house. The sacred rejuvenation pill. How could they possess such a treasure? It was evident that anyone capable of presenting a sacred elixir was not an ordinary person. If only she had refrained from her derisive remarks and instead spoken in support of those two, perhaps even aiding their entry into the auction house, she might have forged a bond with them. In that case, her brother's leg might have had a chance at recovery.
Regret gnawed et yang Qiuru.
Yet the world offers no remedy for remorse. Meanwhile, in the private chambers on the second floor, the bidding continued unabated, with the price of the two elixirs now exceeding 10 million, surpassing the promise Luo Xiao had made to Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qianya was so exhilarated that he found himself at a loss for words. Even during the peak affluence of the general's residence, he had never witnessed such a sum as 10 million gold coins. Although seated within the room allowed him to clearly hear the bids, he pressed his ear against the wall, fearful of missing any detail. Observing his antics, Yun Qianhuang couldn't help but chuckle. As the price soared to 10 million gold coins, even the powerful factions found themselves in a state of contemplation. Only the individuals in Box 3 and Box 8 continued to fervently raise their bids. The onlookers were left in astonishment. At 13 million, which forces were represented in those two boxes, exhibiting such extravagant wealth? While the identity of the bidders in Box 3 remained a mystery, it was widely believed that the occupant of Box 8 was none other than the second elder of the Frost Snow sect. You mentioned Zhu Hefu? That explains it. Zhu Hefu has been tirelessly seeking a way to restore his right arm over the years. Having finally encountered this exquisite holy-grade bone regeneration pill, he must be willing to expend all his resources to secure it. Indeed, the Frost Snow sect displays remarkable affluence. Yet it remains to be seen what limits Zhu Hefu may possess. The individual who spoke soon received the answer to his inquiry. Chapter 34. Do you know who my cousin is? In room number 8, Zhu Hefeng was infuriated as the occupants of room number 3 continued to raise the bid. His beard twitched in irritation. Initially, he did not intend to leverage his status to intimidate others, but the escalating price had surpassed what he could afford. Zhu Hefeng had no choice but to assert his authority, addressing the assembly. Esteemed guests, these two elixirs hold immense significance for me. I kindly urge you to exercise restraint, for in the future, you shall all be honored guests of our Frosty Snow sect. Though his words seemed to entice, they were, in truth, a veiled threat. The address of esteemed guests was primarily directed at those in room number 3, as they were the only ones persistently contesting the price, which had soared to an astonishing 12 million gold coins. Upon hearing his proclamation, the occupants of room number 3 ceased their bidding. After a moment of contemplation, one of them responded with a smile. Ah, it is Elder Zhu from the Frosty Snow sect. In that case, I shall relinquish these two elixirs to you. Zhu Hefeng did not introduce himself, yet his affiliation with the Frosty Snow sect and his eagerness to acquire the elixirs made it evident that he was the sole representative. As anticipated, room number 3 refrained from further bidding. Observing this, Zhu Hefeng retracted his oppressive aura and let out a cold snort, recognizing the wisdom of his opponents. This sound, devoid of any spiritual energy, was inaudible to those outside. The onlookers then heard Zhu Hefeng inquire of the auctioneer, "May we announce the results?" With a beaming smile, the auctioneer declared, 13 million for the first time. The gavel fell, and the 2 elixirs were secured by Zhu Hefeng for the sum of 13 million gold coins. In room 3, the middle-aged man wore a look of deep regret. "Second young master, having missed this opportunity, we may never encounter the sacred returning essence pill again. The family head's health." "No matter," Lu Xianqing replied, shaking his head. "Zhu Hefeng is a man who harbors grudges. If we insist on competing with him and antagonizing the Frost and Snow sect, it would be a futile endeavor." As he spoke, he turned to Gong Jiulu. "Jiulu, I must trouble your family to continue assisting us." Gong Jiulu draped an arm over his shoulder. "What need is there for such formality between us? It is unfortunate that Feng Yuan, that young lady, was delayed due to matters at home. Otherwise, her family would undoubtedly have been of great help." Lu Xianqing smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Once the 2 sacred pills were auctioned off, the event came to a conclusive end. The successful bidders eagerly rushed to the backstage to claim their items. Zhu Hefeng was among the first to dash towards the backstage, swiftly settling the payment to retrieve his 2 pills, and he laughed heartily. "After 5 years, my right arm is finally saved." As Zhu Hefeng stowed away the pills, he casually inquired, "Luo Sha, from where did your auction house acquire such treasures this time?" In the midst of the bustling crowd, Yun Qianhuang did not immediately approach to collect her earnings from the auction of her pills and the 2 spiritual cores. She and Yun Qianye concealed themselves in an inconspicuous corner, intending to wait until the crowd had dispersed before making their move, when they overheard Zhu Hefeng's question. Yun Qianhuang felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, her habit of exercising caution paid off. She had refrained from revealing her true identity to Luo Sha, instead adopting her biological mother's surname and introducing herself as Wen Qianhuang. Faced with Zhu Hefeng's inquiry, Luo Sha exhibited a look of consternation. "Elder Zhu, you are well aware of the rules of our Sioux, New Jersey auction house. We cannot divulge our client's privacy." I understand, Zhu Hefeng replied, patting him on the shoulder, a broad smile adorning his face, albeit with a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. "Cunning old fox," Luo Sha muttered inwardly, yet maintained a smiling fade as he bid farewell to Zhu Hefeng. Subsequently, several factions attempted to discern the identity of the individual selling the 2 sacred-grade elixirs, only to be skillfully evaded by Luo Sha. The Sioux, New Jersey auction house had established its presence in Tianling City for many years, supported by formidable forces. Those inquiring could glean no information and dared not press further, ultimately departing in disappointment. Before long, Luo Sha found himself alone in the back room. Yun Qianhuang adjusted her cloak and assessed the efficacy of the disguise elixir she had consumed prior to her departure from the Lingxian forest. The elixir was a 6th-grade product and would maintain its effects for a week unless she chose to dispel it. With only 4 days having elapsed, she felt sufficiently assured. Yun Qianhuang confidently approached Luo Sha, accompanied by Yun Qianye. "Miss Wen, you have arrived." Luo Sha greeted them warmly upon recognizing the distinctive cloaks. He promptly extended the spirit gold card to Yun Qianhuang. "The expenses from your auction, along with our commission, have been deducted. Miss Wen may verify the amount." In his presence, Yun Qianhuang meticulously counted the proceeds, 2 sacred-grade elixirs, combined with the previous 3 8th-grade recovery elixirs. After deducting the costs of the 2 spirit cores and the demonic shadow stone, she was astonished to find nearly 10 million remaining. She made a rough calculation, deeming the approximate figures accurate, and then tucked the spirit gold card away. Subsequently, Luo Sha handed her 2 spirit cores and inquired, "Miss Wen, the embedding of spirit cores necessitates the assistance of a craftsman. Would you like me to find someone for you?" It goes without saying that the connections at the Xuanji auction house would enable them to engage only high-ranking artisans. However, Yun Qianhuang already had a candidate in mind, thus graciously declined Luo Sha's kind offer. She stored the 2 spirit cores into her storage ring and departed the Xuanji auction house with Yun Qianite. As the auction concluded, few patrons remained in and out of the establishment. The pair, cloaked and with hoods pulled low to obscure their faces, could hardly avoid drawing attention. Lin Mingqi, who had been lurking outside the auction house, instantly perked up. Accompanied by several of his attendants, he obstructed the path of the siblings, scrutinizing them from head to toe. However, the cloak was so concealing that he could discern nothing. Lin Mingqi smirked, puffing up with arrogance as he asked, "You are the ones who were in box 1 just now, correct?" This question had already been posed to several individuals. With only a handful of private rooms on the second floor, many of whom he recognized, he had yet to uncover the identities of those in box 1. The unique attire of Yun Qianhuang and her brother made it evident that they were indeed the individuals he had been searching for. Yun Qiannight furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you?" Having participated in the bidding for the spirit cores, his voice immediately confirmed their identities to Lin Mingqi. "I am the young master of the Lin family." Lin Mingqi regarded the two with an air of superiority, proclaiming, "Surely you are aware of the Lin family, one of the prestigious families in Tianling City. If you wish to remain in the city, you had better hand over those 2 10th-grade spirit cores." Initially, Lin Mingqi intended to bid for only one. However, upon reflection, he realized that he could embed one into his own spiritual weapon, while the other could serve as a gift to curry favor with his cousin. Thus, he audaciously demanded both spirit cores. The Lin family? The name sounded vaguely familiar to Yun Qianya, but he could not recall the details and chose not to dwell on it. All he needed to know was that this person was here to seize the spirit cores. Without hesitation, Yun Qianya brandished a spear, offering no warning before thrusting it directly at Lin Mingqi. Startled, Lin Mingqi quickly ducked behind his guard, then peered out, glaring menacingly at Yun Qianya. "Do you dare to strike me? Do you know who my cousin is?" Chapter 35. Eradicating violence and upholding justice. Yun Qianya scoffed disdainfully, exclaiming, "I care not for who your cousin is." With that, he resumed his assault on Lin Mingqi, only to be thwarted by several of Lin Mingqi's guards. Lingering behind his protectors, Lin Mingqi commanded, "Teach him a proper lesson, strike him fiercely." How dare he launch an attack without even inquiring about the illustrious name of Lin Mingqi? The guards, all accomplished spirit masters, regarded Yun Qianya, a mere spirit practitioner, with utter disdain, employing only the most rudimentary of attacks. Onlookers, witnessing the guards bully Yun Qianya, initially contemplated intervening but were swiftly pulled away by their companions. "Hurry, we must flee. Do you dare to meddle in this matter?" Confused, one bystander queried, "Why shouldn't I intervene?" His companion elucidated, "Did you not see that Lin Mingqi stands behind those men?" "What? It is Lin Mingqi?" The onlooker's face drained of color, realizing the notorious Lin Mingqi of the Lin family. He had long maintained a reign of terror, leaving countless lives in his wake. Those two individuals had unknowingly provoked this formidable tyrant. How tragic! As the murmurs of the onlookers faded into the distance, the guards regarded Yun Qianya with contempt, believing that even the simplest of attacks would surely overwhelm him. However, to their astonishment, their blows seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, failing to even graze the hem of Yun Qianya's garment. The guards felt a twinge of curiosity and were about to launch another attempt when a new figure suddenly stepped forward. Fu Bai, having been summoned by Yun Qianhuang, appeared unbeknownst to anyone. Under the cloak, Yun Qianhuang gently stroked Fu Bai's head, one stroke after another. She lifted her gaze towards Lin Mingqi and inquired, "Is your cousin Lin Shuangxue?" Upon hearing Lin Mingqi claim to be a member of the Lin family, Yun Qianhuang pondered where she had encountered that name before. At last, she recalled the group she had met previously in the Lingxian forest, including the unfortunate child trapped in an illusion by Fu Bai. That ill-fated child had proclaimed herself as the eldest lady of the Lin family, and Lin Mingqi, being a young master of the Lin clan, must be referring to Lin Shuangxue as his cousin. "Do you understand?" Lin Mingqi maintained his haughty demeanor. "If you do, hurry and hand over those 2 spirit cores to me. Otherwise, I shall have my cousin teach you a lesson." Beneath the cloak, Fu Bai's ears twitched. "Who is this foolish person daring to threaten my master?" Fu Bai exclaimed angrily, "Master, allow me to teach him a lesson. He does not require your intervention." Yun Qianhuang replied, patting its head. "However, those guards need to be momentarily ensnared in an illusion. Utilizing the same method a second time would undoubtedly raise suspicions among onlookers. Therefore, she did not intend to handle Lin Mingqi in the same manner as Lin Shuangxue. Yet, defeating each of those guards individually would be cumbersome, prompting her to summon Fu Bai. "Not a problem," Fu Bai replied. Its ears perked up, and familiar whirlpools appeared in its rabbit-like eyes. Yun Qianhuang then approached Lin Mingqi, a mischievous smile flickering in her eyes. "Very well, I shall give them to you." The moment Lin Mingqi heard, she was willing to hand over the spirit cores. He instantly perked up, no longer hiding behind the guards. "Young master, be cautious of deceit." Several guards sensed something amiss. especially since Yun Qianya had just attempted to attack Lin Mingqi. Upon hearing their remarks, Yun Qianhuang paused momentarily. Lin Mingqi, initially cautious, suddenly erupted into laughter, as if realizing something. What threat could she possibly pose, being merely a 5-star spirit practitioner? I surmise they are intimidated by my cousin's name, which is why they have resolved to present the spirit core to me. Although Lin Mingqi did not approach her training with diligence, she had still attained the rank of a 1-star spirit master. Thus, a 5-star practitioner was hardly worth her concern. The guards soon recognized that Yun Qianhuang was merely a 5th-tier practitioner, allowing them to relax their guard. Such a feeble individual could easily be dealt with by their young master. Among all present, only Yun Qianya gazed in astonishment at Yun Qianhuang's retreating figure. His sister had only begun her training after recovering, and in less than 2 months, she had astonishingly ascended from a 1-star practitioner to a 5-star practitioner. This extraordinary rate of advancement was unprecedented in his experience. Could this be the result of possessing a supreme spirit bone? Individuals with such exceptional spirit bones are a rarity, and aside from Yun Qianhuang, Yun Qianya had never encountered such prodigious talent. He remained uncertain whether those endowed with supreme spirit bones could indeed cultivate at such an astonishing pace. Yet, he harbored a lingering doubt that even with a supreme spirit bone, achieving 5-star status in such a short time seemed implausible. Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Yun Qianya momentarily forgot to intervene and halt Yun Qianhuang. Meanwhile, upon revealing her prowess, Lin Mingqi felt no trepidation whatsoever. He glanced around, surveying the surroundings. They were still outside the Xuanji auction house. After the auction had concluded, the foot traffic was sparse, yet a few individuals remained. Lin Mingqi understood the principle of discretion regarding wealth, thus he surveyed his surroundings before finally indicating a concealed corner not far away. "You follow us there." Yun Qianhuang glanced in the direction he pointed, and a smile crept onto her lips beneath her hood. "Very well," she replied, pleased with the arrangement. She trailed after Lin Mingqi into the shadowy nook, with Yun Qianya and several guards following closely behind. Noticing that no one was paying attention to their group, Lin Mingqi extended his hand towards Yun Qianhuang, commanding, "Hand it over." As she approached, the edge of her cloak subtly lifted. The guards, wary of any potential harm to Lin Mingqi, kept a vigilant watch over her, missing nothing in her movements. One guard opened his mouth, intending to question Yun Qianhuang's intentions, but was abruptly met with her peculiar, rabbit-like gaze. The others experienced a similar reaction, their expressions becoming blank while maintaining their previous stances. Lin Mingqi, oblivious to any anomalies, urged her impatiently, "Why are you taking so long? Hurry up." He was eager to return and deliver a token to his cousin. Yun Qianhuang stepped closer, now within a dangerously intimate distance. Lin Mingqi, belatedly sensing something amiss, attempted to retreat, but a searing pain suddenly pierced through his chest. His eyes widened in shock as he stiffly lowered his gaze, only to find a slender hand gripping a short dagger, its blade already embedded in his heart. He glared at Yun Qianhuang and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yun Qianhuang deftly dodged, yet a few drops inevitably splattered onto her cloak. With a frown knitting her brow, she resolved to incinerate the cloak later. However, at present, to ensure that Lin Mingqi was utterly vanquished, she delivered several more strikes, the final blow piercing directly through Lin Mingqi's neck. The scene was gruesomely vivid, leaving Yun Qianya rooted in shock. Lin Mingqi slumped against the wall, collapsing silently to the ground without a sound. It was then that Yun Qianhuang turned her attention to the guards ensnared by Fu Bai. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, "Fu Bai, is it still possible to alter the illusion they are trapped in?" "Certainly, my master. How would you like to proceed?" A malevolent glimmer flickered in Yun Qianhuang's eyes. "I wish to." Chapter 36. The Duan clan's spirit artifact shop within the ancestral hall of the Lin family's collateral line, the life-bound jade token belonging to Lin Mingqi suddenly shattered. Sensing something amiss, Lin Mingqi's father hurried to the hall for confirmation, only to find the jade token splintered into several fragments. Lin Jin's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, Who has slain my beloved son?" He immediately summoned his personal shadow guards, commanding them, "Investigate at once. We must unearth the one responsible for my son's murder." The shadow guards departed swiftly, but it was not long before the guard assigned to protect Lin Mingqi stumbled back, battered and bloodied. Master. The guard gasped, his body marred with injuries, blood seeping from his wounds. Lin Jin recognized him as the one who had accompanied Lin Mingqi earlier that day and rushed forward, demanding, "Where's my son? I ask you, where is he?" The guard coughed up a mouthful of blood before stammering there were enemies. They killed the young master.
Who?
Lin Jin exclaimed, lifting the guard by his collar. It was 2 men. The guard struggled to articulate his words. But after uttering this, he could no longer endure. His eyes rolled back, and he breathed his last. Lin Jin released him, collapsing weakly into a chair. 2 men? Who could they be? The clues were painfully scant, leaving Lin Jin unable to ascertain the identity of the assailants. Nevertheless, he commanded an intensified search, emphasizing the necessity of locating Lin Mingqi's body. The anguish of losing his son caused him to overlook many details. He had failed to notice that the guard's gaze had been unfocused throughout their conversation. On the other side, Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qiannight incinerated 2 cloaks and, donning their altered appearances, proceeded towards the Duan family's spirit artifact shop. Throughout the journey, Yun Qiannight's gaze remained fixed upon Yun Qianhuang. She glanced back at him, her phoenix-like eyes shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring her thoughts from view. "Do you believe I should not have taken his life?" Yun Qiannight shook his head. His sister's actions were justified. Lin Mingqi had intended to seize their spirit core, thus he was culpable from the outset. Moreover, he had overheard the remarks of 2 passers-by, indicating that Lin Mingqi was no virtuous individual. He wielded the power of the Lin family to commit nefarious deeds, with many lives stained upon his hands. Such a person was not deserving of pity. Yet, he harbored concerns. The Lin family was a prominent clan in Tianling City. And should his sister face retribution for Lin Mingqi's death, how could he safeguard her? Yun Qiannight voiced his apprehensions to Yun Qianhuang. He was unaware of Fubai's capabilities and did not comprehend why the previous guards had suddenly turned upon one another. However, he was aware that one guard had escaped, and his sister had prohibited him from pursuing. This posed a potential threat. Yun Qianhuang halted her steps, her gaze softening as she regarded Yun Qiannight. "Do not worry. They will not uncover our trail." When she acted, she was enveloped in 2 layers of disguise, and the escaping guard was ensnared within Fubai's illusion. Under the pretense of his dying words, the Lin family would only believe that 2 men had slain Lin Mingqi. What connection could a young girl like her possibly have? Nonetheless, Yun Qiannight's concerns were not entirely unfounded. In this world, there exists no absolute secrecy. She must hasten to elevate her own strength. In this way, even if the Lin family discovered that she was the one who had killed Lin Mingqi, she would still be able to handle the situation. With this thought in mind, Yun Qianhuang quickened her pace. The Duan family's spirit tool shop and the Xuanji auction house were separated by several streets, and the 2 of them took an hour to reach their destination on foot. The Duan family's spirit tool shop consisted of 2 establishments, one selling finished spirit tools and the other catering to customers who required customized tools or the embedding of spirit nuclei. Yun Qianhuang directly entered the latter. In contrast to the bustling shop that sold spirit tools, this establishment had only a few scattered customers, all of whom were there for the embedding of spirit nuclei. Duan Yang was assisting one of the clients with the embedding process, and Yun Qianhuang refrained from intruding, instead observing quietly. The process of embedding a spirit nucleus was quite straightforward. Each spirit tool was designed with a reserved slot for the nucleus, and as long as there was no attribute conflict, the task could be completed in less than half an hour. At this moment, Duan Yang was already finishing up. Embedding a spirit nucleus required utmost concentration. A moment's carelessness could ruin the entire nucleus, so Duan Yang was particularly focused and did not notice Yun Qianhuang and her brother. It was only after he returned the embedded spirit tool to the customer that he finally spotted Yun Qianhuang. Her appearance, having undergone a transformation, was reminiscent of her previous guise in Xuanfeng City, making it easy for Duan Yang to recognize her. His face brightened with joy, and disregarding the sweat on his brow, he approached Yun Qianhuang, inquiring, "Little girl, have you come to purchase a spirit tool?" Duan Yang had always remembered Yun Qianhuang. Had it not been for her, he would have missed out on those 3 pieces of Qinglong scales. Thanks to her, he was able to craft such exquisite spirit tools. Duan Yang wished to express his gratitude to Yun Qianhuang, but upon returning to the inn that day, he realized, in his excitement, he had forgotten to inquire about the young girl's name. He could only wait for Yun Qianhuang to seek him out, and thus, a fortnight and a half passed. Just as he began to believe that Yun Qianhuang would not arrive in Tianling City, she astonishingly appeared. Duan Yang was genuinely elated. He finally had the opportunity to repay this young girl. Yun Qianhuang did not affirm nor deny, but instead produced an 8th-grade bone sword, requesting, "I would like to ask for your assistance in embedding 2 spirit cores." Embedding spirit cores was indeed a straightforward task. Duan Yang accepted the bone sword. Yet he reminded her, "You are aware of the unique nature of this sword. So it is preferable that the 2 spirit cores you wish to embed do not have a significant disparity in their ranks." As the other patrons had already departed with their respective spirit artifacts, Duan Yang spoke without reservations. It is important to note that typically, a spirit artifact can only accommodate spirit cores of corresponding attributes, determined by the user's spiritual root attribute. The ability to embed 2 spirit cores indicated that Yun Qianhuang possessed dual spiritual roots, which would be ill-advised for others to overhear. "You misunderstand," Yun Qianhuang clarified, shaking her head as she gestured for Yun Qianya to present his spirit artifact. Obediently, Yun Qianya handed his long spear to Duan Yang and proceeded to close the shop door. It was only then that Yun Qianhuang revealed 2 10th-grade fire leopard spirit cores, stating, "I would like to request that you embed these 2 spirit cores into these 2 spirit artifacts." 2 10th-grade spirit cores. Duan Yang, already a seasoned artifact refiner, had embedded countless spirit cores, yet this was the first occasion he encountered 2 10th-grade spirit cores simultaneously. He stared in astonishment at Yun Qianhuang, but soon regained his composure. It was only natural to deduce that someone capable of casually producing an 8th-grade returning yuan pill must possess a remarkable identity. Duan Yang, being perceptive, refrained from further inquiries. Holding 2 spirit weapons, he estimated the time required and said, "Young lady, the embedding process may take nearly an hour. Would you prefer to wait here or return later to collect them?" The embedding of a 10th-grade spirit core was no trivial matter. Even Duan Yang needed to exercise utmost caution, necessitating additional time. Although he had been taken aback earlier, there was not a trace of greed in his eyes. Allowing Yun Qianhuang to confidently entrust both the spirit weapons and the spirit core to him. "We shall peruse the shop next door and return later," she mentioned, contemplating the purchase of a stealth-type spirit weapon, uncertain if the Duan family's spirit weapon shop had any in stock. "Very well," Duan Yang replied, securing the spirit weapons and core, then personally escorted the siblings to the adjacent store, informing the shopkeeper that whatever the 2 chose would be offered at a 10% discount. Chapter 37. Master-level artifact smith. The shop was bustling with patrons, and upon the utterance of those words, numerous pairs of eyes turned toward Yun Qianhuang and Duan Yang, speculating on the nature of their relationship. Under the scrutiny of these inquisitive gazes, the shopkeeper bid farewell to Duan Yang and then personally attended to Yun Qianhuang and her companion. "What type of spiritual artifacts do you seek, esteemed guests? Are you inquiring about any cloaking artifacts?" The plethora of spiritual items displayed in the shop left Yun Qianhuang momentarily bewildered, prompting her to directly pose her question to the shopkeeper. "Cloaking artifacts?" The shopkeeper paused, then adopted an apologetic expression. "I regret to inform you, dear customer, that such artifacts are exceedingly challenging to forge, and our inventory is rather limited. Just yesterday, the last 2 cloaking artifacts were purchased by the proprietor of the Duofu Inn. The Duofu Inn was quite renowned in Tianling City, not merely for its accommodations but primarily due to the exceptional culinary skills of its chef, whose dishes surpassed even the signature offerings of the city's most celebrated establishments." Upon hearing the familiar name, Yun Qianhuang hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "May I ask how many Duofu Inns there are within the city?" The shopkeeper chuckled warmly at her question. "You must not be from Tianling City, my dear guest. There is but one Duofu Inn in our city, conveniently located not far from our Duan family artifact shop. A mere 15-minute walk will suffice." Indeed, it was the very inn where they were staying. Yun Qianhuang pondered silently, contemplating whether the innkeeper might be willing to part with one of the cloaking artifacts. With the enrollment at the 5 Spirits Academy approaching, it was said that the Academy's principal was a formidable entity at the pinnacle of spiritual mastery. Such a presence could likely discern her 5 spiritual roots with a mere glance. Before enrolling, she was determined to acquire a concealed spiritual artifact. Noticing that Yun Qianhuang remained silent, the shopkeeper eagerly inquired, "Do you require any other types of spiritual artifacts?" "Our Duan family spiritual artifact shop is the finest establishment in the entire Tianling city, and the quality of the artifacts we offer is guaranteed." This was a customer specifically instructed by the proprietor to be treated with utmost care, and negligence was not an option. "I'll take a look first," Yun Qianhuang replied, beginning to browse through the shop, while Yun Qianya closely followed her like a shadow. The shopkeeper, perceptive as he was, discerned that Yun Xianhuang preferred to explore on her own, so he prudently attended to other customers instead. Duan family's spiritual artifact shop was expansive, featuring dozens of shelves, each adorned with numerous spiritual artifacts, totaling well over 100. Given the scarcity of artifact makers, it was likely that only the Duan family could present such an impressive array in all of Tianling City. It was no surprise that the shop attracted a multitude of patrons. As Yun Xianhuang leisurely wandered through the store, she encouraged Yun Xianya to explore for himself and select any artifacts that caught his fancy. On the way here, she had generously split the proceeds from today's auction, giving him half. With that 5 million gold coins, he could purchase any artifact he desired. However, Yun Xianya chose to disregard her suggestion, continuing to trail her closely like a devoted companion. Yun Xianhuang acquiesced to his presence. An advanced artifact maker could forge artifacts up to the 9th tier. Yet Yun Xianhuang was astonished to discover 2 10th-tier artifacts within the shop. It seemed that the Duan family might indeed be concealing a master-level artifact maker. Both the armorer and the alchemist are categorized into apprentices, junior, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster levels. The number of master armorers is exceedingly rare, so it was unexpected that there existed one in the Duan family's spiritual weapon shop. The price of a 10th-tier spiritual weapon is exorbitant, and the customers in the store scarcely cast a glance in that direction. Yun Xianhuang extended her hand, intending to examine a defensive spiritual weapon. At that moment, another hand reached for it simultaneously, their fingertips brushing against each other. Yun Xianhuang quickly withdrew her hand, turning to face the person who had appeared behind her without her notice. Shin Fengyuan also retracted her hand, looking at her with a hint of embarrassment. "I apologize. I thought you were reaching for the one beside it." The 2 10th-tier spiritual weapons were placed closely together, and given Yun Xianhuang's position near the other one, it was understandable that Shin Fengyuan would misinterpret her intentions. "It's quite all right," Yun Xianhuang replied, shaking her head. "I merely wish to take a look." Shin Fengyuan immediately responded, "Then please go ahead." Clearly, she too was simply curious. Yun Xianhuang nodded and once again reached for the spiritual weapon, scrutinizing it carefully. This particular piece resembled a wrist guard. While not particularly attractive, it was renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities. According to Outyen, it could withstand the full force of an attack from anyone below the spirit realm. This was indeed what Yun Xianhuang needed, but upon weighing it, she found it somewhat heavy, potentially hindering her use of the bone sword. Noticing her hesitation, Shin Fengyuan inquired, "Would you consider allowing me to have this spiritual weapon?" Although the item rested in Yun Xianhuang's grasp, Shin Fengyuan had also observed it earlier. The dimensions and defensive attributes of this weapon were perfectly suited as a gift for her father. However, should Yun Xianhuang decline, she would not press the matter. Yun Xianhuang hesitated for but a moment before handing the spiritual artifact to Shin Fengyuan. "Very well. Thank you. Thank you." Shin Fengyuan exclaimed several times in gratitude before cradling the artifact and proceeding to make her payment. Yun Xianhuang did not dwell on this interlude. Instead, she examined the enhancement-type spiritual artifact she had just acquired. "Master, this is a remarkable item." Before Yun Xianhuang could inquire about its merits, Fu Bai eagerly elaborated. "This artifact can augment the master's spiritual power and render one immune to confusion-type attacks from those below the spirit realm." Augment spiritual power? Upon her arrival in this world, Yun Xianhuang had realized that her previous methods of cultivation for spiritual power were no longer applicable. For a beast tamer, nothing is more paramount than enhancing one's spiritual power, especially when it provides immunity against confusion-type assaults from the spirit realm. Yun Xianhuang promptly resolved to claim this artifact. She approached the shopkeeper with the artifact in hand, where Shin Fengyuan was still engaged in settling the payment for her wrist guard artifact. The shopkeeper appeared to scrutinize the amount of gold coins on her spirit gold card before returning it to her. "Dear customer, your gold coins are insufficient."
What?
Shin Fengyuan looked incredulously at the artifact she had placed on the counter. "How much is this artifact?" She still had nearly 150,000 gold coins in her spirit gold card. Could it truly be that she lacked enough to purchase a 10th-tier artifact? The shopkeeper displayed no hint of disdain, smiling as he replied, 150,000. Shin Fengyuan. Well, it seems she indeed fell short. Surprised exclamations arose from the other patrons nearby. "Shopkeeper, are you certain? A 10th-tier spirit tool priced at 1.5 million? Yun Xianhuang also found it peculiar. She had purchased 2 10th-tier spirit cores, each costing less than 1.5 million. How could the spirit tool be more expensive than the spirit cores? Logically, spirit cores should be rarer than spirit tools. The shopkeeper gazed at the inquirer and affirmed, "Indeed, this is the price. This spirit tool was crafted by our former master. And the price set by him is 1.5 million. The former master of the Duan family spirit tool shop? The man gasped in astonishment. Master Duan Song? Precisely, the shopkeeper responded. The man fell silent. Shin Fengyuan inquired with curiosity, who is Master Duan Song? You are unfamiliar with Master Duan Song? Came the astonished reply. Master Duan Song is one of the most esteemed master-level craftsmen on the continent. Chapter 38. My name is Shin Fengyuan. The individual appeared to possess an intimate understanding of Master Duan Song. Through his words, Yun Qianhuang learned that Master Duan Song was indeed the father of Duan Yang, having ascended to the level of a master artificer over a decade ago. Any spiritual weapon crafted by Master Duan Song exhibited attributes significantly superior to those of comparably ranked spiritual weapons. Furthermore, the spiritual weapons forged by him did not feature embedding holes, meaning they required no spiritual cores. Remarkably, even without such enhancements, his creations could easily outperform spiritual weapons of the same rank that were embedded with cores, underscoring the extraordinary talent Master Duan Song possessed in the art of crafting. Shin Fengyuan grasped the implication. Although this spiritual weapon was of the 10th rank, it could rival an 11th rank defensive spiritual weapon? The shopkeeper nodded in affirmation, stating, Indeed. That sum of 1,500,000 is quite reasonable. Shin Fengyuan sighed, lamenting, Unfortunately, I have not brought such a sum of gold coins today. Could you possibly reserve this spiritual weapon for me? I shall return to purchase it in a couple of days. The shopkeeper hesitated, remarking that such a precedent had never been set in their establishment. Shin Fengyuan quickly added, I can provide a deposit of 100,000 gold coins. Yet, the shopkeeper still refrained from giving an immediate answer, saying, Please hold on. I will consult with the owner. With that, the shopkeeper hurried off to the neighboring store. However, Duan Yang, occupied with assisting Yun Qianhuang in embedding the spiritual core, had locked the shop's door, rendering the shopkeeper unable to enter or elicit a response by knocking. The shopkeeper faced a dilemma upon returning to his own store, regretfully informing Shin Fengyuan, Esteemed guest, our owner is preoccupied, and it may require some time. Very well. Shin Fengyuan replied. Shin Fengyuan stepped aside to avoid obstructing others who sought to purchase spiritual artifacts. Only then did Yun Qianhuang approach, presenting the spiritual artifact in her hand to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, I wish to buy this item. The shopkeeper glanced at her, replying, Esteemed guest, this spiritual artifact is priced at 1,500,000 gold coins. However, the owner has instructed me to offer you a discount. You may acquire it for 1,350,000 gold coins. Yun Qianhuang promptly handed over her spirit gold card, paying without hesitation, and subsequently stored the artifact within her spatial ring. She did not forget about Yun Qianya and inquired, Is there anything you wish to purchase? Yun Qianya smiled, Sister. I do not lack spiritual artifacts. That long spear is sufficient for me. Very well, then let us explore other places, Yun Qianhuang declared as she prepared to leave. Just as she turned, she noticed Shin Fengyuan gazing intently at her. While the look was not unpleasant, its intensity was undeniably pronounced. Yun Qianhuang felt compelled to ask, Is there something you need? Caught in the act of eavesdropping, Shin Fengyuan shyly scratched her head and quietly inquired, I merely wanted to ask if you require any elixirs or medicinal herbs. Although she lacked sufficient funds, she had an abundance of elixirs and herbs. The owner seemed to be occupied indefinitely, and waiting idly was not a feasible option. She still needed to rendezvous with Xianxing and the others. Yun Qianhuang instantly grasped Shin Fengyuan's intention, and given Shin Fengyuan's candidness, she felt no resistance. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, Do you possess any Pu Huan grass? Fu Bai enjoys this, and since I do not have it in my space, acquiring a bit to plant would be quite beneficial. Although the sacred beast does not require sustenance, Fu Bai is already her contracted beast, and she would not hesitate to indulge it if she could. Pu Huan grass? Indeed. I have some. Shin Fengyuan trotted over to Yun Qianhuang, opening her storage ring. How many do you need? A few days ago, she had acquired a batch of Pu Huan grass, and her storage ring was well stocked. Pu Huan grass is a rare medicinal herb that grows within the confines of the Lingxian forest, thus its price is not inexpensive. 50 stalks, please. Yun Qianhuang intended to plant half, and reserve the other half to feed Fu Bai. Very well. Shin Fengyuan swiftly produced 50 stalks of Pu Huan grass, each still possessing its roots, remarkably fresh. I shall give you a discount. It will be 50,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins per stalk, which is at least several hundred gold coins cheaper than the market price. Shen Fengyuan was not primarily motivated by profit, and with the 50,000 gold coins, she would have just enough to purchase that spirit artifact. The two successfully completed their transaction, and Shin Fengyuan acquired the wrist guard before departing the spirit artifact shop alongside the Yun siblings. Before leaving, she smiled at Yun Qianhuang and said, I am Shin Fengyuan. Thank you for your help today. If you ever require any elixirs, feel free to visit me at the Five Spirits Academy. She is a student of the Five Spirits Academy? Yun Qianhuang raised an eyebrow, but chose not to elaborate further. After parting ways with Shin Fengyuan, she and Yun Qianya strolled through nearby shops, estimating that it would soon be time to return and find Duanyang. Duanyang had already embedded the spirit core. He first returned Yun Qianya's spear to Yun Qianhuang before presenting the bone sword. The ivory-hued bone sword, adorned with a crimson spirit core, was unexpectedly striking. Duanyang fondly caressed the bone sword and advised, little girl, in the future, should you wish to embed other spirit cores, it is advisable that their rank be comparable to this one. Otherwise, the spirit cores will repel each other, potentially damaging this exquisite bone sword. Having said this, he returned the sword to Yun Qianhuang. Observing closely, Yun Qianya noticed that the bone sword possessed 5 embedding holes. Given that his sister had dual elemental roots of water and fire, her spirit weapon should only possess 2 holes. Why, then, did it have 5? Yun Qianya glanced at Duanyang but refrained from inquiring further. Yun Qianhuang accepted the bone sword and expressed her gratitude to Duanyang, preparing to pay. However, Duanyang adamantly refused, stating, little girl, I have already benefited from you last time. Embedding spirit cores is no arduous task, so I shall not accept your gold this time. However, do remember that I shall require payment next time. With this declaration, Yun Qianhuang chose not to insist on offering money, knowing she still needed to embed 4 more spirit cores, thus she could simply provide more gold then. She tucked the bone sword away and returned the spear to Yun Qianya. After embedding the spirit core, the spiritual energy emanating from the spear had noticeably intensified, and Yun Qianya cherished it dearly. Thank you, sister, he exclaimed, aware that it was his sister's sale of medicinal pills that enabled him to acquire the spirit core. Since you call me sister, there is no need for thanks, Yun Qianhuang replied with a smile. Now, let us put it away and return to the inn. Yun Qianya nodded eagerly, and the two bid farewell to Duanyang before departing from the spirit weapon shop. Upon their return to the inn, the night had fully descended. After a day filled with activity, even as cultivators, Yun Qianhuang felt the pangs of hunger. She ordered several dishes and sat in the hall with Yun Qianya to dine. Besides them, there were numerous patrons in the hall, engaged in conversation as they enjoyed their meals. The topic of their discourse revolved around Lin Mingqi. The Lin family was vigorously searching for the murderer, and the news of Lin Mingqi's demise had already spread throughout the entire Tianling city. That tyrant is finally dead. My son's hand was broken by him. At last, someone has avenged me. Indeed, that villain, relying on the Lin family's influence, has committed countless atrocities. I am eager to discover who put an end to him. I must express my gratitude. My brother was killed by Lin Mingqi. Now he can finally rest in peace. Among the patrons merely dining in the inn, there were surprisingly many who had suffered under Lin Mingqi's tyranny. Lin Mingqi truly has a long list of misdeeds. Yun Qianya could not help but exclaim. Fortunately, my sister has rid the world of this menace today. However, he only uttered this one statement. Saying more could easily reveal their involvement in Lin Mingqi's death. Yun Qianya understood the importance of discretion. Yun Qianhuang acknowledged and continued her meal. Those who are inconsequential need not occupy one's thoughts. After finishing her meal, she instructed Yun Qianya to return to their room to rest while she sought out the innkeeper, expressing her desire to meet the owner of the establishment. Chapter 39. The proprietor of the Duofu and the innkeeper was somewhat taken aback. It was their renowned chef who typically garnered attention, and seldom did patrons request to meet the proprietor. Please, wait a moment. Despite his surprise, the innkeeper promptly summoned the owner, specifically mentioning that Yun Qianhuang was the one who had resolved the inn's troubles the previous day. The owner of Duofu Inn was named Wan Guijin, a man with a prosperous visage that exuded warmth upon first glance. With a beaming smile, he inquired, "What brings you here, esteemed guest?" Mr. Wan. May I have a word in private? This implied a desire to evade the ears of others. Wang Guijin squinted, assessing Yun Qianhuang before gesturing for her to follow him. Please come with me. He led her to the last room on the second floor, which served as his private quarters. Upon entering the room, Yun Qianhuang wasted no time in expressing her intent. Mr. Wan, I wish to purchase a concealed spirit tool from you. Wang Guijin maintained his smile. Yet his gaze sharpened with scrutiny. How does the guest know I possess such a concealed spirit tool? Those two items were acquired only yesterday, and this young lady had somehow caught wind of their existence. To successfully manage such an establishment, Wang Guijin was undoubtedly no ordinary man. He approached every matter with utmost caution. He had not disclosed this information to anyone else, thus the means by which Yun Qianhuang had learned of it piqued his curiosity. I am acquainted with Duan Yang from the Duan Spirit Tool Shop, Yun Qianhuang revealed, not wishing to invite unnecessary complications. Upon hearing her mention of Duan Yang, Wang Guijin's vigilance eased slightly, though it remained intact. After a moment of contemplation, he produced the two magical artifacts. Since he had only recently acquired them, he had yet to establish a contract. In consideration of your assistance to the inn yesterday, I am willing to sell you one of these items. However, the price may be somewhat higher than what you would find at the Duan's establishment. As a merchant, he was not inclined to engage in transactions without profit. Both artifacts were of the 9th tier, differing only in design. One was a necklace, while the other was a bracelet. The artifact she had purchased earlier was the necklace. So she reached for the bracelet and declared, I will take this one. Very well, it will be 300,000 gold coins. Agreed. This price fell within Yun Qianhuang's acceptable range, and she produced her spirit gold card to make the payment. Her promptness left Wang Guijin feeling somewhat embarrassed, as he had intended to leave her some room for negotiation, considering that the two artifacts together amounted to 500,000 gold coins. After a moment's reflection, he cautioned, Dear customer, you should be aware that a 9th tier concealment artifact only shields against the probing of beings below the spirit sovereign level, correct? Yun Qianhuang froze. Observing her reaction, Wang Guijin realized she was likely unaware of this limitation. With a hearty laugh, he proposed, How about this? If you still desire it, I will sell you this artifact for 280,000 gold coins, if not. The implication was clear to Yun Qianhuang. The spirit sovereign level was exemplified by the headmaster of the 5 Spirit Academy, who far surpassed that tier. Yet, if she did not purchase this artifact, where would she find a higher tier concealment item? Moreover, Master Wan, what grade of spiritual artifact can evade the scrutiny of a peak spiritual saint? A peak spiritual saint, you say? Wang Guijin gasped, suggesting that it would necessitate at least a 12th grade concealing spiritual artifact. If that formidable individual possessed even greater mental prowess, a sacred artifact might be required. Yun Qianhuang felt an immediate sense of despair. Sacred artifacts could only be crafted by master-level artisans, of whom there are but 2 on the continent, one at the Frost Snow sect and the other wandering in obscurity, their whereabouts elusive. The market is frightfully scant of sacred artifacts. Where could she possibly procure a concealing sacred artifact? She could only request the Xuanji auction house to keep an eye out for her. With a sigh, Yun Qianhuang ultimately decided to purchase the 9th grade spiritual artifact, reasoning that having something was better than nothing. After departing from Wang Guijin's chamber, Yun Qianhuang returned to her own quarters, where she initiated the contractual binding of the 2 spiritual artifacts she had acquired that day, adorning herself with them. Despite having spent a strenuous day, she remained diligent that night, continuing her cultivation seated upon her bed. In the following days, she gradually familiarized herself with the powers and layout of Tianling City, opting not to leave the inn any longer. The admission standards of the 5 Spirits Academy were exceedingly high, and her current capabilities were still somewhat lacking. Half a month later, Yun Qianhuang successfully advanced to a 6-star spiritual practitioner, while Yun Qianya had recently achieved the same rank as a 6-star spiritual master. During this period, a considerable influx of individuals arrived in Tianling City, primarily drawn by the enrollment days of several academies. There are 5 academies in total within the city, each with distinct enrollment days. Over the course of this half-month, 3 of the academies commenced their admissions, leading to a significant turnover in the guests at the inns, including the Duofu Inn. Yun Qianya relished dining with Yun Qianhuang, thus the siblings consistently resolved their meals in the grand hall these past few days. However, as Yun Qianhuang descended today, she encountered an acquaintance. Oh, it's you. Shen Fengyuan exclaimed, rising from her seat and swiftly approaching Yun Qianhuang. Yun Qianhuang nodded in acknowledgement. Miss Shen, do not call me that. Simply refer to me as Feng Yuan. Shen Feng Yuan said, comfortably linking her arm with Yun Qianhuang's.
Come.
I would like to introduce you to my friends. Yun Qianhuang wished to decline, but before she could voice her objection, she was pulled along by Shen Feng Yuan. Xianqing, Jilu. This is someone I met at the spiritual tool shop, named. Shen Feng Yuan faltered mid-introduction, realizing she had forgotten to inquire about her name.
Indeed.
She had not asked for it. Standing before Shen Feng Yuan's friends, Yun Qianhuang, undeterred, interjected when Qianhuang. Miss Wen, both Lu Xianqing and Gong Jilu nodded politely. Their demeanor was exceedingly amicable, and although Yun Qianhuang was certain this was her first encounter with them, their faces struck her as somewhat familiar. She pondered where she might have seen them before. At that moment, Yun Qianya approached, regarding the trio with a hint of wariness. Lu Xianqing sensed the subtle hostility and inquired, Miss Wen, who is this? This is my brother, Wen Qianya. More than half a month prior, Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya had agreed upon this alias, as both intended to disguise themselves and gain admission into the Wuling Academy. After all, if she were to use the name Wen Qianhuang while Yun Qiannite retained his original name, it would inevitably raise suspicions, leading to a troublesome explanation later. Yun Qiannite had no objections. Whatever Yun Qianhuang decided was acceptable to him. Lu Xianqing and the others greeted Yun Qiannite, addressing him as Brother Wen. Out of politeness, Yun Qiannite responded to them but soon tugged at Yun Qianhuang's sleeve, saying, Sister, I am feeling a bit hungry. Immediately, Shen Feng Yuan pulled Yun Qianhuang to sit down, exclaiming, Perfect. You can join us for a meal. She spoke rapidly, leaving no room for Yun Qianhuang and her brother to decline. Her expression was so sincere that it was impossible to find her actions off-putting. Considering the possibility of being in the same academy in the future, Yun Qianhuang ultimately did not refuse, and Yun Qiannite was also urged to take a seat by Gong Jielf. The tables at the Fortune Inn were quite spacious, accommodating 5 people comfortably, without any crowding. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Shen Feng Yuan turned to Yun Qianhuang and asked, Qianhuang, you are not from Tianling City, are you? You came here to participate in the admissions, right? Chapter 40. Future classmates in Tianling City. It is uncommon for locals to reside in inns. Currently, the majority of patrons in the inns are either prospective students preparing to enroll in various academies or their companions, which is why Shen Feng Yuan inquired so. Yun Qianhuang nodded in affirmation. Shen Feng Yuan pressed further. So, which academy do you intend to attend? Wuling Academy or Songling Academy? Wuling Academy, Yun Qianhuang replied candidly. She had no intention of concealing this information, especially since Shen Feng Yuan was already a student of Wuling Academy. Hiding it now would only lead to exposure later if they crossed paths at the academy. Furthermore, it was not something worth keeping secret, so she opted to be forthright. You plan to come to Wuling Academy? Shen Feng Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Perfect. Once you enroll, you can find us. Both Xianqing and Jilu are students at Wuling Academy as well. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianhuang glanced at Lu Xianqing and Gong Jilu again. She still felt a sense of familiarity with the two, yet could not place where she had seen them before. Disliking the notion of dwelling on uncertainties, she chose to let it go. All 3 were from Wuling Academy. If she passed their admission test, they would indeed become her classmates. The opportunities for encounters within the same academy were abundant, and even if she did not seek to foster friendships, it would be wise to avoid animosity. Shen Feng Yuan continued to engage Yun Qianhuang with questions, all of which were devoid of personal intrusion. Thus Yun Qianhuang was willing to share. During their conversation, the inn's attendant arrived, bringing additional dishes and utensils. Gong Zhul eagerly grasped his chopsticks, having long heard of the culinary excellence at the Duofu Inn, and today he was determined to savor it. He held the chopsticks, gazing at the array of dishes that seemed to beckon him. What a lack of ambition. Shen Feng Yuan shot him a glance before handing a new pair of chopsticks to Yun Qianhuang. Here, Huang, take these. Yun Qianhuang accepted the chopsticks, and upon seeing this, Yun Qianya silently picked up his own. The 5 of them immediately began to feast. The chef at Duofu Inn truly possessed remarkable skills. Even after more than half a month of dining, Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya found no weariness in the flavors, but rather, each meal brought a sense of novelty. For Shen Feng Yuan and the others, it was their first experience, and they could not help but continue indulging. After their appetites were satisfied, they felt somewhat lethargic and opted to remain seated, engaging in conversation. Shen Feng Yuan rubbed her belly and looked across at Lu Xianqing. By the way, Xianqing, You mentioned in your last message that there was something important to discuss. What is it? In recent days, the three of them had been preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming term, and she had completely forgotten about that matter. Lu Xianqing, unreserved, stated plainly, "My father is ill and requires the sacred rejuvenation pill." The Shun family was renowned for their alchemical expertise, with practitioners ranging from esteemed ancestors to distant relatives. And Shun Fengyuan herself was a mid-level alchemist. After missing the opportunity to acquire a sacred rejuvenation pill at the auction, Lu Xianqing had sent inquiries far and wide. But after half a month, there had been no news. With only one person on the entire continent capable of crafting such a rare elixir, it was indeed a formidable challenge. The sacred rejuvenation pill, this was rather troublesome. Shun Fengyuan furrowed her brow. You are aware that my granduncle has yet to attain the rank of a master alchemist, and I am uncertain whether our household still possesses any sacred returning essence pills. The alchemist bears the surname Shun. Yun Qianhuang's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Could it be that Shun Fengyuan hails from the Shun family of Phoenix Spirit Country? And what of Lu Xianqing and Gong Jiulu? The continent is divided into 4 nations: Qiling, Yueling, Fengling, and Huanling. Aside from Qiling, which is renowned for its royal power, the other 3 nations boast families that surpass the royal authority in strength. The Shun family of Fengling is composed entirely of alchemists. The Gong family of Yueling is known for its array masters, and the Lu family of Huanling is celebrated for its crafting skills. With all surnames aligning, has she inadvertently made the acquaintance of individuals from 3 distinguished families? Lu Xianqing understood that one cannot force outcomes. She merely wished to leverage the connections of Shun Fengyuan's family for inquiries. The network of alchemists is undoubtedly the most formidable among all professions. Everyone experiences moments of injury. After all, thus, enlisting Shun Fengyuan's assistance would undoubtedly enhance efficiency. That can be arranged, she replied. I shall send a message to my granduncle post-haste, urging him to inquire on your behalf. Do not fret too much. I still possess some 10th and 11th grade healing elixirs. Please have someone deliver them to Uncle Lu. They should prove beneficial. As Shun Fengyuan spoke, she began retrieving elixirs, filling the freshly cleared table of the innkeeper, trained personally by the grand elder of the Shun family. All these elixirs were crafted by him. When Shun Fengyuan departed her home, she was forcibly gifted a multitude of potions by the grand elder. What she presented now was merely a fraction of what she had. Lu Xianqing did not stand on ceremony, accepting only 1 bottle of grade 10 and 1 bottle of grade 11 elixirs, instructing Shun Fengyuan to take the rest. However, Shun Fengyuan declined to collect them and instead turned to Yun Qianhuang, saying, Qianhuang, see if there are any elixirs you could use. Feel free to choose. Her generosity was truly remarkable. Yet, adhering to the principle of not receiving unearned rewards, Yun Qianhuang shook her head, indicating she had no need. Even if you don't need them, take them. Shun Fengyuan insisted, ultimately handing her 2 bottles of grade 11 elixirs before reclaiming the remainder. Holding the elixirs in her hand, Yun Qianhuang felt somewhat perplexed. This was only their second meeting. During their first encounter, Shun Fengyuan had sold her the Pu Huan grass at a significant discount, benefiting her greatly. Yet, Shun Fengyuan seemed entirely unconcerned, today bestowing upon her 2 bottles of grade 11 elixirs. It was noteworthy that each elixir from these bottles could fetch a staggering 2 million gold coins at the Xuanji auction house. Why was this? Yun Qianhuang looked at Shun Fengyuan and asked. Lu Xianqing, reclining in his chair with a relaxed demeanor, chuckled. Miss Wen, Fengyuan tends to gift elixirs to those she finds pleasing. Do not take it too seriously. What he did not mention was that, thus far, there were only a handful of individuals who had captured Shun Fengyuan's favor. Having been indoctrinated with the principle of self-interest from a young age, Yun Qianhuang found it difficult to comprehend such selfless gestures. After contemplating for a moment, she chose to accept the 2 bottles of elixirs, simultaneously retrieving a medicinal herb from her second space and offering it to Shun Fengyuan. After all, alchemists cherished herbs above all, and this could be seen as a gesture of goodwill. As an apothecary, Shun Fengyuan instinctively desired to examine the medicinal herbs she had acquired, only to have her hand restrained by Yun Qianhuang. Put it away for now, she stated succinctly. It was then that Shun Fengyuan became aware of the gazes of the surrounding diners, seemingly drifting towards them. Indeed, it was only natural that anyone casually handling a table laden with high-quality elixirs would draw attention. Promptly, Shun Fengyuan retracted the herb, while Lu Xianqing cast a nonchalant glance at the onlookers, his aura fully unleashed. A first-star spirit master. Gasps echoed throughout the hall. That young man appeared to be merely 16 or 17. Such a youthful first-star spirit master could only be nurtured by a select few top-tier factions, each beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In an instant, the prying eyes vanished. Gong Jilu patted Lu Xianqing on the shoulder, saying, "All right, don't frighten Huang Huang and Xiaoya." Huang Huang. Xiaoya? Chapter 41. The Seven-Star Spirit Master. 5 Spirit Academy. Yun Qianhuang's eyes twitched slightly. How was it that she kept encountering such overly familiar individuals? Feng Jingchen, Shen Fengyuan, and now Gong Jilu. Perhaps due to the frequency of these encounters, she found herself growing somewhat accustomed to it. In stark contrast, Yun Qianya evidently had not yet adapted. Upon hearing Gong Jilu address him, he stood frozen for a considerable moment. His expression was somewhat awkward as he discreetly glanced at Yun Qianhuang. Noticing that his sister exhibited no resistance, he reluctantly accepted Gong Jilu's address. After all, they were likely to be in the same academy in the future. The more friends one had, the more paths opened up. Who knew what assistance they might require from these individuals within the academy down the line? With this thought, Yun Qianya found himself less disconcerted. Upon Gong Jilu's remark, Lu Xianqing also reigned in his imposing aura, smiling as he regarded Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya. "I hope I haven't frightened Miss One and the Wen brothers?" "Not at all." Yun Qianya shook his head. He was certainly not one to be intimidated by such a minor display of power. However, he noted that this individual, seemingly just 2 years his senior, had already attained the rank of a 1-star Great Spirit Master. It was clear that he needed to intensify his training. A fierce determination ignited within Yun Qianya. After Shen Fengyuan and the others departed from the inn, he exchanged a few words with Yun Qianhuang before retreating to his room to devote himself to rigorous practice. Yun Qianhuang also returned to her chamber to continue her cultivation. On the eve of the 5 Spirit Academy's enrollment day, she successfully advanced to the rank of a 7-star Spirit Master. The next day marked the official commencement of enrollment at the 5 Spirit Academy. The Wuling Academy enrolls students only once a year, and as the premier institution for practitioners, it remains a beacon of aspiration, even amidst the throngs of other academies that have already accepted numerous candidates. On this day, the entrance of the Wuling Academy was besieged by a multitude of hopeful students. Countless carriages congested the entry, making it exceedingly difficult for pedestrians to navigate through. Yun Qianhuang found it necessary to disembark from the carriage alongside Yun Qiannight, proceeding on foot towards the queue awaiting the entrance examination. "I have heard that the admission standards for Wuling Academy have been elevated once again." The wait was unbearably tedious, as the students could only pass the time by conversing with their companions. Elevated once more? "I have only just ascended to the rank of a 7-star practitioner. It seems that Wuling Academy has no intention of admitting outsiders." Perhaps that is indeed the case, for Wuling Academy is renowned as the finest among its peers, drawing countless practitioners eager to gain entry. This is undeniably true. Otherwise, it would not be so challenging to gain admission, as the standards have already disqualified a significant number of hopefuls. Several prospective students engaged in discussions regarding the Academy's admission criteria, some expressing relief, while others lamented their circumstances. Yun Qianhuang stood quietly behind them, listening intently. Suddenly, she spoke up. "Excuse me, what are this year's admission standards?" Previously, Yun Shuli had mentioned that last year's criteria for Wuling Academy required candidates to be under the age of 16 and above the 7-star practitioner level. However, those possessing exceptionally rare spiritual bones might still qualify for the entrance examination, regardless of age or strength. Having just achieved the rank of 7-star practitioner yesterday, Yun Qianhuang should, in theory, meet the criteria, yet the words of these individuals suggested that Wuling Academy's admission standards may have been raised yet again. The sound emanating from behind startled several individuals, prompting them to turn around. Upon recognizing that it was 2 individuals younger than themselves, who had initially inquired with a degree of politeness, the group's irritation dissipated instantly. One of them scratched his head and remarked, "I heard that the threshold for the main academy is to attain an 8-star spirit practitioner status before the age of 16. However, the requirements for the auxiliary academy seem unchanged, though I can only speak from hearsay. The 5 Spirit Academy is comprised of the main academy and the auxiliary academy. The main academy consists of 5 branches representing the elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, while the auxiliary academy encompasses the divisions for weaponry artisans, pharmacists, formation masters, and talisman crafters. Yun Shuli's intention was to have Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianyi attend the fire branch of the main academy together. However, it appeared that she might only meet the standards of the auxiliary academy. Yun Qianhuang chose not to reveal her spirit bone, deciding that if the requirements for the main academy had indeed increased, she would attempt to enter the pharmacist division instead. Students of the auxiliary academy, in addition to their primary courses, are also required to attend classes at the main academy, ensuring that their cultivation does not lag behind. Yun Qianhuang expressed her gratitude to the young man. "No need for thanks," he replied, waving his hand before turning back to continue conversing with his companion. The number of students aspiring to enter the Five-Spirit Academy was overwhelming. Throughout the morning, the line showed little sign of diminishing.
Consequently,
The academy had to temporarily suspend classes, summoning all instructors to assist, which improved efficiency significantly. Nevertheless, by the time Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianyi reached the front of the line, dusk had already fallen. Today is not an official admissions test. It merely serves to screen those qualified to participate in the admissions examination, specifically students who meet the college's prerequisites. Hence, the preliminary assessment is rather straightforward. The responsible mentor inquired about the names of the two individuals and then instructed them to gauge their levels using the testing crystal nearby. Yun Qianyi volunteered to go first. At 15 years of age, he was a 6-star spirit master, quite impressive. The mentor praised him, jotting down Yun Qianyi's information with a brush before handing him a jade token, instructing him to return in 3 days for the admissions test. Next, Yun Qianhuang stepped forward and placed her hand on the testing crystal. She bore a striking resemblance to Yun Qianyi after their disguise, enough to make one believe they were related. Given their familial connection, it was reasonable to assume that her talent would not be significantly inferior. The mentor watched the crystal's reaction with anticipation, while those waiting behind Yun Qianhuang craned their necks to observe. The testing crystal swiftly delivered its verdict.
what?
Only a 7-star spirit master? Since she bore such a likeness to that Yun Qianyi, they must be family. How could their talents differ so drastically? What a pity. If it had been last year, she could have participated in the admissions test, but this year the standards have been raised. The result of Yun Qianhuang's assessment, a mere 7-star spirit master, left the onlookers feeling somewhat disappointed. Little did they know that just a few months prior, Yun Qianhuang had not even qualified as a 1-star spirit master. The mentor also felt a sense of letdown but maintained a smile. "My dear, it is quite unfortunate. Your level does not meet the requirements for the admissions test." Yun Qianhuang tilted her head and said, "Mentor, I wish to participate in the alchemist branch's assessment. Is that not sufficient?" The mentor was somewhat taken aback. Although the Five Spirits Academy is divided into a main campus and secondary branches, the majority of admissions are still directed towards the main campus, with the secondary branches admitting a mere fraction of newcomers each year, nearly a ratio of 10 to 1. When this number is further divided among the 4 secondary branches, it becomes even more diminished. The mentor scrutinized Yun Qianhuang for a moment longer, but that was the extent of his consideration. He handed her a jade token, stating, "This will suffice. Come and take the assessment in 3 days." Upon receiving the jade token, Yun Qianhuang departed alongside Yun Qianyi. Observing the jade token in her hand, Yun Qianyi felt a surge of mixed emotions. His sister had advanced again. Her pace of cultivation far surpassed his own, and it would not be long before she eclipsed him. No, he must strive harder to ensure he can protect her. Chapter 42. The examination of the apothecary division before the admissions test. Yun Qianyi devoted himself tirelessly to his cultivation. The 3 days swiftly passed, and on the day of the examination, the siblings arrived at the academy early in the morning. After presenting the jade token they had previously received to the instructor, they stepped into the esteemed 5 Elements Academy for the first time. The academy sprawled over a vast expanse, making it difficult to discern the location of the teaching areas, let alone the testing hall or the alchemical chambers. Fortunately, a senior student was assigned to guide them, ensuring that Yun Qianyi and Yun Qianhuang would not lose their way within the institution. Yun Qianyi was to undertake the examination for the fire division, situated in a nearby location but separate from where Yun Qianhuang would be. Before parting ways, Yun Qianyi, brimming with confidence, declared, "Sister, I will find you as soon as my test concludes." He was resolute in his belief that he would succeed. The senior student, observing his enthusiasm, shook his head, recognizing the naivete of youth. He had witnessed many such hopefuls enter the testing hall with unwavering confidence, yet less than a fifth of them emerged with smiles. The senior refrained from disclosing the disheartening pass rate, fearing it would dampen Yun Qianya's spirits. After Yun Qianya entered the testing hall, the senior led Yun Qianhuang to the apothecary examination area. The apothecary test was conducted within a modest alchemical chamber, equipped with 10 alchemical furnaces, allowing only 10 individuals to test at a time. This examination was time-consuming, and by the time it was Yun Qianhuang's turn, an hour had already elapsed. As the previous group of 10 exited the chamber, none bore a smile. It was a complete failure. The pass rate in this instance instilled a hint of anxiety in Yun Qianhuang. Although she had memorized the formulas from the alchemical tome, she was, in practical terms, a complete novice. The instructor in the alchemy chamber was already summoning participants, so Yun Qianhuang took a moment to calm her nerves before entering alongside the other 9 candidates. The examination conducted by the Alchemist Division was straightforward and unpretentious. Each participant was assigned an alchemical furnace and a formula, with the option to select their own ingredients. Success in the endeavor was the sole criterion for passing. Each of the 10 formulas was distinct, eliminating any possibility of deceit. The sequential order of the various ingredients, the precise quantities, and the required temperature control were all clearly delineated on the formula, allowing Yun Qianhuang to breathe easier. This was akin to an open-book examination. As she gathered the necessary ingredients according to the formula, it was only halfway through that she noticed the peculiarities. The instructor had provided her with a formula for the spirit-gathering pill, an elixir capable of temporarily enhancing the user's capacity to absorb spiritual energy, with the duration contingent upon the pill's grade. She recognized this formula from the tome, yet the instructor's version contained half the ingredients listed in the book. Was the instructor mistaken, or was there an error in the tome? Holding the formula in her hands, Yun Qianhuang hesitated as she surveyed the neatly arranged ingredients before her. The others had already selected their required materials and were proceeding to the designated alchemical furnaces to begin processing. She cast a conflicted glance at the stern-faced instructor. A few others had yet to finalize their selections, so the instructor remained oblivious to her uncertainty. Outyin offered a suggestion. Master, you should proceed with the formula from the tome. Ao Tian had also perused that alchemical tome. Spirit beasts do not require the concoction of potions. Yet having lived for countless years, he had encountered a plethora of formulas. The instructions within the tome should be accurate. Yun Qianhuang had no doubts about him and immediately began selecting the herbs for the spirit-gathering pill according to the recipe. Many of these herbs bore a striking resemblance to one another, but thanks to her inheritance from Ao Tian, she discerned them with ease. After selecting the herbs, she approached the alchemical furnace, processing the materials while simultaneously communicating with the 2 beasts through her mental energy. I had assumed that the examination for the Alchemist Division merely involved following the provided recipes. Who would have thought that the 5-Spirit Academy would be so outrageous? Presenting incomplete formulas? It is no wonder that the last group met with utter failure. Who could foresee that the Academy would provide flawed instructions? Fu Bai nodded in agreement, exclaiming, truly absurd. Ao Tian offered guidance, stating, Mistress, you may wish to observe how others are concocting their potions. Without needing his prompting, Yun Qianhuang had already been discreetly watching, her technique in handling the herbs emulating that of the individual at the adjacent table. Due to the differing recipes, those who worked swiftly had already ignited their fires and commenced adding their herbs. Yun Qianhuang remained vigilant, her senses attuned to her surroundings, and while she learned from others, her own processing of the materials was impressively swift. However, why did the other participants require so few herbs compared to her? In this brief moment, while others had begun their concoctions, she remained diligently engaged in preparing her materials. The instructor overseeing the examination closely monitored the actions of the 10 participants and noted that Yun Qianhuang was lagging significantly behind her peers, shaking his head gently. She was progressing far too slowly. The formulas provided by the Academy consist of exceedingly simple elixirs, requiring no more than 8 herbs at most. Even if that unfortunate girl were to acquire a formula demanding 8 herbs, the time required would be quite extensive. Yun Qianhuang occupied the last row, her herbs conveniently obscured by the individuals seated before her. Should the instructor approach Yun Qianhuang, they would discover that the herbs on her desk far exceeded 8, approaching 20. Although Yun Qianhuang found this peculiar, she merely attributed it to her own misfortune. She swiftly completed the remaining preparations and, emulating her peers, employed fire to preheat the alchemical furnace, subsequently adding the herbs in sequence. Her movements appeared somewhat clumsy. An experienced alchemist would readily discern her as a complete novice. The instructor averted their gaze, choosing not to squander any further time on her. Following the recipe delineated in the alchemical tome, Yun Qianhuang added the herbs one by one, then intensified the flames. High temperatures are crucial for extracting the essence from the herbs, a decisive factor in determining the success of the alchemical process. Master. Utilize your spiritual energy to control the herbs within the furnace, merging the essences of the ingredients. Fu Bai possessed a modicum of understanding in this regard, capable of offering some useful guidance. However, beyond this, he had little knowledge, as spirit beasts never engage in alchemy. With this counsel in mind, Yun Qianhuang released her spiritual energy, focusing intently on the herbs within the furnace. The other participants were equally absorbed, their attention fixed on their own alchemical furnaces, enveloping the chamber in a profound silence.
Bang!
The sudden blast shattered the tranquility, prompting several students to succumb to their curiosity and turn their heads in search of the explosion's origin. The consequence was a series of successive detonations from the alchemy room, a result of their failed attempts at concocting elixirs. A nauseating smell of charred substances permeated the air. Alchemical processes demand unwavering focus. Even the slightest misstep may lead to disastrous outcomes. Those daring enough to participate in the Alchemist Division's assessment had, to varying extents, engaged with alchemy beforehand. With the exception of Yun Qianhuang, the few who were eager to witness the commotion had previously attempted to concoct elixirs numerous times, initially brimming with confidence. However, their curiosity ultimately led to failure this time, leaving them feeling thoroughly frustrated. Yet, they found themselves bereft of a second opportunity. The instructor had preemptively shielded the alchemical furnaces with spiritual energy, maintaining a calm demeanor, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Only 6 individuals remained engaged in the alchemical process. Chapter 43. The test of the Alchemist Division. The 4 individuals who had failed stood silently to the side, observing the others alongside their mentor. Their presence, albeit subdued, inadvertently distracted 3 participants, who, despite avoiding a catastrophic explosion, still fell short of successful concoction. Only 3 remained in contention. The mentor regarded the remaining trio, and his stern demeanor appeared to soften somewhat. The ability to remain undistracted by external circumstances is indeed a hallmark of a true alchemist. However, the ultimate determination of their success hinged upon their capability to successfully formulate the prescribed elixirs. Among the 3, one individual took the mentor by surprise, Yun Qianhuang. She struggled with the handling of her materials and clearly lacked prior experience in alchemy, leading the mentor to harbor little hope for her success. In truth, he possessed scant optimism for any of the participants, as the Alchemist Division consistently enrolled the fewest new students each year. Yet, Yun Qianhuang stood out as particularly unlikely to succeed. To his astonishment, she had persevered to this stage. Given her lack of prior exposure to alchemy, reaching this point already demonstrated considerable talent. The mentor's gaze softened. The other 2, aside from Yun Qianhuang, swiftly completed their concoctions and requested the mentor to evaluate their success. As he inspected them one by one, he found that the first individual's cauldron revealed a stark separation of the various medicinal essences which had failed to amalgamate. This indicated inadequate control over both the heat and mental focus. The mentor shook his head, and the young man, disheartened, joined the others in silence. Although another individual successfully merged the essence of the medicinal herbs, the elixir produced crumbled at a mere touch, evidently due to excessive heat. This was unacceptable. The person lowered their head in defeat. The 2 who had failed in their alchemical endeavors were perplexed, as they had previously enjoyed a high success rate in concocting elixirs. Why, then, did they falter at the 5 Spirits Academy? Was it an issue with the flame, or perhaps the alchemical furnace?
The more they analyzed,
the more agitated they became, prompting them to abandon their thoughts and turn their attention to the last remaining alchemist. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon Yun Qianhuang. She remained wholly absorbed in her alchemical work, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Due to the sheer volume of herbs, she was compelled to allocate a greater share of her spiritual energy to ensure the harmonious fusion of the ingredients, while simultaneously wielding her spiritual power to regulate the intensity of the flame. This was undeniably a formidable challenge. Yun Qianhuang silently lamented the extreme difficulty of the alchemical trial set forth by the Alchemist Division. Within the furnace, the essences extracted from the various herbs began to bubble fervently, the steam causing the lid to rattle ominously. The previously dispirited group of 9 failed alchemists suddenly jolted with awareness, instinctively retreating a few steps. This commotion was a harbinger of ill fate. Just moments ago, for among them had been caught in a similar uproar that resulted in a furnace explosion. Their instructor furrowed his brow, prepared to use his spiritual energy to isolate Yun Qianhuang's furnace at any moment. Given the nature of the disturbance, it was likely to possess considerable potency. Apart from Yun Qianhuang, the others present perceived this as an ominous sign of an impending furnace explosion. Yet, the tumult persisted for an extended duration, and the furnace remained intact. The group of 9, exchanging glances, engaged in hushed deliberations. Why hasn't it exploded yet? Could she actually succeed? Unthinkable. Have you ever encountered anyone who created a potion amidst such commotion? I suspect she must have selected the wrong herbs, their properties clashing, which explains the tumultuous disturbance. The essence of alchemical concoction lies in the precise guidance of mental energy to harmonize the various ingredients in succession. Only those whose properties do not conflict can blend seamlessly, thus avoiding such uproar. No one still harbors hope that Yun Qianhuang will successfully refine the elixir. However, her continuous avoidance of disaster has led to growing discontent among the other 9, who cannot leave the alchemy chamber until she does. Surely, if this persists, she ought to relinquish her endeavor. It is merely a waste of their time, after all. Yun Qianhuang remains oblivious to the external chaos, wholly focused on refining the spirit-gathering pill. The process of concocting potions is indeed a strenuous endeavor, exhausting one's mental faculties, which is why the Apothecary Institute imposes certain thresholds. Were a practitioner of lower than 7 stars to attempt creating this spirit-gathering pill, they would likely lack the mental energy even to complete a single batch. Yet, Yun Qianhuang, despite her preoccupations, maintains precise control over every drop of herbal essence. The steam forced the lid upward, only to have it fall back down due to its weight, the rhythmic noises reverberating for an indeterminate period. Unless the furnace were to explode, the instructor holds no authority to interrupt a student's alchemical pursuits. Thus, despite harboring skepticism, he refrains from compelling Yun Qianhuang to cease her efforts prematurely. At last, Yun Qianhuang exhaled a long sigh of relief, casually moving the flame away from beneath the alchemical furnace. The instructor's brow twitched. He urgently shouted for her to move aside. His spiritual energy swiftly isolated Yun Qianhuang's furnace from the surrounding environment. Where can one so directly extinguish the flame? The temperature of the alchemy furnace is exceedingly high. Abruptly snuffing out the flame would surely lead to an explosion. The mentor cast a helpless glance at Yun Qianhuang, wondering if this girl truly possessed no fundamental knowledge of alchemy. Alas, he had encountered numerous students of her ilk before. If the furnace were to explode, so be it.
Ha!
After such a lengthy interval, the anticipated sound of an explosion had yet to be heard, prompting the mentor to gaze curiously at Yun Qianhuang's alchemy furnace. To his surprise, the furnace stood intact upon the table, devoid of any fissures. Yun Qianhuang, equally perplexed, inquired, "Mentor, am I not permitted to retrieve the elixir? How can I present it to you for inspection?" "The elixir?" The mentor gasped in astonishment. "Are you implying that you succeeded in your concoction?" Yun Qianhuang nodded, reaching to lift the lid of the alchemy furnace. The mentor promptly withdrew his spiritual energy, remaining vigilant, fearful that the furnace might explode at any moment. Fortunately, by the time Yun Qianhuang extracted the elixirs, the furnace remained unscathed. Yet, to her dismay, there were only 2. She felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After utilizing nearly 20 herbs, only 2 elixirs had been produced. The mentor's lips twitched. This girl, a novice, had managed to create something on her very first attempt at alchemy, yet she dared to lament the meager yield. It is worth noting that he himself had endured countless failures before achieving success, and even then, that single attempt had yielded but 1 elixir. Nevertheless, it was best to set aside past recollections and focus on examining the elixirs this girl had crafted. The mentor accepted one of the elixirs from Yun Qianhuang, pinching and inhaling its scent. His expression turned somewhat peculiar. From its shape and flavor, it is undoubtedly a successful elixir, seemingly of the 3rd tier. Yet, what kind of elixir is this? Why has he never encountered it before? The group of 9 who had failed also gathered nearby, scrutinizing the elixir concocted by Yun Qianhuang. They could hardly believe that she could succeed in its creation. Some individuals possess such a mindset that if they cannot achieve something, they assume no one else can either. Noticing the peculiar expression of their mentor, one could not help but inquire, "Mentor, has this elixir failed in its creation? If it were a success, surely your expression would reflect that." The mentor gazed at the elixir for a considerable time, nearly tempted to consume it himself to ascertain its nature. However, He was not so audacious as to risk his own body without caution. Thus, he merely asked Yun Qianhuang, "My dear girl, what is this elixir?" Yun Qianhuang. Chapter 44. The Test of the Alchemist Division 3. This question left the group of 9 failures utterly bewildered. Could there truly exist a medicinal pill that even the mentors could not recognize? No, the mentor had declared it to be a medicinal pill, which implied that this young girl had succeeded. The 9 were momentarily taken aback, for Yun Qianhuang was dressed modestly and possessed an unremarkable appearance, clearly hailing from an obscure family of little renown. They, who had been meticulously nurtured as alchemical apprentices by their families, found it hard to accept that they were outperformed by someone from a lesser lineage. Yun Qianhuang herself was equally perplexed by the question. She silently picked up the formula and handed it to Meng Heng. "Mentor, this is the medicinal pill I concocted according to this formula." Meng Heng hastily accepted the formula that had just left his hands. He was intimately familiar with the formulas provided by the Academy, and he was certain that this particular medicinal pill was not among them. Yet, the girl did not appear to be lying. As Meng Heng lowered his gaze to examine the words on the formula, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Prominently inscribed at the top of the formula were the bold characters, "Spirit Gathering Pill Formula." This was a disaster. He had provided the wrong formula.
Wait.
Meng Heng stared at Yun Qianhuang in astonishment. "Child, are you saying that you successfully concocted the Spirit Gathering Pill based on this formula? How is that possible? This formula was incomplete. It lacked at least half of the required ingredients. How could she possibly succeed?" Meng Heng suddenly recalled that while others had begun to concoct their medicinal pills, Yun Qianhuang was still busy preparing her herbs. At that moment, he had thought her movements slow, but upon reflection, the spirit-gathering pill required at least a dozen different herbs. Could it be that this girl possessed the complete formula for the spirit-gathering pill? Yun Qianhuang hesitated for a moment, shaking her head.
"Master,
I have previously encountered the formula for the spirit-gathering pill. The formula you provided is incomplete. I concocted it based on what I had seen before." "You have seen the formula for the spirit-gathering pill?" Meng Heng was taken aback, his excitement prompting him to reach for Yun Qianhuang's arm, only to remember that others had not yet departed. Quickly regaining his composure, he cleared his throat. "You are unqualified. Please leave." The group of 9 who had failed departed the alchemy room, their hearts heavy with disappointment. Once the others were gone, Meng Heng turned to Yun Qianhuang again.
"Child,
"Do you truly know the complete formula for the spirit-gathering pill?" The answer was already evident. The elixir in his hand was undoubtedly a successful spirit-gathering pill. Yet Meng Heng sought a confirmation. This reaction sent alarm bells ringing in Yun Qianhuang's mind. Could it be that the complete formula for the spirit-gathering pill did not exist at all? She discreetly concealed her right hand behind her back, where a bone sword silently materialized in her grasp. Having remained silent, Meng Heng finally recognized his overexcitement might have painted him as someone with ulterior motives. He hastily tucked away the incomplete formula and shifted the conversation. "Child, what is your name?" "Wen Qianhuang." "Very well, Wen Qianhuang. I formally inform you that you have qualified. Welcome to the Apothecary Division of the 5 Spirits Academy." Meng Heng smiled broadly. "Come, I will escort you to the Apothecary Division for registration." Yun Qianhuang discreetly stowed the bone sword, shaking her head. "Master, my brother has gone to take the test for the Fire Division. I must find him first." "The Fire Division, you say? I shall accompany you." Meng Heng's demeanor was exceedingly enthusiastic, a stark contrast to his earlier seriousness. Yun Qianhuang felt justified in her suspicions. She did not decline Meng Heng's offer. After all, she was uncertain about where to report next, and having a mentor to guide her was undoubtedly advantageous. Yun Qianhuang took the lead in departing from the alchemy room, with Meng Heng swiftly trailing behind her. As for the other participants' assessments, Meng Heng simply recruited an unsuspecting individual to take over his responsibilities. A passing mentor remarked, "I must say, this is quite outrageous." After leaving the alchemy chamber and taking only a few steps, Yun Qianhuang spotted Yun Qianya waiting for her outside. Naturally, Yun Qianya also noticed her and promptly jogged over. He first scrutinized Yun Qianhuang's expression and, seeing no signs of disappointment, exclaimed, "Sister, I passed the test." Meng Heng glanced at him. The Fire Division had experienced an influx of enrollments over the past 2 years, making this year's assessments particularly rigorous. Thus, the young man's success indicated considerable strength. Noticing Meng Heng's gaze, Yun Qianya subdued his excitement and quietly inquired, "Sister, who is he?" Yun Qianhuang first praised him before responding. He is a mentor from the alchemist division. Sister has also passed the test. Yun Qianya immediately grasped the significance of her words, affirming, I knew you would succeed. This unwavering faith, the source of which even Yun Qianya could not pinpoint, led him to trust his sister wholeheartedly. A smile curled at the corners of Yun Qianhuang's lips as she remarked, I will be reporting to the alchemist division shortly. Have you checked in at the fire division yet? Yun Qianya nodded. After I complete my test, my mentor will take me to register. Sister, I shall accompany you. Very well. The siblings turned to Meng Heng, for the vastness of the Five Spirits Academy left them unfamiliar with its pathways. A sense of responsibility surged within Meng Heng as he stepped forward, leading the duo towards the alchemist division. The academy indeed sprawled expansively. Yun Qianhuang and her brother followed Meng Heng for nearly half an hour before they finally reached the entrance of the alchemist division. At the entrance, the mentor responsible for new student registrations appeared drowsy. Yun Qianhuang glanced at him before discreetly averting her gaze. Meng Heng cleared his throat and rapped his knuckles sharply against the desk, instantly rousing the mentor from his stupor. Meng Heng, what brings you here? Nia Yunshui inquired, bewildered. Have those students already completed their tests? I haven't even received many new students yet, and they are already finished? Meng Heng shot him a glare. And yet you are dozing off in front of the students, bringing shame to our alchemist division. However, before Nia Yunshui could finish his retort, he noticed the siblings behind Meng Heng and promptly fell silent. He then donned a smile, adopting an unusually gentle tone. You two little ones, are you here to register? That's more like it. Meng Heng nodded in satisfaction, elaborating. This lad belongs to the fire division, and this girl is named Wen Qianhuang. I brought her here to register. Upon hearing this, Nia Yunshui's gaze towards Yun Qianhuang shifted dramatically. To have Meng Heng personally escort her for registration, Wen Qianhuang was undoubtedly remarkable. Yun Qianhuang suddenly felt as though she were a succulent piece of meat, while Nia Yunshui resembled a ravenous wolf that had not feasted in countless days. She silently took a step back. Noticing her movement, Meng Heng lightly tapped Nia Yunshui, saying, Come now, aren't you going to register? Only then did Nia Yunshui retract his gaze, swiftly inscribing Yun Qianhuang's name in the ledger. He then produced a badge shaped like an alchemical furnace and handed it to her. The badge was no larger than a palm, with a single line etched at the bottom. Meng Heng elucidated that this was the exclusive badge of the alchemist division. One line indicated a first-year student, 2 lines denoted a second-year student, and 3 lines represented a third-year student. Once the registration was complete, he personally escorted Yun Qianhuang to the dormitory of the alchemist division. The dormitories for new and returning students were housed within the same building, and as they approached the entrance, a young girl approached them. Chapter 45. The chief of the division, a figure clad in a pale blue robe, approached, her long hair elegantly tied back, and her delicate features unmistakably belonged to Shin Fengyuan, whom Yun Qianhuang had encountered merely half a month prior. Adorning her chest was a badge shaped like an alchemical furnace, distinguished by 2 stripes at its base. Numerous students traversed the area. Among them were new arrivals who had just located their dormitory building. One such newcomer gazed at Shin Fengyuan, momentarily entranced. Upon regaining her composure, her cheeks flushed with warmth, she timidly inquired of an older student beside her. Senior sister, may I ask who that esteemed sister is? The older student felt a swell of pride as she replied, Ah, she is our chief alchemist in the division. Having achieved the remarkable status of a mid-level alchemist at the tender age of 16, far surpassing those in their 3rd year. How impressive! The newcomer once more looked at Shin Fengyuan, this time with unadulterated admiration. A 16-year-old mid-level alchemist. It was unlikely one could find another like her across the entire continent. As their conversation continued, Shin Fengyuan abruptly halted and cast her gaze in their direction. The newcomer instantly felt a surge of anxiety, nervously clutching the hem of her skirt. Wondering, surely senior sister Shen is not looking at me? Before the older student could finish her thought, they both witnessed Shin Fengyuan striding toward them. In that moment, both the older and the newcomer stood frozen in a state of nervous anticipation. Regrettably, Shin Fengyuan merely brushed past them, her eyes not lingering on either of the two. The newcomer, feeling somewhat dejected, turned her head, her gaze trailing after Shin Fengyuan. Shin Fengyuan swiftly approached another new student, gracefully linking her arm with theirs, and affectionately called out Huang Huang. It turned out that senior sister Shen was seeking a friend. Both the newcomers and the returning students felt a pang of disappointment and turned to enter the dormitory building. Yun Qianhuang, whose arm was entwined with Shin Fengyuan's, felt little surprise. She had long known that Shin Fengyuan was an alchemist and a student of the Five Spirits Academy. Hence, when she chose to partake in the Alchemist Division's examination, she anticipated encountering Shin Fengyuan there. "You are also an alchemist," Shin Fengyuan exclaimed with delight. For now she had a companion to attend classes with. When she received that medicinal herb from Huang Huang, she had been completely unaware that Huang Huang was also an alchemist, which left her feeling somewhat ashamed. Yun Qianhuang touched her nose shyly, acknowledging her status as merely an apprentice. She hesitated to admit that she had once been a complete novice, having chosen the Alchemist Division solely because she did not meet the threshold for the main academy. An apprentice? Meng Heng pondered the pill he had collected, falling into silence. Who among apprentices could successfully concoct a spirit-gathering pill on the first attempt? However, he chose not to expose Yun Qianhuang's modesty. Instead, he inquired of Shin Fengyuan. "You are the second-year Shin Fengyuan?" Shin Fengyuan hailed from the renowned Shin family of the Fengling Kingdom and was a rare talent among alchemists. Most of the academy's mentors were already familiar with her, regardless of whether they had taught her or not. Only then did Shin Fengyuan notice Meng Heng, acknowledging him with, "Mentor Meng, indeed, I am your student." She had long been acquainted with the mentors of the academy. Perfectly aligned. Meng Heng gazed at her with a smile as she held Yun Qianhuang's hand. "With the mentor unable to enter," he suggested, "since you are acquainted, I kindly ask you to escort Wen Qianhuang to the dormitory." Shin Fengyuan eagerly responded, "Of course, Mentor Meng. You can rest assured that I will take excellent care of Huang Huang." Meng Heng, feeling confident, entrusted Yun Qianhuang to Shin Fengyuan and soon declared he had matters to attend to, hastily departing. Once Meng Heng left, Shin Fengyuan immediately took Yun Qianhuang in another direction, calling upon Yun Qiannight to join them. Yun Qiannight hesitated, glancing at Yun Qianhuang. "Sister, I think I should wait for you here. It might not be appropriate for me to follow you to the girls' dormitory." Shin Fengyuan shot him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, we won't be going into the dormitory." Only then did Yun Qiannight cautiously trail behind the two. As Shin Fengyuan walked arm in arm with Yun Qianhuang, she inquired, "Huang Huang, isn't Mentor Meng responsible for our division's admissions test today? What brings him to the dormitory area?" Yun Qianhuang refrained from answering, merely gazing at the distant dormitory building. And countered, "Where are we headed?" Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Fengyuan replied, "To my courtyard." "Your courtyard? Does the academy allow students to construct their own courtyards?" Shin Fengyuan chuckled at Yun Qianhuang's skeptical expression. "It is not as you imagine. The academy has a provision that allows the chief of each division to reside in a separate courtyard." She continued, "This courtyard is quite spacious, Huang Huang. You need not stay in the dormitory like the others. Come live with me." Just then, she suddenly lifted her gaze towards the front. Upon our arrival, Yun Qianhuang glanced over and instantly comprehended why Shin Fengyuan remarked that this courtyard was quite expansive. A courtyard of such magnitude could rival half of a general's residence. How could it not be spacious? Shin Fengyuan took her hand and led her into the courtyard, inquiring, "Huang Huang, which room do you prefer? I shall have someone assist you in setting it up." She deliberately refrained from indicating her own accommodation, evidently wishing to convey that it would be inconsequential if Yun Qianhuang chose the same room as hers. The dormitory arrangement consisted of 3 individuals sharing a room, whereas Shin Fengyuan's quarters offered single rooms. Naturally, residing with Shin Fengyuan would be more comfortable, yet Yun Qianhuang hesitated, asking, "Should we not inform our mentor?" "Not necessary. This is the privilege of the chief." Shin Fengyuan winked at her, then eagerly led her to select a room. Ultimately, Yun Qianhuang chose the room adjacent to Shin Fengyuan's. Her choice made, without the knowledge that Shin Fengyuan occupied the neighboring quarters, though she might have surmised it from Shin Fengyuan's expression. After finalizing her room selection, the two reunited with Yun Qianya, who had been patiently waiting in the courtyard. "Xiao Yi, have you yet been to the dormitory?" Yun Qianya glanced at Yun Qianhuang before shaking his head, concerned that his sister might not find him after her assessment. He had rushed to the alchemist testing area right after reporting, without the opportunity to visit the dormitory. There should still be a room in Xuanqing's courtyard.
"Come."
"I shall take you there," Shin Fengyuan declared, pulling Yun Qianhuang along, entirely disregarding any chance for Yun Qianya to object. With his sister whisked away, Yun Qianya had no choice but to follow. Lu Xianqing belonged to the Gold Division, located right next to the Fire Division. Shin Fengyuan walked gracefully alongside Yun Qianhuang, followed closely by Yun Qianya, attracting numerous glances. The trio remained unfazed by the external attention as Shin Fengyuan skillfully made her way to Lu Xuanqing's courtyard. releasing her spiritual energy. Feng Yuan, what brings you here? Before Lu Xianqing could appear, Gong Zhou stepped out of the room. He appeared to have just awakened, his expression weary as he stifled a yawn while speaking. His gaze fell on Shen Fengyuan, then shifted to Yun Qianhuang beside her, and finally rested on Yun Qianya. In an instant, Gong Zhou seemed revitalized, striding forward to place a hand on Yun Qianya's shoulder. Isn't this Huang Huang and Xiaoyi? I knew you two would surely pass the admission test. Yun Qianya felt somewhat uneasy, his brow furrowing. In the past, when his sister was not in good health, their peers looked down upon her, deriving amusement from bullying her. To protect Yun Qianhuang, Yun Qianya often clashed with his contemporaries, and over time, no one wished to associate with him. Apart from his family, he had never experienced such intimate interactions with others. Unbeknownst to him, Gong Zhou was rather oblivious, cheerfully suggesting, Xiaoyi, why don't you stay with me and Xianqing? After all, Xianqing's courtyard is spacious. My courtyard, and you presume to make decisions? A warm, jovial male voice resonated gently. Chapter 46. The Summoner's Division. The speaker was none other than the tardy Lu Xianqing. He halted beside Gong Jilu, his gaze leisurely sweeping over Yun Qianhuang and her brother, a smile dancing in his eyes. Yet, you have indeed made a correct choice this time. My residence is quite spacious. Brother Wen can move in with us, which would be far more comfortable than the dormitory. The two extended a warm invitation, leaving Yun Qianya momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He turned to Yun Qianhuang for guidance. With a quiet sigh, she noted that despite Yun Qianya's evident hesitation, Gong Jilu's hand resting on his shoulder showed no signs of retreating. She subtly nodded in his direction. Only then did Yun Qianya refocus on Lu Xianqing and Gong Jilu. Then, I shall trouble you. What trouble could there be? Gong Jilu chuckled, giving Yun Qianya a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Let's not linger here. Come. Let us dine together. Each division boasts its own dining facilities for students, yet the culinary offerings vary due to different chefs. Gong Jilu, well versed in this matter, led the group directly to the cafeteria of the Summoner's Division. Allow me to tell you, do not be deceived by the modest number of students in the Summoner's Division. The food here is truly delectable. It was from his words that Yun Qianhuang learned of the existence of the Summoner's Division within the Five Spirit Academy. However, summoners were even scarcer than alchemists and blacksmiths. Even within the continent's premier institution, the Five Spirit Academy, no new students had been recruited for the past 2 to 3 years, leading to this year's decision to forego admissions altogether. Despite the fact that the mentors and students of the Summoner Division number no more than 20, the amenities provided by the Academy remain undiminished, with the dining hall being as spacious as that of any other division. A few individuals found their seats and proceeded to purchase their preferred dishes. In the vast dining hall, apart from Yun Qianhuang and her companions, there were only a handful of students from the Summoner Division dining. Yun Qianhuang noticed that the emblem of the Summoner Division was shaped like a phoenix, and the robes they wore bore subtle phoenix patterns, with marks on their foreheads signifying their contracts with spirit beasts. Some students from the Summoner Division were indifferent to the few who were merely mooching off their meals, while others were quite particular about it. With the small number of students, the meals prepared in the dining hall each day were limited. Today, classes were slightly delayed, and after the lesson, Shi Qianying hurried to the dining hall, having heard that they were serving her favorite dish, crispy chicken with salt and pepper. However, upon attempting to procure her meal, she was informed that the last serving had just been purchased. A thunderbolt of disappointment struck her. Shi Qianying immediately scanned the dining hall with her gaze and spotted Yun Qianya placing a portion of salt and pepper chicken in front of Yun Qianhuang. Since they had just enrolled, the siblings had yet to receive their division uniforms or wear the division's emblem.
Yet.
Shi Qianying noticed that the individuals sitting with the two were students from other divisions, one of whom appeared exceedingly familiar to her. She strode over briskly and admonished, Gong Jilu, as a student from the Earth Division, it is one thing for you to come to our Summoner Division for meals daily. But today you have brought so many others. Gong Jilu cast a glance at her. Shi Qianying, why must you always seek discomfort? He had a penchant for indulgence and was a regular at the Summoner Division's cafeteria. With only a handful of students in the entire division, it was nearly impossible for Gong Jilu not to become familiar with them, and Shi Qianying was the one he recognized the most. They had clashed several times over the last serving of a dish, but given that Gong Jilu's level surpassed Shi Qianying's by 3 stars, she had invariably been the one to lose. Yet, Shi Qianying seemed to have a short memory, growing increasingly tenacious with each defeat. In short, It was a case of learning through repeated setbacks. Stealing a glance at the salt and pepper crispy chicken before Yun Qianhuang, Shi Qianying boldly declared, "It's because the people you brought finished the last of the salt and pepper chicken I like. Besides, as someone from the Earth Division, you shouldn't even be dining in our cafeteria. How could you possibly know what I like?" Gong Julu, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his gaze. Moreover, the academy had not explicitly stated that students were forbidden from eating in other divisions' cafeterias. Indeed, there was no such rule. However, due to the considerable distance between each division, the academy presupposed that students would primarily dine in their own division's cafeteria, and the meals were typically prepared according to the number of students in each division. He was fine on his own, but with so many people coming to the Summoner Division to scrounge a meal today, it was inevitable that some dishes would run short. Noticing Gong Julu's unease, Shi Qianying scoffed, "Then why do you look so uneasy?" Gong Julu opened his mouth to assert that he was not troubled, but at that moment, Yun Qianya, sitting opposite him, suddenly stood up and said to Shi Qianying, "I purchased the last serving. I apologize, I was unaware." Yun Qianya's demeanor was earnest. Yet Shi Qianying remained utterly unperturbed. She glared at Yun Qianya, exclaiming, "What good is an apology? Can an apology compensate for my spiced crispy chicken? Without it, I have no desire to partake in today's meal." Yun Qianhuang also rose to her feet, gently patting Yun Qianya on the head, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "Today's incident was indeed our fault. If there is anything we can do to placate our senior sister, please do not hesitate to voice it." The sibling duo exhibited increasingly amicable attitudes, yet Shi Qianying, having been reprimanded by her mentor earlier, was in no mood to be swayed. Her eyes narrowed as she scrutinized Yun Qianhuang. "Are you a new student?" Yun Qianhuang nodded affirmatively. "What is your rank?" "7-star spirit practitioner." "So low?" Shi Qianying's tone instantly turned scornful. "How about this? My companion Lan Lan hasn't had a proper workout in ages. If you can defeat Lan Lan, I shall overlook today's incident." Lan Lan was Shi Qianying's summoned beast, a 4th-tier azure water bird, whose prowess was akin to that of a grand spirit master among humans. Upon hearing this, Gong Julu's expression shifted slightly. "Shi Qianying, aren't you being a tad unreasonable?" He then explained to Yun Qianhuang, "Huang, Lan Lan is a 4th-tier azure water bird. It is not something you can contend with." Silence. "What business is it of yours?" Shi Qianying shot Gong Julu a glare. "So, what will it be? Do you wish to spar with my Lan Lan? Rest assured, I will not allow Lan Lan to use lethal force. It will merely be a friendly exchange." Gong Julu was compelled to remain silent, yet he continued to convey anxious glances toward Yun Qianhuang. Regrettably, Yun Qianhuang did not perceive his insinuation. "Is it merely sufficient to triumph over your summoned beast? Naturally, I am a person of my word." "Very well." The commotion here had already drawn the attention of other students from the Summoners Division within the cafeteria. When Shi Qianying proposed a spar between Yun Qianhuang and Lan Lan, several students from the Summoners Division deemed her request somewhat excessive. After all, spirit beasts possess significantly superior defensive and offensive capabilities compared to humans. A 4th-tier spirit beast can easily overpower anyone below the rank of a Grand Master. Yet, astonishingly, Yun Qianhuang was not only unfazed but also consented to the challenge. Has this newcomer lost her senses? Chapter 47. The mutated azure water bird. What audacity does this newcomer possess to challenge Sister Ying's summoned beast? The azure water bird is notoriously aggressive, and the variant that Shi Qianying commands is capable of transforming water attribute spiritual energy into ice attribute energy. This newcomer is truly courting punishment. To be frank, Shi Qianying is somewhat overstepping her bounds. The students from the Summoners Division murmured among themselves in the spacious cafeteria, their voices echoing distinctly in Yun Qianya's ears. He grasped Yun Qianhuang's arm and said, "Sister, allow me to handle this." Although he had yet to reach the level of a Grand Spirit Master, his fire elemental root, combined with a spiritual tool, could rival a Grand Spirit Master. "Wait here," he instructed. However, Yun Qianhuang declined his request. She surveyed her surroundings but found no suitable arena, prompting her to ask Shi Qianying, "Sister, shall we fight here?" Her eagerness was palpable. Shi Qianying regarded Yun Qianhuang with some surprise. The girl before her was clad in simple attire, her appearance so unremarkable that she would easily blend into any crowd. The fluctuations of her spiritual energy were so faint they were nearly imperceptible. It was difficult to believe she stood a chance against Lan Lan. Though Shi Qianying had intended to put her in a challenging position, she suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Could it be that this girl had never fought against a spirit beast before and was unaware of the prowess of a fourth-tier spirit beast? Regretful thoughts aside, her words had already been spoken, and with so many witnesses, Shi Qianying refrained from retracting her statement. Why don't you have your meal first? There is an arena outside. We can fight after you finish eating. Yun Xianhuang continued to smile. Sister, let us begin now. It shall not consume too much time. Shi Qianying, at a loss for words, had already concluded that this young girl before her had likely never engaged in combat with spirit beasts. She discreetly communicated with Lan Lan using her mental energy, instructing it to go easy during the bout. Lan Lan acknowledged her command. Together, Yun Xianhuang and Shi Qianying ascended the arena. The academy forbade private duels. However, should irreconcilable conflicts arise, the arena could serve as a means to resolve them. Here, combat was permissible, albeit to the extent of avoiding lethal encounters. The summoning division was sparsely populated, and thus, the audience was limited. Apart from Yun Qianya and Shen Fengyuan, only a handful of onlookers had gathered beneath the arena. On the stage, Shi Qianying summoned Lan Lan. The azure water bird was merely the size of her fists, adorned with a cerulean back and a pure white abdomen, crowned with a crest resembling rippling water. Its plumage shimmered as though imbued with flowing water, both beautiful and perilous. As it unfurled its wings, a noticeable drop in temperature enveloped the surroundings. The mutated azure water bird primarily utilized ice-based attacks. Lan Lan, go forth, Shi Qianying commanded, having no intention of intervening herself, for she had given her word that Lan Lan would engage with Yun Qianhuang. The azure water bird let out a melodious cry, soaring fiercely towards Yun Qianhuang, trailing an aura of chill that compelled the spectators at the arena's edge to rub their arms for warmth. It moved with astonishing speed, reaching Yun Qianhuang in mere breaths. Yet, Yun Qianhuang remained still. Why did the phoenix not evade? On the sidelines, Gong Jiulu was in a state of agitation, nearly bursting with the urge to leap onto the stage and physically separate Yun Qianhuang from the impending threat. Yun Qianya and Shen Fengyuan exchanged anxious glances, their concern mounting over Yun Qianhuang's safety from the menacing Bai Shui Niao. Do not fret, Lu Xianqing said, his eyes narrowing slightly. It appears that the Bai Shui Niao has no intention of harming Miss Wen. Upon hearing this, the other three directed their attention to the scene unfolding on the stage, fixated on the unusual interaction between the girl and the bird. What was initially perceived as a threat soon transformed into something quite different. As the Bai Shui Niao alighted before Yun Qianhuang, it seemed to sense something profound, its beady eyes blinking curiously, and the chilling aura surrounding it dissipated in an instant. It tilted its head, scrutinizing the human before it. Shi Qianying was perplexed. She had instructed Lan Lan to temper its aggression. Yet the spirited creature had always exhibited a combative nature whenever on the stage. What was happening? Suddenly, an alarming realization struck Shi Qianying. Wait, what is Lan Lan doing? Her eyes widened in disbelief as she observed the once menacing Bai Shui Niao gracefully settle upon Yun Qianhuang's shoulder, folding its exquisite wings and affectionately nuzzling its head against her face. This gentle and docile Bai Shui Niao, could it truly be her Lan Lan? The feathers atop Lan Lan's head were soft, creating a ticklish sensation against her skin. Yun Qianhuang tilted her head, attempting to create some distance, but Lan Lan quickly closed the gap, emitting soft coos in delight. In the atmosphere, observing Lan Lan's antics, Fu Bai's composure shattered. This insolent bird dares to nuzzle my master. Fu Bai is an exceedingly possessive spirit beast, intolerant of any other spirit beast's aura lingering on its master. As Lan Lan playfully nuzzled against Yun Qianhuang, she unwittingly became imbued with its scent.
Fu Bai contemplated wasting Lan Lan for this chance concern.
Yet this thought was thwarted by Yun Qianhuang's firm refusal to allow it to leave the space. On the arena, Shi Qianying's face flushed crimson as she rushed forward to snatch her summoned beast from Yun Qianhuang's shoulder. Consider yourself victorious, she declared, hastily retreating with Lan Lan in tow. Her embarrassment stemmed not from defeat, but rather from Lan Lan's humiliating attempts to curry favor with an opponent. She pondered how she could maintain her standing in the summoner's division if such behavior continued. As Lan Lan was taken away by her master, she turned back, casting a reluctant glance at Yun Qianhuang. Chirp. Shi Qianying's face reddened further as she promptly stored Lan Lan in her contract space. This sparring session began with unexpected twists and concluded with astonishing revelations. Upon descending from the arena, Yun Qianhuang was immediately approached by Yun Qianye and the others. Shun Fengyuan, intrigued, inquired, Huang, that azure water bird seemed quite fond of you? Observing Shi Qianying's astonishment, it was evident that the azure water bird had not shown such affection towards her. Perhaps, Yun Qianhuang mused, not dwelling on it. The unique bond among spirit beasts allowed for a special sense, having contracted the formidable Outyan dragon and the sacred Fu Bai. The azure water bird would certainly refrain from aggression against her. Its previous nuzzling was likely an attempt to endear itself to Outyan and Fu Bai. Gong Jiulu interjected. Let us set aside this discussion for now and return for dinner. The dishes will grow cold. A consensus was reached among several individuals, and they returned to the cafeteria to continue their meal. Not far from the arena, in a courtyard, an elderly man stood on the second floor, his murky old eyes reflecting the figure of Yun Qianhuang. The girl's mental strength. After lunch, Yun Qianhuang and Shin Fengyuan parted ways with the other three and returned to the alchemist branch. Classes for new students would commence only on the second day of enrollment, so there was little to occupy their time today. Shin Fengyuan led Yun Qianhuang to collect their academy uniforms, and the two of them made their way back to Shin Fengyuan's courtyard together. As they approached, they spotted two figures standing outside the courtyard from a distance. Upon getting closer, they recognized one of them as Mentor Meng Heng, whom Yun Qianhuang had encountered earlier that morning. The other figure was an elderly man, his hair and beard unkempt, dressed in a rather careless manner, yet his eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Chapter 48. Master Lu Qing, the unfamiliar figure accompanying Meng Heng, immediately raised Yun Qianhuang's vigilance. The new students would certainly not recognize the old man. But Shin Fengyuan knew him. She gazed at the elder in astonishment, her tone laced with a hint of reverence. Master Lu Qing, what brings you here? Master Lu Qing had come in search of Yun Qianhuang. After entrusting Yun Qianhuang to Shin Fengyuan that morning, Meng Heng promptly sought out Master Lu Qing. As the esteemed chief elder of their alchemist division, Master Lu Qing stood on the brink of breaking through to the rank of alchemist master, renowned throughout the continent for his exceptional skills. The incomplete recipe for the spirit-gathering pill was crafted by Master Lu Qing after numerous experiments. Although it was not entirely finished, achieving such a level without any reference to existing spirit-gathering pills was a testament to his profound expertise in alchemy. Meng Heng presented the spirit-gathering pill concocted by Yun Qianhuang to Master Lu Qing, who, upon examining it, was astonished to find it was indeed a genuine spirit-gathering pill. Unable to contain his excitement, he insisted on meeting the creator of the elixir. Reluctantly, Meng Heng escorted him to the student dormitory, only to discover from the supervising mentor that Yun Qianhuang did not reside there. With no other option, the two waited outside Shin Fengyuan's courtyard, intending to inquire about Yun Qianhuang's whereabouts upon seeing her. Now that the two were together, Meng Heng let out a sigh of relief. Looking for her? Yun Qianhuang furrowed her brow. The fact that Shin Fengyuan treated Master Lu Qing with such deference indicated that his identity was undoubtedly significant. Could it be that he had come for the recipe of the spirit-gathering pill? Moreover, Yun Qianhuang could scarcely fathom why a newly enrolled student like herself would warrant the personal attention of the academy's mentor. Meng Heng's subsequent words confirmed her suspicions. When Qianhuang, Master Lu wishes to speak with you privately regarding today's test. I wonder if you have a moment? Master Lu Qing's gaze seemed almost affixed to Yun Qianhuang. With no grounds for refusal, she could only nod and follow Master Lu Qing to his exclusive alchemy chamber. Shin Fengyuan attempted to accompany them, but was halted by Meng Heng. She furrowed her brow, perplexed as to what could possibly intrigue the usually engrossed Master Lu Qing in alchemical pursuits. Typically, Master Lu Qing's alchemy room was a sanctuary for his solitary endeavors. He would become so absorbed in concocting elixirs that he would neglect the disarray around him. In stark contrast to his usual surroundings, the alchemy chamber was remarkably pristine, hardly touched by dust. Upon entering the room, Master Lu Qing's demeanor transformed. It was difficult to pinpoint the change, yet he exuded an unmistakable aura befitting a master alchemist. Delicately, he retrieved the spirit-gathering pill that Meng Heng had provided, cradling it in his hands as he presented it to Yun Qianhuang. Young lady Wen, did you concoct this spirit-gathering pill? Since Meng Heng had been present during Yun Qianhuang's alchemical process, denial would serve no purpose. Thus, she graciously acknowledged her involvement. A glimmer of joy illuminated Master Lu Qing's countenance, though his tone remained cautious. That rascal Meng Heng mentioned you have seen the complete formulation for the spirit-gathering pill. Is that true? The younger generation happened upon it by chance and managed to memorize it. I never anticipated encountering it during the test. Yun Qianhuang spoke with a tone of humility. Master Lu Qing, even you have not seen the complete formula for the gathering spirit pill? Master Lu Qing gazed at the gathering spirit pill in his hand. As a master alchemist, he had concocted countless high-grade elixirs. To exaggerate, he could consume them like candy if he so desired. Yet, in his eyes, this third-tier pill was more precious than even those of the sacred grade. Not just I. Master Lu Qing sighed as he carefully stored the gathering spirit pill in a porcelain bottle designated for elixirs. He retrieved an aged parchment book from his storage ring and handed it to Yun Qianhuang. This is a compilation I have recorded, containing all the elixir formulas of the continent. Young Lady Wen, take a look. Yun Qianhuang accepted the parchment book and began to peruse its contents. The tome was thick, containing at least 100 formulas, including the intricate recipe for the elusive bone rejuvenation pill. Her brows slightly furrowed as she flipped through the pages. To her dismay, not only was the formula for the gathering spirit pill absent, but at least half of the formulas from her own compendium were also nowhere to be found in this parchment tome. A sense of perplexity overcame her. Master Lu Qing, is this truly a comprehensive record of all the elixir formulas on the continent? Does it not seem rather sparse? The southernly continent boasted a history spanning over 10,000 years, and the profession of alchemist had existed for just as long. Logically speaking, the countless generations of alchemists should have produced far more than these mere 100 formulas. Yet, the stark reality remains, these are the only complete formulas in existence. Ordinary alchemists may find little significance in this, yet a master alchemist like Master Lu Qing is acutely aware that a substantial portion of the alchemical heritage has been lost. The formula for the spirit gathering pill resides within that very missing segment. In pursuit of this lost legacy, Master Lu Qing has dedicated many years of tireless effort, albeit with scant reward. The spirit gathering pill concocted by Yun Qianhuang has ignited a flicker of hope within him. Master Lu Qing gazes expectantly at Yun Qianhuang, inquiring, Dear Wen, do you recall where you encountered the formula for the spirit gathering pill? Yun Qianhuang contemplates deeply, and after a prolonged silence, she shakes her head apologetically. I do not remember. After hearing Master Lu Qing's words, she is even more resolute in her conviction to conceal the existence of the alchemical book. Should the formula within be divulged, it could spell doom for her very existence. This response does not surprise Master Lu Qing excessively. He is not overly disheartened and continues. My dear one, could you perhaps share the complete formula for the spirit gathering pill with me? Yun Qianhuang hesitates for a brief moment. It dawns on Master Lu Qing that he may have overstepped, and he quickly adds, Rest assured, my dear one, I shall not take your formula without recompense. Should you require any elixirs in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Before she can respond, he dismisses his own assertion. No, you are acquainted with that girl Feng Yuan. She surely has no shortage of elixirs. That scoundrel from the Shen family is of equal rank. Any elixirs he can concoct, Shen Yuanyi can as well. With a mere word from Feng Yuan, what elixir could possibly elude her grasp? Thus, what could he possibly offer in exchange for the formula of the spirit gathering pill? Master Lu Qing, in a state of anxiety, paces back and forth. The esteemed Master Lu Qing had devoted the better part of his life to the art of alchemy, yet he found himself unable to produce anything beyond mere elixirs. Yun Qianhuang opened her mouth, poised to speak, but upon observing Master Lu Qing's demeanor, she silently closed it again. The master was nearly dizzy, struggling to comprehend what he might possess that could be exchanged for the formula of the spirit gathering pill. He glanced at Yun Qianhuang, then at the porcelain vial containing the spirit gathering pill, recalling Meng Heng's words about this young lady who had successfully concocted pills on her first attempt, producing 2 flawless specimens at once, a talent deemed nothing short of remarkable. An idea began to form in Master Lu Qing's mind. He steadied himself in front of Yun Qianhuang and suddenly performed a deep 90-degree bow. Chapter 49. Together with senior sister, Shun Young Miss Wen, please accept me as your disciple. Before Yun Qianhuang could fully comprehend the situation, her body instinctively recoiled, evading Master Lu Qing's earnest bow. The unfolding events had taken her by surprise. It was utterly perplexing to her that Master Lu Qing, a renowned alchemist of the continent, would entertain the absurd notion of taking her as his mentor. Preposterous. It was simply beyond belief. Yun Qianhuang felt compelled to remind Master Lu Qing, Master Lu, I am merely an alchemy apprentice. Nonsense. You have successfully concocted a third-tier spirit-gathering pill of exceptional quality, which clearly indicates that you are already a junior alchemist. Yun Qianhuang was left speechless. Was it not absurd to be apprenticed to a junior alchemist? Her thoughts were vividly etched on her face. She was on the verge of voicing her incredulity. Master Lu Qing elucidated, "Young Miss Wen, the formula for the spirit-gathering pill in your possession is exceedingly precious. I truly have nothing of value to offer in return. Thus, I can only beseech you to take me on as your disciple, hoping that you will impart the method of its creation to me." A mere formula could compel him to seek her tutelage? The thought process of an alchemical master was indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. "Master Lu Qing, I can certainly share the method of concoction with you, but there is no need for apprenticeship." Yun Qianhuang realized that if she did not express her stance soon, she might indeed be coerced into accepting him as a disciple. However, she knew that Master Lu Qing would not accept anything offered for free. After a moment of contemplation, a clever idea struck her. "Master Lu Qing, are you acquainted with Lu Xianqing of the Lu family from the illusionary spirit kingdom? Which chief of the gold division?" Lu Qing was perplexed as to why Yun Qianhuang suddenly mentioned Lu Xianqing. "Why do you ask this all of a sudden when girl? He has shown great care for my younger brother. I've heard that his father is ill and in need of the sacred return pill." Master Lu Qing grasped her intention. "You wish to exchange the formula for the gathering spirit pill for a sacred return pill? That poses quite a challenge. I have yet to break through to the rank of Master Alchemist. At best, I can concoct a 12th grade return pill. I truly cannot provide a sacred one. I previously acquired one at the Xuanji auction house," replied Yun Qianhuang, retrieving a vial of sacred return pill from her storage ring. Such a pill is worth a whole vial. She possessed many of these sacred return pills, and this one could serve as accommodation fees for Qianya. "I hope you can assist me in delivering this pill to Lu Xianqing, preferably without revealing my identity." To send it to Lu Xianqing without leaving a name? "I must admit, I find it difficult to comprehend the reasoning of the younger generation," Master Lu Qing remarked. However, merely acting as an intermediary to obtain the formula for the gathering spirit pill is akin to receiving a windfall from the heavens. Accepting the sacred return pill, Master Lu Qing assured her that he would ensure it reached Lu Xianqing. "Now, allow me to share the method for concocting the gathering spirit pill with you." Given Master Lu Qing's esteemed status, he would not be tempted by such a pill, prompting Yun Qianhuang to decide to disclose the formula to him. Upon hearing it, Master Lu Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. "Excellent, excellent." Yun Qianhuang spent 2 hours in Master Lu Qing's alchemy chamber. True to his reputation as a master pharmacist, Master Lu not only knew the formula but also managed to enhance it, crafting a more potent spirit-gathering pill. Remarkably, each pill was of the highest quality, rated above 10. Within those 2 hours, Master Lu concocted 3 batches, retaining only 2 pills for himself, while generously gifting the rest to Yun Qianhuang. For Master Lu, these pills were of little consequence, and Yun Qianhuang accepted them all before departing from the alchemy chamber. The sky had turned a deep shade of black, and the paths of the academy were adorned with luminous stones, making it easy to discern the way to Shin Fengyuan's courtyard. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Yun Qianhuang spotted Shin Fengyuan waiting for her at the entrance. "Qianhuang." Upon seeing Yun Qianhuang return safely, Shin Fengyuan's heart finally settled. She did not inquire about Master Lu's reasons for summoning Yun Qianhuang but instead took her arm, guiding her into the courtyard. Yun Qianhuang felt a stirring within her spirit and turned to glance at Shin Fengyuan. Shin Fengyuan flashed her a smile and said, "You haven't eaten yet, have you? I packed some food from the cafeteria and left it in your room. It's still warm, so remember to eat." Shin Fengyuan's kindness towards her was overwhelming. Was it merely because she found her pleasing to the eye? Yun Qianhuang was perplexed, but the following morning, upon encountering Shin Fengyuan, she instinctively called out, "Fengyuan." Shin Fengyuan's eyes sparkled with delight as she expertly linked her arm with Yun Qianhuang's. "Qianhuang, come, I'll take you to your class." The classes for the alchemy division were held in a large alchemy chamber, distinct from the personal alchemy rooms, capable of accommodating dozens of students simultaneously. The second-grade classroom is not located in the same area as the first grade. After escorting Yun Qianhuang to the entrance of the alchemy room, Shin Fengyuan instructed her to wait for him at noon before hastily proceeding to his own class. Many students had already arrived early at the alchemy room. These newcomers had familiarized themselves with the circumstances of the alchemist division the previous day and were aware of Shin Fengyuan's esteemed position as the division's top student. Upon seeing Yun Qianhuang being escorted by Shin Fengyuan, the early arriving newcomers turned their attention toward her. Was that not our division's esteemed senior sister Shin? What could be the relationship between this newcomer and senior sister Shin? Why did she personally escort her here? Moreover, I heard from my roommate that she saw senior sister Shin walking out of the courtyard with a newcomer this morning. It must be her. They even reside together?
Oh.
How I long to have a close encounter with senior sister Shin. The murmurs of curiosity surrounded Yun Qianhuang, who chose to disregard them and casually found a seat. As more newcomers entered the alchemy room, it wasn't long before the instructor responsible for today's lesson arrived. The instructor scanned the room with a pleased nod before commencing the day's lecture. The curriculum of the Alchemist Division is divided into two main areas: identifying herbs and potion crafting. The first lesson focused on herb identification, primarily concerning the recognition of medicinal materials and determining their age. The students present had all encountered alchemy prior to enrollment, and thus possessed a certain level of understanding, leading to a general air of distraction. Indeed, the lesson was rather dry and tedious, with only Yun Qianhuang, a novice who had crafted a potion just once, paying close attention. At the conclusion of the class, the instructor publicly praised her in front of the other newcomers. Seated beside Yun Qianhuang was a round-faced young girl, who, upon hearing the mentor's praise for Yun Qianhuang, disdainfully curled her lips in mockery. Yun Qianhuang remained oblivious to the round-faced girl's expression. After a brief respite, the second class on alchemy commenced. Today, the mentor imparted the method for crafting the Spirit Restoration Pill, a relatively simple elixir capable of replenishing the user's spiritual energy, requiring merely 4 herbs. The mentor meticulously elucidated the preparation techniques and essential points before allowing the students to engage in practical application. The herbs had been thoughtfully prepared by the Academy in advance, with each student receiving 2 sets, thus providing them with 2 opportunities. Yun Qianhuang retrieved 1 set and commenced the processing of the herbs according to the mentor's instructions. Her technique appeared rather clumsy, catching the attention of the round-faced girl, who could not restrain a laugh. How astonishing that this newcomer was unable to properly handle the herbs. One wondered how she had passed the Alchemist Division's examination. Chapter 50. Doubt. To prepare for the division's assessment, Xia Xiaowan had diligently studied alchemy under the tutelage of her grandfather for several years prior to her admission. She had crafted the spirit-enhancing pill no less than 100 times. Now a novice alchemist, she nearly faltered during the examination, struggling to concoct the prescribed elixir. The newcomer, lacking even the fundamental skills to handle medicinal materials, raised doubts about the possibility of her success in producing the potion. Whether others believed in her capabilities or not was irrelevant to Xia Xiaowan. She certainly did not. Meanwhile, another newcomer, startled by Xia Xiaojuan's sudden outburst of laughter, nearly severed her hand with the knife she was using to prepare the herbs. Enraged, she exclaimed, "Xia Xiaowan, what madness is this during class?" Instructor Ge cast a stern glance in her direction, but upon seeing Xia Xiaowan's expression, his demeanor softened slightly. He approached her and inquired, with a tone surprisingly gentle, "Xia, is something the matter?" The others were taken aback by Instructor Ji's demeanor. He was renowned for his irascible temper, notoriously quick to expel anyone who disrupted his class. Yet here he was, merely asking Xia Xiaowan what was amiss despite her brazen laughter. Unfazed, Xia Xiaowan shook her head, her eyes glinting with mockery. "Instructor Ge, nothing is amiss. I merely find it astounding that a newcomer capable of passing our division's assessment cannot even manage the basics of herb preparation. Who is this? Unable to handle even the herbs?" Some students, upon hearing these words, curiously turned their gaze towards Xia Xiaojun, who, following her line of sight, spotted a familiar newcomer. Wasn't that the freshman personally escorted by senior sister Shin in the morning? A voice of skepticism emerged, questioning, "Xia Xiaojun, are you jesting? She has a good relationship with senior sister Shin, so how could she possibly be incapable of handling medicinal materials?" The majority of the new students present believed that Shin Fengyuan would only associate with someone of equivalent talent. This belief was not unfounded, and they themselves were no exception. Senior sister Shin was the foremost figure in their alchemist division, and anyone who could walk alongside her would undoubtedly possess considerable skill in alchemy. A fool who couldn't even manage medicinal materials could hardly expect to earn senior sister Shin's respect, let alone pass the division's assessment. "Who is joking with you?" Suddenly, Xia Xiaojun stepped in front of Yun Qianhuang and, without further ado, lifted a silver thread flower that Yun Qianhuang had processed, presenting it for all to see. "Look. This is the silver thread flower she has processed." The skeptical newcomers, along with the gaze of Mentor Ge, fell upon the silver thread flower. The silver thread flower is a very common medicinal material, and its roots are not suitable for medicinal use. During processing, the roots must be entirely removed, retaining only a portion of the stem and leaves along with all the petals. However, the silver thread flower processed by Yun Qianhuang not only had the roots inadequately excised, but she had also removed all the leaves. Such a fundamental error is one that even an apprentice would not commit. In an instant, the voices questioning Xia Xiaowan faded into oblivion, replaced by skeptical gazes directed at Yun Qianhuang. Even Mentor Ge did not anticipate that a new student who had passed the test could make such a blunder. He scrutinized Yun Qianhuang, frowning as he inquired, "Student Wen, have you not studied pharmacology before? Wasn't Meng Heng proclaiming this girl a genius? How could a genius be incapable of handling silver thread flowers?" Under the collective scrutiny, Yun Qianhuang slowly shook her head.
No.
Her comprehension of medicinal materials stemmed solely from the legacy of Outyen, which categorized all herbs into edible and inedible parts, with no knowledge on how to process them. There was no shame in that. If she were proficient in everything, why would she even attend the academy? The astonishment in Xia Xiaozhuan's voice was palpable. Then, why did you handle the silver thread flower in that manner? How did you manage to pass the test? By instinct. Yun Qianhuang shrugged, reclaiming her silver thread flower from Xia Xiaowan. As for how I passed the test, I believe you should direct that question to Mentor Meng Heng, who oversaw the assessment. Xia Xiaowan was momentarily speechless. Yun Qianhuang chose not to engage further with her, setting the silver thread flower aside as she proceeded to process the final medicinal herb. She felt no obligation to explain herself to these individuals. The fact that Mentor Meng Heng was responsible for the admissions test indicated his integrity. His words would undoubtedly carry more weight than hers. Mentor Ge stood next to Xia Xiaowan, able to observe Yun Qianhuang's actions clearly. He averted his gaze, kindly reminding Wen, the roots of the Qingyu grass must not be removed. The mentor's words were still heeded by Yun Qianhuang as she reached for the severed Qingyu grass, intending to place it in the discarded herbal materials box. Suddenly, Xia Xiaojun interjected, "Mentor Ge, you might as well refrain from intervening. Since she is handling the herbs based on her instincts, she undoubtedly believes she is correct. Perhaps she is even cursing you for being tedious in her mind." She simply could not fathom how someone so ignorant of basic pharmacology could earn the favor of senior Sister Shin. Moreover, how could she possibly pass the admissions test that nearly eluded even her? Yun Qianhuang paused in her action of discarding the Qingyu grass. She indeed relied solely on her instincts. Throughout her past and present, her strongest belief had always been in her own intuition. Wasn't the success of the spirit-gathering pill during the previous test the finest validation of her instincts? However, in the realm of alchemy, she was still somewhat of a novice. If even the mentor disapproved of her method, she would not stubbornly cling to it. Yet, upon hearing Xia Xiaojun's words, she suddenly found herself disinclined to heed her mentor's advice. Mentor Ge was not easily swayed by provocation. He cared not whether when Qianhuang silently berated him, but simply inquired, "Do you believe that this method of yours will yield a spirit-replenishing pill?" "Impossible," Xia Xiaojun promptly answered, asserting that under her approach, merely avoiding an explosion would be a success. Not just Xia Xiaojun, but all the new students, aside from Yun Qianhuang herself, shared this sentiment. To say nothing of the fact that the properties of the Qingyu grass stems and leaves clashed with those of the silver thread flower's roots. Putting these two together would surely result in disaster. Facing the skeptical gazes of those around her, Yun Qianhuang confidently declared, "Mentor, I believe I can do it." Her intuition assured her of her capabilities, and even if she were to ultimately fail, it mattered little, for she was, after all, a complete novice. "Very well. Then you shall concoct the spirit-replenishing elixir using the herbs you have prepared," Mentor Ge instructed, before turning to Xia Xiaojun. "Xia, have you completed the preparation of your herbs? You two will work together on this." The herbs that Xia Xiaojun had processed were, without a doubt, flawless, even in Mentor Ji's discerning eyes. Truly, she was deserving of her esteemed lineage as the mentor's granddaughter. Chapter 51. Perfect quality. It was evident to any discerning observer that Mentor Ge intended for Xia Xiaowan to provide a demonstration for Yun Qianhuang. "Very well, Mentor Ge," Xia Xiaowan replied, casting a proud glance at Yun Qianhuang, who, regrettably, was already preheating the alchemical furnace and had entirely missed her gaze. How daring she was to commence the alchemical process. Xia Xiaowan shook her head, already envisioning the impending scene of Yun Qianhuang's furnace exploding. She retrieved her own fire seed and began to preheat her alchemical furnace as well. Both individuals commenced their alchemical endeavors simultaneously, one designated by Mentor Go, and the other a novice with no experience in handling medicinal materials. The stark disparity between the two was apparent to the new students, who, despite their growing anticipation of the outcome, temporarily set aside their materials to observe the two in their alchemical pursuits. It was rumored that although Xia Xiaowan was still a junior alchemist, she had already mastered the formulation of third-tier elixirs. They were eager to watch closely, hoping to glean some inspiration from the process. Many also fixated on Yun Qianhuang, their expressions revealing a clear intent to witness a spectacle. Unfazed by their scrutiny, Yun Qianhuang awaited the furnace's temperature to rise before placing the first medicinal ingredient inside, the very silver-threaded flower that had just been ridiculed by Xia Xiaowan. Xia Xiaojuan's disdain only deepened. It was illogical to begin the formulation of a spirit-replenishing elixir with silver-threaded flowers. The first ingredient should have been the clear jade grass. Despite her conviction that Yun Qianhuang was destined for failure, Xia Xiaowan devoted herself entirely to her own alchemical task. Recalling her grandfather's admonition, one must never lose focus when crafting elixirs. With meticulous attention, she skillfully selected the most opportune moments to introduce her ingredients into the furnace in the proper sequence. Instructor Ji's expression radiated satisfaction. Xia Xiaowan exhibited remarkable precision in her mastery of time. Regardless of the final outcome, she had already achieved a significant portion of success. In stark contrast, Meng Heng's exuberant praise of the heavens was far less refined. Compared to Xia Xiaowan, Yun Qianhuang's approach was notably simplistic and crude. She had given no thought to the timing or sequence, relying solely on instinct to haphazardly toss several medicinal herbs into the pot, then hastily covering it and employing a vigorous flame to extract the essence. What on earth was she doing? Why did she immediately resort to a high flame? Such an action could easily scorch the herbs. Never mind, I shall observe Xia Xiaowan instead. Perhaps I might glean some wisdom from her. I shall forego watching and instead witness the absurdity of this newcomer named one. With Instructor Ji's tacit approval, the onlooking students engaged in hushed discussions, predominantly extolling Xia Xiaowan while deriding Yun Qianhuang. Meanwhile, the two alchemists remained oblivious, wholly focused on their craft. Xia Xiaowan had memorized the formula for the healing spirit pill to perfection. After a quarter of an hour, she gradually reduced the flame, channeling her spiritual energy to lift the lid of the alchemical furnace. The aroma of low-tier medicinal pills is typically faint, yet the moment Xia Xiaowan unveiled her creation, a delicate fragrance wafted through the alchemy room, captivating the attention of all present. With a sense of pride, Xia Xiaowan retrieved the successfully concocted pill. Intentionally, she utilized her spiritual energy to enhance the pill's fragrance. Although this might subtly affect its quality, it did not diminish her triumph. As long as she succeeded, she was already far superior to that newcomer. Xia Xiaowan handed the replenishing elixir to Mentor Ge. Mentor Ge, this is the pill I have concocted. The swift success in crafting the elixir attests to Xia Xiaojuan's exceptional prowess among the new students. Mentor Ge examined the replenishing elixir she presented, noting, there are some imperfections, but it is indeed a third-grade replenishing elixir. Well done. Upon receiving Mentor Ge's commendation, Xia Xiaowan could hardly contain the smile that spread across her face. Even among alchemists of the same rank, abilities may vary significantly. For instance, while some alchemists are limited to crafting first or second-grade elixirs, she is capable of producing third-grade ones. This distinction is what sets her apart. Xia Xiaowan turned her gaze toward Yun Qianhuang, who was still engrossed in her own alchemical endeavors. Her grandfather had remarked that her alchemical skills had long surpassed those of her peers, and this year's new students in the alchemy division were unlikely to match her abilities. Even if the newcomer named one were to miraculously succeed using a pile of substandard materials, the quality of the elixir would undoubtedly fall short of what she had crafted. Xia Xiaowan eagerly awaited Yun Qianhuang's blunder before the crowd. Meanwhile, Yun Qianhuang remained intensely focused on her alchemical work. The materials required for the replenishing elixir were minimal, making its preparation significantly easier than that of the gathering elixir, with a negligible drain on mental energy. Shortly after Xia Xiaowan completed her own concoction, she too relaxed her features, having succeeded. Like during her previous assessment, Yun Qianhuang extinguished the flame with precision and lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace. The replenishing elixir she had created lacked the robust fragrance of medicinal herbs, emitting only a subtle scent upon closer inspection. However, the unmistakable success of her elixir was enough to astonish everyone present. "What is the matter?" The handling of these 4 medicinal herbs by the new students is utterly subpar. Those that should have been discarded remain, while those that ought to have been retained are inexplicably excised. How could they possibly succeed in refining the elixir under such circumstances? Properly processing the herbs is the fundamental step towards the successful creation of medicinal pills. A novice alchemist must have guidance to embark on this journey. This is a sentiment echoed by every instructor to those new to the art of alchemy. The instructor had emphasized this very point in the previous herb identification class. Yet now, the truths that these newcomers held so dear have been abruptly overturned. Even Mentor Ge finds it hard to believe. How could herbs treated in such a manner and subjected to improper control of fire yield genuine success? He navigated around a nearby table and approached Yun Qianhuang, fixing his gaze upon the elixirs in her hand. Astonishingly, there were not just 1, but 3. From this proximity, Mentor Ge could discern the familiar fragrance of the herbs. Judging by their shape, color, and aroma, these were unequivocally 3 pills of absolute success. Yun Qianhuang extended one of the pills to Mentor Ge for his careful examination. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaowan felt a sudden surge of anxiety as she watched Mentor Ge inspect the elixir. She forcibly reassured herself, no. This newcomer's alchemical skills could not possibly surpass her own. It must be mere luck that led to her success, and besides, producing 3 pills from a single batch of herbs surely could not result in a high grade. Just as Xia Xiaowan found a glimmer of comfort in these thoughts, she heard Mentor Ge exclaim in disbelief, "Incredible! These are 3 perfectly crafted 3rd-grade elixirs. How did you achieve this, Student 1? Apart from the rank, the quality of the elixir also determines the potency of its effects. There are only 2 qualities of elixirs, ordinary and perfect. However, the creation of a perfect quality elixir is an exceedingly arduous task. Not only must one fully harness the essence of the medicinal materials, but also maintain precise control over factors such as heat, temperature, and mental focus. Any minor lapse in these elements renders the attainment of perfection impossible. It is no exaggeration to say that even seasoned alchemists with decades of experience struggle to produce perfect quality elixirs consistently. Typically, even if a perfect elixir is successfully crafted, it is rare to find more than 1 in a single batch. Yet, astonishingly, all 3 of the spirit-replenishing elixirs produced by Yun Qianhuang in this particular batch are of perfect quality. Chapter 52. Master Lu Qing's brilliant idea. Instructor Ge, a seasoned alchemist with over 2 decades of experience, had achieved the creation of flawless medicinal pills only a handful of times. If not for the throngs of students observing, he would have eagerly clung to Yun Qianhuang's leg, imploring her for the secret to her success. A perfect quality 3rd-grade supplementing spirit pill? Upon hearing this, Xia Xiaojun was momentarily taken aback, followed by her incredulous denial. How could that be, Instructor Ge? Surely, you must be mistaken. Curiously, the notoriously irritable Instructor Ge did not react with anger to the challenge. Instead, he responded with remarkable composure, saying, "Xia, my judgment is infallible. If I were to misjudge even a 3rd-grade supplementing spirit pill, what right would I have to call myself an instructor?" Despite his reassurances, Xia Xiaojun remained unconvinced. She approached Yun Qianhuang, seizing a supplementing spirit pill from the container and scrutinizing it meticulously. To her astonishment, it truly was a flawless 3rd-grade supplementing spirit pill. How could this newcomer, who had yet to master the art of herb processing, produce a pill superior to her own? Xia Xiaojun's body trembled, as if struck by an overwhelming blow. In a fit of frustration, she hurled the pill back and abruptly exited the alchemical chamber. Yun Qianhuang pondered silently. Had she truly bullied the girl? Instructor Ge sighed as he watched Xia Xiaojun's retreating figure. Having studied alchemy under his guidance since childhood, she had always been the most outstanding among her peers, accustomed to accolades and praise. How could she possibly accept being overshadowed by Yun Qianhuang? Her nature is such that even Mentor Ge found it difficult to say anything, allowing her to leave freely. In the academy, nothing serious could occur anyway. More pressing matters awaited. Could you enlighten the mentor on how you managed to concoct the perfect spirit-enhancing pill under those circumstances? Naturally, those circumstances referred to the handling of substandard medicinal pills. Yun Qianhuang reiterated, "I simply relied on my intuition." She felt that her instincts would lead to success. Thus she followed her feelings, deeming the order of the herbs unimportant. Ultimately, she succeeded, did she not? Yun Qianhuang perceived alchemy akin to culinary artistry. There was no need to adhere strictly to the recipe, as minor adjustments would bear no significant impact. One merely had to follow their instincts. This response, When asked by Xia Xiaojun regarding her treatment of the silver thread flower, had been reiterated by Yun Qianhuang. She maintained the same answer to Mentor Ge,
who could no longer dismiss it as a jest.
He had heard from instructors that some individuals possess an acute sensitivity in alchemy, capable of producing successful elixirs purely through intuition, even without a comprehensive understanding of the herbs. Such individuals are destined to become alchemists. It is no wonder Meng Heng praised this girl so highly. It appears she is indeed a prodigy in the art of alchemy. Mentor Ge refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that this digression consumed considerable time. And with only 15 minutes left before class concluded, he hastily urged the other newcomers to commence their alchemical practices. With Yun Qianhuang's success as a precedent, a small group of newcomers began to emulate her in crafting the spirit-enhancing pill. However, they lacked that sense and failed to recall how Yun Qianhuang initially dealt with the medicinal herbs. Consequently, the outcome was evident. None of them succeeded. Observing this, Mentor Ge shook his head, his expression stern as he admonished, "Have you all forgotten the key points I just mentioned? Or do you believe yourselves to be the likes of Wen Qianhuang, capable of mastering alchemy merely by intuition?" This admonition, though not heavy, jolted the new students into realization. Indeed, why should they attempt to emulate Wen Qianhuang? It is essential to understand that prior to this, they had never laid eyes on a pill of perfect quality, let alone concoct one themselves. Thus, it was wiser to adhere to the guidance of their mentor. The new students tidied the alchemical furnace and commenced their work anew. Meanwhile, Xia Xiaojun hurried into the most magnificent medicinal building of the branch academy. The alchemist branch housed several elders, each a master with profound expertise in alchemy. The academy had provided these masters with individual alchemical chambers located within the medicinal building. Without exchanging pleasantries, Xia Xiaojun pushed open the door to the alchemical chamber on the left side of the first floor, calling out with a tone of great grievance, "Grandfather." Master Lu Qing had long remembered the favor Yun Qianhuang requested of him. He meticulously inscribed the improved formula for the gathering spirit pill onto parchment and, filled with excitement, concocted several batches of the pill before retrieving the precious holy-grade return essence pill, intending to present it to Lu Xianqing at the gold division. Before departing, Master Lu Qing pondered for an extended period. Since when Qianhuang requested he not disclose that this pill was her gift, would it be appropriate to bestow such a valuable pill upon that young man? Would he even accept it? Is there truly such a thing as pie falling from the sky? Even if there were, it would have already landed upon him yesterday.
No.
He must devise a convincing excuse. Master Lu Qing pondered for quite some time, his mind filled with alchemical thoughts, yet he could not conjure a single plausible reason. One must understand that with his unparalleled expertise in alchemy, it was always others who sought him out for the crafting of elixirs. He had never found himself in a position to distribute pills while concocting excuses. Ultimately, Master Lu Qing resolved to first visit the gold division. Perhaps inspiration would strike him along the way. He found this reasoning quite sensible and, clutching the precious supreme return pill, departed from his alchemical chamber, descending the staircase. As he made his way from the stairs to the entrance of the apothecary building, he needed to pass by 2 alchemical chambers on the first floor. Noticing the door to the chamber on his left ajar, he cast a fleeting glance but paid it no mind as he strode out of the apothecary building. The afternoon courses in the main academy were yet to commence. Meanwhile, in the gold division, Lu Xianqing and his companions had just emerged from their meditative state, preparing to head to the dining hall of the alchemist division to await Yun Qianhuang and her companion. After exiting the courtyard together, the trio had barely taken a few steps when they unexpectedly collided with an elderly man who appeared somewhat disheveled. The old man, initially brimming with vigor, suddenly swayed upon seeing the 3 youths and fell to the ground. Gong Jiulu was so startled that he leapt back a considerable distance. What was happening? Had they not even brushed against this elder? The old man was none other than Master Lu Qing, who had finally conceived a brilliant idea. Lying on the ground, he groaned in feigned distress, forcing out a couple of tears as he gazed at the 3 young men. "Young man, I suddenly feel weak and cannot stand. Could you lend me a hand?" Gong Jiulu. "Old man, are you trying to deceive me? Don't think I didn't see you deliberately fall down just now." He had no intention of aiding the old man. What if he were to falsely accuse them? Yun Qianya also discreetly averted his gaze, convinced that the old man was attempting to exploit them. Lu Xianqing, being the closest, pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to help Master Lu Qing to his feet. "Old sir, please refrain from using such clumsy tactics to extract compensation in the future." Master Lu Qing. What do you mean, extract compensation? He was infuriated, nearly jumping in anger, but recalling the formula for the spirit-gathering pill, he suppressed his rage and handed a porcelain vial to Lu Xianqing. Young man, thank you for assisting me. This is my token of gratitude. Lu Xianqing instinctively lowered his head and, before he could comprehend the situation, realized that the old man who had been standing before him had suddenly vanished. Chapter 53. Xie Xiaozhuan's grandfather. Where has that old man suddenly vanished? Gong Jilu had just been captivated by the porcelain vase and had not noticed Master Lu Qing's movements. Yun Qianai, having shifted his gaze, had naturally missed it as well. The three exchanged glances and suddenly formed a wildly improbable hypothesis. Could that old man possibly be an elder from one of the branch halls? Their skepticism regarding this conjecture was understandable, as Master Lu Qing's demeanor was far too disheveled to befit an elder of any branch hall. Oh well, it hardly matters, Gong Jilu thought nonchalantly, draping his arm over Lu Xuanqing's shoulder. Xianqing, quickly, take a look at what that old man bestowed upon you. Upon hearing this, Yun Qianai also cast a curious glance in their direction. Concerned that he might not see it, Gong Jilu pulled him closer, and the three of them huddled together. Lu Xianqing held little curiosity for the contents of the vase. He surmised that whatever could be extracted under such pretense must be mere trifles. However, since Gong Jilu and Yun Qianai were eager to see, he uncorked the vessel. In the next instant, Gong Jilu's expression changed dramatically. Xianqing, quickly, put it away, he urged, casting wary glances around them. Only when he confirmed that no one was passing by did he allow himself to breathe a sigh of relief. By the time he uttered those words, Lu Xianqing had already tucked the porcelain vase away, not even having the chance to replace the cork. The rich aroma of the medicinal essence still lingered in the air, prompting Gong Jilu to wave his hands to disperse the scent. Once the fragrance had sufficiently dissipated, he again draped his arm over Lu Xuanqing's shoulder. This time, his tone was remarkably relaxed. Xianqing, your old man has a glimmer of hope. That fragrant medicine just now was undoubtedly a sacred revitalization pill. This lad, Xianqing, casually aided a rather peculiar old man and, in return, received a sacred revitalization pill. Such fortune is simply astonishing. Tears involuntarily streamed down. While envy lingered, Gong Jilu had no intentions of coveting that precious pill. After all, Xuanqing's grandfather was in dire need of it for survival. As for Yun Qianya, his thoughts were far removed from such matters. For his storage ring was already filled with numerous pills provided by Yun Qianhuang. Yet a glimmer of contemplation crossed Yun Qianya's gaze. The porcelain vial containing the revitalization pill bore an uncanny resemblance to those his sister had previously given him. Was this mere coincidence, or something more? He resolved to discreetly inquire with his sister later. Now the class was drawing to a close, and he needed to hasten to the Alchemist Division's cafeteria to wait for her. Prompted by Yun Qianya's reminder, Lu Xianqing and Gong Jilu managed to temporarily suppress their excitement, maintaining a composed demeanor as they headed towards the Alchemist Division. Lu Xianqing was adept at concealing matters, but Gong Jilu, a keen observer, could easily discern his elevated spirits. At the Alchemist Division, Shen Fengyuan arrived punctually at the entrance of the alchemy chamber where Yun Qianhuang was located. Yun Qianhuang, positioned perfectly to catch sight of Shen Fengyuan, tidied her belongings before making her way towards the chamber's exit. Just as she approached the door, a resounding voice echoed from outside. Who dares to bully my granddaughter? The instructor, Go, had yet to leave, having just concluded his class. Upon hearing that sound, Mentor Ge's robust figure trembled slightly as he swiftly turned his gaze towards the doorway. At that moment, Xia Xiaowan was closely following an elderly gentleman. Her face tinged with embarrassment as she tugged at Xia Wei's garment while walking. Grandfather, I truly wasn't bullied. She sought her grandfather merely to express her grievances. Yet he had mistakenly assumed she had been wronged and declared his intention to teach classmate one a lesson. The reality was that her capabilities simply paled in comparison to others, and now, with all her classmates' eyes fixed upon her, Xia Xiaowan wished fervently to vanish into the ground. Xiaowan, fear not. Grandfather will surely avenge your grievances, Xia Wei reassured her, his gaze already having caught sight of Mentor Go in the alchemy room. His brow furrowed as he chided, You little rascal, what is the meaning of this? How could you stand idly by and allow Xiaowan to suffer in your class? Mentor Go approached Xia Wei like a chastised child, lowering his head to feebly explain, Teacher, Xiaowan was not wronged. It was merely that the elixir she concocted did not match the quality of classmate Wen's. What nonsense! How is that not a grievance? Xiaowei retorted, pulling the still embarrassed Xiaowan to the forefront and pointing at her reddened eyes. Just look at her. Her eyes are swollen from crying. And you dare say she wasn't wronged? Forced to confront the gaze of her peers, Xiaowan opted to shut her eyes, avoiding their scrutiny. Xiaowei then addressed Mentor Ge. Enough of this. Where is that classmate one? Call her out. Mentor Ge appeared somewhat troubled, while he was an excellent teacher. He was excessively protective, to the point of being utterly unreasonable. He attempted to persuade, Teacher, the two children truly have no conflict. Did not Xiaojun herself say she felt no grievance? Xiaowei, well acquainted with the thoughts of his disciple, let out a heavy snort. Am I to bully that girl? Instructor Ge interjected, would you not? Observing Xiaowei's sour expression, Instructor Ge refrained from voicing his thoughts. Noticing his hesitation, Xiaowei continued, since you claim that girl has outperformed Xiaojun in alchemy, as an elder of the alchemy division, I should have the right to assess her, should I not? The crowd glanced between Xiaowei and his granddaughter, then turned to Instructor Ge, suddenly enlightened. No wonder Instructor Ge treated Xiaojun so kindly. It turned out that her grandfather was an elder of their division. Meanwhile, Instructor Ge discreetly cast a glance at Yun Qianhuang, who had yet to depart. Unsure of what to say. Indeed, the division elder possessed such qualifications, and even he could not contest that. Xiaowei, having attained mastery in alchemy, was perceptive enough to notice Instructor Ge's subtle movements and immediately directed his gaze toward Yun Qianhuang. You must be that student one, correct? Yun Qianhuang was not one to shy away from confrontation. She met Xiaowei's gaze without fear, embodying the spirit of the younger generation. I have heard that the spirit-replenishing pill you concocted has surpassed even that of my granddaughter. Xiaowei did not afford Yun Qianhuang the opportunity to respond. Instead, he promptly produced a recipe. You have the potential to surpass Xiaowan, which indicates that you are indeed a gifted individual. In light of this, I challenge you to concoct the elixir detailed in this recipe. Although Xiaowei refrained from articulating any penalties for failure, the presence of numerous witnesses would inevitably cast doubt on Yun Qianhuang's abilities should she falter. Xiaowei was not an unreasonable man. Yet witnessing his granddaughter's tear-streaked eyes stirred a protective instinct within him as her grandfather. His deliberate intention to test Yun Qianhuang stemmed from a desire to instill humility in this young talent, reminding her that there are always those more accomplished. Yun Qianhuang, having nearly reached the threshold, now stood only a few paces away from Xiaowei, her gaze clearly drawn to the prominent inscription atop the recipe, Spirit Gathering Elixir Recipe. Chapter 54. Will you be willing to take me as your master? As anticipated, the formula presented by Xiaowei was identical to the one Meng Heng had previously provided to Yun Qianhuang, yet it was missing half of the required ingredients. Xiaowei did not harbor any expectations that Yun Qianhuang would be able to concoct the desired elixir. However, he was taken aback when Yun Qianhuang inquired, Elder Xia, do you have the necessary materials? Was she truly intending to refine the gathering spirit pill? Xiaowei shook his head, pondering the youthful arrogance. He stepped into the alchemy chamber and positioned himself beside the nearest table. Child, feel free to list whatever ingredients you require. I may lack many things, but materials and pills are not among them. Yun Qianhuang, unreserved, promptly recited nearly 20 types of herbs. At first, Xiaowei thought nothing of it. But as the list continued to grow, he finally recognized the discrepancy. Child, those additional herbs are not included in this formula. Is it that you cannot provide them, senior? Yun Qianhuang blinked innocently and feigned an intention to depart, stating, then I suppose I shall head to the cafeteria for a meal. As she spoke, she genuinely began to move towards the exit where Shen Fengyuan awaited. Shen Fengyuan had sensed something amiss the moment Xiaowei exited. Upon hearing that he intended to test Yun Qianhuang, she had immediately dispatched a distress signal for assistance. Although reinforcements were en route, she hesitated to intervene. Given Xiaowei's status as an elder of the branch, now, seeing Yun Qianhuang approaching her, Shen Fengyuan swiftly reached out to grasp her arm. Huang, Xiao Yi and the others must be anxious. Let us hasten to the cafeteria. Xiaowei was indeed a formidable opponent, and the sooner they could escape, the better. Wait. Who claims that I lack those medicinal herbs? Xiaowei called out to Yun Qianhuang, subsequently retrieving from his storage ring the very herbs she had just mentioned, placing one of each variety upon the table before him. Little girl, do these suffice? He remained skeptical, questioning whether she could genuinely concoct a spirit-gathering pill. was already present on the table, negating the need for any further search. Yun Qianhuang reassuringly patted Shen Fingyuan's hand before turning back to the alchemy room. Positioning herself before the table laden with elixirs piled high by Xiaowei, and began her meticulous preparation of the herbs. Simultaneously, upon receiving a message from Shen Fengyuan, another elder from the apothecary tower hastily exited the alchemy chamber. He was Shen Song, an elder of the alchemy division and Shen Fingyuan's second grandfather. Cherished within her family, when she requested assistance, Shen Song promptly set aside his tasks and rushed out. As he approached the entrance of the apothecary tower, he fortuitously encountered Master Lu Qing returning from outside. Shen Song respectfully bowed, greeting Master Lu Qing. Noticing Shen Song's hurried demeanor, Master Lu Qing casually inquired, "Shen Song, where are you off to in such haste?" Filled with admiration for Master Lu Qing, Shen Song did not hesitate to disclose. "The girl Fengyuan mentioned that her friend is being troubled by Xiaowei, so I intend to investigate." Yet, Shen Song himself found it perplexing. How could Xiaowei, a master alchemist in his 70s, possibly trouble the friend of their family's cherished girl? Wasn't that beneath his dignity? Oh. Master Lu Qing's interest was piqued. "Then I shall accompany you to see for myself." Xiaowei possesses a rather irritable temperament. However, he would not stoop to making things difficult for the younger generation. Master Lu Qing decided to join the fray and discern what the matter was. Shen Song, recognizing the gravity of the situation, would not dare to decline Master Lu Qing's presence. Thus, the two renowned alchemists proceeded to the classroom where the students of the branch were gathered. Upon their arrival, they found Yun Qianhuang already engaged in the intricate process of alchemy. Master Lu Qing, upon recognizing her, narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Xiaowei, what is the meaning of this?" Startled by Master Lu Qing's voice, Xiaowei sprang from his seat, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of utmost reverence. "Master Lu Qing, what brings you here?" Though both were alchemists of considerable skill, the distinction between them was monumental. Xiaowei, like Shen Song, had only recently ascended to the status of alchemist within the last decade, whereas Master Lu Qing had long since approached the threshold of a grandmaster, a level far beyond their reach. Consequently, both men regarded Master Lu Qing with the highest respect. With a slight huff, Master Lu Qing remarked, "I heard from Shen Song that you were making things difficult for the younger generation, so I came to have a look." Shen Song quietly stepped out from behind Master Lu Qing. Instructor Ge had yet to depart, and, upon glancing at the three venerable elders, her eyes widened in astonishment. What an extraordinary day it was that these esteemed figures, who typically resided in the alchemical chambers, had all emerged. Especially Master Lu Qing. "You have misunderstood. I would never trouble a junior," Xiaowei hastily defended himself. "I merely heard that this girl possesses notable talent and wished to test her abilities." Among those present, only Yun Qianhuang was actively engaged in the alchemical process, while the others merely observed the unfolding spectacle. Master Lu Qing, without a moment's hesitation, immediately discerned the identity of the girl mentioned by Xiaowei. He inquired, "What elixir did you instruct Miss Wen to concoct?" Xiaowei, suddenly lacking confidence, stammered, "Just the formula you previously provided me." That formula was authored by Master Lu Qing, who undoubtedly surmised that Xiaowei did not intend for the girl to succeed in her crafting. Yet, even with 100 times the courage, he would not dare to deceive Master Lu Qing. Prepared for a reprimand from the master, Xiaowei was taken aback when, upon hearing his words, Master Lu Qing erupted into laughter. "Ah, Xiaowei," he chuckled heartily, though the reason behind his amusement remained unspoken. Xiaowei felt as bewildered as a monk who had lost his way. Master Lu Qing showed no inclination to explain. Instead, he simply observed the alchemy process with a benevolent gaze directed at Yun Qianhuang. Shen Fengyuan tugged at her great-uncle's sleeve, whispering, "Great-uncle, why has Master Lu Qing come? And it seems he is advocating for Qianhuang?" Shen Song softly elucidated, "I encountered Master Lu Qing while leaving the pharmacy. Upon hearing that your friend was being troubled by Xiaowei, he expressed a desire to accompany me here. So, Master Lu Qing's visit was purely out of curiosity. Regardless, with both Master Lu Qing and her great-uncle present, she was assured that Qianhuang would not come to harm." Shen Fengyuan reined in her concerns, focusing intently on Yun Qianhuang as she continued her alchemical work. At that moment, Yun Qianhuang was nearing the final stages of the process. Having become quite adept with the spirit-gathering pill, she faced no difficulties in its preparation. Feeling satisfied, She extinguished the flame and retrieved the successfully crafted spirit-gathering pill from the alchemy furnace. Approaching Xiaowei, she presented it to him, inquiring, "Elder Xia, does this mean I have passed?" Xiaowei's eyes widened in astonishment. You know the formula for this pill?" With his keen insight, he could discern that what Yun Qianhuang held was undoubtedly a successful spirit-gathering pill, seemingly of perfect quality. "Master Lu Qing informed me," she replied, daring to use Master Lu Qing as her excuse in his presence. Master Lu Qing offered no rebuttal. If it were indeed his words, there was nothing peculiar about it. However, this girl, much like Xiao Wan, had already mastered the crafting of a spirit-gathering pill requiring nearly 20 different medicinal ingredients. Her talent was truly formidable. Xia Wei began to contemplate. "Child, consider yourself successful. I wonder if you would be willing to take me as your master?" Chapter 55. The sudden emergence of Master Lu Qing. Although the name Xia Wei may not resonate with the same resounding fame as Master Lu Qing, he undoubtedly stands as a prominent figure within the realm of alchemists. There are but a handful of alchemical masters across the continent, each one a subject of keen interest. Thus, even though the new students may not initially recognize Xia Wei, they are acutely aware that several elders in their branch are indeed of alchemical mastery, prompting them to cast envious glances towards Yun Qianhuang. To be personally mentored by an alchemical master is a dream cherished by every aspiring alchemist. Not to mention, when Elder Xia Wei first made his appearance, did not mentor refer to him as teacher. This new student is exceptionally fortunate. Even Shin Song remarked quietly to Shin Fengyuan, Yuan, your friend is quite remarkable. That old fellow Xia Wei does not easily take on disciples. Over the years, he has only accepted Ge Xiaozu, and that was after Ge had persistently sought him out for several years. Now, he is voluntarily offering to take that girl as his disciple. However, that girl can refine spirit-gathering pills. Had Xia Wei not acted first, I too would have sought her as a disciple. The thought of personally nurturing an alchemical master, or even a grandmaster, is exhilarating. Alas, I only just recognized that the pill she refined was indeed a spirit-gathering pill. As both Shin Song and Xia Wei hold the position of elders in the branch, their strengths are comparable. Once Xia Wei spoke up first, Shin Song could no longer contend with him. Yet there is one exception. Upon the utterance of Xia Wei's words, Yun Qianhuang herself remained unperturbed, yet Master Lu Qing's countenance darkened significantly. As the chief elder of the alchemist branch, and one of the two individuals on the continent most likely to ascend to the rank of Master Alchemist, Master Lu Qing has never been one to regard the sentiments of others in his endeavors. He shot a fierce glare at Xia Wei, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Xia Wei, do you intend to compete with me for this disciple?" Xia Wei was eagerly awaiting Yun Qianhuang's acceptance of his apprenticeship invitation. As a master alchemist, he was not one to take on disciples lightly, having only mentored two individuals, Ge Xiaozai and his own granddaughter. Now, with his proposal to accept a disciple, he was certain the young lady would gladly acquiesce. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of Master Lu Qing? Confused, Xia Wei inquired, "Master Lu Qing, what do you mean? Could it be that this young lady is actually a disciple of Master Lu Qing?" Indeed, the formula for the gathering spirit pill had yet to be disclosed to him, yet this girl had already obtained it. If she were not a disciple of Master Lu Qing, how could he possibly have entrusted her with such a formula? Realizing he had grasped the truth, Xia Wei hurriedly approached Master Lu Qing with a conciliatory smile. "Master Lu Qing, I was unaware that this young lady is your disciple. I misspoke. As for you, young Miss Wen, please disregard my earlier comment. Young Miss Wen is his disciple?" The corner of Master Lu Qing's mouth twitched. Just yesterday, he had contemplated taking this young lady as his own apprentice. How could he presume to position himself as her mentor? However, as he opened his mouth to clarify, his eyes suddenly darted about in confusion. Master Lu Qing seemed to have contemplated something, and without further ado, he chose not to elucidate, thus birthing a misunderstanding. Whether it was mentor Ge Xia Wei or Xia Shaowan along with a host of new students, they all felt an instant sense of equilibrium. If she were indeed Master Lu Qing's disciple, it was only natural for classmate Wen to outshine them in the art of alchemy. Thus, this farce came to a close. Yun Qianhuang and Shin Fengyuan finally managed to exit the alchemy room, while Xia Wei, disregarding his beloved granddaughter, clung to Master Lu Qing, imploring him to impart the formula for the spirit-gathering pill. Observing that he had no further role to play, Shin Song advised Shin Fengyuan to seek him out should any issues arise, before returning to the medicinal tower to continue his previously interrupted alchemical endeavors. In the cafeteria, As more and more students from the alchemist division congregated, Yun Qinya found himself increasingly anxious. Where was his sister? Had she encountered some trouble? Students from various divisions were permitted to visit one another, yet the classroom areas were strictly off-limits to those outside their own divisions. Apart from his growing impatience, Yun Qinya felt rather disheartened. "Little Yi, fret not," comforted Gong Jiulu as he patted his shoulder. "Feng Yuan's second grandfather is an elder in the alchemist division. With her presence, no one dares to trouble Huang Huang." This reassured Yun Qianya somewhat, though not entirely. Fortunately, it was not long before Yun Qianhuang and Shen Fengyuan appeared in the cafeteria. The three immediately rushed forward, with Yun Qianya grasping his sister's arm, scrutinizing her from head to toe to ensure that she was unharmed. Finding solace in the fact that not a single strand of hair was amiss, Gong Jiulu couldn't help but chuckle as he observed Yun Qianite's anxious demeanor. "Huang Huang, look at how nervous Xiao Yi is. One might mistakenly believe he is your brother." "Xiao Yi is merely concerned for me," Yun Qianhuang replied with a dismissive smile. Completely unfazed by Yun Qianite's exaggerated reactions, the group bantered and laughed as they set out to procure a meal. However, the cafeteria of the alchemist division was crowded. Their late arrival resulted in an inability to find seating, prompting them to retreat to a private room instead. This arrangement proved advantageous for Gong Jiulu, as once the door closed and they were seated, he promptly recounted the peculiar occurrences he had encountered earlier to Shen Fengyuan and Yun Qianhuang. Gong Jiulu elaborated in detail, sharing his speculations regarding which elder he believed Master Lu Qing might be associated with in the division. After he finished his rambling, Shen Fengyuan paused thoughtfully and remarked, "You are likely not mistaken. If there is indeed an elder capable of producing a sacred grade return yuan pill, it would probably be that one." Gong Jiulu blinked curiously. "Who is it?" Lu Xianqing ventured a guess. "Fengyuan, are you referring to the chief elder of your alchemist division, Master Lu Qing?" "It seems so. Master Lu Qing is entirely devoted to alchemy and pays little heed to his appearance, which indeed does not reflect that of a typical master. However, when it comes to alchemical expertise, Master Lu Qing is certainly on par with my great-grandfather." As Shen Fengyuan spoke, she playfully winked at Yun Qianhuang. She refrained from mentioning the relationship between Yun Qianhuang and Master Lu Qing, believing that such matters should be disclosed by the parties involved, if not spoken of. It was clearly a matter of reluctance, and she would not presume to speak on Yun Qianhuang's behalf. Yun Qianhuang comprehended Shen Fengyuan's intentions. She did not intend to regard herself as the disciple of Master Lu Qing, which is why she had not even informed Yun Qianya. However, it was evident that she had underestimated Master Lu Qing's influence. Within the span of a single lunch, the news of her being Master Lu Qing's disciple had spread throughout the entire alchemist division, and even as Lu Xianqing and his companions walked along the path, they could overhear the discussions. Listening to the chatter of passers-by, Gong Jiulu's eyes widened in astonishment. Huang Huang was actually Master Lu Qing's disciple? How remarkable! Lu Xianqing was equally stunned, though he masked his surprise and pondered deeper implications. Master Lu Qing was not one to engage in charity. It was implausible that he would bestow a sacred grade elixir as a token of gratitude merely because he had offered a helping hand, especially one that happened to be the returning essence pill that his father desperately needed. Very few were privy to the serious illness afflicting his father, only those trusted within the family, along with Fengyuan and Jiulu. He had only mentioned it in the presence of Yun Qianhuang and her brother. How could it be that Master Lu Qing fortuitously gifted him a sacred grade returning essence pill? The only conceivable explanation was that his disciple, Huang Huang, had said something in his favor. Lu Xianqing turned his gaze toward the direction where Yun Qianhuang and Shen Fengyuan had departed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Huang Huang. Chapter 56. The tasks of the Summoners Division. The news of her name had spread throughout the entire division within the span of just 1 hour, and Yun Qianhuang, the individual concerned, was filled with regret, an overwhelming desire to slap herself. Why had she felt the need to stand her ground? Would it not have been wiser to simply apologize to the Xie family and depart quietly? Over the past few days, as she walked alongside Shen Fengyuan, the gazes of those around her seemed to cling to her, and during lessons, the instructor paid her particular attention. Yun Qianhuang realized that this situation was untenable. It was far too conspicuous. Within the academy, there existed a task board where students could exchange completed assignments for gold coins, intended for those of modest means, resembling the task reception areas found in mercenary guilds. Most of these tasks were issued by instructors, available for all students to undertake, with rewards commensurate to the difficulty of each endeavor. Every rest day, Gong Jilu would bring a few companions to the Summoners Division for a meal, justifying it as a means to occasionally enhance their dining experience. As before, when Shin Fengyuan pulled her over, Yun Qianhuang immediately spotted the latest task on the Summoners Division board, to venture into the Tianqi Forest and hunt the 6th-tier MOU ants. The task board was positioned at the entrance, and the others also took note of the newly posted assignment. Gong Jilu wore an expression of disbelief. 6th-tier MOU ants. Has the instructor of the Summoners Division lost their mind to allow students to undertake such a perilous task? The MOU ants were social spirit beasts. Should one be discovered, it was certain that no fewer than 10 of its companions would be lurking nearby. To accomplish this task, one must contend with far more than merely a 6th-tier demon moon ant. A 6th-tier demon moon ant equates to a human of the Spirit King level. Should several of them appear, the fate of the students undertaking this mission would be truly dire. Shin Fengyuan and the others found it absurd. Although a summoner possesses the advantage of summoned beasts, their strength would still fall short against a swarm of 6th-tier demon moon ants. Surely, the instructor from the Summoner Division harbors a grudge against their students? The group synchronously shook their heads, choosing not to squander any more time on the task board. However, just as they turned to leave, they noticed Yun Qianhuang fixated on that very task. Shin Fengyuan looked at her in astonishment. "Qianhuang, are you interested in this mission?" Yun Qianhuang corrected him. "I am interested in the reward, the dragon soul grass." Ao Tian remarked that the dragon soul grass is an exceedingly rare treasure. Consuming it would not only significantly enhance her spiritual power but, due to their contractual bond, would also aid in the restoration of his soul. Once a portion of his soul is mended, his strength would recover considerably, allowing him to completely conceal her innate talents, rendering her undetectable even to a spirit emperor. After sharing this, Ao Tian expressed his astonishment. "I never imagined that dragon soul grass could still be found in the southern Lu continent." Upon hearing of the dragon soul grass's effects, Yun Qianhuang found herself utterly captivated. Such a treasure truly stirred her heart. At that time, she chose the Alchemist Division, not only due to her insufficient rank to enter the main academy, but also because alchemists generally pay little heed to their cultivation levels. Although the Alchemist Division boasted master alchemists, it lacked formidable warriors of high rank. In that division, her concealed spiritual artifact sufficed. However, no one could guarantee that she would not encounter the head of the Alchemist Division. She had also heard that the elders from several branches at the main academy were all spirit sovereigns. Moreover, this task required her to venture into the Tianqi Forest, providing a perfect opportunity to leave the academy and momentarily evade scrutiny. Such a fortuitous circumstance was indeed rare. What is dragon soul grass? Yun Qianya felt a surge of curiosity, as he seemed to have never heard of such a thing. Gong Jilu and Lu Xianqing instinctively turned their gaze toward Shin Fengyuan, the only alchemist among them besides Yun Qianhuang. Noticing her companion's attention, Shin Fengyuan shook her head, indicating her unfamiliarity with the subject. "Qianhuang, is this item of great importance to you?" "Very much so." Yun Qianhuang did not intend to elaborate further. "Is it permissible for students from the Summoner Division to accept tasks from the Alchemist Division?" She had only recently enrolled, and many regulations still eluded her understanding. Lu Xianqing nodded in affirmation, yes. Yun Qianhuang promptly resolved, "I shall undertake this task." "Are you out of your mind?" A female voice resonated from a distance. The group turned to see a small blue figure darting towards Yun Qianhuang like an arrow before they could even register her approach. Then, the wings affectionately nuzzled against Yun Qianhuang's face. "Isn't that Lan Lan?" Gong Jilu recognized the petite blue figure. Indeed, it was Shi Qianying's summoned beast, Lan Lan. Trailing behind Lan Lan, Shi Qianying appeared somewhat exasperated. "Lan Lan, come back." Lan Lan glanced back at her, but continued to rub against Yun Qianhuang's face. Yun Qianhuang had no choice but to grasp its wings and pull it away. "Chirp, chirp, chirp," protested the disgruntled Lan Lan, but Yun Qianhuang remained unfazed. With a flushed face, Shi Qianying took her little bird from Yun Qianhuang's hands and promptly stuffed the noisy Lan Lan back into the contract space. The sudden silence was refreshing. Only then did she turn her attention back to Yun Qianhuang, advising, "You would do well to avoid this task. The MOU ants are social spirit beasts and exceedingly ferocious. Given your strength as a 7-star spirit master, you would be utterly devoured by them." This statement was no exaggeration. Had Yun Qianhuang truly been a 7-star spirit master, she would not have entertained such thoughts, regardless of how precious the dragon soul grass might be. However, as a beast tamer, with Fu Bai and Ao Tian, two formidable spirit beasts, by her side. The sixth grade MOU ants posed no threat to her. She expressed her gratitude to Shi Qianying and resolutely accepted the task. Shi Qianying could only exclaim, "You are truly insane." Disinterested in further discourse with this madwoman, she chose a task from the board that had caught her eye and turned to leave. The others paid little heed to Shi Qianying. It was perfectly normal for students from the Summoners Division to come here to accept tasks. Concerns arose among several individuals regarding Yun Qianhuang's acceptance of the task. Lu Xianqing inquired with genuine worry, "Qianhuang, can you manage it alone?" It was unclear when his appellations for Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya had shifted from Miss Wen and brother Wen to those akin to Gong Zhul and Shin Fengyuan. Yun Qianhuang was accustomed to this change. Just as she was about to assure him of her capability, Yun Qianya grasped her hand firmly, his gaze resolute. "Sister, I will accompany you." Aware that even a refusal would not deter Yun Qianya from following her, she nodded in agreement. After all, the task did not stipulate that it could not be accomplished by multiple individuals. Shin Fengyuan promptly declared, "Then I shall go as well." "Qianhuang, venturing into the Tianqi forest alone is perilous. Allow us to accompany you." Following Yun Qianya's lead, the trio insisted on joining Yun Qianhuang, despite her reassurances that she and Yun Qianya sufficed. Ultimately, she remained opposed to the notion, to prevent them from stealthily trailing her. She visited the apothecary tower after their meal, seeking Master Lu Qing's assistance in requesting a leave of absence from her mentor, planning to depart the academy under the cover of night when all were resting. The ideal was splendid, yet reality. Chapter 57 Departure. Tianqi Forest, within a courtyard of the Summoners Division, Shi Qianying pushed open the door and ascended to the second floor. In a room on the upper level sat an elderly man with graying hair and beard. Upon seeing him, Shi Qianying respectfully addressed him, "Elder Qi." Qi Wu reclined languidly in his rocking chair, his tone nonchalant as he replied, "Ah, it is you, little Shi. What brings you here?" "The task you assigned earlier has been accepted," Shi Qianying stated, her demeanor humble. "Oh, was it one of our division students?" "No." Shi Qianying shook her head, her expression somewhat complicated. "It was a freshman from the Alchemist Division. She is merely a 7-star spirit user." Qi Wu's eyes widened suddenly, a flicker of clarity illuminating his murky gaze. "Is she the one who previously competed against your little bird?" At the mere mention of the last incident, Shi Qianying felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Lan Lan had truly shamed her. Yet, in the presence of Qi Wu, she dared not conceal the truth. "Yes. Well, well." Qi Wu burst into hearty laughter. "Little Shi, you may return now." Shi Qianying nodded, perplexed by his reaction. Later that night, estimating that Shin Fengyuan had fallen into a deep slumber, Yun Qianhuang delicately opened her door. To her surprise, she found Shin Fengyuan standing just outside. With a cheeky grin, Shin Fengyuan exclaimed, "Huang Huang, I'm coming with you to Tianqi Forest." The two rooms were adjacent, and despite Yun Qianhuang's attempts at secrecy, Shin Fengyuan had stealthily waited outside her door upon her return. With no choice but to acquiesce, Yun Qianhuang reluctantly allowed her to accompany her. Due to their separation by different branches, Yun Qianhuang had previously arranged to meet Yun Qianya at the entrance of the academy. After arriving with Shin Fengyuan and waiting for a few minutes, Yun Qianya soon appeared, accompanied by Lu Xianqing and Gong Jilu. Yun Qianya hurriedly explained, "Sister, it was not my intention to bring them along. They insisted on following me." Aware of Yun Qianhuang's reluctance to include the two, he remained cautious throughout their journey, making no noise. Little did he expect to encounter the seemingly sleeping Lu Xianqing and Gong Jilu as soon as he stepped outside. He sought an excuse to extricate himself from their company, but to no avail, and was compelled to join them in meeting Yun Qianhuang. "Will my sister be upset with me for this?" Yun Qianya felt a pang of anxiety within. Meanwhile, the successfully accompanied Lu Xianqing and Gong Jilu gazed at Shin Fengyuan beside Yun Qianhuang, wearing matching enigmatic smiles. What could Yun Qianhuang say in response? She certainly could not resort to drastic measures, such as breaking their legs to prevent them from following. That would be utterly unrealistic. And thus, the group of two inevitably transformed into a party of 5. The Tianqi Forest, while a habitat for spirit beasts on the continent, does not rival the vastness of the Lingxian Forest. Nestled near Tianling City, the Tianqi Forest lies in the opposite direction to the Lingxian Forest, reachable by a half-day's journey southward from the city. The group departed the academy at night, hired a carriage at the relay station, and successfully entered the Tianqi Forest by the afternoon of the following day. In contrast to the spirit swirl forest, the spirit beasts within the Tianqi forest are relatively of lower rank, making it a favored locale for mercenaries. It is common to see groups of mercenaries embarking on missions here, due to the incessant traffic of mercenaries. The outskirts of the Tianqi forest are nearly devoid of high-ranking spirit beasts. Yun Qianhuang's mission target, the 6th-tier demon moon ant, is elusive in the outer regions, compelling them to venture deeper into the forest's interior. Along the way, well-meaning mercenaries caution the group, advising young ones, the inner regions are not suitable for you. It would be prudent to turn back. Even seasoned mercenaries, who have faced numerous dangers, typically assemble teams of 10 to 20 members before daring to undertake missions in the inner areas. The youngest among them appears to be no older than 17. Certainly, it would be folly for them to venture there. Despite the kind warnings, Yun Qianhuang and her companions expressed their gratitude but showed no intention of retreating. Lu Xianqing and her companions hold the position of chief in their respective divisions, while Yun Qianya is a rising star in the fire division. And Yun Qianhuang possesses several means of self-preservation. Thus, even as they delved deeper into the forest, encountering increasingly formidable spirit beasts, they faced nothing beyond their capabilities. The demon moon ant thrives in dark, damp locales, frequently appearing in the northernmost reaches of the Tianqi forest. The group of 5 made their way purposefully northward. The Tianqi forest is not solely inhabited by spirit beasts, it abounds with an array of medicinal herbs. With both Yun Qianhuang and Shen Fengyuan, skilled alchemists, in their company, they paused intermittently, amassing a considerable bounty. During their journey, they also encountered several 5th-tier spirit beasts, which they easily dispatched together, acquiring valuable materials from their fallen foes. As nightfall descended, the 5 individuals finally approached the territory inhabited by the demonic moon ants. Uncertain of the exact number of these creatures lurking ahead, they refrained from advancing recklessly and instead opted to rest and recuperate in place. Their journey thus far had significantly depleted their spiritual energy, and should a confrontation arise, the remaining energy within them might prove insufficient. At this juncture, the presence of an alchemist within the group became invaluable. Shen Fengyuan crushed the elixirs meant to repel spiritual beasts into a fine powder and scattered it around them, while another member provided a vial of 6th-grade spiritual replenishment pills. After consuming the replenishment pills, their spiritual energy surged rapidly, and it wasn't long before the earlier depletion was restored. They remained at a considerable distance from the cave where the demonic moon ants resided. Gong Jilu, having captured 2 spiritual chickens upon entering the Tianqi forest, approached Yun Qianya. "Little knight, may I borrow your fire?" After a long day of travel, hunger had begun to set in, and Yun Qianya wasted no time in conjuring a fire for Gong Jilu. The spiritual chickens were notably larger than ordinary chickens, and 2 would suffice to satiate the appetites of the 5. Gong Jilu, adept in this culinary art, took out seasonings and began to roast the spiritual chickens. The meat was succulent and, with the fragrant seasonings, it didn't take long for the enticing aroma to waft through the air. Shen Fengyuan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the roasting chickens, while Yun Qianhuang also cast a few lingering glances their way. Gong Jilu grinned. "Patience. We must wait a little longer." A gentle breeze swept through the night, carrying the delectable scent of the roasted chickens to far-off places, drawing the attention of some famished spiritual beasts. In the dark and shadowy cave, a pair of obsidian eyes suddenly opened, gazing toward the source of the alluring fragrance. Meanwhile, Yun Qianya, sensing the breeze, felt a twinge of concern. Might this enticing aroma attract other spirit beasts? Gong Jilu offered him a reassuring glance. "Do not worry, Xiaoya. This area is near the lair of the Mou ant, and there are no other spirit beasts within a 5-mile radius. As for beyond that, even if the wind blows, the scent cannot travel so far." With this reassurance, Yun Qianya felt considerably more at ease. They were roughly 5 miles from the Mou ant's nest, and given the direction of the wind, it was unlikely the scent would reach there. Nevertheless, both Yun Qianhuang and Lu Xianqing remained ever vigilant of their surroundings. Yun Qianhuang unleashed her mental energy, ensuring that she would receive immediate feedback should anything stir nearby. "It's done." The spirit chicken, now thoroughly roasted, exuded an even more tantalizing aroma, making Shen Fengyuan unable to resist. Just as Gong Jilu prepared to distribute the spirit chicken to the others, Yun Qianhuang suddenly sensed something disturbing the mental net she had woven. Wait a moment. Chapter 58. The solitary moon ant Yun Qianhuang promptly extinguished the campfire and exchanged a meaningful glance with Gong Jilu. signaling him to stow away the spiritual chicken meat for the time being. Observing her solemn demeanor, the others immediately rose from the ground, adjusting their postures in anticipation. Yun Xianhuang focused her thoughts and discerned the direction. To the north, a spiritual beast was swiftly approaching, classified above the 5th tier. The north? Isn't that the vicinity of the moon ant's lair? Yun Xianhuang nodded, affirming, it must be a moon ant. Is it alone? Lu Xianqing inquired. A hint of concern etched on his face. Huang, can your mental prowess extend its range? The moon ant rarely acted in solitude, and he feared that more than one might be en route. Understanding Lu Xuanqing's apprehension, Yun Xianhuang expanded her mental reach significantly. The moon ant moved with remarkable speed, closing the distance between them by several hundred meters in a matter of moments. Cautiously, Yun Xianhuang utilized her mental strength to scan the area multiple times, then shook her head at her companions. I do not sense any other spiritual beasts in its vicinity. It appears to be a solitary moon, and Gong Zhou's expression brightened. Once it arrives, we shall eliminate it, and Huang's task will be accomplished. The true terror of the moon ant does not lie in its offensive or defensive capabilities, but rather in its tendency to seldom appear alone. Although the reason for this solitary moon ant's presence remains a mystery, its isolation renders it far less formidable. Nevertheless, one must not let their guard down. Yun Xianhuang remained vigilant, understanding the gravity of the situation. As they prepared to engage, they aimed to keep their distance from the lair of the magic moon ant. The group nodded in unison, readying themselves for battle. Soon, the solitary magic moon ant appeared before them, shrouded in darkness and towering in stature, even exceeding Yun Xianhuang and her companions in height. Its 6 legs were as thick as a human calf. Lu Xianqing swiftly deduced that this was a 6th-tier magic moon ant, perfectly fulfilling Yun Xianhuang's mission requirements. Having yet to encounter a 6th-tier spirit beast since entering the Tianqi forest, they could not afford to be careless. They kept a watchful eye on the magic moon ant, wary of any sudden attacks, while discreetly retreating to a safer distance to avoid attracting more of its kind during the confrontation. The magic moon ant halted before them, its pitch-black eyes scanning the 5 individuals before finally fixating on Gong Zhou. With a peculiar cry, it launched an assault against him. As an Earth-type spirit beast, its attacks emerged from the ground. The 5 reacted swiftly vacating the spot where Gong Zhou had stood, causing the magic moon ant strike to miss. They then initiated their counterattack. Gong Zhou summoned a shield of Earth-type spiritual energy to protect the group, while simultaneously conjuring earthen spikes as thick as a human arm to assault the magic moon ant. Shun Fingyuan's spiritual energy birthed countless vines that ensnared the magic moon ant tightly. Lu Xianqing focused his energy to form a massive sphere of light, which burst upon impact with the magic moon ant, rendering it temporarily blind. Meanwhile, Yun Xianya brandished a long spear, still embedded with a spirit core and yet unused, to launch a close-range attack against the formidable creature. Yun Xianhuang stood beside Shen Fengyuan, unleashing fireballs upon the MOU ant without restraint. The formidable defense of the 6th-tier MOU ant was evident, as a concerted assault from the group merely inflicted superficial wounds. Yet, these minor injuries provoked the MOU ant, which unleashed waves of energy, breaking free from Shun Fingyuan's vine restraints. Witnessing this, Yun Xianya swiftly retreated into the crowd, joining Yun Xianhuang in casting fundamental fireball spells against the MOU ant. The others, heeding Yun Xianhuang's instructions, simultaneously attacked the creature while retreating. Remarkably, the MOU ant managed to retaliate against all 5, but fortunately, Gong Zhulu's preemptively conjured earthen shield mitigated a substantial portion of the damage. Lu Xianqing drew a silver bow, pulling back the string as spiritual energy naturally coalesced into arrows, aimed at the creature's 2 eyes. The MOU ant's body was impenetrable, with its eyes being its only vulnerable point. As the arrows flew, the MOU ant deftly leaped aside, using its forelegs to shield its eyes. Lu Xianqing had not anticipated a hit. His intention was solely to grant the others precious moments to retreat. The commotion inevitably attracted further MOU ants, necessitating a swift resolution to their current adversary. Yun Xianhuang unsheathed her bone sword, exchanging a knowing glance with her companions. Their earlier skirmishes had fostered a degree of synergy amongst them. As she and Yun Xianya charged the MOU ant, the other 3 launched their attacks in unison. After a fierce battle, the MOU ant ultimately succumbed to the combined might of the 5. During their previous skirmish, Yun Xianhuang had enlisted Outyen to remain vigilant of their surroundings. Fortunately, the commotion they caused did not attract any additional moonshadow ants. As Yun Qianhuang extracted her bone sword from the eye of the colossal creature, she prepared to store its massive carcass in her spatial ring when she noticed something falling from the gaping wound in the abdomen, struck by Lu Xuanqing's arrow. The arrow was ethereal, vanishing upon impact, leaving only a fist-sized gash. At that moment, a small, brown stone, emanating a gentle glow, tumbled forth from the wound. Yun Qianhuang picked up the stone and was immediately astonished by the spiritual energy it contained. This was the spirit core of the moonshadow ant. Shen Fengyuan exclaimed, "It's actually a spirit core. Qianhuang, you are incredibly fortunate." The preservation of a spirit core after slaying a spiritual beast was an exceedingly rare occurrence, and she had never anticipated that this moonshadow ant would retain its core upon death. Yun Qianhuang examined the spirit core for a moment before tossing it to Gong Jilu, turning her attention back to the task of collecting the ant's remains. Gong Jilu fumbled to catch it, his expression one of shock as he gazed at Yun Qianhuang. "Are you truly giving me the moonshadow ant's spirit core?" Despite his family's wealth ensuring he lacked for spirit cores, the sheer preciousness of this item, so casually offered by Yun Qianhuang, left him utterly astonished. Having successfully stored the moonshadow ant's body in her spatial ring, Yun Qianhuang turned back to Gong Jilu and replied affirmatively, "This spirit core possesses earth attributes. It will serve you far better." Although she possessed an earth spirit root herself, Duan Yang had mentioned that her bone sword could only be embedded with a spirit nucleus of a rank comparable to that of the fierce fire leopard. Presently, she had no intention of replacing her spiritual weapon, rendering the magic moon ant's spirit nucleus somewhat superfluous in her possession. Yun Qianhuang was acutely aware that both Yun Qianye and Shen Fengyuan were insistent on accompanying her into the Tianqi forest out of concern for her well-being. Furthermore, the magic moon ant had been defeated collectively by the group, and she saw no justification for claiming the spirit nucleus solely for herself. "Huang, you are too kind." "Thank you." Gong Zhou resolved to return to his father and procure additional array discs, all of which he intended to gift to Yun Qianhuang. "Do not mention it. It was our collective effort in vanquishing the magic moon ant," Yun Qianhuang replied with a subtle smile, suggesting they depart from the location. The other four nodded in agreement, recognizing that the Tianqi forest was home to numerous other spirit beasts, making it unsuitable for prolonged stays. Just then, an extraordinarily powerful aura suddenly emerged within the range of Yun Qianhuang's spiritual perception. Chapter 59. The Demon Moon Queen. Yun Qianhuang promptly informed the others. The intensity of that aura was undoubtedly beyond what they could withstand. Knowing that Yun Qianhuang was not one to joke, Gong Jilu immediately activated a enhancement array disc. Within the confines of this formation, their various abilities would experience a significant boost. Furthermore, as the array relied on the spiritual energy within the disc for sustenance, as long as he kept it on his person, the effects would move with him. Gong Jilu called out, "Stay close to me." Instantly, Yun Qianhuang and the others drew nearer, sprinting towards the periphery. Bolstered by the formation, their speed surged to its utmost, and the menacing aura swiftly dissipated from Yun Qianhuang's perceptive range. Had they escaped? Yun Qianhuang furrowed her brow. Something felt amiss. "Be cautious, Fengyuan." She sensed a surge of spiritual energy behind them. Instinctively, she attempted to sidestep, only to be yanked by Shen Fengyuan, causing her to stumble. It was due to Shen Fengyuan's timely intervention that she narrowly evaded the attack aimed at her. Now was not the moment for gratitude. Yun Qianhuang merely cast a grateful glance at Shen Fengyuan before turning to locate the source of the assault. The other four halted, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. With the enemy lurking in the shadows, mere flight would no longer suffice. Yun Qianhuang found it peculiar. Her mental energy continuously scanned the vicinity. Yet she could not pinpoint the aura of that spirit beast. Could it be it possessed a means of concealing its presence? Yun Qianhuang conveyed her suspicions to the others, causing Gong Jilu's complexion to drain of color instantaneously. "I have heard from my father that within the species of the demon moon ant, there exists a demon moon ant queen, known to be the most formidable of all, as she possesses the ability to conceal her aura, rendering her nearly undetectable. However, the demon moon ant queen is supposed to reside in the very heart of the Lingxian forest. How could she possibly appear in the Tianqi forest?" The gravity of this revelation altered even Yun Qianhuang's expression. The demon moon ant queen. Suddenly, a voice filled with urgency reached her through mental communication. "Master, release me at once. You are ill-equipped to contend with the demon moon ant queen. She is a 12th-tier spirit beast." As the voice faded, the lurking demon moon ant queen launched another assault against the group. This attack was far more potent than the last, compelling Gong Jilu to utilize a soil shield, aided by the formation disc, to defend against it. Nevertheless, the residual shockwaves forced the group to stagger backwards. Yun Qianhuang gritted her teeth in silence, unless absolutely necessary. She was reluctant to reveal the existence of Outyen, the legendary divine dragon, whose allure was simply too enticing. Fu Bai, can your illusion work against the demon moon ant queen? She inquired. It can, but only for a brief duration, Fu Bai promptly replied. Moreover, the demon moon ant queen is cunning and prefers to lurk in the shadows. If she does not reveal herself, my illusion cannot take effect. Yun Qianhuang was well aware that the illusionary creature lacked the ability to lock onto an enemy to cast its illusions. She decided to summon Fu Bai, and aside from Yun Qinya, the others were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the floppy-eared rabbit on her shoulder. There is no time for explanation. We must flee northward. Just as the queen of the demon moon ants launched her assault, Yun Qianhuang detected the fluctuations of her aura. Fleeing north is their sole avenue of escape. Shen Fengyuan and the others harbored no doubts regarding Yun Qianhuang's words. Even though the north led directly to the lair of the demon moon ants, they resolutely changed their course. Fu Bai, perched upon Yun Qianhuang's shoulder, remained vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of the queen. The queen of the demon moon ants struck several times, yet they narrowly evaded her attacks, sustaining injuries nonetheless. At this moment, Shen Fengyuan felt an immense sense of gratitude for the numerous healing elixirs her granduncle had bestowed upon her. Consuming a 10th-grade healing pill instantly mended the wounds inflicted by the queen. Frustrated by her inability to inflict severe harm upon the humans, the queen's aura momentarily betrayed her irritation. Seizing this opportunity, Fu Bai locked onto her presence and darted forward like a streak of lightning. By this time, Yun Qianhuang and her companions had reached the entrance of the demon moon ant's lair. The scent of humans attracted the attention of the ants within, and in an instant, countless inky eyes opened, fixated intently on the 5 at the entrance. The sound of the demon moon ants scuttling was particularly pronounced, sending shivers down their spines. Huang Huang, shall we proceed further? No need, replied Yun Qianhuang, as she produced a formation plate, feigning activation while actually using her mental energy to control the demon moon ants. Suddenly, the ants ceased their movement. Gong Zhou gazed in astonishment at the formation plate in Yun Qianhuang's hands. Among the swarm of moonlit ants, there were several of the 10th rank. What kind of formation was she employing that could simultaneously control so many moonlit ants? His father had never mentioned the existence of such a remarkable formation. Yun Qianhuang knew she could not maintain control over the swarm of moonlit ants for long, so she immediately instructed the others to venture deeper into the cave. Ao Tian remarked that these moonlit ants ought to dwell within the inner perimeter of the Lingxian forest. Their presence here indicated that there was something akin to a teleportation formation within the ants' lair. Once they located that formation, they would be able to utilize it to escape this place. Fu Bai sent word that it had temporarily confined the moonlit ants. Yun Qianhuang promptly relayed Ao Tian's message to the others, and at that moment, they set aside their curiosity about how she had acquired such information and swiftly began searching for the teleportation formation while the moonlit ants were still under control. The depths of the cave were shrouded in darkness, compelling them to produce luminous stones for illumination. It was during this time that the 5 of them discovered there were over 20 moonlit ants within the cave, each exceeding the 5th rank. The sight of more than 20 of these ants clustered together, their eyes fixed upon them, was utterly chilling. The 5 had no choice but to force themselves to ignore the moonlit ants as they searched for the formation within the cave. Fortunately, due to the surrounding darkness, the teleportation formation, emitting a faint glow, stood out prominently, and it wasn't long before Yun Qianya located it. The seasoned expert, Gong Jiuli, swiftly approached to assess the situation. It was a teleportation array, and it could only be utilized once. Should we activate it, the formidable queen of the Moony ants would undoubtedly be unable to pursue us. However, I remained uncertain about what awaited us on the other side of this portal. With the relentless pursuit of the Moony ant queen on one side and an uncertain fate on the other, the 5 of us quickly reached a consensus and positioned ourselves upon the teleportation array. A faint luminescence emanated from the array, enveloping us, and just before its activation, Yun Qianhuang summoned Fu Bai back through our pact. At that moment, the Moony ants broke free from their control and launched an assault on us. In a critical moment, the array successfully activated, transporting us out of the Mooney Ant's lair. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Lingxian forest, myriad forces converged by a lakeside, their faces alight with anticipation as they gazed at the center of the lake. The silvery moonlight filtered through the branches, casting a gentle glow upon the lake's heart. As the ground trembled slightly and a colossal vortex suddenly emerged at its center. Chapter 60. Inadvertently entering Yanfeng Mountain. Look, is that the entrance to Yanfeng Mountain? Indeed, the entrance to Yanfeng Mountain lies within the lake. Ladies and gentlemen, my fire sect shall proceed first. Not so fast, fire sect. The entrance to Yanfeng Mountain was discovered by my golden feather sect first. As the whirlpool emerged, the various factions gathered by the lakeside became restless, igniting fierce disputes over who would enter Yanfeng Mountain first. This ancient secret realm is rich in celestial treasures, and each opening has historically unleashed a torrent of bloodshed. This time, an elder from the Golden Feather sect had predicted the location of the secret realm's opening. However, a traitor within the sect leaked the information, prompting all factions to converge upon this site. The elders of the Golden Feather sect seethed with anger, realizing they could not prevent others from sharing in the spoils. Yet they were determined not to let the opportunity to be the first to enter Yanfeng Mountain slip away. Yet, the other factions were equally unwilling to concede. The entrance to Yanfeng Mountain would not remain open for long. To be the first to enter meant a greater chance of discovering treasures. Who would not desire to seize that initial opportunity? Amidst the fierce battle by the lakeside, a sudden teleportation array appeared above the whirlpool at the lake's center.
What is that?
The abruptly manifested array halted the ongoing skirmishes, drawing everyone's attention. Several figures emerged from the array, plummeting directly into the entrance of Yanfeng Mountain. Realization dawned upon the factions. The opportunity had been seized by someone utilizing the teleportation array to gain an advantage and enter Yanfeng Mountain. Which faction could possibly have employed such a despicable tactic? Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that we have been preempted. Let us cease our contention and rely on our own merits, shall we? Such sentiment resonates perfectly with my thoughts. The distance from the shore to the heart of the lake is quite considerable, and in the quest to access Yanfeng Mountain, various factions have showcased their unique abilities, demonstrating remarkable prowess. However, none have noticed that three factions have quietly convened together. I chide you, Gong Lianxiao, you shameless one, for allowing your family Sgilv to enter Yanfeng Mountain via a teleportation array. No, shunned Songbai, what pretense do you maintain? Do not think I am unaware of your Fengyuan girl's presence. Lu Qingsu, you cunning old fox. Do not assume that I shall refrain from reprimanding you just because you have recently recovered. Your Xianqing is also within. The three of them exchanged barbs and eventually, laughter ensued. Until Lu's second son timidly remarked, shouldn't Ti Xianqing and the others be at the academy at this moment? Gong Lianxiao. Shunned Songbai. Lu Qingsu. This troublesome young lad girl. At Yanfeng Mountain, Yun Qianhuang fell heavily to the ground. Had she not swiftly utilized her spiritual power to mitigate the impact, her bones might have shattered. Nevertheless, the pain was still quite unbearable. She hastily swallowed a healing elixir, awaiting its curative effects while surveying her surroundings. The ground was strewn with the remnants of charred trees and scorched earth, and the air was thick with potent fire's spiritual energy. Even with a protective barrier of spiritual power, Yun Qianhuang found the heat to be nearly intolerable. What kind of infernal place is this? Where are Qianya and the others? The teleportation array should only transport them to the Spirit World Forest. However, she had previously lingered around the periphery of the Spirit World Forest and had not encountered any such location. Moreover, the landscape before her was nothing but scorched earth, devoid of any greenery. This was certainly not the Spirit World Forest. As Yun Qianhuang remained vigilant, she suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps. Instinctively, she felt she could not confront the group head-on. Her gaze swept the area until, just before they approached, she discovered a massive stone that could serve as her refuge. The stone was marked by the signs of flames, continuously radiating heat. Utilizing her spiritual power to insulate herself from the warmth, Yun Qianhuang concealed herself behind the stone and suppressed her presence. By extending her mental prowess, she could sense the movements of the approaching individuals. There were approximately 20 of them, a mix of men and women, with most possessing strength above that of a Grand Spirit Master, including 3 Spirit Sect members and 1 Spirit Sovereign. Such a formidable team would dare to venture into the outskirts of the Spirit World Forest. Why had they appeared here? Yun Qianhuang grew increasingly cautious, striving to eavesdrop on their conversation with her mental energy. The oppressive heat made it uncomfortable even for cultivators below the spirit sect level, and discontented murmurs arose within the group. Elder Yuan, this wretched place is unbearably hot. Is there truly any treasure here? They observed the area, littered with charred remnants, and speculated that any treasures might have long since been incinerated. Yuan Yu shot a glare at the disciple who had spoken, chastising, I have instructed you to cultivate diligently. Yet now a mere bit of heat has you faltering. You are bringing shame upon our fire sect. The blazing fire sect. Yun Qianhuang narrowed her eyes. Among the myriad sects on the continent, the blazing fire sect stands out as one of the most formidable. This sect exclusively accepts cultivators with a fire spirit root, and that Elder Yuan is likely Yuan Yu, a powerful figure within the one-star fire spirit sect. According to the words of that disciple from the blazing fire sect, they appear to be here in search of treasure. What sort of treasure could warrant the presence of an elder leading the expedition personally? As the footsteps gradually faded into the distance, the voices of those disciples became scarcely audible. Yun Qianhuang withdrew her mental energy, enhanced by the Xianling necklace. Her mental prowess surpassed even that of a one-star or two-star spirit emperor. The Xianling necklace, a 10th-tier enhancement spirit tool she had acquired from the Duan family spirit artifact shop, augments her mental strength and grants immunity to illusionary attacks from cultivators below the spirit sect level. Yun Qianhuang's inherent mental strength was already comparable to that of a spirit emperor, and the necklace had significantly amplified it. However, one must always be cautious. As an elder of a sect, Yuan Yu undoubtedly possesses numerous tools for detecting mental energy, making reckless pursuit ill-advised. Thus, Yun Qianhuang abandoned the idea of following that group. After the footsteps had completely vanished and no other auras could be sensed, she emerged from behind the boulder. To avoid an encounter with the blazing fire sect members, she opted to head in the opposite direction. Given that this place harbors treasures capable of attracting the attention of an elder from the blazing fire sect, it is undoubtedly fraught with peril, and she must hasten to reunite with Qian Yi and the others. Simultaneously, Yun Qianhuang inquired if Ao Tian and Fu Bai were aware of their current location, but received negative responses from both. She could only grip the bone sword tightly, moving cautiously forward. After approximately half an hour, Yun Qianhuang encountered another group of individuals. She remained concealed, listening intently to their conversation. This time, they were members of the Jinling sect, a formidable faction on the continent, akin to the Lihua sect, with all disciples possessing golden spiritual roots. Leading the Jinling sect was an elder of the spirit sect level. From their discourse, Yun Qianhuang gleaned that they were in an ancient secret realm known as Yanfeng Mountain. Ancient secret realms are renowned for housing countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. No wonder she had already come across two sex teams. Yun Qianhuang became increasingly vigilant. Should she be mistaken for a treasure seeker, her fate would likely be far from pleasant. However, how had she been transported to Yanfeng Mountain in the first place? This question found its answer when she encountered a third group of people. Chapter 61. Is it you who harmed my brother? Unfortunately, that group of individuals happened to be acquaintances of hers. The allure of the ancient secret realm is no less than that of the legendary Qianshan Dragon Tomb. Forces of all sizes across the continent have received word and sought to partake in the treasures within. The Ding family is among them. Previously, due to the emergence of Ding He, a summoner, the Ding family enjoyed immense popularity and was regarded as one of the most formidable families in the spirit-settling nation. However, ever since Ding He's demise and the mysterious disappearance of Lei Hu, the Ding family's standing has plummeted. Nevertheless, the family's profound heritage remains intact. For this secret realm expedition, both of their spirit kings have mobilized, accompanied by numerous direct descendants. Compared to other factions, the Ding family's efforts appear somewhat inadequate. Yet the members possess an inexplicable confidence, convinced they shall acquire the coveted treasures. When Yun Qianhuang encountered them, several direct descendants of the Ding family were besieging a young man. The two spirit kings stood by, showing no intention of intervening in their junior's actions. Yun Qianhuang could not discern the young man's appearance, and thus refrained from intervening until she heard a familiar voice and caught sight of a flame sphere that was unmistakably familiar. It was Yun Qianya. After awakening in Yanfeng Mountain, Yun Qianya realized he had become separated from the others. Eager to find Yun Qianhuang, he hastily consumed a healing elixir and prepared to set off. Little did he anticipate that the Ding family members were nearby. Upon seeing him produce a sixth-grade elixir for healing, they approached with greedy eyes, intent on seizing his potion. Yun Qianya, unwilling to yield, found himself beset by the direct descendants of the Ding family, who came forward to seize him by force. Even with the aid of spiritual artifacts and elixirs, he sustained numerous injuries under the onslaught of 7 or 8 assailants. To make matters worse, the 2 spirit kings from the Ding family remained vigilant nearby, preventing him from utilizing higher-grade elixirs for healing. Should they join the fray, he would stand no chance of withstanding their combined might. However, he was equally resolute in refusing to relinquish his precious elixirs to this band of ruffians. He recalled his father's words about Ding He, who had once sought to exploit his sister's spiritual bones, and he would rather feed those elixirs to the dogs than grant any advantage to the Ding family. The Ding family members, perceiving Yun Qianya as a formidable adversary, grew increasingly convinced that he possessed a substantial cache of elixirs, intensifying their assault. Yun Qianhuang, oblivious to the intricacies of the situation, felt compelled to intervene for her brother's sake. She quietly summoned Fu Bai, instructing him to ensnare the 2 spirit kings. Capturing the 2 spirit kings would be a mere trifle for Fu Bai. As for the direct descendants of the Ding family, a frigid resolve enveloped Yun Qianhuang. Anyone who dared to harm her brother would face her personal retribution. Very well, master, Fu Bai replied, casting a disdainful glance at the 2 spirit kings before darting away like a bolt of lightning. The 2 spirit kings had been observing the altercation, partly because they deemed Yun Qianya too weak to warrant their involvement, and partly because he was alone while they had brought several younger members of their family. The 2 individuals believed that Yun Qianya would undoubtedly falter, even if he managed to endure until now with the aid of elixirs. It was only a matter of time before he succumbed to the hands of his own junior. Consequently, they remained entirely unguarded, dismissing Fu Bai's approach as inconsequential. What threat could a mere rabbit possibly pose? They never considered that a rabbit appearing in the ancient secret realm of Yanfeng Mountain would be anything but extraordinary. Fu Bai seized the opportunity effortlessly, a look of exasperation evident in its eyes. Even the spirit beasts understood that one should never underestimate even the weakest of foes, lest one be caught off guard, yet these 2 humans failed to acknowledge its presence. It was no wonder they had reached such an advanced age and still remained mere spirit kings. Once Fu Bai had ensnared the 2 spirit kings, it leapt onto a charred tree trunk, grooming its fur with a languid air. The direct descendants of the Ding family noticed Fu Bai, yet like the 2 spirit kings, they deemed the drooping-eared rabbit to be no threat at all, merely casting a glance before shifting their focus elsewhere. Only Yun Qianya observed the 2 spirit kings trapped in an illusion, and then turned his gaze to Fu Bai, his eyes suddenly alight with recognition. It was his sister. It was you who injured my brother. A chilling female voice echoed through the air, causing several of the Ding family's direct descendants to halt their assault, turning their heads in search of the source. Who could it be? Upon that charred tree trunk, they beheld a young girl clad in a pale azure robe. She stood gracefully atop the trunk, cradling the very drooping-eared rabbit in her arms, her delicate fingers gently stroking its fur, while her inky hair and robes danced in an unseen breeze. That face, utterly ordinary to the extreme, could scarcely be found among a crowd. Yet the waves of murderous intent emanating from her and her icy, pond-like phoenix eyes rendered her impossible to ignore. Ding Xiang, the most formidable among this group of direct descendants, gazed intently at Yun Qianhuang and demanded, "Who are you? You are not worthy to know my name." Yun Qianhuang replied coldly, her eyes fixed upon him. In an instant, countless fireballs materialized around her, each infused with intense spiritual energy, raining down upon the Ding family members like an overwhelming tempest. Ding Xiang was taken aback. "Quick, evade." He hurriedly sought refuge, only to realize that those fireballs, despite their intimidating appearance, possessed little actual power. What kind of formidable being was I at that time? It turns out I was merely a spiritual practitioner. Ding Xiang looked at Yun Qianhuang and roared with laughter. "You, a mere spiritual practitioner, dare to provoke us? Have you grown weary of life? Do not intervene. I shall show her that the Ding family is not to be trifled with. A weakling like her can be handled by me alone." "Oh." Yun Qianhuang tilted her head slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Just as Ding Xiang prepared to advance and attack her, he suddenly felt an icy chill creeping upwards, and to his dismay, he discovered he could no longer move. Not just him, but all members of the Ding family, with the exception of 2 spirit kings, found themselves ensnared by an unanticipated frost, rendering them immobile. The ice rapidly spread across their bodies, leaving them with little mobility aside from their heads. Dual spirit roots. Ding Xiang exclaimed in horror, swiftly turning to the two spirit kings. Second uncle. Third uncle. You must eliminate this wretched girl at once. However, the two elderly men, referred to as second grandpa and third grandpa, seemed oblivious to the situation, staring blankly at them. Ding Xiang suddenly turned his head, his gaze landing on the faint smile at the corner of Yun Qianhuang's lips, sending a chill down his spine. It is you. You have ensnared second grandpa and third grandpa.
You anticipated this.
Yun Qianhuang's eyes glinted playfully as she nimbly leaped from the tree, her figure instantly appearing before Yun Qianya, who was struggling to stand with a long spear in hand. Upon seeing her, Yun Qianya managed a foolish grin. Sister. Yun Qianhuang swiftly placed a sacred recovery pill into his mouth, and in an instant, a warm surge of energy coursed through his body, visibly healing his injuries at an astonishing rate. Such rapid recovery could only be achieved by a sacred recovery pill. Ding Xiang finally realized that they had provoked someone they should not have. Anyone capable of casually producing a sacred recovery pill could not possibly be an ordinary person. He promptly shed his earlier arrogance, forcing a smile as he addressed Yun Qianhuang. It's all a misunderstanding. We merely wished to spar with this young brother, and we certainly never intended to harm him. Chapter 62. Not a single one shall remain. Yun Qianya gazed at Ding Xiang with the incredulity reserved for the foolish. Surely, even he could not believe his own words? He unflinchingly exposed Ding Xiang's deceit. Sister, they seek to seize my elixirs. If I refuse to yield, they will besiege me. Had it not been for the 10th tier spirit core embedded in a spear, coupled with the elixirs bestowed upon him by his sister, he would have perished at the hands of these members of the Ding family long ago. As for the contracted storage ring, once the contractor meets their demise, anyone may forcibly erase the residual spiritual energy within, thereby claiming its contents. Yun Qianhuang sensed the disappearance of the white fox cradled in her arms and raised her hand to gently ruffle Yun Qianya's hair. I apologize, sister has arrived late. It is not your fault, Yun Qianya replied, shaking his head, his grip tightening around the spear. Sister, may I handle these individuals? The Ding family had shown themselves to be truly despicable. First, Ding He had participated in the excavation of his sister's spiritual bones, and now, led by Ding Xiang, they sought to pilfer his elixirs. He was determined to settle these scores, personally. Yun Qianhuang cast a glance at the assailants and nodded. Very well. Ding Xiang, however, would not sit idly by. He was fervently channeling the spiritual energy within him, intent on shattering the ice that bound him. His strength was indeed formidable, and the ice encasing his body soon began to crack with a series of sharp sounds. He cannot be allowed to break free. Yun Qianya's gaze hardened as he swiftly dashed in front of Ding Xiang, thrusting his spear viciously into Ding Xiang's chest. Ah! The flames at the spear's tip melted the ice encasing Ding Xiang's heart, searing his flesh into a blurred ruin. Ding Xiang emitted a desperate roar, breaking free from the icy grip to grasp the spear, attempting to extract it from his own body. Yet, Yun Qianya would not permit him such a favor. With renewed force, the spear pierced directly through Ding Xiang's heart. Ding Xiang was dead. The remaining scions of the Ding family were left in a state of utter bewilderment, unsure of how to proceed. They were already marginalized within their household and had only come to Yanfeng Mountain by virtue of Ding Xiang, who would have thought that he would perish, and the two elders were likewise incapacitated and preoccupied with their own plight. What were they to do? In a panic, someone spoke hastily, seeking to absolve themselves. It was Ding Xiang who urged me to attack you. I had no intention of seizing your belongings. Indeed, it was all Ding Xiang's scheme. The second and third elders favored him, and we dared not defy his wishes. One individual recognized the weapon wielded by Yun Qianya, their eyes widening in shock. However, before they could complete their sentence, they too met the same fate as Ding Xiang, pierced through the heart by Yun Qianya's spear. Yun Qianya understood that these individuals were merely puppets of Ding Xiang. The Ding family, much like the general's manor, held significant sway within Helen City. How could he be oblivious to their circumstances? Yet, once that person identified his spiritual weapon, he could not allow them to escape. If they returned to Helen City and informed the Ding family, it would surely spell trouble for his grandfather and father. He could not allow them to live. Hailing from the general's manor, Yun Qianya was anything but indecisive. He resolved then and there that none of these individuals would be spared. Here lies Yanfeng Mountain, an ancient secret realm where countless souls have perished. The Ding family could never fathom that it was a murder committed by him. He was confident that his sister would not deem him excessive in his actions. Yun Qianya wielded a spiritual weapon, striking down one adversary after another with swift, ruthless precision, leaving not a trace of suffering in their wake. The surviving members of the Ding family could not help but curse inwardly, calling that fool out for revealing their recognition. And now, they were all doomed. The remaining members of the Ding family resigned themselves to their fate, even finding a semblance of humor in their plight. With the presence of the second and third elders, they felt they had not entirely lost. Accompanied by Yun Qianhuang and Fu Bai, Yun Qianya encountered little resistance, dispatching opponents with ease until none of the Ding family who had ventured into Yanfeng Mountain remained alive. After the carnage, Yun Qianya sheathed his weapon and approached Yun Qianhuang with a sense of unease, whispering, "Sister." Despite knowing that she would understand his motives, he still feared that she might harbor disdain for the number of lives he had taken. Yet, Yun Qianhuang merely produced a handkerchief, gently wiping the blood from his face. In an instant, Yun Qianya's spirits lifted. His sister did not despise him. What a relief. "Sister, I overheard the Ding family mention that this place is Yanfeng Mountain, an ancient secret realm. We must have been transported to Lingxian Forest and inadvertently found ourselves near the entrance of this realm, stumbling upon it by chance." Yun Qianhuang nodded in agreement. It seemed plausible. This was indeed the most reasonable explanation. The five of them likely ended up in different locations upon entering the secret realm. "Sister, shall we now seek out brothers Xianqing and the others?" Lu Xianqing and Gong Jilu have shown considerable care for Yun Qianya, and the three of them recently assisted Yun Qianhuang in completing a task together. The perilous nature of the secret realm is compounded by the multitude of treasure seekers, and Yun Qianya is anxious about the potential dangers that may befall the trio. Well, let us first search for them. Yanfeng Mountain is an expansive secret realm, and Yun Qianhuang's spiritual power has yet to reach the level where it can encompass the entire area. Thus, she is currently at a loss. She ignited a fire, incinerating the remains of the Ding family without a trace, before leading Yun Qianya in a random direction forward. Many had entered Yanfeng Mountain this time, and the siblings encountered numerous individuals along their path. Fortunately, Yun Qianhuang consistently employed her spiritual power to probe the surroundings, allowing them to evade any confrontations with forces other than the Ding family. After an indeterminate amount of time, Yun Qianhuang suddenly sensed a considerable number of people converging towards a single direction, at least 100 individuals. Among them were familiar presences, specifically Shen Fengyuan and his companions. Informing Yun Qianya, she resolved to approach stealthily to ascertain the situation. Lacking any concealing spiritual artifacts, Yun Qianya produced a formation plate provided by Gong Jilu, which could obscure their presence from those below the rank of spiritual sovereign. The two advanced quietly, and upon nearing, they discovered the group gathered before a cave, engaged in animated discussions about how to enter. A formidable barrier stood at the cave's entrance, preventing all from gaining access. In such an ancient secret realm, the presence of a formidable barrier undoubtedly guards treasures of great significance. Consequently, various factions have reached a consensus to jointly breach the barrier and share the spoils within. Yun Qianhuang observed that the individuals standing beside Shen Fengyuan and the others bore a striking resemblance to them, suggesting they were family members. The Gong, Shen, and Lu families are all powerful clans. Their ability to enter the secret realm comes as no surprise. With Shen Fengyuan and their kin safely together, Yun Qianhuang felt no concern for their safety. She resolved to remain concealed with Yun Qianya, continuing to observe the unfolding events. After all, who does not desire treasures? The factions gathered outside the cave swiftly agreed that each would dispatch a spirit master of considerable strength to collectively shatter the barrier at the cave's entrance. It was only after a quarter of an hour of concerted effort by 6 spirit masters that cracks finally appeared in the barrier. Chapter 63. Trouble awaits. She is approaching the cave. Cracks rapidly spread, and the 6 spirit lords, witnessing this, intensified their assaults. With sharp sounds echoing, the subtle noises were soon followed by the unmistakable sound of the barrier shattering, ringing clearly in the ears of everyone present. The barrier at the cave's entrance was on the verge of collapse. The majority of those present were filled with exhilaration, except for Shen Fengyuan and his companions, who appeared somewhat distracted. Shortly after entering the secret realm, they encountered a group led by their father, who forcibly recruited them into the team for a stern lecture, questioning why they had ventured into the spirit rotation forest instead of remaining at the academy. The trio had no choice but to explain their departure from the academy and how they had ended up in the spirit rotation forest. Although they concealed the matter of Yun Qianhuang summoning Fu Bai and controlling the demon moon ants with formations, Gong Lianxiao and the others did not doubt their son or daughter's words, but insisted that they act alongside their family members. With the myriad dangers looming over Flame Phoenix Mountain, they were not at ease with the three younger generations alone. Shen Fengyuan and his companions worried about Yun Qianhuang and her brother, contemplating a secret escape. However, their little ruse was utterly insufficient before their father, rendering any attempt to slip away futile. The treasures hidden within the cave held no allure for the trio. They had heard of the perilous nature of Flame Phoenix Mountain and were anxious about the potential misfortunes that might befall Yun Qianhuang and her brother. At this moment, everyone's attention was captivated by the barrier that was soon to be breached. The three exchanged a furtive glance from a distance, then, in perfect synchrony, stealthily withdrew from their group. Gong Lianxiao unceremoniously delivered a kick to Gong Jilu. "You brat. Where do you think you're going?" Shun Songbai smiled as he blocked Shin Fengyuan's path. Yuan, the secret realm is fraught with danger. Do not wander off." Lu Qingsu cast a glance at Lu Xianqing. "Do I have to invite you back?" The three of them instantly wilted, obediently retreating to their respective father's sides. At that moment, the fracture-riddled barrier was completely shattered, and a wave of intense heat surged forth from the cave. Yun Qianhuang and her brother, at a distance, could distinctly feel the palpable warmth, their hearts sinking in apprehension. The treasures within that cave were likely of considerable value. Those from various factions shared the same sentiment, elated and vying to be the first to rush into the cave. Just then, a massive fireball erupted from within, its formidable spiritual energy causing even the spirit lords to hesitate. The crowd scattered in haste, and as Yun Qianhuang and her brother were already hiding behind them, the fireball barreled directly towards them as the throng dispersed. The fireball's speed was not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, it was upon the siblings. This sudden turn of events occurred in an instant, prompting Yun Qianhuang to curse under her breath as she quickly grasped Yun Qianya's hand, urging him to evade. At that moment, she could no longer afford to conceal her presence. Should that fireball strike them, both their lives would be in peril. The sudden emergence of energy drew the attention of various factions. Who is that? Could someone be attempting to reap the rewards while others toil? The oppressive aura of dozens of spirit and spirit lord level practitioners descended upon Yun Qianhuang, momentarily slowing her reaction, but fortunately, she managed to evade the fireball successfully. Beneath the overwhelming pressure, the brother and sister felt exceedingly uncomfortable, with blood seeping from the corner of Yun Qianhuang's lips. However, they could not afford to reveal their distress. Otherwise, they might be mistaken for treasure seekers and face execution at the hands of those formidable beings. Under such formidable pressure, escape seemed improbable. The only course of action was. Yun Qianhuang glanced at the now unguarded cave entrance and swiftly consumed a yuan restoration pill, then whispered, "Qianya, stay close to me." Yun Qianya immediately grasped her hand tightly while activating a reinforcement array disc. With the aid of the formation, Yun Qianhuang summoned all the wood's spiritual energy within her, allowing the wind to rise, which would greatly enhance her speed. Bolstered by these two enhancements, Yun Qianhuang unleashed her spiritual energy and, with Yun Qianya in tow, rapidly dashed toward the newly opened cave entrance. Not good. She's entering the cave. Someone discerned Yun Qianhuang's intent and sought to intervene, but at that moment, she had already propelled herself and Yun Qianya into the cave, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Among the crowd, Shun Fengyuan exchanged glances with his companions, and with the assistance of Gong Jiel's formation, they swiftly followed suit. The formation provided by Gong Jiel, a gift from his father, possessed exceptional enhancement capabilities. The onlookers barely had time to catch a glimpse of the trio before instinctively pursuing them. Yet after the trio disappeared, a new barrier materialized at the cave entrance. After laboriously shattering the barrier, they were outrun, inciting a fury among several spirit sovereign experts. Gong Lianxiao and his companions feigned expressions of anger, but only they could perceive the glimmer of determination in their eyes. In the depths of the cave, Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya sprinted until they reached a halt at its innermost recesses. The interior of the cave bore the same scars of flames as the exterior, and perhaps due to the surrounding stone walls, the temperature soared to more than double that outside. Even with their spiritual energy shielding them, both felt exceedingly uncomfortable. However, they could not remain stationary, as the individuals outside would inevitably venture in. Strangely, the cave offered nothing, leaving them puzzled as to the origin of the fiery orb they had previously encountered. Sister, how can there be nothing here? Yun Qianya thought it implausible. Just then, a familiar presence approached rapidly. He looked up to see Shin Fengyuan and her companions hastening towards them. Huang, Xiao Yi, you truly are audacious. Gong Jilu gasped, giving Yun Qianhuang a thumbs up. To dare enter the cave under the watchful eyes of so many formidable beings was bold, and he admired that spirit. Shin Fengyuan took a moment to steady her breath before meticulously inspecting Yun Qianhuang's physique, relieved to find her unharmed. I'm glad you're safe. She had been anxious about the possibility of the two encountering peril within Yanfeng Mountain. Lu Xianqing then conveyed the information they most yearned to hear. When we entered, the barrier re-emerged, so for now, we need not worry about those outside breaching our sanctuary. However, I suspect that barrier won't endure for long. Once it is breached again, should those powerful beings invade, they may very well meet their demise here. Yun Qianhuang understood the unspoken implications in Lu Xuanqing's words. She did not withhold her thoughts. This cave is not merely this expansive. She was no fool. While caves could indeed provide refuge from attacks, being pursued and cornered within would be akin to trapping a turtle in a jar. Prior to entering the cave, Yun Qianhuang had utilized her mental prowess to probe the surroundings, discovering that the cavernous space was vast, beyond the full reach of her mental capabilities. Thus, she surmised that there must be some concealed entrance, but had refrained from a thorough search earlier for fear of being overtaken. Huang, do you mean we can still proceed further? Shin Fengyuan and the others glanced around, noting that apart from the entrance through which they had arrived, the other three sides were solid stone walls, revealing no signs of abnormalities. It was evidently a dead end. Huang, which way? Yun Qianhuang shook her head. I do not know. Upon entering, it felt as though her mental energy had been diminished, allowing her only to perceive what lay within her line of sight. The other four did not perceive her words as mere bravado. They immediately dispersed to search for any hidden entrances. Yun Qianhuang also began to hasten her search. Chapter 64. Collapsed. The surrounding stone walls were rugged and charred, emanating a palpable heat, compelling one to touch them only under the protection of spiritual energy. The 5 individuals dispersed, leaving no corner unexamined, yet they found no concealed entrances within the cave. Despite this, Shin Fengyuan and the others did not question Yun Qianhuang's judgment and continued their diligent search. Yun Qianhuang's mental power was constrained, prompting Out Yen and Fu Bai to assist in the exploration, yet their efforts yielded no results. It appeared that this truly was a cave devoid of anything of significance. As 2/4 of an hour elapsed, the barrier at the cave's entrance became increasingly precarious, with the sounds of external attacks resonating from the depths. If they could not uncover anything, they would have to devise an alternative means of escape before the barrier was breached. I shall search for a teleportation array plate, Gong Jilu declared, rummaging through a storage ring. Deep down, he understood the futility of his endeavor. Only array masters could inscribe teleportation formations, and their family could not produce even one. Lu Xianqing and Shin Fengyuan also opened their storage rings, attempting to find any useful items. Yun Qianya felt helpless and bowed his head in silence, aware that their military residence had little of value left to offer. Yun Qianhuang approached the previously surveyed stone wall and communicated with her 2 beasts using her mental energy. Out Yen, Fu Bai, it is time. She intended to harness the strength of Out Yen and Fu Bai to forcibly breach and exit. Although their powers would be significantly diminished due to her concealed presence, the combination of a divine dragon and a sacred beast, even when weakened, would suffice to create an opening. This is a desperate measure, for the commotion caused by breaching the stone wall is bound to alert the formidable forces outside. Yet at this moment, there appears to be no alternative. To mitigate the risk of insufficient strength, Yun Qianhuang summoned others to assist. The group quickly grasped her intentions and hastened to lend their power to her. With the combined strength of 2 beasts and 4 individuals, Yun Qianhuang felt an incessant surge of energy swell within her. She concentrated this immense power, her hands enveloped in spiritual energy, pressing against the stone wall before her. The overwhelming force generated ripples that caused the entire cavern to tremble. Outside, the onlookers stumbled, barely able to maintain their footing. What was happening? Surely, those few individuals had absconded with the treasures within the cave, triggering some mechanism that threatened to collapse. Would they be able to escape? Why concern ourselves with their fate? Let us depart from this place first, and later search for any remnants of the treasures. The crowd hastily retreated from the cave. Deep within, the immense power had surpassed Yun Qianhuang's physical limits, blood seeping from her 7 orifices. A drop of blood fell silently to the ground, vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, a golden magical array suddenly manifested beneath the feet of the 5, enveloping them in brilliant light and silently transporting them to another realm. The tremors abruptly ceased, the stone wall emitted a dull sound, and in the blink of an eye, the entire cavern collapsed into ruin. Not far from the cave, within the already evacuated Gong family entourage, Gong Lianxiao widened his eyes and murmured, "Could that scoundrel Joel be crushed to death?" Head of the family quickly checked Joel's life jade token. Yes, the life jade token. Gong Lianxiao promptly retrieved Gong Joel's life jade token from a storage ring. Upon seeing that the token was intact, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, that scoundrel is alive. Yun Qianhuang and her companions felt as if they had passed through a transparent barrier. As the golden light dissipated, a new world unfolded before their eyes. Endless mountain peaks, towering trees reaching for the clouds, and a landscape lush with greenery. The oppressive heat that had clung to them receded, replaced by an invigorating freshness in the air. "What is this place?" Gong Joel exclaimed, stamping his foot upon the solid ground. "Look at all the phoenix trees." Shen Fengyuan recognized the trees before them as phoenix trees. Everything was simply astonishing. They had entered Yanfeng Mountain, which had been scorched earth. As if flames had consumed everything, yet now they beheld a verdant paradise. Ah, this place. Outyan's voice resonated through their minds, prompting Yun Qianhuang to pause. "Outyan, do you recognize this place? This must be the dwelling of a phoenix. Phoenixes do not perch anywhere but on phoenix trees. Thus their habitats are often abundant with these trees. However, something feels amiss." Outyan momentarily struggled to pinpoint what was wrong. Yet, it dawned on Yun Qianhuang and her companions. Why was it so eerily quiet here? In such a place, even in the absence of mystical beasts beyond the phoenix, one would naturally expect an abundance of avian life. Regardless of whether it is the spirit spiral forest or the sky prayer forest, even at night, the melodic calls of birds can be heard. However, here, the sound of wind, the murmur of water, and the chirping of birds are conspicuously absent. All that can be heard are the breaths of a few individuals, enveloping the area in an eerie silence. It is as if they have unwittingly stumbled into a mirage of the ethereal realm. Yun Qianhuang cautiously conjured a small fireball, launching it towards a tree a few paces away, yet it left no mark whatsoever. The expressions of the 5 individuals shifted subtly. Only within an illusion would an attack fail to materialize. They had indeed been ensnared by a phantasm. Lu Xianqing narrowed his eyes, realizing that they must first dispel this illusion. Before he could finish his thought, the scene before them suddenly transformed. Countless fireballs rained down from the heavens, engulfing everything in a blazing inferno. In the aftermath of the flames, the once lush phoenix grove had been reduced to charred remnants of branches. Gong Joel stood stupefied, witnessing the transformation before him. The scene unfolding was strikingly reminiscent of what they had observed at Yanfeng Mountain. The fire did not affect the 5 of them. They stood frozen, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Yun Qianhuang inwardly pondered. "Outyan, what is happening?" It seemed to be a recollection of events that had transpired here before. Outyan was unable to provide a more elaborate explanation. "Master, if you proceed eastward, I sense a dense concentration of spiritual energy in that direction. It may very well be the nest of the phoenix from earlier. After all, did not the phoenix feathers grow in proximity to the phoenix's nest?" Yun Qianhuang recalled Yun Chongyu's prior admonition and promptly resolved, "Let us venture eastward and investigate." "Very well." Yun Qianya was the first to respond, followed by Shen Fengyuan and the others who nodded in agreement. The 5 of them proceeded eastward, and as the previous scene faded away, a scorching heat enveloped them once more, compelling them to utilize their spiritual energy to shield against the intense temperature. The further they ventured east, the more oppressive the heat became. Shen Fengyuan, possessing a wood spirit root, found himself at a disadvantage in such an environment, with beads of sweat soon forming on his forehead. Gong Jilu, Lu Xianqing, and Yun Qianya were not faring much better. Only Yun Qianhuang, protected by 5 elemental spiritual energies, fared somewhat better. The surrounding temperature gradually reached a peak, rendering their spiritual energy ineffective against the searing heat. The 5 were drenched in sweat, struggling to endure. Just as they contemplated taking a brief respite, a magnificent palace came into their view. Chapter 65. The palace of the Phoenix ancestor before them stood an abandoned palace. Despite its imposing grandeur, it still exuded a solemn aura. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that several sections of the palace walls had fallen into disrepair, which might easily escape notice at first glance. The scorched earth beneath their feet extended towards the palace before vanishing, giving way to the normal hues of the surroundings. As they approached the palace, the unbearable heat completely dissipated, as if an invisible force had created a barrier. Outyen was secretly astonished. Master, this palace seems somewhat familiar. Gong Jiulu rubbed his face, still warm from the lingering heat, his gaze unwavering from the palace before him. Is there truly such a palace hidden within Yanfeng Mountain? Yanfeng Mountain was an ancient secret realm, having been opened multiple times in the past. Yet, those who had emerged alive had never mentioned the existence of an abandoned palace. Just by looking, one could envision the former splendor of this palace, a magnificence that could rival even the grandest of royal residences. Such a place must surely harbor treasures, one would think. Shen Fengyuan proposed, "Shall we venture inside?" Having come this far, it would be a disservice to return empty-handed after enduring the searing heat. The four turned their eyes towards Yun Qianhuang, at this moment placing their faith in her judgment. Yun Qianhuang had already learned from Outyen that this palace was indeed the residence of the Phoenix ancestor, the progenitor of the Phoenix clan. Would there be phoenix feathers within the palace of the Phoenix ancestor? That was the sole concern of Yun Qianhuang. Outyen lapsed into an eerie silence for a moment before, with a tone of exasperated frustration, he exclaimed, "Master, that is the ancestral palace. The treasures within are no less than those in my nest, yet you only concern yourself with that wretched fruit." However, after his outburst, he reassured Yun Qianhuang that there should indeed be something available. Yun Qianhuang immediately nodded at the three, urging them to venture inside. The five of them gradually approached the grand entrance of the palace. Although the palace lay in ruins, the main door remained remarkably intact, with no other entrances in sight. They had no choice but to proceed this way. Compared to the dilapidated palace walls, the door appeared quite well preserved. Yun Qinya tentatively extended his hand to push it open. For a cultivator's abilities far surpassed those of an ordinary person, making it a trivial task to move such a heavy stone door that stood twice their height. However, the moment his fingertips brushed against the door, an invisible force repelled him. Yun Qinya swiftly retracted his hand, rubbing his stinging fingertips as he glanced at Yun Qianhuang. "Sister, it seems there is some sort of barrier on this door. It cannot be opened directly." It was to be expected, for how could one easily enter the ancestral palace? Jiolv, a master of formations, was well-versed in barriers and stepped forward voluntarily, producing a formation plate to activate it before cautiously approaching the door once more. This time, his fingertips never even grazed the surface, yet he was still repelled. Simultaneously, a flash of golden light flickered across the door. Shen Fengyuan and Lu Xianqing also attempted in succession. Whether they exerted brute force or utilized their spiritual energy, they found themselves unable to budge the door. As the two attempted their task, Gong Zhou observed the barrier at the entrance of the door. Ultimately, he reached a conclusion. The barrier on this door must be akin to that of the cave entrance outside, and it could likely only be breached through sheer force. Breaching through sheer force. Yun Qianhuang pondered, recalling that the barrier at the cave entrance had withstood the combined assault of 6 spirit sovereigns for a quarter of an hour before it finally yielded a crack. Among them, only Lu Xianqing was a grand spirit master. Where could they possibly find spirit sovereigns to dismantle the barrier? Would they once again rely on the strength of Outyen and Fubai? Yun Qianhuang cautiously extended her hand, lightly touching the door before her, gauging the situation. Surely, the powers of Outyen and Fubai wouldn't obliterate the door itself. The palace walls here were already on the verge of collapse, sustained only by this great door. If they were to shatter it, the entire structure would likely come tumbling down. As she hesitated, she suddenly felt a change in the sensation beneath her palm. Initially, she feared being repelled like the others, merely pressing against the door with a gap of 2 fists between them, thus only encountering air. Yet now, it felt as if she had touched a viscous liquid, her hand instinctively sinking into it. Yun Qianhuang's brow twitched. She instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. But it was too late. Her entire being began to plunge into that thick liquid at an astonishing speed, so swift that the others scarcely had time to react. "Sister, Huang." The four rushed forward, striving to grasp Yun Qianhuang, but only Yun Qinya managed to catch hold of a corner of her garment. A living being of considerable stature was consumed by an invisible force, vanishing before their very eyes. Yun Qianya stared blankly at the pale green corner of fabric in his hand, staggering backward. Sister? Suddenly, tears welled in Yun Qianya's eyes as he summoned all his spiritual energy into his right fist and struck fiercely, attempting to shatter the imposing door before him. Yet, his power was effortlessly dissipated by an unseen force, and the door remained unperturbed. Undeterred, Yun Qianya swung his fist once more. Shen Fengyuan and the others quickly regained their composure and joined him in assaulting the barrier enveloping the door. Within the palace, separated only by a wall, Yun Qianhuang turned to glance at the door behind her. Had she truly passed through it? She pivoted, attempting to see if she could open the door from the inside. The thought of disappearing before them would surely worry her companions, especially Yun Qianya. Unfortunately, even from within, a barrier thwarted her efforts, casting her back. What's happening, Outyen? Outyen confessed his ignorance. The Phoenix ancestor possessed an overwhelming desire for possession and to deter any intrusion by other spiritual beasts or humans. Her palace was undoubtedly fortified with numerous barriers, possibly allowing entry, but preventing exit. Yun Qianhuang was taken aback. Only entry, no exit? This implied that even if she discovered the treasures of the Phoenix ancestor, she would be unable to take them out, rendering her efforts futile. The door was not far from the main hall of the palace, and logically, most treasures of the Phoenix ancestor should be located within the main chamber. However, the grand entrance permits only entry, not exit, and the main hall is even more impenetrable. Yun Qianhuang has resolutely abandoned her efforts to escape and is now wholly focused on deciphering the barrier upon the door. She must find a way to leave this wretched place. At the very least, she needs to devise a method to inform Yun Qianya and the others that she is unharmed. Without hesitation, she summons Outyen and Fubai, asking, Outyen, can you and Fubai collaborate to break this barrier? The might of the Phoenix ancestor should not be underestimated. She estimates that even if Outyen and Fubai were to lend her their powers, it may still fall short. However, Outyen, has your soul become more substantial? Yun Qianhuang rarely calls upon Outyen, as they usually communicate through mental energy. Thus, she is uncertain of how long it has been since she last beheld the essence of Outyen. Outyen lowers his head to observe his still ethereal soul fragment, questioning. Is it? Indeed. Fubai affirms with certainty. Master, do you recall me mentioning that another space within your storage ring is quite suitable for spiritual beast cultivation? Chapter 66. An egg. After an explanation from Fubai, Yun Qianhuang came to comprehend that although Ao Tian was merely a remnant of a soul, he was still capable of absorbing spiritual energy. Ao Tian, being a divine dragon, would naturally restore his soul if his power returned to a certain level. Indeed, his spirit had become somewhat more solidified, a result of a slight increase in strength, so slight, in fact, that Ao Tian himself could scarcely perceive it. It was only because Fu Bai remained in the same space with him that this change was noted. This brought a modicum of comfort to Yun Qianhuang. Once the explanation concluded, Fu Bai turned his gaze towards the grand door before them, pondering alongside Ao Tian. After their deliberation, both creatures appeared rather dejected. Fu Bai remarked, Master, this barrier was established by the Phoenix ancestor at the peak of her power. Unless Ao Tian's strength recovers to at least 30%, or I ascend to become a divine beast, our combined efforts will be insufficient to breach it. Ao Tian promptly added, however, Master, do not lose heart. It is entirely possible that within the Phoenix ancestor's palace, there exists treasures capable of enhancing the strength of spiritual beasts. The absence of such treasures in the Qianshan Dragon Tomb was due to my previous satisfaction with my own power. I felt no need for improvement. The Phoenix ancestor, on the other hand, is said to be quite insecure, perpetually feeling her strength lacking, and has a penchant for collecting items that can bolster her abilities. Whether temporary or permanent, any item that could elevate either my or Fu Bai's power would enable us to shatter the Phoenix ancestor's barrier together. So why wait any longer? Yun Qianhuang swiftly turned and made her way toward the grand hall not far away. Fu Bai leaped onto her shoulder, while Ao Tian followed closely behind. Both creatures vigilant against any potential threats in their surroundings. However, their concerns proved unwarranted, as Yun Qianhuang encountered no obstacles on her journey. Indeed, she did not even come across a single barrier. Ao Tian was perplexed, given the nature of the Phoenix ancestor. It was expected that there would be at least 10 barriers established within her palace, yet their master had not encountered even one. Yun Qianhuang, too, felt a sense of unease at how unusually smooth her passage had been. She extended her spiritual awareness, cautiously proceeding into the Grand Hall. The Grand Hall occupied 2/3 of the palace's total area. Upon entering, one could behold 5 magnificent golden stone pillars, each adorned with varying totems of phoenixes. These totems represented the 5 major branches of the Phoenix clan: the Golden Phoenix, the Fire Phoenix, the Snow Phoenix, the Rock Phoenix, and the Qingwan, corresponding to the elemental attributes of gold, fire, ice, earth, and wood. As both the Dragon and Phoenix clans were sovereigns among the beast tribes, Ao Tian possessed a decent understanding of the Phoenix lineage as a divine dragon. Yun Qianhuang, in an intuitive moment, found her attention drawn to a plant nestled in the corner. It was a fruit-bearing plant, its leaves resembling feathers, with a fruit about the size of a fist dangling from the uppermost stem. Ao Tian recognized the plant. "Master, you are indeed fortunate. This is Fengyu grass, and that fruit is the Phoenix feather fruit." Without further elaboration, Yun Qianhuang gleaned additional information from her heritage. The Phoenix feather fruit takes a millennium to bear a single fruit, and once plucked, it must be consumed immediately, otherwise it will vanish into nothingness after the passage of an hour. Thus, she could not directly harvest the Phoenix feather fruit, but had to transplant the Phoenix feather grass instead. Once assured that the grass could thrive in her alternate space, Yun Qianhuang approached, enveloping her hand with spiritual energy, and carefully uprooted the Phoenix feather grass. She then entered her space and cleared a small area in the medicinal field to plant the grass. Although there was only a single Phoenix feather fruit, it was still a considerable gain. "Outyen, can you sense where the treasures of the Phoenix ancestor lie?" It was no wonder that Yun Qianhuang sought Outyen's assistance. The desolate place, devoid of anything but a few columns, contained solely the Phoenix feather grass. After the grass was transplanted, the main hall felt utterly empty, devoid of any presence, even to the touch of spiritual energy. It was to the extent that even a thief would find it a futile endeavor. Outyen's perception was somewhat stronger than hers. If he could not detect the presence of any treasures, she would have to concede defeat. "I shall give it a try." Outyen unleashed his spiritual energy, meticulously searching both the interior and exterior of the main hall, only to shake his head in disappointment. "There is nothing." How could it be that the main hall of the Phoenix Ancestor's palace contained nothing but the Phoenix feather grass? Yun Qianhuang sighed, turning to leave, determined to explore the other side halls. If she could not find any treasures to aid Outyen and Fubai in enhancing their strength, she would have to devise another plan to escape this place. Outyen and Fubai followed her as they walked outside the main hall. Just as each of them, accompanied by their 2 beast companions, took a step, the 5 stone pillars behind them, representing the 5 major branches of the Phoenix clan, gradually illuminated. The 5-colored radiance converged at the center of the pillars, and in an instant, the brilliance vanished, revealing an egg in the place where the light had gathered. The egg stirred slightly, and Yun Qianhuang suddenly sensed something rapidly approaching from behind. She turned sharply, intending to retreat, only to see a head-sized egg pass through Outyen's lingering soul and collide directly into her embrace. Despite merely being an egg, it propelled her backward with considerable force. Had it not been for Fubai's timely intervention, she would surely have been knocked off her feet. Once she finally steadied herself, Yun Qianhuang took a moment to examine the egg that had crashed into her. It was a white egg adorned with differently colored patterns, the origin of which was indiscernible. Yet she could feel the spiritual energy emanating from within it. The egg that had manifested in the Phoenix Ancestral Palace was unlikely to be an ordinary spirit beast. However, why did this egg cling to her so tenaciously? Yun Qianhuang made no effort to support the egg with her hands, yet it remained firmly nestled against her, as though an invisible force bound her to it. She reached out, attempting to push the egg away, but to no avail. Bewildered, she glanced at Outyen, questioning what the situation with the egg was. Outyen, however, appeared lost in thought as he gazed at the 5 stone pillars within the hall. For some reason, Yun Qianhuang felt that the golden light upon the pillars had dimmed considerably. But this was of little consequence. It is crucial to figure out how to remove this egg from her. What does it mean for her to be burdened with an egg? A soft scoff suddenly echoed. Immediately after, a somewhat familiar voice erupted in Yun Qianhuang's mind. This little phoenix certainly knows how to choose her companions. Feng Jingchen? Yun Qianhuang narrowed her eyes sharply. Something felt amiss. Ao Tian and Fu Bai seemed oblivious to this voice, which meant Feng Jingchen was communicating with her telepathically. Indeed, the phoenix is quite astute. The tone was familiar, laced with a hint of teasing. Yun Qianhuang questioned, "How can you communicate with me mentally?" She was still within the confines of Yanfeng Mountain. Even the most formidable mental prowess could not penetrate the boundaries of a secret realm. Qianhuang, is it not normal for my essence, which carries my spiritual energy, to reach you? Chapter 67. This little phoenix has become attached to you. Yun Qianhuang suddenly lowered her head, gazing at the storage ring adorning her finger. This ring had been gifted to her by Feng Jingchen, and it still bore traces of his spiritual energy. To her astonishment, she had never noticed it before. Don't worry, Huang. After our conversation concludes, the residual spiritual energy within the storage ring will be completely erased. Feng Jingchen's voice was laced with amusement, and Yun Qianhuang could almost envision the smile in his eyes. Her brow furrowed slightly. What is it that you want? There must be a reason for his unexpected visit. Huang, you are truly heartless. Just last time, you mentioned that you could come find me at the Five Spirits Academy. Yun Qianhuang. She had meant that he could seek her out if he was being pursued and had nowhere else to turn. Could he not speak in such a suggestive manner? What a pity. I had planned to share the origins of this egg with you. You know, Huang, plead with me, and perhaps I shall reveal it to you.
He teased.
Yun Qianhuang's eyes twitched slightly. She resolved to ignore this man. After all, he had just mentioned that this was a little phoenix. It appeared within the palace of the phoenix ancestor, and being a phoenix, could it be a descendant of the phoenix ancestor? A soft sigh echoed in her mind as Feng Jingchen explained, Huang, this is the phoenix ancestor. The phoenix ancestor possesses the ability of rebirth through fire. After her demise, she was reincarnated into this egg. Your entry into the phoenix ancestor's palace signifies that you have gained the recognition of this little phoenix, which is why it has become attached to you. In other words, Huang, this little phoenix has become fond of you. The unhatched phoenix ancestor lacks sentience and merely clings to you through instinct. To free yourself from her, you must incubate her. Yun Qianhuang suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. How long would it take to hatch the phoenix ancestor? Perhaps a millennium. Yun Qianhuang. Are you jesting? A millennium? Not to mention whether she could survive for 1,000 years. If she couldn't hatch the phoenix ancestor, would she have to carry this egg indefinitely? Feng Jingchen chuckled softly, and Yun Qianhuang suddenly realized something. You deceived me? All right, I shall not tease you further. Feng Jingchen's mirth faded. This little phoenix was on the verge of hatching. Huang, channel your spiritual energy to her, and within 2 months at most, she shall emerge. Compared to a millennium, 2 months was far more palatable. Yun Qianhuang wished to inquire about other matters to heed, but soon noticed that Feng Jingchen had severed their connection. A fleeting shimmer passed over her storage ring, only to revert to its original state. This person. Yun Qianhuang pursed her lips. Though she was uncertain why he had chosen this moment to contact her, she was grateful to Feng Jingchen for the valuable information she had received. She gazed down at the egg nestled in her arms. If this egg contained the phoenix ancestor, then once she hatched, they could depart from this place, right? After all, those barriers were established by the phoenix ancestor, who surely possessed a means to dissolve them. Resolutely, Yun Qianhuang decided to prioritize the hatching of the phoenix ancestor. Before commencing the incubation of the phoenix ancestor, she instructed Fu Bai to search the palace for treasures associated with the phoenix ancestor and urged Ao Tian to attempt to establish contact with Yun Qianyi and the others outside the palace. Subsequently, she cradled the phoenix egg and positioned herself at the center of the 5 stone columns, initiating the infusion of spiritual energy into the egg. Outside the phoenix ancestor palace, Yun Qianyi and his companions relentlessly assaulted the barrier encasing the gate. Time slipped away unnoticed, as their spiritual energy was repeatedly depleted, only to be replenished time and again by Shin Fengyuan's restorative pills. Ultimately, even the abundant supply of these elixirs was exhausted. The group was left with no choice but to rely on their cultivation to regain their spiritual energy, and once revitalized, they resumed their assault on the barrier. Within the main hall, as Yun Qianhuang channeled her energy into the egg, she realized she could not halt the infusion. Initially, she could rely on the restorative pills to regain her energy, but soon, her supply was entirely consumed, forcing her to fervently circulate her spiritual roots and bones, absorbing energy even as she continued to channel it. Nevertheless, the repeated depletion of her energy led her to discover that when her internal energy was completely exhausted, the subsequent absorption became far more effective, significantly enhancing the efficiency of her cultivation. This was the sole source of solace for Yun Qianhuang. Ao Tian and Fu Bai thoroughly searched the Phoenix Ancestor Palace, but found not even a blade of grass. The two beasts could only attempt to attack the barrier at the gate, retreating to Yun Qianhuang's space to recover their strength whenever their energy was spent. In the secret realm, devoid of the cycle of day and night, Yun Qianhuang relied solely on her hunger to gauge the passage of time. Through the cultivation of her spiritual energy, the practitioner can sustain herself for a period without nourishment. However, Yun Qianhuang, still merely a spiritualist, finds her internal energy being channeled to the phoenix egg, thus she cannot endure for long before succumbing to hunger. Fortuitously, the provisions within her storage ring are ample, preventing her from perishing of starvation within the ancestral palace of the phoenix. No one can ascertain how much time has elapsed, not even Ao Tian and Fu Bai. On this particular day, as Yun Qianhuang continued to channel her spiritual energy, she was suddenly startled by the sound of cracking shells. A fine fissure appeared upon the phoenix egg, and in a short while, it rapidly spread, revealing a small opening. Staring at the gap, Yun Qianhuang was momentarily taken aback. The ancestral phoenix is breaking free? An indescribable joy enveloped her, prompting her to intensify the flow of spiritual energy to assist the ancestral phoenix in its emergence. A tiny head peeked out from the shell. Ao Tian and Fu Bai, who were engaged in attacking the barrier, abruptly halted their actions and darted towards the main hall, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. The newly hatched little ancestral phoenix appeared rather bare, its curious golden eyes fixated on Yun Qianhuang. Finally able to cease the flow of her energy, Yun Qianhuang nearly collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though every bone in her body were rusting. Master. Ao Tian and Fu Bai reached her side, and upon turning, they beheld the newly hatched little ancestral phoenix. Fu Bai exclaimed, "Why does she have no feathers?" The little ancestral phoenix seemed to comprehend the remark, letting out an indignant cry before bowing its head and beginning to nibble on its own shell. Crunch, crunch. In the blink of an eye, the once large eggshell had dwindled to merely half its size. With another fleeting moment, the entirety of the shell had vanished into the belly of the little phoenix ancestor. Consuming one's own eggshell, is this customary? Yun Qianhuang was uncertain, yet one thing was clear. The little phoenix ancestor was sprouting feathers, golden and fluffy, exuding an irresistible tactile allure. However, was she not maturing a tad too swiftly? Ao Tian, possessing some knowledge of the phoenix lineage, observed the still bewildered little phoenix ancestor and remarked to Yun Qianhuang, "Mistress, it appears she has yet to inherit the powers and memories of her predecessor." Yun Qianhuang was taken aback. Could the absence of inherited powers hinder the dissolution of those barriers? Ao Tian shook his head, indicating that it was unlikely. Thus, have I been laboring in vain these past months? Yun Qianhuang felt utterly disheartened as she gazed at the little phoenix ancestor, tilting her head in innocent curiosity, and impulsively poked her forehead. Cheap? The little phoenix ancestor seemed to find it amusing, fluttering her short wings a couple of times. Then, with a playful snap, she bit down on Yun Qianhuang's index finger.
Ao Tian Fu Bai.
Chapter 68. A new understanding in a moment of astonishment. Two mystical beasts stood agape as the contract array materialized beneath Yun Qianhuang and the little phoenix ancestor. Simultaneously, the 5 surrounding stone pillars emitted a blinding radiance, enveloping both Yun Qianhuang and the little phoenix ancestor within its luminous embrace. Amidst the brilliance, Yun Qianhuang seemed to perceive an ancient, resonant cry of a phoenix. The light was absorbed by the little phoenix ancestor at the center, and as she unfurled her wings, a magnificent golden phoenix silhouette emerged behind her. The little phoenix ancestor opened her mouth, producing a resounding sound. After a considerable duration, the light diminished, and the little phoenix ancestor appeared slightly enlarged, her feathers more resplendent than before. She nuzzled Yun Qianhuang's hand, softly calling out, "Master." Yun Qianhuang opened her mouth, yet before she could utter a word, the irate Fu Bai charged forth, intent on colliding with the little phoenix ancestor. Fu Bai had already been unable to tolerate Lanlin's affectionate nuzzle against Yun Qianhuang, let alone the little phoenix ancestor's audacity in forcibly forming a contract with her. The explosive power of a sacred beast was undeniably formidable, and Yun Qianhuang could not intervene in time. She could only watch helplessly as Fu Bai barreled towards the little phoenix ancestor, only to be sent flying by a single flap of her wing. Foolish rabbit, the little phoenix ancestor regarded the dazed Fu Bai with disdainful eyes, her expression haughty. To attempt to strike against me within my own palace, were it not for your status as the contracted beast of my master, I would have roasted you. In her palace, the phoenix ancestor was an invincible entity. Even during the height of his power, Outyen would not dare to contend with her here. This proclamation ignited Fubai's fighting spirit. Shaking its head, it was determined to challenge the little phoenix ancestor once more. Despite being a sacred beast, it should not be outmatched by a mere fledgling phoenix, even if it lacks formidable offensive capabilities due to its lineage. Little phoenix ancestor is undaunted, dismissing a single rabbit as inconsequential. The clash between the two beasts is imminent. Yet fortunately, Yun Qianhuang intervenes just in time, lifting one of them to prevent Fu Bai and Little Phoenix ancestor from continuing their skirmish. Although Fu Bai instigated the conflict, her anger stems from Little Phoenix ancestor's forceful contract binding. Yun Qianhuang decides to reprimand both equally, allowing the matter to rest. She gently strokes Fu Bai's furry head, acknowledging that their immediate priority is to depart from this place. Months have passed, and the worry for Yun Qianya and others must be mounting. Just as she thinks this, Little Phoenix ancestor suddenly turns her head towards the palace gates, sensing an unwelcome force attempting to breach her domain. Unbeknownst to her, the individuals outside are Yun Qianya and her companions, but she perceives the disturbance as an assault on her barrier by intruders. In a flash of golden light, Little Phoenix ancestor darts out, and after a brief moment of shock, Yun Qianhuang quickly realizes it could be Yun Qianya and the others. She hastily retracts Ao Tian and Fu Bai into her space and pursues them. Wait, Phoenix. However, Little Phoenix ancestor's speed is astonishing, and despite channeling all her spiritual energy, Yun Qianhuang cannot keep up. She attempts to summon Little Phoenix ancestor back into her being, yet perhaps due to being within the confines of the Phoenix ancestor's palace, her call proves ineffective. Fortunately, upon hearing her voice, the Little Phoenix ancestor came to a halt, its golden eyes gazing at her in confusion. Master? It was then that Yun Qianhuang managed to catch up with the Little Phoenix ancestor. Without pausing to catch her breath, she hastily explained, "Those outside may be my friends. Feng Feng, please refrain from attacking them, all right?" The Little Phoenix ancestor blinked in response, all right, since they were her master's friends. It chose not to hold a grudge against their intrusion upon its barrier. To Yun Qianhuang's surprise, the Little Phoenix ancestor was quite agreeable, even accepting the name Feng Feng. It soared towards her, and Yun Qianhuang realized that this time she could indeed draw Feng Feng into her space. Just as Feng Feng was about to inquire, it was captivated by the sights within the space. Meanwhile, Yun Qianhuang breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Feng Feng, can you open the barrier to let me out?" Curiously, Feng Feng fluttered around the ancient tree in the space and, without hesitation, replied, "Master, you already possess my essence. The palace's barrier is now ineffective against you." Upon hearing this, Yun Qianhuang tentatively reached out to touch the grand door, and indeed, it did not repel her. She quickly channeled her spiritual energy and pushed the door open. Outside, Yun Qianya and the others, who had been launching relentless assaults, suddenly noticed that the door, which had remained immovable for months, quivered slightly before slowly creaking open. The four of them quickly sidestepped, gazing expectantly at the gradually opening door. Had they succeeded? In Yun Qianya's previously dim eyes, flickers of hope began to emerge. Could he finally rescue his sister? After a brief moment, the grand door swung wide open, revealing Yun Qianhuang before the gaze of the four. They were momentarily taken aback. But Yun Qianya was the first to react, dashing forward to embrace Yun Qianhuang tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "Sister, you're safe." Ever since Yun Qianhuang had vanished, Yun Qianya had been unable to suppress thoughts of the shattered life jade pendant. The ancient secret realm could harbor myriad dangers in any corner. And even though he was well aware of Yun Qianhuang's prowess, he could not help but worry. For 3 long months, he had fretted over her absence. Now, seeing her again, he was overwhelmed with relief. Thank goodness, she was unharmed. Shen Fengyuan and the others shared Yun Qianya's concern for Yun Qianhuang. Yet as they observed the unfamiliar girl being embraced by him, they hesitated, uncertain. "Are you Huang Huang?" They surmised from Xiaoya's reaction that this must indeed be Huang Huang. But she did not resemble the Huang Huang they knew. The trio's bewilderment struck Yun Qianhuang with realization. She had been so preoccupied with hatching Feng Feng that she had forgotten to consume the disguise pill. Months had passed, and its effects had long since worn off, presenting her in her original form before them. Yun Qianya released Yun Qianhuang, fidgeting slightly as he clutched her garment. In a tone only they could hear, he confided, "Sister, they have been assisting me in breaching the barrier these past few months." Yun Qianya had never had friends before. He was unfamiliar with the dynamics of friendship, but he was unwilling to deceive Shin Fengyuan and the others. Yet, what he feared the most was that Yun Qianhuang would be displeased. Before the effect of the transformation pill wore off, he seized the opportunity while Shin Fengyuan and the others were distracted and consumed another transformation pill. How could Yun Qianhuang not have guessed? Such coincidences are rare. As soon as the little phoenix hatched, they began their assault on the barrier. The only plausible explanation is that the four had been persistently attacking for months. Previously, whether faced with the threat of the demon moon ant queen or the encirclement of numerous formidable foes, the three had never doubted her words, always placing their unwavering trust in her. Perhaps she could also attempt to trust the three. Yun Qianhuang gently ruffled Yun Qianya's hair, gazing apologetically at the trio. "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Yun Qianhuang. This is my twin brother, Yun Qianya. I regret having concealed this from you before, but it was unavoidable." Chapter 69. Returned to the academy upon finishing her words, Yun Qianhuang observed as Yun Qianya willingly lifted his disguise. The striking resemblance between their faces rendered Shin Fengyuan and the others momentarily speechless. Silence enveloped the air for an extended period. Suddenly, Gong Jiulu rushed forward, raising his arm high before gently resting it on Yun Qianya's shoulder. You rascal! How could you conceal this from us?" he exclaimed. "Huang, you have been rather unkind to us as friends." Shin Fengyuan and Lu Xianqing joined in, surrounding them while expressing their mock reproaches, their eyes devoid of any resentment, instead sparkling with mirth. Yun Qianya stood there, bewildered, contemplating why they did not hold his sister and him accountable for their secrecy. Yun Qianhuang, too, appeared momentarily lost in thought. "Yun Qianhuang, Yun Qianye." Lu Xianqing seemed to sense something and spoke up. "I have heard that the most valiant and formidable general of the Qiling kingdom bore the surname Yun, and he happened to have a granddaughter and a grandson." Gong Jiulu's eyes widened in astonishment. Huang, Xiao Yi, are you the grandchildren of the old General Yun?" Shin Fengyuan hesitated, adding, "If my memory serves me correctly, the granddaughter of the old general possesses unparalleled spiritual bones and dual elemental roots of water and fire, and moreover, an incomplete mind?" The three turned their gazes towards Yun Qianhuang in unison. This hardly resembled someone with an incomplete mind, did it? Understanding their thoughts, Yun Qianhuang clarified. "I encountered some fortunate circumstances. Thus I have recovered." Yun Qianya, however, was fixated on their reference to their grandfather. "You know grandfather? Who doesn't know about the old General Yun?" Gong Jiulu replied, his eyes brimming with admiration at the mere mention of Yun Shuli. The kingdom of Qiling stands as the most feeble among the four nations of the continent. In the past, the other three kingdoms conspired to annex Qiling. Had it not been for the steadfast General Yun stationed at the border, the kingdom would have long ceased to exist. Although General Yun may not be an exceptionally powerful cultivator, he is nonetheless a formidable leader who instills great apprehension in the other three nations. However, this venerable general, who has devoted himself tirelessly to the kingdom of Qiling, has been compelled by the emperor's envy to relinquish his military authority and retreat into seclusion. Contemplating the fate of Yun Shuli, the emotions of the siblings, Yun Qianhuang and her brother, began to wane. Shin Fengyuan and the others, keenly perceptive, sensed that their families and the royal family of their nation were intricately connected, having heard whispers of certain tidings. Observing the siblings' reactions, it became evident that the rumors regarding General Yun were likely true. Shin Fengyuan clasped her arms around Yun Qianhuang's, steering the conversation away. "Let us not dwell on this matter. We have lingered at Yanfeng Mountain for far too long. If we do not return to the academy soon, we may face expulsion." Despite having requested leave in advance, their absence had extended excessively. "Indeed," Gong Jiulu exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "We must hasten back to the academy." The dilemma, however, lay in their exit. They had entered the secret realm in a state of bewilderment, utterly unaware of how they had arrived and how to find their way out. Yun Qianhuang, using her mental prowess, inquired of Feng, "Do you know how to leave Yanfeng Mountain?" "Yes, master. Simply follow my spiritual energy," Feng responded. Only then did Yun Qianhuang convey to the group, "I should know the way out." In the Spirit Academy, within the Summoner Division, Qi Wu languidly reclined in his chair, yet his expression was notably grave. "Has there been any news, monsieur?" Shi Qianying, perplexed by Qi Wu's intense concern for Yun Qianhuang, nonetheless reported faithfully, Elder Qi, that when Qianhuang has yet to return. And there are no updates from the alchemist division either. Qi Wu furrowed his brow. Could it be that he had misjudged her? Was the girl truly an ordinary 7-star spirit master who had perished in her battle against the 6th-order magic moon ants? No, that could not be. If she were merely a 7-star spirit master, how could she willingly undertake such a perilous task? Moreover, the dragon soul grass holds little significance for average cultivators. Only a summoner, possessing formidable spiritual power, would be compelled by the allure of the dragon soul grass. She was undoubtedly a summoner. There could be no mistake. Miss Shi, keep a vigilant watch. The moment you receive any word about her, return immediately to inform me. Yes, Elder Qi. Qi Wu was not the sole individual preoccupied with Yun Qianhuang's fate. In the alchemist division, Master Lu Qing had ceased his alchemical work, anxiously awaiting her return. This girl had vanished after requesting a leave of absence months ago. Gu Xiaozai incessantly inquired about her return, and Master Lu Qing had exhausted every plausible excuse to placate him. Yet, 3 months had elapsed without any news of Yun Qianhuang, and Master Lu Qing was increasingly anxious. The girl's talent could easily rival that of the Shen family's Feng Yuan. Such a promising prospect must not encounter any misfortune. Yun Qianhuang remained blissfully unaware of the deep concern others held for her. Upon returning to the academy, she first indulged in a refreshing bath before joining Shen Feng Yuan and her companions for a meal in the cafeteria. The 5 of them once again occupied a private room. By the way, Huang, what is your current level? During their months on Yen Phoenix Mountain, Shen Feng Yuan and her friends had made remarkable progress, tirelessly depleting their spiritual energy and replenishing it through rigorous training. Lu Xianqing had advanced to a 2-star spirit master, while Gong Zhou and Shen Feng Yuan were on the brink of becoming full-fledged spirit masters. Yun Qianya had also achieved the rank of a 9-star spirit master. Although their expedition to Yen Phoenix Mountain did not yield any treasures, the abundant spiritual energy within the ancient secret realm had greatly satisfied their aspirations for growth. It was only after Gong Zhou's inquiry that Yun Qianhuang recalled that she had yet to assess her own improvement. At that moment, Feng Feng interjected, Master, since forging a contract with me, you have ascended to the rank of a 4-star spirit master. Yun Qianhuang's initial intuition had proven correct. After exhausting her spiritual energy and subsequently engaging in training, her efficiency had significantly increased. Coupled with the bond she had formed with Foam, an ancient divine beast, Yun Qianhuang had surged to a 7-star ranking. She relayed Fengfeng's announcement to her companions, who fell into a contemplative silence. Gong Zhou, feeling disheartened, remarked, I thought Xiao Ye's leap of 3 stars was remarkable, yet it appears there are even more extraordinary feats. For practitioners of higher ranks, the path to advancement becomes increasingly arduous. Before entering Yen Phoenix Mountain, both Gong Zhou and Shen Feng Yuan were 8-star spirit masters, thus they had each ascended by 2 stars. While Lu Xianqing, already a full spirit master, had only progressed by 1 star. Yun Qianya, having previously been a 6-star spirit master, advanced at a rate surpassing that of the 3 others. Consequently, Yun Qianhuang's progress doubled. Shen Feng Yuan was utterly perplexed, despite possessing the same exceptional spirit bones. Why did my cultivation speed lag so significantly behind Huang's? After revealing her true identity to the trio, Shen Feng Yuan and the others confided their own secrets to her. Like her, they too possessed extraordinary spirit bones, which enabled them to consistently hold the top positions in their respective branches. The spirit bones determined the pace of cultivation, and logically, such a disparity should not exist. Yun Qianhuang was at a loss for an explanation. Perhaps it was due to my humble beginnings. It is worth noting that even after ascending 7 stars, she remains merely a 4-star spirit master. Why dwell on such matters? Lu Xianqing leaned back in his chair and reminded Huang, let us not forget the purpose of our departure from the academy. Chapter 70. The chief elder of the summoner division Qi Wu Yun Qianhuang certainly did not forget their arduous journey. It was all for the purpose of acquiring the dragon soul grass, the reward for slaying the 6th-tier moon ants. Upon the completion of the academy's tasks, one must return to the corresponding division to claim their recompense. After partaking in a meal, the 5 of them proceeded together to the summoner division. As they stepped through the grand entrance of the summoner division, a familiar azure bird rushed toward them, only to come to an abrupt halt mere inches away from Yun Qianhuang. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The blue creature, flustered, called out before darting back into the embrace of its master. It sensed an overwhelming aura of terror. Within the space, Fong retracted her outward aura and let out a soft snort. She had overheard that foolish rabbit mention how much this bird adored snuggling with its master. Feng's possessiveness rivaled that of Fu Bai, and though the foolish rabbit and that remnant soul had formed a pact with her master prior to her, she harbored no objections. However, as long as she was present, that blue-feathered avian would not dare approach her master. For reasons unknown, Fu Bai found himself inexplicably drawn to Feng. Yet, Feng had no time to entertain him. She had already discerned that this space was exceptionally conducive for the cultivation of spirit beasts. Thus, after intimidating the blue bird, she sought out a comfortable corner to begin her training. Although she had inherited her previous strength and memories, her physical condition prevented her from fully harnessing her power. She needed to swiftly return to her peak form. Outside the space, witnessing the unprecedented sight of the blue bird not rushing to snuggle with Yun Qianhuang, Shi Qianing found it rather peculiar. However, this was not the moment for such ponderings. Observing Yun Qianhuang, who appeared unscathed, she remarked, "You have come to claim your mission reward, haven to you? Please follow me. It is you, not you all." Yun Qianhuang's heart stirred slightly. "Senior sister, may I inquire where we are headed?" Shi Qianing did not conceal the truth from her. "We are going to meet Elder Qi. This task was assigned by Elder Qi. And naturally, you must seek him out to claim your reward." Lu Xianqing furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you referring to Elder Qi Wu, the chief elder of the Summoner Division?" As he spoke, he took the opportunity to introduce Yun Qianhuang and Yun Qianya, the two newcomers. Elder Qi Wu is the mightiest summoner on the continent, and his summoned beast is an 11th tier Xianbing crane. He himself is also a formidable 3-star spirit saint. 3-star spirit saint? Yun Qianhuang cast her gaze downwards towards the spiritual artifact on her wrist. The 9th tier concealment artifact could only shield her from the probing of those below the spirit sovereign level. If she were to meet Elder Qi, it was likely that her spiritual roots and bones would be exposed. "Could I trouble senior sister to collect it on our behalf?" Yun Qianhuang gently raised her right hand, and the corpse of a 6th-tier Mooney ant materialized before them. "We also need to meet Master Lu Qing. It is truly impossible for us to collect it in person." At this moment, Yun Qianhuang could only mention Master Lu Qing. "That won't do." Shi Qianing looked at her quizzically. Elder Qi stated that this reward must be collected in person, or it will be rendered void. Yun Qianhuang pressed her lips together, for there was no such regulation within the academy. "In our Summoner Division, Elder Qi's word is the rule." Something felt amiss. Why must Elder Qi insist that she collect it personally, and his words clearly implied that she should go alone? Had she inadvertently revealed herself during her previous visit to the Summoner's Division? The Summoner's Division is arguably the most inconspicuous branch of the entire Five Spirits Academy, with a combined total of no more than 20 instructors and students. When they had previously visited for a meal, they had encountered none of the mentors. Yun Qianhuang had inevitably let her guard down. It now appeared that Elder Qi had long been aware of her presence, and the task of eliminating the 6th-tier moon ant had been specifically tailored for her. Practitioners on the continent often overlooked the significance of mental strength, rendering the dragon soul grass, which enhances such abilities, largely useless to them. However, it held immense allure for her. "Let us see what kind of scheme Elder Qi is concocting." Yun Qianhuang concealed the corpse of the 6th-tier moon ant and nodded towards the other 4. "I will accompany my senior sister to collect the reward and return shortly." Though she uttered these words, her lips did not align with her speech, causing the 4 to exchange apprehensive glances. Once Yun Qianhuang left with Shi Qianing, the 4 gathered together and began to whisper. "Just now, didn't Ti Huang instruct us to seek out Master Lu Qing? I too have discerned that the Academy has never upheld such a rule. It is peculiar that Elder Qi insists Huang must personally collect the reward. There must be something amiss. I shall seek out Master Lu Qing first. Hey, Xiaoya, wait for us." The 4 hurriedly made their way to the Alchemist Division, while on the other side, Yun Qianhuang followed Shi Qianing into a courtyard and ascended to the 2nd floor. Shi Qianing performed a respectful bow toward the elderly man reclining in a chair. "Elder Qi, when Qianhuang has come to collect the reward for the task." As Qi Wu's body gently swayed with the rocking chair, he leisurely waved his hand, saying, "Miss Shi, you may leave now." Shi Qianing respectfully withdrew, while Yun Qianhuang frowned, her concealed hand tightening around the bone sword hidden in her sleeve. Qi Wu had no intention of rising or even glancing at her. "Miss Wen." Do you possess proof of successfully slaying the sixth-tier demon moon ant? The younger generation has brought back the corpse of the sixth-tier demon moon ant. The second floor was spacious enough to accommodate the carcass, and Yun Qianhuang promptly produced it. Qi Wu did not raise his gaze, but merely scanned it with his spiritual energy. Indeed, it was a sixth-tier demon moon ant. Impressive. He raised his hand, and a plant exuding a faint herbal fragrance was sent before Yun Qianhuang. It was the reward for the task, the dragon soul grass. My dear, do you know the purpose of the dragon soul grass? Yun Qianhuang stared at the unfamiliar plant before her. Ao Tian had confirmed it was indeed dragon soul grass. However, regarding Elder Qi's inquiry, the younger generation is unaware. I kindly ask Elder Qi to enlighten me. Ao Tian had previously mentioned the rarity of dragon soul grass on the southern Lu continent, indicating that its properties were generally unknown to most. Thus, Yun Qianhuang resolved to feign ignorance. Unaware? And yet you dare to undertake this task? Qi Wu suddenly turned his head, his piercing gaze fixed upon Yun Qianhuang. Since you have slain the sixth-tier demon moon ant, you should know that these creatures are social beasts, making their extermination exceedingly challenging. For a plant whose purpose you do not even know, you boldly risked your life to complete such a formidable task? Confronted by the skeptical gaze of Elder Qi, Yun Qianhuang displayed not a trace of faltering. Elder Qi, as you have stated, this is indeed a formidable task. I trust that the Academy would not casually offer a worthless herb as a reward. Her demeanor and tone were so effortlessly composed that even Elder Qi began to waver in his certainty. Could it be that this girl genuinely remained unaware? He resolved to probe further. Allow me to enlighten you. The dragon soul herb is an exceedingly rare treasure. Its consumption significantly enhances a cultivator's mental acuity. And this augmentation is permanent, devoid of any adverse effects. Enhancing mental acuity. Yun Qianhuang responded with a hint of disdain. Was Elder Qi attempting to placate the students with such a trivial reward? For cultivators, a treasure that merely enhances mental acuity held little allure. Chapter 71. The unashamed old man Yun Qianhuang's reaction caused even the experienced Qi Wu to once again doubt his own judgment. He slowly rose to his feet, clasped his hands behind his back, and strolled to the window, gazing outward. His courtyard was not far from the arena of the Summoner's Division, and as a spirit saint, he had a clear view of everything taking place on the stage. Following Qi Wu's movements, Yun Qianhuang's gaze fell upon the arena outside, and her grip tightened around the bone sword. It turned out that Elder Qi had noticed her back then. She had been careless. With his back to Yun Qianhuang, Qi Wu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Child, he mused, you are correct. I should not have dismissed you with the dragon soul grass. Therefore, I shall reclaim it and offer you a more fitting reward. He placed his hand on the windowsill, and before Yun Qianhuang could utter a word, the dragon soul grass was swiftly retracted by him in the blink of an eye. This Elder Qi was still testing her. Naturally, Yun Qianhuang was unwilling to relinquish the dragon soul grass so easily. She gritted her teeth in defiance. Master, someone is approaching. Under Yun Qianhuang's instruction, Ao Tian had been vigilantly observing the movements outside. Even though Qi Wu was a spirit saint, he remained oblivious to Ao Tian's presence. Yun Qianhuang quietly sheathed her bone sword and relaxed her grip. Since Elder Qi had said so, the younger generation could only respond with due respect. Before she could finish her thought, the door was suddenly kicked open with great force. Qi Wu, you shameless old man. How dare you go back on your promise to your student? A familiar figure, accompanied by an irate voice, appeared at the doorway. Qi Wu abruptly turned, furrowing his brow at Master Lu Qing standing outside. Despite Qi Wu's superior strength compared to Master Lu Qing, he felt compelled to soften his tone. Master Lu Qing? What brings you here? A pinnacle-level alchemist invariably commands the allegiance of countless formidable beings. Should anyone harbor ill intent towards this alchemist, they would undoubtedly face a relentless onslaught from those elite protectors. Even the president of the Five Spirit Academy, a peak spirit saint, would tread cautiously in confronting Master Lu Qing. With a cold snort, Master Lu Qing strode forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yun Qianhuang. If I hadn't come, would you have been able to deceive my disciple? The dragon soul grass may hold little value for ordinary cultivators, yet one must not overlook that this girl is a prodigious alchemist under my tutelage. Not long ago, I acquired a formula for an ancient elixir, the most crucial ingredient of which is none other than the dragon soul grass. How dare you shamelessly renege and attempt to reclaim it? Ancient elixir. Qi Wu's eyes widened slightly as he glanced at Yun Qianhuang, then at the protective master Lu Qing. The girl's earlier reaction did not suggest deceit. Nor was there any reason for Master Lu Qing to mislead him. Could it be that she is not a summoner after all, merely possessing a stronger mental capacity than others? Such individuals do exist. Qi Wu himself is one of them, having possessed formidable mental strength since childhood. A gift that seems tailor-made for a summoner. Though he remains merely a spirit sage, his mental acuity has already begun to rival that of the pinnacle spirit emperors. Qi Wu, reluctant to renounce his previous judgments, found himself at a loss for words in the face of Master Lu Qing's aggression. Ultimately, Qi Wu conceded, surrendering the dragon soul herb to Yun Qianhuang, along with several other equally rare medicinal plants, much to Master Lu Qing's dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, Master Lu Qing feigned satisfaction and departed the Summoners Institute with Yun Qianhuang. Upon returning to the apothecary tower, he cast aside his earlier solemnity and erupted into laughter. Qi Wu, that old fellow, could never have anticipated that the ancient elixir formula was but a ruse. The four companions of Yun Qianya smiled in unison, and a smile graced the corners of Yun Qianhuang's lips. Approaching Master Lu Qing, she retrieved a thin piece of parchment from her storage ring and presented it to him. Master Lu Qing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. This is a token of my appreciation, a treasure I stumbled upon during my journey. The parchment contained the elixir formulas that Yun Qianhuang had previously transcribed. While she held little interest in reclaiming the alchemist's legacy, the numerous elixirs detailed within were beyond her current capabilities to concoct, making it a fitting gesture to repay Master Lu Qing's kindness. A single piece of parchment as a token of gratitude? Master Lu Qing suddenly recalled something, swiftly accepting the parchment and scrutinizing it with great care. The more he examined it, the more exhilarated he became. This was indeed a recipe for an elixir he had never encountered before. Excellent. Young Miss Wen, I shall graciously accept this token of thanks. However, I have matters to attend to today and shall not escort you further. After uttering this statement, Master Lu Qing hastily seized the medicinal formula and rushed to his alchemical furnace, clearly intent on attempting the refining process immediately. Yun Qianhuang shook her head, discreetly retreating from the alchemy chamber along with a few others, refraining from disturbing Master Lu Qing any further. Once they exited the medicinal building, she solemnly expressed her gratitude to the others. Shen Fengyuan shot her a reproachful glance, saying, Qianhuang, we are friends, if you continue to be this polite. I might just take offense. Gong Jilu and Lu Xianqing shared a similar sentiment. The three of them were completely indifferent to such trivial matters and had never considered splitting the rewards of this endeavor with Yun Qianhuang. Nevertheless, she gathered the three of them, along with Yun Qianya, into Shen Fengyuan's courtyard. Once the door was shut and a barrier was established with her spiritual energy, she retrieved third-grade elixirs from her storage ring and distributed them among Shen Fengyuan and the others. These are spirit-refining pills, which I acquired in that palace. They can refine your spiritual roots and might even enhance your strength slightly. The effects of the spirit-refining pill are not as overwhelming as those of the spirit-sculpting pill. They cannot completely eliminate impurities from the spiritual roots, but they do facilitate easier cultivation for the user in the future. The spirit-refining pill exists solely in alchemical texts, and Yun Qianhuang had obtained the formula from the Qianshan Dragon Tomb. She had initially contemplated consuming it herself, but before she could do so, her father had thrust a sacred spirit-sculpting pill into her hands, rendering the spirit-refining pill of little significance to her.
Now,
it was perfectly suited for Shen Fengyuan and her companions. Coming from a family of alchemists, Shen Fengyuan had never heard of the spirit-refining pill. However, just from the words refining spiritual roots, she understood the considerable value of this elixir. The three shook their heads in unison. Huang Huang, we cannot accept. Yun Qianhuang forcefully pressed the item into their hands, stating, this mission was not accomplished by me alone. There is only one dragon soul grass, and I cannot divide it among you. I can only offer the spirit-refining pills. If you consider me a friend, then please accept them. With such earnest words, Shen Fengyuan and the others ceased their refusals, each holding Yun Qianhuang's kindness in their hearts. What about Xiaoya? Gong Jilu glanced at the nearby Yun Qianya. Huang Huang, is there only 3 spirit-refining pills? In that case, I shall forego mine. Let it be given to Xiaoya. My share should go to Xiaoya. My granduncle is a master alchemist. He will surely concoct a pill with effects similar to the spirit-refining pills. As I possess the highest cultivation, I should pass my share to Xiaoya. Yun Qianye quickly shook her head, saying, Ju Lu Go, please accept it. My sister, and I do not require the spirit refining pills. Chapter 72. The proud heavenly figure really? The three of them expressed skepticism. However, Yun Qianhuang and her brother nodded in unison, emphasizing their mutual disinterest. Ultimately, the three accepted the spirit refining pills. As for the reasons behind this exchange, none of them wished to inquire further. Everyone harbors secrets they prefer to keep to themselves. They understood that Huang genuinely regarded them as friends, and that sufficed. Yun Qianhuang then produced another formula for a pill, the wind kite, which she had also discovered within that palace. Your granduncle will surely find this useful. Although she had never met Xin Fengyan's granduncle, being a master alchemist of the highest caliber, he would likely appreciate this formula. Previously, in her efforts to hatch Feng, the spirit recovery pill concocted by granduncle Feng Yan had proved immensely beneficial. The two formulas she presented were exclusively within the realm of grandmasters of alchemy. Should Master Lu Qing and granduncle Feng Yan manage to refine them, both would undoubtedly ascend to the rank of alchemy grandmasters. Cultivating a good relationship with alchemy masters could only yield positive outcomes. As a fellow alchemist, Shen Fengyan fully grasped the immense value of these formulas, rivaling that of the three spirit refining pills. She expressed her gratitude to Yun Qianhuang on behalf of her granduncle before accepting the formula. Yun Qianhuang then took out a formation plate, setting up a defensive array in the courtyard. You may consume the spirit refining pills here. Shen Fengyan and the others nodded, pouring out the pills and subsequently sitting cross-legged to absorb their effects. Yun Qianhuang patted Yun Qianye's head, saying, Come with me. She guided Yun Qianye back to her room, closing the door behind them, and instructed Yun Qianye to sit on the bed. Yun Qianye obediently complied, and once he settled into position, Yun Qianhuang sat cross-legged behind him, her hands gently pressed against his back. Xiao Yi, there may be some discomfort shortly. Please endure it. After forming a bond with Feng, Yun Qianhuang could harness a fraction of her power. This power, combined with the borrowed strength from Outyan, enabled her to employ a secret technique from Outyan's legacy to assist Yun Qianye in refining his spiritual bones. However, she was not a divine dragon. She could only aid her closest kin and, unlike Outyan, could not directly reconstruct bones, but rather enhance the quality of Yun Qianye's spiritual bones based on their existing state. Sister, rest assured, I fear not the pain, Yun Qianye replied with a smile, shaking his head. Although uncertain of his sister's intentions, he had never been one to shy away from pain. Upon hearing his words, Yun Qianhuang began to channel the borrowed power through her hands into Yun Qianye's body. It was an extraordinarily domineering force that surged within him, causing his complexion to pale almost instantly. The power entwined with his spiritual bones, shattering them inch by inch. And Yun Qianye could almost hear the sound of his bones fracturing, clear, jarring, accompanied by excruciating agony. He gritted his teeth, determined to stifle any cries of distress, for that would be too shameful. As the completely fractured spiritual bones gradually reformed, the rebirth of broken bones brought forth suffering that exceeded what an ordinary person could endure. For a fleeting moment, the tension in Yun Qianye's clenched jaw faltered, and he could not help but let out a cry of pain. A cry of pain echoed outside the room, causing Yun Qianye's eyes to widen. He quickly pressed his fist against his mouth, leaving deep bite marks on the back of his hand, as the sounds were silenced between his clenched teeth. This torment persisted for a considerable duration, drenching Yun Qianye in cold sweat, yet he refrained from uttering a single sound. Finally, Yun Qianhuang retracted her hand, her lips slightly pale. Simultaneously, relying on the strength of Outyan and Feng, the exertion proved somewhat overwhelming for her body. However, the success of her endeavor was a welcome outcome. Yun Qianye, having succumbed to pain, began to lose consciousness. As Yun Qianhuang withdrew her hand, darkness enveloped him, and he uncontrollably fell backward. Yun Qianhuang swiftly caught him and placed a recovery pill into his mouth before laying him gently on the bed. She then rose and seated herself in a chair within the room, retrieving a sprig of dragon soul herb. Outyan, how should I absorb this dragon soul herb? I cannot simply chew it raw, can I? Master, enveloping the dragon soul herb with your spiritual energy will allow it to naturally transform into your power. With Outyan's guidance, Yun Qianhuang promptly released her spiritual energy, wrapping it around the small dragon soul herb. The leaves of the herb trembled, emitting a faint green mist that permeated into her brow. This green mist, infused with a rich vitality, entered her body, and immediately, Yun Qianhuang experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. Her spiritual energy surged significantly under the influence of the dragon soul herb, now rivaling that of 5-star or 6-star spiritual emperors. Eagerly, Yun Qianhuang opened her second space, allowing her consciousness to enter within. She recalled Ao Tian mentioning that the dragon soul grass could partially restore his spirit. In the ethereal space, Feng Feng stood upon a branch of an ancient tree, eyes closed in meditation. Fu Bai nestled beside the medicinal field, his rabbit-like eyes fixated on the golden dragon soul beneath the colossal tree. At that moment, a verdant mist enveloped Ao Tian's being, gradually merging into his spirit, mending the fragmented dragon soul, which began to solidify. Large swathes of luminous mist cocooned his entire dragon form, indicating that the absorption process would require some time. Yun Xianyi remained in slumber, while Shin Fengyuan and the others likely had not fully absorbed the effects of the spirit-refining pill. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Qianhuang withdrew her consciousness from the space to engage in her own cultivation. A quarter of an hour later, Ao Tian's voice resonated within her mind. Master, my strength has recovered to over 30%, and my spirit has been partially restored. Yun Qianhuang re-entered the ethereal space, her gaze drawn immediately to the dragon soul beneath the ancient tree. At this juncture, the green mist surrounding Ao Tian had entirely dissipated, and his spirit had substantially solidified, emanating a more potent aura. A faint golden light enveloped Ao Tian, as the golden dragon's soul gradually contracted, ultimately transforming into a humanoid form. Clad in a light golden robe, his ink-black hair cascaded casually, and his golden eyes radiated an innate aura of superiority.
Ao Tian?
Gazing at the strikingly handsome young man before her, seemingly in his early 20s, Yun Qianhuang felt a twinge of uncertainty. Was this truly her Ao Tian? For so long, Ao Tian had communicated with her through his mental energy, his voice ancient and ethereal, reminiscent of a venerable elder well past his prime. Isn't this contrast rather striking? Outyen raised the corners of his lips, assuring his master that there was no need for doubt. This is my human form. Once a spirit beast ascends to become a divine beast, it acquires the ability to take on human shape. Not only I, but that little phoenix also possesses a human form. However, we spirit beasts still prefer our beastly shapes, for only in our true forms can we unleash our utmost power. This explains why Feng Feng, despite having inherited the strength of the past, remains reluctant to transform into a human. Yet for Outyen, the limitations of assuming human form are negligible. He is, after all, the most formidable spirit beast in this realm. It took Yun Qianhuang a while to accept this reality, and just as she wished to inquire further, she suddenly heard Yun Qianya's voice. Chapter 73. The treatment of the head of the division. Yun Qianhuang withdrew from the space, her eyes opening to find Yun Qianya already sitting upright. Xiao Yi, do you feel any discomfort? It was her first experience, and although Ao Tian had assured her that no issues would arise, she remained concerned. Dear sister, I feel perfectly fine. Yun Qianya stood up and moved around a bit, demonstrating, see, I am in good shape. Moreover, I just tried practicing and discovered that my cultivation speed has significantly increased. The quality of the spiritual bone determines the rate of cultivation. Yun Qianya possessed a superior spiritual bone, which already allowed him to cultivate faster than many. However, now he sensed that his cultivation speed might rival that of those with exquisite spiritual bones. The overwhelming energy had seemingly enhanced the quality of his spiritual bone. But could this truly be accomplished by a mere human? Yun Qianya could not help but doubt, yet upon meeting those familiar phoenix eyes, all inquiries vanished. Sister, I will go out to see them. I shall accompany you. The siblings pushed open the door, and in the courtyard, Shen Fengyuan and the others had fully absorbed the effects of the spirit refinement pill. Upon seeing the siblings emerge, Shen Fengyuan rushed to Yun Qianhuang, tightly embracing her arm. Huang, I have advanced to the rank of Great Spiritual Master. Gong Zhou had also successfully broken through his bottleneck, joining the ranks of Great Spiritual Masters. Although Lu Xuanqing's level had not yet increased, he was on the verge of becoming a 3-star Great Spiritual Master. The effects of the spirit refinement pill were far beyond what the three had anticipated. It is noteworthy that the existence of a medicinal pill capable of enhancing one's level without side effects had never been heard of before. Furthermore, the three individuals could discern that the impurities within their spiritual roots had significantly diminished, a feat unattainable even by formidable spirit emperors. Congratulations! Yun Qianhuang sincerely expressed her commendation. The efficacy of the spirit refining pill varies according to the innate talent of the user. Such remarkable results can only attest to the fact that the three were indeed exceptional prodigies. Although Shen Fengyuan and the others were elated, they did not forget that it was Yun Qianhuang who had bestowed upon them such a precious pill. While they remained silent on the matter, they were already contemplating what gifts to present in return to Yun Qianhuang. By the way, Huang, are you unaware that new students in the subsidiary academy can choose to attend classes in the main academy after 1 month of enrollment? The Five Spirit Academy emphasizes the comprehensive development of its students. Courses in the subsidiary academy are conducted in the morning, while those in the main academy take place in the afternoon. This arrangement allows students from the subsidiary academy the opportunity to attend classes in the main academy together. Of course, if one prefers not to, the academy does not impose any obligation. Typically, this information would be conveyed to new students by their mentors after a month of school. However, Yun Qianhuang had missed this announcement as she was not present at the academy during that time. Shen Fengyuan had only just recalled this detail. For cultivators to pursue a longer journey, professional guidance is indeed essential. I truly did not know, Yun Qianhuang replied, her expression momentarily clouded with confusion. Is it possible to choose any subsidiary academy? If an ordinary person were to pose such a question, Shen Fengyuan would undoubtedly regard them as somewhat deranged. For one could only attend the division corresponding to their spiritual root attribute. Would a fire spiritual root truly venture into the wood division for classes? Yet, when it came to Yun Qianhuang, Shen Fengyuan merely reflected on the tribulations of genius and replied, "It is indeed possible, but I would recommend you to pursue the water division." The matter of possessing 5 spiritual roots was something Yun Qianhuang had not even disclosed to Yun Qianya. Not due to a lack of trust, but because historically very few individuals with 5 spiritual roots had ever emerged on the continent. As the saying goes, when a tree stands out in the forest, it is bound to be felled by the wind. Thus, in Shen Fengyuan's view, Yun Qianhuang possessed only dual roots of water and fire. Perplexed by Shen Fengyuan's suggestion, Yun Qianhuang inquired, "Why?" Lu Xianqing stepped forward and placed a hand upon Yun Qianya's shoulder, explaining, "Each division's chief enjoys special privileges. Aside from having the luxury of residing in a separate courtyard, they also gain the qualification to enter the Spirit Gathering Tower for cultivation." Gong Jiulu comprehended Shen Fengyuan's intent. There can only be one chief per division. If you Huang and Xiao Yu were to be in the same division, only one of you could gain access to the Spirit Gathering Tower. Conversely, should Yun Qianhuang choose the water division and ascend to its chief, both she and Yun Qianya would be able to enter the tower for cultivation. The Spirit Gathering Tower is a 5-story edifice, each level inscribed with advanced spirit gathering formations, where the density of spiritual energy is 5 times greater than that of the outside world. The construction of the Spirit Gathering Tower demanded considerable manpower and resources from the 5 Spirit Academy, hence, only the most exceptional students from each division are permitted entry. Not long after entering the academy, Yun Qianya emerged as a rising star in the fire division, with the prospect of surpassing the position of chief imminent. Should Yun Qianhuang also join the fire division, it would inevitably result in one of the siblings being unable to enter the nailing tower. Thus, the situation became clear to Yun Qianhuang. With her quintuple spirit roots, her cultivation was not bound by elemental restrictions, allowing her to join any division. However, given the privileges afforded to the chief of the division, it would be prudent for her to part ways with Yun Qianya. Having made her decision, the following afternoon, Yun Qianhuang proceeded to the water division. According to Shen Fengyuan, she was to first report to the mentor of the water division, who would assign her to a class. Once Out Yen's strength had recovered to over 30%, he would be able to completely conceal her extraordinary talents. Thus, Yun Qianhuang felt no apprehension about revealing her abilities and directly sought out the mentor of the water division. Gu Xian was indeed one of the mentors there. As class time approached, she was making her way to the teaching building when an unfamiliar student called out to her. Glancing at the badge on Yun Qianhuang's chest, Gu Xian inquired, "Are you from the alchemist division? What can I assist you with?" Yun Qianhuang responded with utmost politeness, "Mentor, I had to take a leave of absence from the academy and could not report to the water division with the other new students. Could you kindly guide me on which class would be most suitable for me? You possess water spirit roots?" Gu Xian expressed her surprise. It was noteworthy that most students from the alchemist division were of wood or fire spirit roots, as these elements facilitated their journey to becoming proficient alchemists. As of this year, no new students with water spirit roots had yet been observed in their division. Yun Qianhuang replied with a smile, "Indeed. Gu Xian scrutinized her from head to toe and nodded. Follow me. She turned and led Yun Xianhuang into a spacious hall. This was the venue used for admission tests during the enrollment period, equipped with crystal orbs for testing spiritual roots and levels. Gu Xian retrieved a booklet from her storage ring, held a brush in her right hand, and gestured towards the two crystal spheres, saying, "Let us first assess your spiritual roots and level, after which I will assist you in arranging your class." Students coming from the divisions were exempt from the admission test. Yet the evaluation of spiritual roots and levels was mandatory. As Yun Xianhuang gazed at the two testing crystals, her heart sank. Shun Fengyuan had not informed her about the need to test her spiritual roots. If she were to step up, her 5 spiritual roots would undoubtedly be revealed. Chapter 74. A faint and ambiguous whisper. Yun Xianhuang hesitated, inquiring, "Mentor, is it absolutely necessary to test for spiritual roots?" "Of course," Gu Xian replied, regarding her question as rather peculiar. "Without testing, how can we ascertain whether you possess a water spiritual root?" Yun Xianhuang raised her hand, poised to summon a modicum of spiritual energy to coalesce into a water orb, intending to substantiate her claim of being a water spiritual root. However, Gu Xian seemed to discern her intentions, tapping the brush against the scroll. "There is no need to attempt to manipulate your spiritual energy as proof. A disguise artifact can temporarily alter a person's spiritual root and energy, yet it cannot deceive the testing crystal." Yun Xianhuang paused in contemplation, relinquishing her plan to harness spiritual energy. Taking a deep breath, she approached the crystal designated for testing spiritual roots, simultaneously reaching out mentally to Ao Tian for assistance. "Ao Tian, could you ensure that this testing crystal solely identifies my water spiritual root?" "Apologies, Master, but that is beyond my capabilities." Yun Xianhuang's hesitation sparked suspicion in Gu Xian, whose gaze sharpened, placing her brush upon the scroll. "If you are unwilling to undergo the test, you may return to your alchemist division." Gu Xian could not fathom why Yun Xianhuang hesitated for such an extended period. The method for crafting disguise artifacts had long been lost, and such artifacts had not graced the continent for ages. She found it implausible that a newcomer would possess a disguise artifact, rendering Yun Xianhuang's indecision all the more suspect. Although Gu Xian could not deduce the reason behind her hesitation, it mattered little. If she truly refused to be tested, she would not be compelled. However, the water division would not accept this student. Yun Xianhuang regarded Gu Xian's piercing gaze, her mind racing as she weighed the pros and cons. Although the nailing tower is indeed remarkable, it is not imperative for her to enter, even with her exceptional spirit bone. However, she rarely utilizes any spiritual power aside from fire, indicating a genuine need for formal education. While contemplating this, Yun Xianhuang suddenly felt a hand grasp hers, lifting it and placing it upon the crystal designated for testing spiritual roots. A gentle breeze seemed to whisper in her ear, a faint and indistinct murmur. "Do not be afraid." Yun Xianhuang's gaze trembled. That voice was. Gu Xian remained oblivious to the sound and, noticing Yun Xianhuang's hand resting on the testing crystal, resumed infusing it with spiritual power using her brush. The cool sensation enveloped Yun Xianhuang's hand, and as she attempted to withdraw it, she found her hand seemingly welded in place. Another soft murmur followed. "You will not be exposed." Unable to retract her hand, and with the mentor from the water division observing nearby, Yun Xianhuang had no choice but to resolutely channel her spiritual power into the crystal. Well, if exposure were to occur, so be it. After all, she had maintained a disguise within the academy, and no one knew her true identity. At worst, she could simply shed her disguise and leave the academy upon completing her studies. With resignation, she thought, and at that moment, the testing crystal began to transform. A streak of blue emerged, gradually spreading until it completely enveloped the crystal. Was this not the water spiritual root? Why had the girl hesitated earlier? Gu Xian could not comprehend, but merely instructed. "Now, proceed to test the next level." The pressure on Yun Xianhuang's hand abruptly vanished, allowing her to retract it. Gazing at the azure test crystal that retained its vibrant hue, Yun Xianhuang pressed her lips together and placed her hand upon another test crystal. The results emerged swiftly. A 4-star spirit master. Gu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as she verified Yun Xianhuang's bone age, subsequently inquiring, "What is your name, dear student?" Yun Xianhuang, distracted by the sound of that voice, replied absent-mindedly, "When Qianhuang." Immediately, Gu Xian retrieved the enrollment test registry, a tome held by each mentor of the various divisions. chronicling the details of all students who had successfully passed the examination. After a considerable search, Gu Xian finally located the name Wen Qianhuang within the pages. Wen Qianhuang, aged 15, a 7-star spirit user, having successfully passed the Apothecary Division S assessment. Wait a moment. A 7-star spirit user? Gu Xian scrutinized the entry repeatedly, ensuring her eyes had not deceived her. It had scarcely been 4 months since the new students had enrolled, and this girl had astonishingly advanced from a 7-star spirit user to a 4-star spirit master. How had she accomplished such a feat? This rate of advancement, even amidst the prodigies of the 5-Spirit Academy, was indeed unparalleled. Could it be that this girl possessed a supreme spirit bone? While supreme spirit bones are rare, the 5-Spirit Academy had admitted several in recent years. With this thought, Gu Xian found it easier to accept the situation. She diligently recorded Yun Qianhuang's information and then presented her with an emblem of the Water Division. The emblem, shaped like a drop of water, was comparable in size to that of the Apothecary Division. Once Yun Qianhuang accepted it, Gu Xian returned the registry and penned to her storage ring, a gleeful anticipation stirring within her. Dear one, I wonder if you would consider joining my class? Gu Xian extended an olive branch. I am Gu Xian, a member of the Water System 1-star Spirit Sect, tasked with guiding the new students of the Celestial class. Within the 5 Spirits Academy, there are divisions for each grade, categorized into Celestial, Earthly, Profound, and Yellow classes. Generally, students from the sub-academies possess limited talent and energy, resulting in their placement predominantly within the Yellow class, with only a few advancing to the Profound class. However, the Celestial class comprises only those exceptional students who stood out during the admission tests, with not a single student from the sub-academies present. Yun Qianhuang was indifferent to which class she would join and casually replied, I would like to. Gu Xian was delighted and promptly took her hand, saying, Come, let us go to class. It was precisely the time for afternoon lessons. Yun Qianhuang allowed Gu Xian to lead her away, her gaze lowered, fixated on her right hand. Just now, was it merely an illusion? Yet, she seemed to still perceive that faintly cool sensation. But if it were not an illusion, why could she sense no presence, not even through her spiritual perception? Yun Qianhuang pondered throughout the journey until Gu Xian ushered her into the classroom of the new Celestial class, at which point she reluctantly redirected her thoughts. This is Wen Qianhuang, a 4-star spirit master of the water system, and she will henceforth be a member of our Celestial class. The classroom was already filled with students. Gu Xian briefly introduced Yun Qianhuang to the others before allowing her to find a seat. Yun Qianhuang surveyed the room and selected a vacant spot that caught her eye. No sooner had she seated herself than she felt the scrutinizing gazes of those beside her resting upon her. As it was during class time, those individuals refrained from speaking. However, their eyes conveyed everything. They were all perplexed as to how Yun Qianhuang, a newcomer from the Alchemist Division, could possibly be a 4-star spirit master. Yun Qianhuang disregarded their gazes and focused intently on Gu Xian's lecture. The Water Division had 2 classes in the afternoon, one theoretical and one practical. After the conclusion of the first class, the freshmen, who had been holding back for an entire session, finally found their voices. Due to their unfamiliarity, they did not approach Yun Qianhuang directly, but engaged in discussions among themselves about her. Wasn't she from the Alchemist Division? How could she possess such a high rank? She was of the Water Spirit root. Why would she choose to join the Alchemist Division, which was predominantly composed of fire or wood spirit roots? Who knows? Yet the fact that she was able to pass the admissions test for the Alchemist Division surely indicated some level of capability. Those murmurs reached Yun Qianhuang's ears clearly, yet they bore no malice, and she paid them little mind. She was still reflecting on her earlier testing experience. Soon, the second practical class commenced. Chapter 75. Left behind, the practical combat class for the heavenly class was held in an expansive square. This lesson allowed students to choose their opponents autonomously and engage in battles utilizing the skills they had acquired. Not only were first-year students from the heavenly class present, but also second- and third-year students. The Water Division's uniforms were all adorned in shades of aquamarine. Thus, Yun Qianhuang, donned in a light azure robe, was particularly striking. The instructors from the second and third year heavenly class turned their attention towards her. Gu Xian, how did your class come to include a student from the Alchemist Division? Inquired Instructor Kong from the second year heavenly class. Gu Xian smiled and replied, she is also one of our heavenly class students. However, she had previously taken a leave of absence and has just returned today. Due to the haste of her arrival, she did not have time to change her attire. Are you certain? Instructor Kong's skeptical gaze fell upon Yun Qianhuang. Is there truly a student from the alchemist division capable of entering your heavenly class? It is well known that alchemy is an endeavor that demands considerable energy. Hence, the majority of students in the alchemist division possess relatively low levels. Among them, only that girl from the Shin family can excel in both disciplines. This is due to her diligence. Upon her arrival last year, she challenged the chief of the alchemist division, dedicating the entire year to either alchemy or training within the spirit tower.
Consequently,
She has attained the status of a peak intermediate alchemist and an 8-star wood element spirit master. However, this alchemist student is a freshman, and judging by Gu Xian's words, she has taken a considerable leave of absence. How could she possibly reach the level required to join the heavenly class? Instructor Kong remained unconvinced. Gu Xian was reluctant to elaborate, fearing that if she disclosed Wen Qianhuang's test results, the individual surnamed Kong might attempt to claim her. She disregarded Mentor Kong and instructed the students in her class to begin selecting their opponents. The elite classes from 3 different grades were attending the same lessons, thus allowing for the possibility of choosing adversaries from the other 2 grades if desired. However, with over 3 months since the school year commenced, even the newcomers had become familiar with their rivals. Yun Qianhuang had just arrived today, ranking among the top in her freshman class, yet no one opted to challenge her. The students from the other 2 grades, recognizing her as a member of the apothecary division, were disinclined to pick on her and certainly would not choose her as an opponent. Consequently, only Yun Qianhuang and another second-year student remained without challengers. Gu Xian glanced at the pair and hesitated, suggesting, Wen Qianhuang, would you consider practicing with Qi Yijiang? However, given that Qi Yijiang is an 8-star spirit master, if you prefer, you may practice on your own. While practical combat is undoubtedly more beneficial against an opponent, the significant 4-star disparity in levels between Yun Qianhuang and Qi Yijiang meant Gu Xian would not impose. Gu Xian, have you lost your mind? Mentor Kong was accustomed to the fact that no one dared to select Qi Yijiang as their opponent, so he was taken aback by Gu Xian's suggestion that Yun Qianhuang challenge him. He cautioned Yun Qianhuang, child, do not heed your mentor's advice. Although Qi Yijiang is an 8-star spirit master, there is no one of equal standing who can contend with him, and even those who are a star or 2 above him would hesitate to confront him. Qi Yijiang is the prime of the water division. His presence here is not merely a coincidence, but a testament to his formidable strength. It is rather cruel to have a student from the alchemist division engage in practical exercises alongside the division's chief, isn't it? Mentor Kong truly wishes to pry open Gu Xian's mind to understand her thoughts. The students, having chosen their opponents with the mentor's permission, have already taken their positions to commence practice, leaving only Yun Qianhuang and Qi Yijiang standing solitary beside the mentor. Yun Qianhuang glanced at Qi Yijiang, who happened to meet her gaze in return. As their eyes locked, Yun Qianhuang suddenly stepped forward, requesting guidance from senior brother Qi. She was eager to experience the nature of combat solely utilizing her water spirit power. After a brief moment of silence, Qi Yijiang shook his head, stating plainly, you are not my match. His tone was devoid of fluctuation, merely presenting a fact, and thus, it was not off-putting. The 2nd and 3rd-year students were well aware of Qi Yijiang's prowess. Upon witnessing Yun Qianhuang's audacious choice of opponent, a chorus of admonitions arose. Senior Sister Wen, please reconsider. One urged. Qi Yijiang's strength is comparable to that of a grandmaster. Senior Sister Wen, it would be wise to choose someone else. I am a 5-star spirit master. Senior Sister Wen, perhaps I could be your opponent instead, and I won't utilize my full strength. Their intentions were well-meaning, yet the underlying message was clear. They all believed Yun Qianhuang would be thoroughly outmatched by Qi Yijiang. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Yun Qianhuang's eyes sparkled with determination as she replied, thank you for your kind intentions, but I still wish to select senior brother Qi. Gu Xian looked on with a sense of satisfaction, while Mentor Kong appeared utterly bewildered. It was unheard of for anyone to insist on choosing Qi Yijiang as an opponent. However, it was evident that Wen Qianhuang was resolutely unwilling to heed advice. She could only urge Qi Yuliang, accompany Wen Qianhuang in practice. Remember, this is merely a lesson, not a genuine battle. As Mentor Kong spoke, Qi Yuliang no longer resisted Yun Qianhuang. He nodded and turned to an empty corner nearby. Yun Qianhuang followed suit. The stark disparity between a chief of a division and a novice from the alchemy department drew the attention of students from 3 different grades. They were eager to discover why this Wen Qianhuang dared to choose Qi Yuliang as her opponent. Let us begin. As the words fell, Qi Yuliang's demeanor shifted. His expression turned earnest as he summoned water elemental energy, and with a flick of his hand, several water arrows surged towards Yun Qianhuang. This display clearly indicated that he had disregarded Mentor Kong's admonition. Yun Qianhuang retreated slightly, conjuring a wall of ice before her. The water arrows struck the ice wall and were instantly frozen. Elemental conversion? The knowledgeable upperclassmen widened their eyes. This alchemy department junior was indeed remarkable. The transformation of water elemental energy into ice elemental energy is what is termed elemental mutation. Such conversion not only requires the purification of the elemental energy within, but also demands mastery of its application to an extraordinary degree. Nevertheless, there are drawbacks. Using converted elemental energy in combat consumes significantly more than employing ordinary elemental energy. Another upperclassman shook his head. Is it so simple for Qi Yuliang? Elemental conversion is merely a technique he is capable of. He simply prefers not to employ it. Just like now, although the water arrows were thwarted, Qi Yuliang did not use ice elemental energy. Circles of water rippled outward from beneath his feet, shattering the icy barrier of Yun Qianhuang and advancing menacingly towards her. She must not allow his spiritual energy to touch her. Within her, her own spiritual energy surged rapidly. As she took a step back, the encroaching waves of water were instantaneously frozen. Simultaneously, a barrage of ice spikes rained down upon Qi Yuliang. Swift as a flash, Qi Yuliang evaded the ice spikes, which crashed to the ground and instantly transformed into puddles of water. As a practitioner of water magic, he understood better than anyone that those seemingly innocuous puddles posed the gravest danger. Should he tread upon them, he would undoubtedly be ensnared in ice. A surge of water erupted behind him, rising high like a ferocious beast, lunging towards Yun Qianhuang. In its assault, it also scattered the water traces left by the ice spikes. Just a moment before the wave collided with Yun Qianhuang, it abruptly solidified into ice, unleashing a multitude of sharp ice spikes from within. Chapter 76. Embraced by powerful arms in a fleeting moment, the waves surged forth, coalescing into icy spikes. Such swiftness left the second and third-year students present questioning their own abilities to evade such an onslaught. A palpable tension filled the air as the spectators silently empathized with Yun Qianhuang. Yet, her reflexes surpassed their expectations. She gracefully arched her back, evading the icy projectile aimed at her brow. Subsequently, frost erupted from beneath her feet, cascading outward in layers, shattering the frozen waves into countless fragments. A chill permeated the atmosphere, prompting those nearby to rub their arms against the sudden cold. How frigid! This freshman's reflexes are extraordinary. How did she manage to evade such a perilous situation? If it were me, I would have likely surrendered at that instant. The ice walls continued to expand, leaving Qi Yuliang with diminishing ground to stand upon, compelling him to dismantle the icy barriers one by one. Since the commencement of their spar, Yun Qianhuang had consistently harnessed her transformed ice spiritual energy, nearly freezing the entire area. This newcomer, does her spiritual energy never deplete? Since the start of the semester, Qi Yuliang had never encountered an opponent of this caliber. His expression grew serious, his demeanor increasingly cautious. Meanwhile, Yun Qianhuang, while attacking, simultaneously channeled her innate spiritual roots to absorb energy. Though the rate of absorption could not match that of her expenditure, it was sufficient to sustain her internal reserves. The two exchanged blows for several rounds, yet neither had gained the upper hand. As the ambient temperature continued to drop, Qi Yuliang, engaged in battle, seemed to sense an impending shift. With a powerful strike, he forced Yun Qianhuang to retreat, but it was too late. A torrential downpour of fine rain suddenly cascaded from the heavens, instantaneously transforming upon contact with the ground into solid ice. Initially, Qi Yuliang managed to evade the assault of the icy droplets, yet the prolonged skirmish had begun to take its toll on his stamina. In a momentary lapse, a single drop fell at his feet, instantly encasing them in frost. With no time left to extricate himself from this icy grip, he raised his hand, summoning the last remnants of his spiritual energy. Water surged forth like serpents from the ground, twisting and writhing as it sought to ensnare Yun Qianhuang's ankles. Despite continuously channeling his innate energy, the extended battle, particularly the unforeseen attack that had caught him off guard, had thoroughly drained Yun Qianhuang's reserves. She could only rely on her physical agility to evade capture. Anticipating her movements, Qi Yuliang unleashed his watery serpents, which suddenly shattered. splattering droplets of spiritual energy that landed on Yun Qianhuang's legs. In an instant, icy tendrils raced up, freezing her limbs in place.
Now.
Both were ensnared by each other's control, yet their internal energies had been entirely depleted, rendering even the least demanding water sphere technique beyond their reach. Had they possessed spiritual artifacts, there might have been a chance to determine a victor. However, this was merely a practical training session, not a life-or-death contest. Thus, neither pursued the matter further. The duel concluded in a stalemate. Do not speak of the students. Even Gu Xian and Mentor Kong never anticipated such an outcome. Is this a tie? How could a freshman from the Alchemist Division possibly draw with Qi Yujian? Is this reasonable? I merely wish to understand why this Wen Qianhuang, possessing such formidable prowess, chose to join the Alchemist Division. The discourse surrounding this contest extends beyond the students. Mentor Kong inquires of Gu Xian, pray tell, Gu Xian, could this girl also be an 8-star spirit master? Gu Xian, equally astonished by the result, subsequently feels a swell of pride. See, this is the student I selected. After calming her racing heart, she responds, do you truly believe that is possible? Such fortuitousness is unfathomable. An 8-star spirit master in their first year has yet to be witnessed since the establishment of our 5-spirit academy. However, this girl's rate of advancement is indeed unparalleled in our academy's history. Wen Qianhuang is a 4-star spirit master. 4 stars? Are you jesting? Mentor Kong is reluctant to accept that a 4-star could stand toe-to-toe with Qi Yujian. Gu Xian simply retrieves a testing crystal from her storage ring and offers it to her. If you do not believe me, let her demonstrate in your presence. Mentor Kong, not one to stubbornly persist, acknowledges the testing crystal and ceases her doubts regarding Gu Xian. She glances at the two still encased in ice, gestures to release them from their confinement, and swiftly approaches to support the exhausted Qi Yujian. Both Qi Yujian and Yun Qianhuang require time to recuperate. Before long, Qi Yuliang retrieved a badge from his storage ring, a token of the Water Division, and approached Yun Qianhuang, presenting it to her. The badge of the chief is now yours. The badge bore no stripes to signify a year, yet it was adorned with a golden rim. The rules of each division were identical. One could ascend to the position of chief only by defeating the incumbent. Yun Qianhuang shook her head, asserting, you did not lose to me. The result of this contest is a draw. It cannot be deemed a defeat for you. Qi Yuliang smirked slightly. I apologize for my earlier statement. In a true battle, I would not stand a chance against you. Observers, both students and mentors, perceived this as a contest of equal standing. However, only Qi Yuliang understood that Yun Qianhuang's speed far surpassed his own. In a genuine fight, had she leveraged her speed from the outset, he would have had no hope of resistance. Physical agility has always been a vulnerability for cultivators, a deficiency that did not plague Yun Qianhuang. Nevertheless, she chose not to exploit this advantage, engaging him purely through the contest of spiritual energy. Qi Yuliang conceded, his acceptance genuine and heartfelt. He began to comprehend the path he must take for self-improvement. I will reclaim it when the opportunity arises. Resolutely, he pressed the badge into Yun Qianhuang's hand before turning away. Yun Qianhuang gazed at the badge representing the chief, ultimately deciding to accept it. The practical combat class concluded, marking the end of today's lessons. As it was not yet time for dinner, Yun Qianhuang first went to collect the attire from the Water Division and then returned to the Alchemist Division, intending to practice for a while in her quarters. Her internal spiritual energy had not replenished significantly, so she needed to seize the time to recover. During lunch, Shin Fengyuan mentioned that she would be visiting her great-uncle, Elder Shin Song of the Alchemist Division, in the afternoon. At this moment, he should still be absent, not present in the room. Within the academy, there was little threat to encounter. Thus, Yun Qianhuang paid no heed and casually pushed open the door to her room. She swiftly entered, turned to close the door, and made her way towards the bed. A pungent scent of blood assaulted her senses, her expression hardened, and she quickly vacated her previous position, only to be ensnared by a pair of powerful arms around her waist. A shadowy figure then materialized before her, collapsing into her embrace. Chapter 77. Grave injuries. Yun Qianhuang's mental energy surged violently, and she was on the verge of summoning her 3 beasts. However, in the next moment, she discerned the appearance of the person before her. Feng Jingchen? The voice she had heard during the spirit root test indeed belonged to Feng Jingchen. Yun Qianhuang retracted her mental energy and cast a downward glance at Feng Jingchen's injuries, her heart sinking in alarm. His wounds were far more severe than when she first encountered him, especially the deep gash on his back where a sharp weapon had pierced him. The injury perilously close to his heart, just a fraction off, and he might lose his life. Yun Qianhuang recalled that during their last encounter in the Lingxian forest, Feng Jingchen had been pursued by several formidable spirit emperors, yet had not been in such dire straits. At that time, he still had the strength to escort her and Yun Qianya to safety. Now, however, his breath was faint, as if he were on the brink of death. Initially intending to push him away, Yun Qianhuang instead allowed Feng Jingchen to lean against her. Seemingly regaining a modicum of strength, he struggled to open his eyes. His bloodied hand lifting to reveal a vibrant plant enveloped in spiritual energy, presenting it before Yun Qianhuang. She recognized it instantly. It was the Fengyu grass, identical to the one she had obtained in the Feng Palace, with the sole distinction that this particular specimen bore 2 phoenix feather fruits. She recalled mentioning that if Feng Jingchen ever wished to repay her, he should help her find 2 phoenix feather fruits. Feng Jingchen's weak voice broke the silence. Huang Huang. I have brought you the 2 phoenix feather fruits you wished for. The latter part of his sentence trailed off as he lacked the strength to continue, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The phoenix feather grass cannot endure prolonged separation from the soil. Yun Qianhuang first stored the phoenix feather grass in her spatial realm before frowning at Feng Jingchen, who was leaning heavily against her. She understood that he was gravely injured and lacked the strength to stand, thus relying on her for support. However, could he not hold on so tightly? Yun Qianhuang attempted to pry Feng Jingchen's arm away, intending to help him lie down on the bed, yet he had succumbed to unconsciousness, his grip remaining unyielding. Unfortunately, she found herself lacking in spiritual power at that moment, rendering her incapable of using it to push him away. Blood continued to flow from his wounds, saturating her clothing with its warm, viscous essence, a sensation she found quite unpleasant. With great effort, she dragged Feng Jingchen slowly to the edge of the bed. However, unable to detach his arm from her, she had no choice but to lie down beside him. In this proximity, the scent of blood invaded her senses. Her brow furrowed deeply as she took out several sacred-grade recovery pills and placed them into Feng Jingchen's mouth. The pills dissolved instantly, and even in his unconscious state, their efficacy was unaffected. Despite administering these sacred recovery pills, Feng Jingchen's wounds merely ceased bleeding without showing any signs of healing. Indeed, as Outyan had mentioned, this individual possessed a unique constitution, rendering the pills ineffective. Yet, these were the only pills Yun Qianhuang could muster. A handful might be insufficient, but surely several dozen would yield some effect? After all, she had an abundance of pills, and she felt no remorse as she forcefully fed him a considerable quantity. Elixirs do not possess the notion of 3 parts medicine, 1 part poison. They are solely healing potions, and consuming them like candy poses no threat. Yun Qianhuang had lost count of how many elixirs she had administered to Feng Jingchen. Regardless of the potency of these elixirs, their cumulative effect was indeed beneficial. Feng Jingchen's breathing had steadied somewhat, and the myriad of minor wounds on his body had begun to heal, though the most severe injury remained unchanged. The healing process, accompanied by an inevitable itch, went unnoticed by the unconscious Feng Jingchen. However, the grip he had maintained on Yun Qianhuang finally loosened. She had successfully extricated herself from his grasp. Gently, she repositioned Feng Jingchen to lie flat on the bed, her gaze fixating on the wound on his back. With no other recourse available, she could only rely on Feng Jingchen's innate ability to recover. As for his garments, which had lost all semblance of their original hue, Yun Qianhuang summoned Ao Tian to assist in changing Feng Jingchen's attire. The blood-soaked clothing was incinerated without hesitation. She also discarded her own blood-stained attire, replacing it with a fresh set of robes. With the source of the sanguine scent significantly reduced, Yun Qianhuang's furrowed brow finally relaxed as she settled into a chair, her eyes fixed on the unconscious Feng Jingchen. Previously, Feng Jingchen had aided her in unlocking the second space of her storage ring, granting her considerable benefits. Consequently, she had pledged to him that should he ever find himself pursued again, he could seek her out at the Five Spirit Academy. While she remained uncertain as to how this individual had managed to locate her with such precision, Yun Qianhuang would not renege on her promise. Moreover, whether it was previously at Yanfeng Mountain or during today's examination of spiritual roots, this individual had been of immense assistance to her. Frankly speaking, Yun Qianhuang could not turn a blind eye to suffering. However, elixirs held no value for this person, and she currently found herself utterly at a loss. Yun Xianhuang gazed at Out Yen, who had yet to return to the space, and inquired, "Is there any method to treat his injuries?" She had found no useful information within Out Yen's legacy. She only recalled him mentioning that there were many individuals with unique constitutions in the upper realm, akin to Feng Jingchen. Did that mean those injured in the upper realm could only await their wounds to heal on their own? Indeed, there existed such cases. Out Yen's eyes fell upon Feng Jingchen, scrutinizing him with a measure of contemplation. In the upper realm, there is a rare fruit known as the Shentian fruit, capable of healing any wound, its efficacy rivaling that of sacred-grade healing elixirs, and it would indeed be beneficial for individuals with special physiques like his. Yet, the Shentian fruit grows on the Shentian tree, and aside from the upper realm, I have never encountered the Shentian tree elsewhere. Furthermore, even within the upper realm, there exists but a single Shentian tree. Yun Xianhuang fell into silence, as she did not even know the whereabouts of the upper realm, let alone venture there to procure the Shentian fruit for Feng Jingchen. Even if she could reach the upper realm, the duration of the journey remained uncertain, and Feng Jingchen would undoubtedly not endure. With a sigh, Yun Xianhuang could only gather some medicinal herbs with healing properties from the spatial herb field, grinding them into powder to sprinkle over the wounds on Feng Jingchen's back, and proceeded to bandage his injuries. All she could do was this. Whether he could endure would depend solely on Feng Jingchen himself. Yun Xianhuang summoned Out Yen back into the space, closing her eyes to commence the absorption of spiritual energy. Half an hour later, she opened her eyes, having restored about 70 to 80% of her internal energy. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Suspecting it was Shen Fengyuan returning, Yun Xianhuang rose and approached the entrance. Inside, a screen concealed her from view, ensuring that the bed would remain unseen from outside. Thus, she had no concern of Feng Jingchen being discovered as she confidently opened the door. Both she and Feng Jingchen had changed their garments, and the blood-stained bedding had been replaced with fresh linens. With the passage of time, the room no longer bore the scent of blood. However, Shen Fengyuan, being an alchemist, possessed an acute sensitivity to various odors. As soon as Yun Xianhuang opened the door, a faint metallic scent wafted into the air. Shen Fengyuan's expression visibly tightened. Huang, are you injured? Without exerting much force, she grasped Yun Xianhuang's arm, meticulously inspecting her for any possible wounds. Chapter 78. Nailing Tower. Yun Xianhuang casually concocted an excuse. Today, I had a practical lesson and practiced with senior brother Qi, sustaining a minor injury. I have already consumed a recovery pill. Although she was not entirely dishonest, as her equal match with Qi Yujiang had indeed spread throughout the water division. Qi Yujiang? Shen Fengyuan blinked slowly, her expression one of confusion. Isn't he in his second year? How could your instructor permit you to spar with him? Moreover, Qi Yujiang is the top student in the water division. What sort of instructor is so unreliable? Well, both of us were left behind, so I had no choice but to select him for the practice. Yun Xianhuang briefly explained before swiftly shifting the topic. Xiao Yi and the others should have arrived at the cafeteria. Let us head there. Noticing her evident reluctance to elaborate and the absence of any visible injuries, Shen Fengyuan refrained from further inquiries, turning first to exit the courtyard. After taking only a few steps, she suddenly heard a muffled groan emanating from Yun Xianhuang's room. It was faint yet distinctly identifiable as a man's voice. Shen Fengyuan paused, instinctively turning her head, peering curiously through the open door. Yun Xianhuang appeared completely unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the sound, as she turned to close the door and followed her. Shen Fengyuan still inquired, Huang, did you hear something? Yun Xianhuang tilted her head, her expression puzzled. I must have misheard. After all, the sound was so faint that even Shen Fengyuan herself began to doubt whether it had been mere imagination. She dismissed this minor incident from her mind, linking arms with Yun Xianhuang as they proceeded to the cafeteria together. Dining in a private room had become a customary practice for the five of them. After the meal, Shen Fengyuan retrieved a collection of elixirs from her storage ring and presented them to Yun Xianhuang and Yun Qianite. Qianhuang, these are the elixirs I obtained from my great-uncle. They encompass a variety of types. Please take them. The value of the spirit-refining pill was immeasurable, and with it came a precious formula. Shen Fengyuan was at a loss for how to express her gratitude to Yun Qianhuang and could only request more elixirs from her great-uncle. Unfortunately, she was not at home, and her great-uncle was the nearest source, making him her only option. Shen Fengyuan's great-uncle, Shen Song, was also a master alchemist, whose concoctions never fell below the 9th tier. Yun Qianhuang initially intended to decline the elixirs, stating that she did not require them. However, upon witnessing Shen Fingyuan's eager gaze, she swallowed her words and accepted the offerings. Not accepting them would surely displease Shen Fengyuan. After Yun Qianhuang accepted the elixirs, Yun Qianite also took them. Shen Fengyuan sighed in relief. Even among friends, she felt it necessary to offer some token of appreciation. Lu Xianqing and Gong Zhul shared the same sentiment. They had already sent messages to their families, and gifts for Yun Qianhuang were en route. Unknown to her, as she walked back with Shen Fengyuan, thoughts of the emblem symbolizing the Water Division's leader emerged in her mind. She inquired, Fengyuan, where's the Spirit Tower? The leaders of the divisions had the privilege to enter the Spirit Tower, and if possible, Yun Qianhuang intended to spend her evenings there for cultivation. The Spirit Tower is not located in our branch, but rather in the main academy. Shen Fengyuan initially thought she was merely asking casually. Huang, do you wish to take a look? Yun Qianhuang shook her head, producing the badge given to her by Qi Yujian. I wish to enter for cultivation. The night vision capabilities of cultivators would indeed see significant enhancement, and Shen Fengyuan immediately discerned the uniqueness of that badge. Her eyes widened slightly. Huang, did you defeat Qi Yujian in practice today? Wasn't Huang merely a 4-star spiritual master? How could she possibly triumph over Qi Yujian, an 8-star water system spiritual master? Suddenly, Shen Fengyuan felt that they had previously underestimated Yun Qianhuang. Originally, she had suggested that Yun Qianhuang join the Water System Division because Yun Qianhuang possessed an exceptional spiritual bone, which would enable her to cultivate rapidly. By the time she advanced to the second year, she would undoubtedly surpass Qi Yujian to become the division's top student. Who could have anticipated that after just one day, Yun Qianhuang had already secured the position of the top student? Shen Fengyuan realized she could no longer afford to be idle and immediately grasped Yun Qianhuang's hand. Come, I will take you to the Spirit Gathering Tower. We shall remain there to cultivate tonight. In fact, during her first year, Shen Fengyuan was also a frequent visitor to the Spirit Gathering Tower. However, so much had transpired since the start of this academic year that she hadn't yet had the chance to go there. Now that matters were settling down, she too needed to continue her diligent cultivation. The two soon arrived at the Spirit Gathering Tower of the main academy. The tower was quite grand. Although it had only 5 floors, it was by no means smaller than the teaching buildings of the various divisions. There were no guards at the entrance, but it was likely protected by some sort of magical array. Shen Fengyuan skillfully produced the chief badge of the Alchemist Division and affixed it to her chest, then gestured for Yun Qianhuang to do the same. Once Yun Qianhuang had adorned herself with the badge, Shen Fengyuan took her hand and led her into the Nailing Tower. She explained, at the entrance of the Nailing Tower, there exists an intricate array set up collaboratively by several elders from our subsidiary division of Array Masters. Without the chief's badge, entry is impossible. Yun Qianhuang had heard whispers of the Array Master Division, which boasted not just 2 masters in the art of arrays, but also a singular master of the craft, the only one of his kind on the continent. The array they had established together was likely impenetrable, even to a formidable spirit emperor. Lost in thought, the 2 women had already stepped inside the Nailing Tower. Upon entering, Yun Qianhuang was enveloped by an overwhelming concentration of golden spiritual power. However, she sensed no other elemental energies. The Nailing Tower comprised 5 levels, each corresponding to a specific attribute. From bottom to top, they were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As they spoke, Shen Fengyuan guided her to the central area of the first level, a circular space delineated from the rest, featuring the pillars that supported the entire tower and a conspicuous teleportation array. Each level contained a teleportation array, allowing passage to any other level at will. Huang, I shall ascend to the second level. You may choose to visit either the 3rd or 4th level. Simply stand upon the teleportation array and focus on the desired floor. Access to the Nailing Tower was a privilege reserved for the chiefs of each division, and among them, only Lu Xianqing possessed the golden spiritual root. With Lu Xianqing absent and no one else passing through the first floor, Shen Fengyuan spoke without any reservations. I understand, thank you, Fengyuan. Yun Qianhuang replied as she surveyed her surroundings. If she could master the art of drawing the spirit collecting array, would it not allow her to cultivate anywhere with the same efficacy as being in the spirit collecting tower? Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Such advanced arrays could only be crafted by array masters of high rank or above. Presently, her schedule was already packed with alchemy studies in the morning and water system classes in the afternoon, leaving her with only the evenings for cultivation. To pursue the path of an array master would truly leave her with no time for her own development. Yun Qianhuang understood the wisdom of not overextending oneself. She swiftly averted her gaze and parted ways with Shin Fengyuan, heading towards the second and fourth floors, respectively. Chapter 79. This place is not suitable for you perhaps due to the pervasive presence of fire elemental energy. The temperature on the fourth level seemed significantly higher than that of the first. This heat remained within Yun Qianhuang's tolerance. She found a secluded corner, sat cross-legged, and closed her eyes to circulate her spiritual roots and bones, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy. When she reopened her eyes, it was already the morning of the second day. Yun Qianhuang hurriedly left the spirit tower and returned to the alchemist division, preparing to attend her class. As she passed by Shin Fengyuan's courtyard, an inexplicable impulse compelled her to pause and glance into the room where Feng Jingchen lay. He remained in a deep slumber. The small wounds on his body had completely vanished under the effects of the medicinal pills, and the injury on his back showed no signs of deterioration. It seemed that his life was no longer in jeopardy. As Yun Qianhuang turned to leave, she hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to take out a formation plate, activating it, and placing it within the room. Once the formation was set in motion, she closed the door behind her and swiftly made her way to her class. Along the way, she communicated with Ao Tian using her mental energy. Ao Tian, why do I feel that my cultivation speed in the spirit tower has not improved? Logically, given that the concentration of spiritual energy within the tower is 5 times that of the outside world, my cultivation speed should at least increase by that factor, if not more. Yet, I have not sensed any enhancement. In fact, it feels as though cultivating in the spirit tower is less effective than my practice outside. Is this possible? In the ethereal realm, Ao Tian glanced at the ancient tree where Feng Feng was perpetually cultivating. Little Phoenix, do you know? Feng Feng opened her eyes and stretched her wings, pondering in silence. After answering Out Yan's inquiries, she folded her wings and closed her eyes once more to resume her cultivation. Truly, she epitomized the essence of relentless ambition. Influenced by Feng Feng, Fubai also immersed himself in rigorous training, perhaps spurred on by Out Yan's earlier remarks. Among the trio of beasts, only he had yet to take on human form. In the realm of her surroundings, Yun Qianhuang remained oblivious to these developments. Unable to glean any answers from her beast companion, she resolved to inquire with Shin Fengyuan and the others during lunch. However, when she posed her feelings post-meal, the 3 individuals who had visited the nailing tower regarded her with astonished expressions. Huang, are you suggesting that your cultivation speed within the nailing tower is slower than outside? Yun Qianhuang nodded. She would never jest about such matters. Shin Fengyuan and the others exchanged bewildered glances, lost in contemplation. Gong Zhou, a seasoned array master, had previously consulted his father about the nailing array, but could not provide any clarity. Huang, which level were you on yesterday? The 4th level. Gong Zhou stroked his chin in thought and suggested, why not try the 3rd level tonight? Perhaps the experience will differ there. They all understood that Yun Qianhuang possessed both water and fire spiritual roots. Just because she struggled on the fire-related level did not imply she would face the same challenges in the water-related level. In any case, possessing dual spiritual roots meant that even if she focused solely on one element, the other would inevitably rise in tandem. All right, she agreed. Gong Zhou's words hold a kernel of truth. As soon as the afternoon classes at the water division concluded, Yun Qianhuang forsook her dinner and plunged into the spirit tower, utilizing the teleportation array to access the 3rd level. A flash of white light enveloped the teleportation formation, swiftly transporting Yun Qianhuang to the 3rd level. Meanwhile, certain crucial information silently reached select individuals. In the Array Master Division's tower, Elders was stroked his grizzled beard, a flicker of suspicion gleaming in his eyes. Wasn't this student on the 4th level yesterday? How has she ventured to the 3rd level today? He turned to the elder beside him. Elder Hua, what is your perspective? Elder Hua, the chief elder of the Array Master Division and the continent's sole master of formations, pondered the situation. Another elder interjected. Perhaps she has merely taken a wrong turn? The 3 were indeed the esteemed elders of the Array Master Division. Elder Hua slowly shook his head. Old Do you sense her departure from the 3rd level? When they initially established the teleportation formation, the 3 elders had subtly modified it to allow them to perceive its activity. This was intended as a precaution to prevent any unforeseen incidents during student teleportation. However, it now unveiled an intriguing occurrence. Elder Du narrowed his eyes. attempting to discern any activity, yet found the teleportation array at the spirit tower utterly silent. Could it be that the student? Both Elder Du and Elder Zhuo widened their eyes in astonishment. Elder Hu squinted and chuckled. Who would have thought that our academy has admitted a prodigy with dual spiritual roots this year? Old Zhuo, please inform GN, he instructed. Understood. Unbeknownst to Yun Qianhuang, the secret of her dual spiritual roots had quietly reached the ears of the esteemed head of the Five Spirits Academy, GN. After cultivating on the 3rd level until midnight, she opened her eyes, perplexed as she surveyed her surroundings. Unlike her experiences on the 4th level, her progress on the 3rd level had not only failed to accelerate but was actually slower than her cultivation outside. Could it be that the nailing tower adjusted its challenges based on the individual? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in her ear, startling Yun Qianhuang as she turned her head swiftly. To her astonishment, Feng Jingchen had appeared beside her, seemingly out of nowhere. Prior to this, she had sensed neither his presence nor any disturbance in the spiritual energy around her. The most crucial aspect was that they were within the nailing tower, a place where even a spirit emperor could not forcibly enter without the chief's insignia. Just how formidable was Feng Jingchen's strength? If he possessed such power, why was he perpetually injured? Lost in her thoughts, Yun Qianhuang noticed that Feng Jingchen had wearily leaned against her shoulder. Though his injuries were not yet healed, and his complexion appeared excessively pale, his arrival indicated that he was no longer in grave danger. Faced with an injured companion, Yun Qianhuang suppressed her impulse to push him away and lowered her voice to inquire, "What brings you here?" "I have come to deliver a message," Feng Jingchen replied. His eyes closed and his tone somewhat feeble. "Huang, this place is not suitable for you." His faint breath grazed Yun Qianhuang's neck, sending a shiver of sensation through her. She instinctively turned her head to create some distance between them, yet she did not forget to ask for clarification. "Why?" "Because Huang is of dual spiritual roots." Feng Jingchen's voice was barely audible, so faint that Yun Qianhuang would have missed it had she not been so close. A thought flitted through Yun Qianhuang's mind. Could it be that the spirit tower, with each level possessing only a single attribute of spiritual energy, was unsuitable for her? Indeed. "You are astute, Huang," Feng Jingchen remarked, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Suddenly, he seized Yun Qianhuang's right hand, directing her gaze towards the circular area demarcated in the center. He began to speak in a hushed tone. "This teleportation array has been altered by those old geezers. As soon as you utilize it, they will be aware of which level you have reached." "Clever Huang, you have already revealed yourself." Yun Qianhuang sprang to her feet, momentarily disregarding the puzzling fact that Feng Jingchen, gravely injured and unconscious, possessed such knowledge. Her focus remained fixed on the seemingly ordinary teleportation array. A sudden realization struck her. Coming to the Five Spirits Academy had been an ill-fated decision. As she abruptly stood, Feng Jingchen lost his support and fell to the ground. He lifted his heavy eyelids, gazing at Yun Qianhuang with a look of reproach. "Huang, you have a heart as fierce as it is relentless." Chapter 80. The ancient tree in the space. Yun Qianhuang's lips twitched slightly, her desire to engage with the pretentious man waning. However, considering that Feng Jingchen's injuries had yet to heal, she extended her hand to assist him. Feng Jingchen forced a smile, leaning heavily against Yun Qianhuang. His injuries were indeed severe. Those individuals had been relentless in their attempts to end his life. With his head bowed, his gaze obscured by his lashes, a chill emanated from his eyes. Leaning against Yun Qianhuang, she could not discern his expression, so she glanced at the teleportation array and inquired, "Can you walk on your own?" The nailing tower was ill-suited for her cultivation, and having already revealed her water and fire spiritual roots, it was imperative that she depart swiftly. The old fellows Feng Jingchen had mentioned likely referred to the 3 elders of the Array Master Division. If those 3 elders were able to sense the movements of the teleportation array, she could not use it to escape with Feng Jingchen. Yet, the nailing tower offered no other exits, leaving her without an alternative means to bring him away from this place. It seemed that Feng Jingchen's head, resting on her shoulder, gave a slight nod. Suddenly, Yun Qianhuang felt a lightness in her body as the faint sound of his breathing vanished. It appeared that Feng Jingchen had indeed departed. Yun Qianhuang was genuinely curious about the method he had employed, yet she surmised that it was beyond her capabilities at present. Without further contemplation, she used her mental energy to erase her presence within the nailing tower and then teleported to the first floor. As she departed from the nailing tower in the morning, She consciously erased any trace of her presence left on the 4th level, alleviating her concerns that lingering sense might unveil her identity. However, given that the 3 elder mages from the formation division could modify the teleportation array, did she not wonder if any marks had already been inscribed upon her? While pondering, Yun Xianhuang exited the nailing tower, intending to inquire with Feng Jingchen upon her return. Not long after she left, she felt a familiar weight settle upon her once more. A slight furrow appeared on her brow as she immediately unleashed her spiritual energy to conceal both her and Feng Jingchen's essence, before she had the inclination to ask, "Why didn't you return to your room directly?" "I lack strength," Feng Jingchen replied, his tone tinged with a hint of vulnerability. Yun Xianhuang cast a glance at the wound on his back, which had reopened, likely due to movement. Blood that had previously ceased flowing now seeped through, staining his attire. This garment, a pale moon-white, had been retrieved from the storage ring Feng Jingchen had given her, and even a single drop of blood appeared striking against its fabric. Not to mention the expanding splotches of crimson marring his back. With a silent sigh, Yun Xianhuang supported Feng Jingchen as they made their way to her residence. The academy boasted numerous powerful individuals, and should Feng Jingchen's condition be exposed, it would undoubtedly precipitate considerable trouble. Thus, Yun Xianhuang remained vigilant throughout their journey, and naturally, their pace was significantly slowed by his injuries. Once they had exited the main academy, she softly inquired, "Feng Jingchen, will the teleportation array in the nailing tower leave a mark on me?" Feng Jingchen, without lifting his gaze, replied, "No, those old fellows lack such capability." Only then did Yun Xianhuang feel reassured as she guided him towards the alchemist division. It was already a quarter past when they returned to the courtyard. Shen Fengyuan was still cultivating within the Ling Tower, leaving the courtyard devoid of any other presence. Yun Xianhuang, unwilling to relax her vigilance, carefully assisted Feng Jingchen onto the bed before walking over to secure the door. She then retrieved a defensive formation disc and activated it. Only after this did she draw a chair closer, settling down to observe Feng Jingchen. "Is there truly no way to heal your wounds?" she inquired. Having him remain here was not a sustainable situation, yet his injuries showed no signs of recovery. Yun Xianhuang found herself reluctant to expel him at this moment. Feng Jingchen lay on the bed, slightly tilting his head at her words, his obsidian eyes reflecting the light of the luminous stone, flickering enchantingly, captivating her. "Rescuing me brings you no benefit," he stated, speaking the truth. Countless individuals sought his life. If Yun Xianhuang were to become embroiled with him, it could easily invite calamity. Yun Xianhuang cast him a sidelong glance. "Did you not come seeking me?" Did he believe that if he left now, his enemies would simply cease their pursuit of her? From the moment she had taken Feng Jingchen into her room, Yun Xianhuang had already prepared herself for the worst. Moreover, when she wished to rescue someone, she had never felt the need to consider the opinions of others. Feng Jingchen chuckled softly. "Hun Gring, do you remember?" He propped himself up, pointing towards a storage ring on Yun Xianhuang's hand. "There is a tree. The fruit it bears can save me." Was it the ancient tree within that space? Yun Xianhuang narrowed her eyes. Although she did not recognize the ancient tree, she could sense the immense power it harbored. Otherwise, her beloved beast would not hold such a fondness for it. Outyan had mentioned that in the upper realm, the divine shoutry bore fruits capable of healing any injury, which had proven effective for Feng Jingchen as well. Now, Feng Jingchen asserted that the fruit from the ancient tree within the space could save him. It was difficult for Yun Xianhuang not to connect the two. Meeting Feng Jingchen's gaze, she refrained from probing further. Some matters were better left unexplored than delved into deeply. "Outyan, has that tree borne fruit?"
Not yet.
Outyan and the others had spent their days within the space and had never encountered any fruit from the ancient tree. Yun Xianhuang conveyed this information to Feng Jingchen, who appeared entirely unfazed. He lowered his hands, noting that the tree was not yet in its maturation phase. To bear fruit, it required the energy contained within the demon shadow stone. "Phoenix, grant me some time, and my wounds will heal on their own. However, until then, it seems I must temporarily stay with you." The demon shadow stone was exceedingly rare, its value surpassing that of spirit cores by countless degrees. Over the years, Feng Jingchen had only obtained 2 pieces. Otherwise, that tree would have already been laden with fruits. Demon shadow stone? Yun Xianhuang echoed this familiar name before rummaging through her storage ring. "Phoenix, the demon shadow stone is hard to come by. Your dragon and that little phoenix would not." Feng Jingchen held little hope, yet to his astonishment, Yun Xianhuang indeed produced a stone of deep azure hue, presenting it before him. Are you referring to this? This piece of demon shadow stone was obtained by Yun Qianhuang at the Xuanji auction house, costing her 600,000 gold coins. Uncertain of its utility, she had carelessly stored it in the corner of her spatial ring, nearly forgetting its existence until Feng Jingchen mentioned it. As she gazed at the palm-sized demon shadow stone, Feng Jingchen's expression suddenly froze, leaving him speechless for a long time. With a puzzled look, Yun Qianhuang inquired, "Isn't that so? They said this is called the demon shadow stone. Could it be that the people at Xuanji auction house deceived me?" "It is indeed this," Feng Jingchen replied, his gaze fixed intently upon Yun Qianhuang, his eyes ablaze with intensity. "Huang, you truly are astonishingly surprising." Ignoring his words, Yun Qianhuang retrieved the demon shadow stone and asked, "Is this piece sufficient? How is it to be used?" Chapter 81. The treasure map and the spirit-returning pill. Feng Jingchen suddenly rose, seizing her wrist. With a gentle yet firm tug, Yun Qianhuang found herself uncontrollably falling into his embrace. The demonic tumbled to the ground, rolling twice before coming to rest beside one of the legs of Yun Qianhuang's chair. Feng Jingchen encircled her waist with both arms, a distinct smile playing upon his lips, though his eyes bore a depth even greater than when Yun Qianhuang had first encountered him. "Huang, the spiritual energy within this demonic is sufficient for you to ascend directly to the rank of Grand Spirit Master." His voice lowered to a whisper, almost a soft murmur. "Do you truly wish to use it to save me? Let go of me." Yun Qianhuang had only tolerated Feng Jingchen's proximity during his previous unconscious state, when he was gravely injured and his awareness was hazy. But the circumstances were different now. In his awakened state, she certainly would not allow him to hold her. As her own spiritual energy surged, Feng Jingchen, sensing her distress, reluctantly released her, leaving only one hand clasping her wrist. "Huang, you have yet to answer my question." Yun Qianhuang's gaze remained fixed on the demonic. The prospect of ascending to Grand Spirit Master was indeed enticing. However, she harbored doubts about the ease of absorbing the demonic left behind by an 11th-tier spirit beast, and she was uncertain how to even begin the absorption process. As if he had read her thoughts, Feng Jingchen's voice took on a seductive tone. "Huang, I can assist you in absorbing this demonic. You want to help me?" Yun Qianhuang's eyes widened in surprise. If she were to absorb the demonic, would he not be left waiting for his wounds to heal on their own? "Huang took me in. You may perceive this as my way of reciprocating your kindness." Feng Jingchen continued to entice, reassuring her that absorbing the demon mist stone would entail no adverse effects. Why would he harbor such thoughts regarding her absorption of the stone? Yun Qianhuang remained unfazed, sensing that he harbored undisclosed intentions. "Tsk," Feng Jingchen clicked his tongue softly. Huang was indeed not easily deceived. In response to Yun Qianhuang's expression of realization, Feng Jingchen shrugged in resignation. "By forging a contract with that space, you have effectively established a bond with that tree. The majority of the power absorbed from the demon mist stone will be transmitted to the tree through this contract. However, the remaining energy will still enhance Huang by 1 star. Thus, this endeavor is inherently mutually beneficial." What, then, does he seek to conceal from her? The warmth radiating from Feng Jingchen's wrist continuously enveloped Yun Qianhuang, causing her to inexplicably refrain from further inquiries. She withdrew her hand, picking up the demon mist stone, pondering how to absorb it. Suddenly, her palm felt empty. Feng Jingchen's gaze darkened for a fleeting moment, his thumb gently caressing the fingertips that still carried warmth. "Place it at your forehead, encase the demon mist stone with your spiritual energy, and leave the rest to me." Yun Qianhuang returned to her seat, following Feng Jingchen's instructions as she brought the stone closer to her brow. As her spiritual energy made contact with the stone, flecks of luminescence appeared upon its surface, as if woven into the fabric of a starry river. Yun Qianhuang felt a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupting from the demon mist stone, rushing into her forehead and rampaging through her body. Another familiar force enveloped her body, and within her, the spiritual energy immediately recognized an adversary, obediently merging with her own power. With Feng Jingchen's assistance, aside from the initial moment, Yun Qianhuang could almost be said to have absorbed the power of the demon shadow stone painlessly. The advancement array materialized beneath her feet. As Feng Jingchen had foretold, she successfully ascended to the rank of 5-star spiritual master. Yun Qianhuang's consciousness ventured into the space where the ancient tree flourished even more, its lush, verdant leaves concealing a few golden fruits that could be faintly discerned. Below the tree, Ao Tian tilted his head slightly, and no matter how he looked at it, those fruits appeared strikingly familiar, though he could not recall where he had seen them before. This must be the fruit that Feng Jingchen spoke of. As Yun Xianhuang exited the space, a mere thought summoned one of the fruits into her hand, which she tossed to Feng Jingchen. The fruit was about the size of a fist, and though Feng Jingchen held it in his hand, he did not consume it immediately. Huang Huang, you have saved me once again. This time, what do you wish for me to repay you? Last time, Yun Xianhuang had rescued him and requested his assistance in finding 2 phoenix feather fruits. What would it be this time? Before Yun Xianhuang could ponder this, Feng Jingchen's fingertip suddenly pressed against her brow, and in an instant, a map materialized in her mind. A particular location on the map was distinctly marked. This is a treasure map I obtained by chance, Feng Jingchen explained as he withdrew his hand. The location lies at the boundary between the Spirit Soaring Kingdom and the illusory Spirit Kingdom in the Tsanglu Abyss. The items within will be of use to you. The Nailing Tower is not suited for your cultivation. However, you may concoct the Returning Spirit Pill. I will jot down the formula for you shortly. Feng Jingchen paused, seemingly feeling that it was still insufficient. After a moment, he retrieved a spirit core from his storage ring and handed it to her, adding, "This is the spirit core of an 11th tier ice scorpion, which can be embedded in your spirit weapon." Every item he produced was of immeasurable worth, and Yun Xianhuang accepted them without hesitation. Seeing her unreserved acceptance brought a smile to Feng Jingchen's eyes, prompting him to consume the fruit. In mere moments, the wounds on his body began to show signs of healing, the effects rivaling those of sacred-grade healing elixirs. A hint of color returned to Feng Jingchen's lips as he approached Yun Xianhuang and leaned slightly forward. A drop of crimson blood oozed from his brow and, guided by his spiritual energy, slowly merged into Yun Xianhuang's forehead. Though she could not see it, she sensed that Feng Jingchen's complexion appeared even paler than when he was gravely injured. She bit her lip and inquired, "What have you done?" "Just a little something beneficial for you, Huang Huang." Feng Jingchen straightened his posture, saying, "Huang Huang, I cannot linger here for long. Those individuals will not rest until they see my corpse. While I can evade them temporarily within the 5 Spirits Academy, they will eventually come seeking me." Yun Xianhuang reacted nonchalantly, suggesting, "It's not yet dawn. You can take this opportunity to leave." Feng Jingchen gazed at her, his eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. However, he refrained from saying more, leaving behind the formula for the returning spirit pill before departing the academy under the cover of night. The room fell into a serene silence, the faint metallic scent of blood dissipating swiftly with Feng Jingchen's departure, as if he had never been there. Yun Xianhuang replaced the bedding on the bed and seated herself to study the formula for the returning spirit pill. The effects of the returning spirit pill are akin to those of the soul gathering array. It can temporarily enhance the speed of cultivation without any side effects. Fortunately, all the necessary herbs for concocting the returning spirit pill are available in her space. With an hour remaining until dawn, Yun Xianhuang decided to forego her cultivation and focus on producing the returning spirit pill. However, she soon realized a critical issue. She lacked an alchemy furnace. During her classes at the Alchemist Division, she had utilized the Academy's standardized alchemy furnaces and fire sources, never contemplating the necessity of acquiring her own. Without an alchemy furnace, how could she concoct any pills? Quietly, Yun Xianhuang tucked away the formula for the returning spirit pill and resumed her cultivation. "Are you planning to purchase an alchemy furnace, Huang Huang?" During lunch the following day, upon hearing Yun Xianhuang express her desire to buy one, Shen Fengyuan pondered for a moment. "I brought my alchemy furnace from home, and I am not quite sure where to find one in Tianling City. However, Huang Huang, you might want to explore the underground night market in Tianling City. The Xuanji auction house occasionally has them available." Chapter 82. 2 more sacred grade elixirs. It is not that Shen Fengyuan is unwilling to lend her alchemy furnace to Yun Xianhuang. Rather, the alchemy furnace is considered a type of spiritual artifact which, once contracted, cannot be borrowed by others. Aware of this fact, Yun Xianhuang never entertained the thought of borrowing someone else's furnace. If she wishes to pursue the path of an alchemist, possessing her own alchemy furnace is indispensable. After discovering where to procure an alchemy furnace, she took advantage of her weekly day off to change out of her academy attire and leave the institution. Shen Fengyuan and her companions had already departed early that morning, unable to accompany her. Yun Xinya had wished to join her, yet the chief of the fire division, upon learning that he had recently advanced to a 9-star spirit master, insisted on sparring with him to ascertain whether he still possessed the qualifications to retain his position as chief. The chief of the division had the privilege of entering the spirit tower, which was deemed unsuitable for Yun Qianhuang but beneficial for others. Consequently, Yun Qianhuang reassured Yun Qianya, urging him to engage in his sparring match with peace of mind, promising that she would return unscathed. Among the five, only Yun Qianya had yet to qualify for entry into the spirit tower, as the chief of the fire division was already a one-star grand spirit master. And he believed himself inadequately powerful to challenge the chief. After repeated assurances from Yun Qianhuang, Yun Qianya finally felt at ease, allowing her to depart the academy alone. Upon leaving the academy, Yun Qianhuang sought a secluded corner and utilized a disguise elixir to alter her appearance before heading directly to the Xuanji auction house. The underground night market would not commence until evening, so she intended to first explore the Xuanji auction house. The last cloak was far too conspicuous and was incinerated by Yun Qianhuang. Thus this time, she ventured to the Xuanji auction house with a newly disguised visage. Today, there was no auction taking place, and the number of visitors in the auction house was scant. Yun Qianhuang produced the celestial grade Xuanji token, and was promptly invited inside with utmost courtesy. Upon hearing that a holder of a celestial grade token had arrived, Luo Xiao, who had been leisurely hiding in the back, personally came out to greet her. However, he was met with an unfamiliar countenance. A flicker of suspicion crossed his eyes, but he maintained a gentle smile as he inquired whether the guest wished to purchase or sell items. Yun Qianhuang lowered her voice and directly expressed her intent. Manager Luo, may I inquire if your esteemed establishment has any alchemical furnaces for sale recently? This voice, despite the countless individuals she met daily, the remarkable items Yun Qianhuang presented previously had etched themselves into Luo Xiao's memory. As soon as she spoke, he recognized her immediately. So, it was Miss Wen. The suspicion in Luo Xiao's eyes dissipated, and his smile became more sincere. The two divine-grade elixirs she had provided last time had indeed brought considerable benefits to their auction house. However, it was rather unfortunate that the only alchemical furnace available this month had been auctioned off just yesterday. Luo Xiao expressed his regret. Had Miss Wen arrived a day earlier, he would have gladly sold her the furnace at a base price on behalf of the auction house. This would not only have earned her a favor, but perhaps also encouraged her to present them with a few more divine-grade elixirs and delight. Alchemists are a rarity on the continent, and a seasoned alchemist may only require a single alchemical furnace throughout their lifetime. Thus, the alchemical furnace does not qualify as a hot commodity. Even ordinary artificers seldom expend effort in its refinement, and the Xuanji auction house rarely receives such items. This was of little surprise to Yun Qianhuang, for Shin Fengyuan had mentioned that the Xuanji auction house occasionally features alchemical furnaces. Given that she could not procure one here, she would have to visit the underground night market later. Naturally, she needed to carry additional gold coins to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Yun Qianhuang opened her storage ring and casually retrieved 2 sacred-grade elixirs, pondering whether the auction house would be willing to purchase these 2 potions. Upon sighting the familiar petite porcelain vial, Luo Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He eagerly accepted it, and despite his efforts to maintain composure, his lips betrayed him with a rising smile. Miss Wen, please wait a moment while I take this to Elderway for appraisal. Could the elixirs presented by Miss Wen be anything of inferior quality? Luo Xiao could hardly suppress a chuckle. He had been fretting over the lack of exceptional items for the upcoming auction, and here was a serendipitous gift. Appraisal was a necessary step, but Yun Qianhuang had no fear of the Xuanji auction house absconding with her elixirs. She nodded and watched Luo Xiao depart briskly. Before long, Luo Xiao returned, brimming with excitement. He had anticipated that the elixirs brought forth by Miss Wen would not be of low grade. Yet he was astounded to discover that they were indeed 2 sacred-grade elixirs. Moreover, he recalled that Miss Wen had inquired if they would be willing to purchase them. To ensure he had not misheard, Luo Xiao confirmed, Miss Wen, do you wish to sell these 2 elixirs to the auction house?
Yes.
Allow me to remind you that they could fetch a higher price at auction. In terms of acquisition, I can offer you the same price as before. The previous price was 5 million gold coins per piece. Yun Qianhuang deemed this acceptable. She was disinclined to wait for the next auction, and the price offered by the Xuanji auction house seemed quite reasonable. She nodded affirmatively, agreed. Luo Xiaoxi, unable to contain his excitement, finalized the transaction within a mere quarter of an hour, leaving both parties thoroughly satisfied. After departing from the Xuanji auction house, noticing that time was still on her side, Yun Qianhuang decided to pay a visit to the Duan family's spirit artifact shop. Her bone sword had yet to be embedded with a water-type spirit core, and it was a perfect opportunity to set in place the spirit core given to her by Feng Jingchen. The bone sword had been a gift from Duanyang, thus it was only fitting that Duanyang handle the embedding of the spirit core. At the Duan family's spirit artifact shop, Yun Qianhuang deftly entered the second storefront. Among the few patrons inside, she was surprised to find 2 students from the 5 Spirits Academy, evidently taking advantage of the day off. A glance at the insignia on their chests revealed they were from the refining division. What could the students from the refining division be doing in a spirit artifact shop? Yun Qianhuang did not dwell on this. Her greater concern was that the usual figure of Duanyang was absent, replaced instead by a frail old man. The 2 students from the refining division noticed this as well, one of them furrowing his brow. Old man, where's Duanyang?
Chen Yi.
A second-year student from the refining division had already achieved the rank of intermediate refiner at a young age. However, there are distinctions among intermediate refiners. For instance, Lu Xianqing is an intermediate peak refiner capable of crafting 6th-tier spirit artifacts. Chen Yi, however, could only refine items of the 4th tier. And even that was not always a success. His skills were considered subpar among the second-year students at the 5 Spirits Academy, yet he harbored lofty ambitions. Fearing that his peers might discover his inadequacies, he was reluctant to seek guidance from his instructors within the academy. His father, a mercenary, had once saved Duanyang during a mission while the latter was searching for materials for refining artifacts. Upon learning of his son's struggles, he encouraged Chen Yi to visit the Duan family as spirit artifact shop to seek Duanyang's counsel. Before leaving, Chen Yi's father showed him a portrait of Duanyang. Thus he recognized that the elderly man present was not him. Moreover, the old man emitted no discernible fluctuations of spiritual energy and was preoccupied with polishing spirit artifacts, leading Chen Yi to mistakenly regard him as merely a laborer in the shop. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the old man did not raise his head and simply exited. Exited? Chen Yi's brows furrowed even deeper. When would he return? I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Chapter 83. Blind to the obvious, Chen Yi was markedly different from his father. His father was never one to repay kindness with malice. Before Chen Yi ventured out, he had specifically advised him to humbly seek guidance from Master Duan. However, Chen Yi paid no heed to this counsel. In his eyes, Duanyang owed a debt of gratitude to his father, which consequently meant he owed it to him as well. Such a monumental life-saving grace demanded that Duanyang serve him like a beast of burden to atone for it. He had seized the opportunity to leave during the academy's holiday. If Duanyang were not to return today, he would have to wait another fortnight to come again. A fortnight felt interminable, and who could predict what unforeseen circumstances might arise? With urgency, he commanded the elder, old man, summon Duanyang at once, and inform him that a member of the Qin family, the one who saved his life, seeks him.
Today.
He was resolute in his desire to meet Duanyang. The elder remained unfazed, diligently polishing the spiritual artifact in his hands, treating Chen Yi's words as if they were mere air. Besides Chen Yi and his companions, there were 2 other patrons in the shop, both seeking Duanyang's assistance in embedding spiritual cores. Upon hearing that Duanyang was absent, the 2 customers hesitated briefly before silently exiting the spiritual artifact store. Their artifacts were crafted by Duanyang himself, and it was prudent to have the original craftsman undertake the embedding of the spiritual cores. Unable to tolerate the elder's disregard, Chen Yi rushed forward and yanked at the elder's arm. "You deaf old man, I am speaking to you." The elder, taken by surprise, felt his arm tugged violently, causing the spiritual artifact in his grasp to clatter to the ground. Chen Yi could not discern the grade of that spiritual artifact, deeming it merely a lowly trinket. Not only did he neglect to pick it up, but he also kicked it away with disdain. By chance, the artifact rolled directly to the feet of Yun Qianhuang. She bent down to retrieve the item, meticulously wiping away the dust that clung to it, and then fixed her gaze on the foolish Chen Yi. What a fool he was! Unaware of the trouble he had stirred, Chen Yi commanded the elderly man, who had finally raised his gaze to him. "Old man, did you hear my words? Go fetch Duanyang at once." The elder's eyes, somewhat clouded, rested upon Chen Yi, evoking an unsettling chill along his spine. How could this be? This old man was merely a menial worker. Chen Yi dismissed the sensation as a figment of his imagination, especially when the elder remained unmoved and lifted his leg, seemingly intending to kick him. A force intervened, halting the elder's motion and preventing Chen Yi from making contact. His strike met only air, and caught off balance he fell to the ground. Swiftly, he scrambled to his feet, surveying the shop until his gaze ultimately landed on Yun Qianhuang. It was you. Apart from that decrepit old man, this girl, who seemed to have appeared from nowhere, was the only other presence here. The old man possessed no spiritual energy. It must have been this girl who orchestrated the events. Yun Qianhuang did not refute this notion. Although she speculated about the elder's identity, she anticipated that Chen Yi's kick would likely miss its target. Yet, when he lifted his foot, she could no longer bear to watch and intervened. Having tasted the dust of the ground, Chen Yi spat and glared at Yun Qianhuang with barely contained fury. "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" he bellowed. Although Chen Yi's father was merely a mercenary, her mother's family still held a modicum of influence in Tianling City. Were it not for this, how could Chen Yi have developed such an inflated sense of self-worth? A meddlesome individual indeed. Having already taken action, Yun Qianhuang was unafraid of further offending Chen Yi. As her spiritual energy surged outward, Chen Yi glared at her, unwilling to yield, and summon the spiritual power within him. Though he was an artifact refiner, he had not neglected his cultivation, and had now attained the rank of a 2-star spiritual master. What strength could a girl just coming of age possess, daring to interfere in his affairs? Chen Yi resolved to teach Yun Qianhuang a lesson. However, just as he intended to launch his attack, an overwhelming aura erupted from the elder seated nearby, forcefully expelling both him and his companion from the shop. "If you wish to cause trouble, do so outside." The elder's expression remained calm, yet his eyes betrayed a simmering anger. The impact of his presence caused Chen Yi and his companion to cough up blood, nearly losing consciousness. Remarkably, the elder had not even utilized his spiritual power. Yun Qianhuang was almost certain of her suspicions. Although the elder appeared to be a mere errand worker, a closer examination revealed similarities to Duan Yang. Coupled with what she had overheard during her last visit to the Duan family's spiritual artifact shop, Yun Qianhuang speculated that the elder might be the esteemed Master Duan Song. Witnessing the elder's prowess firsthand confirmed her conjecture. As for the absence of any spiritual fluctuations emanating from Master Duan Song, Yun Qianhuang surmised that he must be wearing a highly ranked concealment artifact. After Master Duan Song expelled Chen Yi and his companions, only Yun Qianhuang remained in the shop. Noticing the spiritual artifact in her hand, Master Duan Song's demeanor softened slightly. "Little girl, are you also here to seek Duan Yang?" Yun Qianhuang returned the spiritual artifact to Master Duan Song and nodded. "Esteemed elder, could you kindly inform me of Master Duan's whereabouts?" With the impolite Chen Yi out of the picture, Master Duan Song found Yun Qianhuang's words much more pleasant to hear. "He has gone out to gather materials for refining. He wants to return for a couple of days. If you are in a hurry, feel free to convey your needs to this old man as well. Of course, if you do not trust me, you may return in 3 days." After saying this, Master Duan Song picked up a cloth and began to polish the spiritual artifact that Yun Qianhuang had retrieved. A familiar bone sword and an 11th tier spiritual core were presented before him. Master Duan Song squinted, his gaze fixed on the core embedded in the bone sword. "Isn't this the spiritual artifact that Duan Yang takes the most pride in?" He looked up and met Yun Qianhuang's smiling phoenix eyes. "Esteemed elder, I wish to embed this core into the artifact, and you may set the price." The core from the 10th tier flame leopard and the 11th tier ice scorpion, Master Duan Song immediately recognized their origins. "You, my dear, are quite remarkable." Yun Qianhuang merely smiled in response. Master Duan Song, not one to pry into others' backgrounds, said casually, "I can assist you with the embedding. The cost is 1,000 gold coins. Once payment is made, you may collect it in half an hour." It took nearly an hour for Duan Yang to embed the 10th tier spiritual core. Yet, Master Duan Song astonishingly required only half an hour for this 11th tier core. Is this the prowess of a master craftsman? Yun Qianhuang couldn't help but marvel at this. Promptly settling the payment. You truly trust this old man," Master Duan Song remarked with a smirk upon witnessing her promptness. "Do you wish for this old fellow to assist you in altering the color of the spiritual core? Can the color of the spiritual core really be changed?" Yun Qianhuang paused, taken aback. Indeed, she had refrained from drawing her bone sword at the water division, for the crimson fire core was far too conspicuous. If the color could be altered, her worries would dissipate significantly. With a chuckle, Master Duan Song raised a finger, stating, "They cannot, but I can. Just add another 1,000 gold coins." Without a moment's hesitation, Yun Qianhuang swiftly added the requested sum, fearing that Master Duan Song might retract his offer. "Then, esteemed elder, Please change the color of that fire core to that of the water element. Master Duan Song took the bone sword and spiritual core to a nearby workbench, waving his hand without turning back. Alright, remember to come collect it on time. Chapter 84. The guardian of the underground night market Yun Qianhuang meandered nearby, and precisely half an hour later, she appeared at the Duan family's spirit tool shop. Master Duan Song handed her the bone sword embedded with spirit cores, slightly longer than a dagger, with 2 azure spirit cores standing side by side. Against the backdrop of the milky white blade, the 2 shades of blue appeared exceptionally translucent. Not only the color, but upon grasping the sword, Yun Qianhuang realized that Master Duan Song had even altered the temperature of the fire-type spirit core. The gold spent on this was truly worthwhile. With a sense of reluctance, she caressed the bone sword, expressing her gratitude to Master Duan Song once more before departing the spirit tool shop. Tianling City was vast, and as Yun Qianhuang strolled about, she soon arrived at the opening time of the underground night market. The entrance to the underground night market was located within a fabric store, requiring merely a gold coin for entry. After paying the coin, she followed the guardian's guidance through a moderately long passage and entered the underground night market of Tianling City. In comparison to the underground night market of Xuanfeng City, the one in Tianling City was far more bustling, with a plethora of stalls stretching as far as the eye could see. The air was filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. In this chaotic realm, one could procure anything desired, provided they had the means. Although she was primarily in search of an alchemy furnace, before locating the stall that sold them, Yun Qianhuang also perused the various offerings at other stalls. It was undeniable that the underground night market of Tianling City was a cut above that of Xuanfeng City, with treasures of greater rarity available for purchase. In the bustling marketplace, one could find exquisite spiritual artifacts and elixirs, along with arrayed formations and talismans of varied efficacy. Even rare spiritual cores were available for sale. The stall selling these cores was surrounded by a throng of eager individuals, all jostling to secure a precious piece. Yun Qianhuang lingered for a moment, as her bone sword required 3 more spiritual cores. Acquiring them here would be most fortuitous. Regrettably, the stall offered only cores of up to the 5th tier. Previously, when she embedded a fire-type core, Duan Yang had remarked that it was preferable for the bone sword to be fitted with cores of similar rank, hence she sought cores around the 10th tier, which were not available at the stall. As she withdrew her gaze and prepared to move forward, she noticed an individual stealthily concealing a core, furtively extricating himself from the crowd. The stall owner evidently caught sight of the thief, yet he made no effort to pursue. Furthermore, several neighboring stall owners cast sympathetic glances at the man with thieving hands. One curious onlooker inquired of the vendor, "Aren't you going to chase after him?" The vendor calmly shook his head. The underground night market has its own rules. In this realm, theft does not require my intervention, for there are others who will administer justice.
Who might that be?
The individual pressed, curiosity piqued. The vendor merely smiled enigmatically, choosing not to elaborate. Yun Qianhuang approached the stall, lowering her voice to inquire of the vendor, "Might I ask what rules govern the underground night market?" She recalled the stern warning she received from the guard before entering, emphasizing the importance of silence and the prohibition against using spiritual power until one had encountered the light. Moreover, she was quite uncertain about the customs of the night market. To avoid inadvertently breaching any taboos, it was prudent to inquire further. "Little girl, it appears this is your first visit to the underground night market," the stall owner observed, displaying considerable patience in answering her. Many cities possess underground night markets, each with its own set of rules. Here in Tianling City, the regulations are not overly complex. For buyers such as yourself, theft and robbery are strictly prohibited. As for us merchants, we are forbidden from inquiring about a customer's background or the intended use of their purchases. Most crucially, once an item has been sold, we must not disclose even the slightest hint to others regarding it. These are the established rules, whether one is a buyer or a seller. Any violation of the night market's customs, well, it could lead to a fate like that of that man over there. The stall owner cast a cold glance towards the direction from which the man had fled. At that moment, the man who had stolen the spiritual core was being apprehended by 2 figures clad in silver robes, his hands contorted at unnatural angles, blood streaming from his wrists as he helplessly knelt on the ground. His face was a mask of terror, eyes wide with fright as if he had encountered something utterly horrifying, rendering him voiceless. The 2 individuals hailed from the night market's enforcement team, their silver robes unmistakable as their insignia. A neighboring stall owner kindly explained, having stolen, he must face the severing of his hands to prevent further offenses. The other stall owners displayed no sympathy for the man's plight. They have been conducting business at the night market for many years, rendering such occurrences utterly commonplace. Among the buyers, there were those who felt a twinge of compassion, murmuring softly, "To sever both hands for merely stealing a spirit core is excessively cruel." Before the tender-hearted young man could finish his sentence, two figures clad in silver robes abruptly turned their gaze towards him. Their silver masks concealed their faces, beneath which lay dark, inscrutable eyes devoid of emotion. However, the young man felt as though an invisible hand had clasped around his throat, rendering him voiceless and unable to articulate his thoughts. From beneath their silver hoods, the two figures spoke without moving their lips, their voices resonating in the ears of everyone present. "Anyone who dares to question the rules of the underground night market shall be expelled and forbidden from ever returning. Should one attempt to trespass, there will be no mercy." Their calm yet chilling tone sent shivers down the spines of all who listened. As their words faded, another silver-robed enforcer appeared silently, forcefully escorting the doubting young man away. No one dared utter another word. After punishing the thief, one of the silver-robed guardians approached the stall and returned the stolen spirit core to the vendor. The vendor displayed no trace of fear, receiving the spirit core with a smile of gratitude. "Thank you, guardian." The silver-robed enforcer nodded, then silently turned and departed alongside the other guardian. Their exit was so swift that no one could discern how they vanished, not even Yun Qianhuang. A voice emerged, declaring, "Master, each of those three silver-robed individuals possesses at least the strength of a spirit sovereign." 3 spirit sovereigns. Yun Qianhuang squinted her eyes, pondering whether the guardians of this underground night market constituted an exceptionally formidable assembly of individuals above the rank of spirit sovereign. It is worth noting that even the foremost sect of the continent, the Frost Snow sect, boasts only its leader, Mo Lanchuang, and a handful of elders who exceed the spirit sovereign level. No wonder the stall owners are able to present a plethora of treasures while maintaining decorum in the underground market. Yun Qianhuang kept the stall owners' regulations firmly in mind, ensuring she had not inadvertently transgressed any taboos before continuing her search for a vendor selling alchemical furnaces. In the shadows, a pair of eyes fixated malevolently upon her retreating figure. As Yun Qianhuang searched the area, her gaze momentarily faltered, yet her steps remained unbroken. She maintained an air of nonchalance as she proceeded forward, stopping only to purchase a considerable number of talismans from a stall selling them. The variety of talismans available was extensive, and at a glance, it was impossible to ascertain her intentions for acquiring such items. Chapter 85. The exorbitant alchemy furnace in the shadows. Wary of detection, Chen Yi swiftly averted his gaze. He turned, issuing a ruthless command. "At all costs, eliminate that wretched girl." Behind Chen Yi stood 3 elders clad in gray robes. The humiliation he experienced earlier at the Duan family's spirit tool shop festered in his mind, fueling his anger. After returning home and consuming a healing elixir, he immediately sought the assistance of his mother to summon these formidable beings. His mother had firmly admonished him against causing a ruckus at the Duan spirit tool shop, warning that offending a high-ranking alchemist would yield no advantages for their family. Yet, Chen Yi could not suppress his indignation, and thus he fixated on Yun Qianhuang, the one who had thwarted him. He instructed the most adept at stealth among the 3 to closely monitor Yun Qianhuang. Upon learning that she had entered the underground night market, he promptly brought the other 2 powerful figures along. He desired nothing less than for that insufferable girl to perish in the depths of the night market. The 3 gray-robed elders had just caught sight of Yun Qianhuang, and they regarded the adolescent with disdain. Such a young girl was hardly even a spirit master, unworthy of their attention. It was worth noting that all 3 were formidable figures of the spirit sect, capable of crushing her with a mere hand. However, as Chen Yi was the beloved son of their mistress, they refrained from voicing their opinions and instead kept a vigilant watch on Yun Qianhuang's movements. At this moment, Yun Qianhuang finally discovered a stall selling alchemy furnaces. Compared to the other stalls, this one was desolate, devoid of any customers. The scarcity of alchemists on the continent ensured that alchemy furnaces remained a commodity far exceeding demand. Yun Qianhuang paused before the stall, kneeling down to closely examine a cauldron for alchemy. The stall owner lazily lifted his gaze, noting that she was merely a young girl, and then returned to his drowsy repose. "Child, observe carefully before speaking to me." In the realm of the night market, he felt no trepidation about someone absconding with his cauldron without payment, thus he remained indifferent. Given her age, it was evident that this young alchemist would have been equipped with a cauldron by her family long ago. The stall owner never entertained the notion that she was genuinely interested in a purchase and was disinclined to elaborate further. The limited space at the stall meant that only a few cauldrons could be displayed, and Yun Qianhuang found them all to be somewhat unsatisfactory. The previous day, Shen Fengyuan had shared with her the essential criteria for selecting a cauldron. The finest cauldrons are primarily crafted from advanced gold melting stone, with the quality of the stone being of utmost importance. Flames ignited by spiritual energy differ significantly from ordinary fire, exhibiting a far more intense heat. Common materials may melt after just a few uses, but only cauldrons made from this resilient spiritual fire mineral can meet the requisite standards. Although the cauldrons on display were also predominantly made from gold melting stone, the quality of the stone was rather mediocre. Turning to the stall owner, Yun Qianhuang inquired, "Might I ask if you possess any cauldrons made from high-grade gold melting stone?" High-grade gold melting stone? The stall owner abruptly opened his eyes, taken aback by her audacity. Do you realize that a cauldron made from high-grade gold melting stone can cost over 1,000,000 gold coins? While gold melting stone is not the most precious of minerals, its forging is exceedingly challenging, particularly that of the high-grade variety. Consequently, the alchemical furnace, primarily crafted from advanced gold melting stone, is exceedingly costly. The quality of the furnace seldom influences the efficacy of the elixirs produced, which is why few individuals are inclined to invest such a substantial sum in such an extravagant apparatus. It is precisely due to her prior knowledge of the price that Yun Qianhuang deliberately sold 2 supreme-grade elixirs to the Xuanji auction house. With a serious demeanor, she inquired, "Do you have one here?" "None," the vendor replied without hesitation, dismissively waving his hand while appraising Yun Qianhuang from head to toe. However, he added, "I do possess a top-tier alchemical furnace forged entirely from gold melting stone, though I wonder if you can afford such a hefty sum of gold coins." Yun Qianhuang astutely noted that the vendor referred to a furnace made entirely from top-tier gold melting stone, rather than one primarily constructed from it. Was it merely a slip of the tongue, or was the furnace indeed composed entirely of this premium material? Leaning towards the former, she resolved to clarify. "Are you implying that this alchemical furnace is entirely constructed from top-tier gold melting stone, without the incorporation of any inferior ores?" "Naturally. Those inferior materials are unworthy to coexist within the same furnace as top-tier gold melting stone." The vendor raised his hand, and an obsidian-hued alchemical furnace materialized upon the stall. It was comparable in size to the one Yun Qianhuang used at the academy, yet a mere glance revealed a distinct difference. Her eyes sparkled with intrigue as she asked, "How much for this?" The vendor smiled enigmatically. "I ask for no more than 10,000,000 gold coins." Beside the stall, numerous buyers were engaged in selecting their goods. Upon hearing the figure mentioned, gasps echoed around. 10,000,000 gold coins for a pill refining furnace? This was not merely a furnace, it was a veritable mountain of gold. "Old Xian, is this how you conduct business?" The nearby vendor could no longer remain silent. "Girl, do not heed his words. A pill refining furnace crafted from top-grade gold melting stone is worth at most 5,000,000 gold coins." Hey, why do you interfere with others' business?" Old Xian retorted, his expression darkening. However, having had his bluff called, he could no longer demand an outrageous price. With a slight cough, he averted his gaze from Yun Qianhuang. 7,000,000. Not a single gold coin less, and this furnace will not be sold. Business, after all, is a matter of mutual consent. Seeing that Old Xian's pricing had become more reasonable, the neighboring vendor refrained from further comment and continued to attend to his customers. Speaking too much could indeed offend. Although Yun Qianhuang perceived the furnace to be extraordinary, the earlier vendor had stated that a furnace made of premier gold melting stone was valued at no more than 5,000,000 gold coins. She was not one to be easily taken advantage of, hence, she feigned indifference. "Sir, your way of conducting business lacks integrity. I shall not purchase it." With that, she stood to leave, prompting Old Xian to grasp her arm urgently. Yun Qianhuang had no genuine intention of departing, thus she was easily detained. With a glare directed at the neighboring vendor, Old Xian reluctantly conceded, Fine, I shall sell it to you, for 6,000,000. Yun Qianhuang continued to stride forward. 5,000,000. Any lower, and I shall truly not sell it. Yun Qianhuang promptly turned around, declaring deal. Lao Xiantu paused momentarily, taken aback, before grunting a couple of times. "You little imp, I wonder where you learned such tactics." "Well, 5,000,000 it is." Yun Xianhuang produced a spirit gold card worth 5 million coins and handed it to Lao Xiantu before carefully stowing away the alchemical furnace. With a sense of satisfaction, she began her return journey. Perhaps overwhelmed with excitement, she inadvertently found herself in a secluded corner, far removed from the crowd. An opportune moment. The three elderly figures cloaked in gray, lurking in the shadows, sprang into action. However, being too distant, they failed to notice the subtle upward curve of Yun Xianhuang's lips. Chapter 86. Assassination. In the corridor, the three gray-robed elders moved with remarkable swiftness, encircling Yun Xianhuang in the blink of an eye. Though there were few vendors nearby, passers-by were still present. Upon witnessing the intimidating stance of the three elders, it became evident to the onlookers that Yun Xianhuang was about to face peril. However, the rules of the underground night market in Tianling City differed from those in Xuanfeng City. Duels were permitted in this nocturnal bazaar. Thus, when the three gray-robed elders unleashed the formidable aura of the spirit sect, no one dared to intervene. Some naturally combative individuals even distanced themselves to observe the unfolding spectacle. Yun Xianhuang, surrounded yet unperturbed, shifted her gaze with precision, landing directly on the most powerful elder among the trio. She recognized him as the one who had shadowed her throughout the day. The Seven-Star Spirit Sect, adept in stealth, was indeed formidable. However, she had long been accustomed to utilizing her spiritual energy to remain aware of her surroundings. Did Chun Yi send you? She mused, noting that the aura tailing her had only emerged after her departure from the Duan family's spiritual weapon shop. Yun Xianhuang surmised that her intervention to thwart Chen Yi's attack on Master Duan Song had incited his resentment. This was hardly surprising, as there would always be those with a petty disposition, eager to eradicate others over the slightest grievance. The revelation of their employer's identity elicited no surprise from the three gray-robed elders. The elder from the Seven-Star Spirit Sect regarded Yun Xianhuang with a gaze reminiscent of one surveying a corpse, his tone chillingly sinister. Since you have deduced the truth, surrender willingly, and I may grant you a swift end. Alas, I do not intend to perish here. Waves of water surged forth from Yun Xianhuang, crashing violently towards the three elderly men. In the blink of an eye, as the torrent surged forth, Yun Xianhuang swiftly adhered a speed enhancement talisman to herself and activated a reinforcement array plate gifted by Gong Jilu. With the dual boosts, she summoned her internal spiritual energy, her form flickering as the water struck the three gray-robed elders, allowing her to break free from their encirclement. To intimidate any would-be interlopers, the three gray-robed elders released an aura of spiritual dominance right from the outset. They had not anticipated that a mere young girl would dare to strike first, and as a result, she was swiftly drenched, resembling a drowned rat. The soaking gray robes clung to the trio, inflicting no tangible harm but inciting the ire of the three elders. Impudent girl, I shall strip the skin from your bones. With venomous glares fixated on Yun Xianhuang, the three gray-robed elders simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy in pursuit. Simultaneously, the pressure emanating from them bore down upon Yun Xianhuang, seeking to hinder her speed. The might of the Lingzong was not to be underestimated, and soon the distance between them and Yun Xianhuang shrank to mere arm's length. Run? Let us see just how far you think you can flee, cackled one of the Lingzong elders, extending his skeletal fingers towards her. Just as his bony fingertips neared her garment, an overwhelming force of mental energy erupted, launching a direct assault upon him. The Lingzong elder was suddenly beset by a searing pain in his head, leaving his mind momentarily disoriented. In this fleeting moment of disorientation, they were once again struck by Yun Xianhuang's water spirit energy, causing the already damp gray robes to become even wetter. Yun Xianhuang created distance between herself and the three, dashing into a passageway. What is this place? The other two elderly men in gray squinted, their steps faltering momentarily. Meanwhile, the man from the Seven Stars Spirit Sect shook his head vigorously. Once the intense pain subsided, he recklessly pursued her, completely disregarding the nature of the passage before him. The remaining two gray-robed elders recognized the passage and were about to prevent the Seven Stars Spirit Sect member from following, when the water spirit energy that had fallen to the ground coalesced once more, transforming into a colossal hand that propelled them into the inky darkness of the passageway from behind.
No.
Just as one of them was about to voice a protest, darkness engulfed them. He immediately sealed his lips, not daring to utter a sound. Those who visited the underground night market were always cautioned never to speak or use spiritual energy until they glimpsed light within the passage. The reason for this remained a mystery. But it was known that a powerful spirit sovereign had once violated this rule and was subsequently slaughtered by 10 members of the night market's guardian group. All 10 guardians were spirit sovereigns. Merely 3 spirit sect members were utterly insignificant in the presence of the guardian group. The gray-robed elder at the back surmised Yun Qianhuang's intentions and attempted to retreat from the passage, reasoning that the girl could not possibly remain within it for eternity. However, as he turned to retrace his steps, he discovered that their path had been sealed off by an invisible barrier.
How could this be?
Wasn't it said that spiritual energy could not be used within the passage? The gray-robed elder remained oblivious to the fact that Yun Qianhuang had indeed refrained from employing her spiritual power. The barrier she had established was forged through her mental prowess. Just because she could not wield spiritual energy did not imply she was powerless in her mental capabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Qianhuang concealed herself in the shadows, her lips curling upward in a smirk. After consuming the dragon soul herb, her mental strength had reached a level comparable to that of a 5 or 6-star spiritual emperor, rendering the 3 elders utterly incapable of escaping. Did they dare to seek her life and skin her alive? She was eager to ascertain whether these 3 old men truly possessed such ability. The bone sword materialized silently in her grasp, thanks to the heightened senses of a practitioner. Yun Qianhuang could effortlessly discern the forms of the 3 gray-robed elders in the darkness. Just as she could see them clearly, they too were able to perceive her. In the corridor, they were unable to utilize their spiritual power or utter a word, forced instead to exert their oppressive aura upon Yun Qianhuang, advancing in an attempt to seize her. The talisman array on Yun Qianhuang had not yet expired. These 2 enhancements were activated outside and thus did not constitute the use of spiritual power within the corridor. Even without these augmentations, in a pure contest of speed, the 3 gray-robed elders were no match for her. Despite their combined efforts to capture her, they continually fell short. Infuriated by their humiliation, the 7-star spiritual sect longed to tear Yun Qianhuang apart with their spiritual might, yet they managed to retain a semblance of composure. The 7-star spiritual sect took a moment to steady their emotions before attempting once more to grasp Yun Qianhuang. Suddenly, he halted mid-motion, turning sharply. Although speech was restricted within the corridor, the sound of their breathing remained unrestricted. He finally realized that only 2 breaths remained in the surroundings, one from himself and the other, almost imperceptible, from Yun Qianhuang. The 2 elder men in gray robes, who had originally accompanied him in capturing Yun Qianhuang, lay lifeless on the ground, their breaths extinguished. The 7-star spirit sect was struck with terror as he beheld Yun Qianhuang in the darkness, wielding a bone sword. It dawned upon him that without spiritual power, they were utterly no match for this girl. No wonder she had deliberately provoked them, compelling them to enter this passageway. The 7-star spirit sect dared not dwell on the implications. He turned to flee towards the entrance, yet he was ultimately a step too slow. The bone sword found its mark, piercing his heart, the tip stained with still warm blood. A drop of blood fell from the sword's point, splattering onto the ground. Chapter 87. The refinement of the soul-returning elixir. Yun Qianhuang withdrew her bone sword, causing the members of the 7-star spirit sect to collapse to the ground, joining their 2 companions in death. The 3 elderly figures clad in gray robes had all succumbed to their last breath, yet this did not signify their absolute demise. Yun Qianhuang knelt down, delivering the final blows to each of them, before taking the cloak of one of the fallen 7-star spirit sect members to wipe her bone sword clean, subsequently stowing it away. She did not hasten to confront the mastermind behind the scenes, but instead settled in the passage, patiently awaiting the gradual decline of the 3 men's body temperatures. After the passage of an hour, the 3 gray-robed elders exhibited varying degrees of rigor mortis, their body temperatures noticeably lower than that of a normal individual. Only then did Yun Qianhuang feel reassured enough to lift her mental barrier, erasing her presence from the bodies before turning to exit the passage. With classes to attend the following day, she needed to return to the academy swiftly. As for Chun Yi, being a student of the instrument refinement branch, he would undoubtedly return to the academy as well. Before the discovery of the 3 elders' bodies, Chun Yi would never suspect that she had slain them, and he would surely make his way back to the academy. This was one of the reasons why Yun Qianhuang decided to lure them into the passage. Prior to leaving the passage, Yun Qianhuang altered her appearance to that of her usual self at the academy. The guardian at the entrance cast a fleeting glance her way, paying her little mind. The sheer volume of individuals entering and exiting the night market daily rendered it impossible for the guardian to memorize every face. As long as Yun Qianhuang adhered to the market's regulations, she would remain unnoticed. With an air of composure, Yun Xianhuang exited the fabric shop. Shortly after her departure, two figures clad in silver robes and donning silver masks appeared within the passage. In the suffocatingly stagnant passage, the scent of blood permeated the air. The luminescent stones embedded in the stone walls flickered to life. Two figures poured a viscous black liquid over three lifeless bodies, which, in the blink of an eye, dissolved into pools of crimson fluid. One of them raised a hand, and the essence of water coalesced into waves, washing away all traces of their grim deed. Despite their expressionless demeanor throughout the grim task, the two suddenly changed countenance. A rich, intoxicating aroma of fine wine surged into their nostrils, heralding the appearance of a somewhat stooped figure. 10,000 gold coins for a jug, indeed a fine vintage. Old Xiantu exclaimed, cradling the exquisite wine he had procured from the night market with coins earned from selling alchemical furnaces. He took a swig after every few steps, his aged visage flushed with inebriation. Without casting a sideways glance, he strode past the two silver-clad guardians, the fragrance of alcohol enveloping them entirely. Old Xiantu had clearly violated the rules, yet whether it was due to his drunken state or something else entirely, the two guardians astonishingly refrained from pursuing the matter. Only when the stooped figure vanished did their top bodies relax, prompting a hasty exit. The events that transpired in the passage thereafter were of no concern to Yun Xianhuang. The bustling city of Tianling was such that even in the dead of night, one could easily procure a carriage. Upon returning to her lodgings, Yun Xianhuang closed the door and set up a barrier before retrieving the precious alchemical furnace. Recognized as a type of spiritual artifact, she performed a blood contract before extracting the necessary herbs for concocting the Gui Ling Dan from her spatial storage. The spirit-returning pill is classified into various grades. Yet the difficulty of concocting a first-grade spirit-returning pill rivals that of an ordinary third-grade elixir, underscoring the formidable challenge it presents. Yun Xianhuang prepared herself for the possibility of failure, gathering an ample supply of medicinal herbs and selecting a batch to commence her preparations. While processing the herbs, she did not neglect to preheat the alchemical furnace with a source of fire. The formula left by Feng Jingchen was exceptionally detailed, surpassing the existing recipes in alchemical texts, seemingly crafted to mitigate the risk of her failure. Once she had meticulously prepared the herbs, Yun Xianhuang followed the formula, placing each herb into the furnace one by one. The ingredients for the spirit-returning pill numbered over 30, and midway through the process, she hesitated. Holding a sprig of black gold grass in one hand and a purple gourd fruit in the other, she recalled the sequence indicated in the formula. First the black gold grass, followed by the extraction of juice from the purple gourd fruit. However, an unsettling intuition nagged at her, reminiscent of the feeling she experienced during her previous alchemical endeavors. Each herb utilized in the spirit-returning pill was extraordinarily precious, and even within her spatial realm, their quantities were limited. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to trust her instinct, which had guided her to success in prior alchemical practices. She placed the entire purple gourd fruit into the furnace before adding the black gold grass. The sequence of the remaining herbs adhered faithfully to the formula, and she did not encounter that unsettling intuition again. Once all the ingredients were in the furnace, she sealed it and commenced the alchemical process. The intricate procedure involving over 30 types of herbs demanded her utmost concentration to avoid any missteps. The temperature within the room escalated due to the ever-burning flames, causing beads of sweat to form on Yun Xianhuang's forehead. She dared not allow her focus to waver, letting the droplets cascade down her face until they vanished into her collar. The flames danced beneath the alchemical furnace, and a faint golden luminescence shimmered upon its darkened surface, meandering along the intricate patterns etched upon it. This phenomenon was unprecedented in any other furnace Yun Xianhuang had employed. The herbs within showed no signs of anomaly. Thus, although she noted this peculiar occurrence, it did not distract her from her purpose. After half an hour, a delicate fragrance of medicine wafted from the furnace. Yun Xianhuang's spirit lifted at once, prompting her to intensify the flames. A quarter of an hour later, she withdrew the fire, her right hand enveloped in spiritual energy to shield against the heat, and lifted the lid of the furnace. Inside lay 5 pills, quietly resting. 5 indeed? Yun Xianhuang felt a surge of surprise. This was her first time producing 5 pills in a single batch. Judging by their hue and aroma, these appeared to be second-tier Gui Ling pills, though she remained uncertain of their efficacy. Eagerly, she extracted the 5 pills, and with a swift gesture, the furnace was stored away. Sitting on a chair, she selected one pill, placing the others into a designated porcelain vial before consuming the Gui Ling pill. In the instant she closed her eyes, Yun Qianhuang distinctly sensed the surrounding spiritual energy converging towards her. At that moment, she resembled a colossal magnet, irresistibly drawing in the ethereal forces as if they were metallic objects. In but a moment, the density of spiritual energy surrounding her surpassed that of other areas, as though a formation for gathering spirits had been inscribed beneath her feet. Feng Jingchen was indeed truthful to her. With less than an hour remaining until dawn, yet driven by the desire to ascertain the duration of the second-grade spirit-returning pill, Yun Qianhuang promptly entered a state of cultivation. As she began to absorb the spiritual energy, a sudden inspiration struck her. What would be the effect if the spirit-gathering pill were taken in conjunction with the spirit-returning pill? The spirit-returning pill consolidates spiritual energy around her, while the spirit-gathering pill enhances the rate of absorption. If the two do not conflict, would it not yield greater efficiency? Certain elixirs are known to repel one another when consumed simultaneously, yet how could one know without experimentation? With this thought in mind, Yun Qianhuang swiftly retrieved a spirit-gathering pill and consumed it. Chapter 88. Experiment. The gathering spirit pill was concocted by Master Lu Qing previously, each possessing a grade of at least 10. It remains uncertain whether the significant disparity in the quality of the two medicinal pills contributed to the phenomenon. Yet despite their non-repulsive nature, Yun Qianhuang soon ceased to feel the effects of the returning spirit pill after consuming the gathering spirit pill. Was it a matter of incompatible medicinal properties, or perhaps the disparity in their grades was simply too vast? This notion perplexed Yun Qianhuang. Furrowing her brow, she opened her eyes and retrieved her alchemical furnace once more. Having grown adept at crafting the gathering spirit pill, she successfully produced 3 grade 3 gathering spirit pills and 1 grade 2 returning spirit pill within a quarter of an hour. Upon consuming them simultaneously, it seemed as though the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards her, and for a fleeting moment, she sensed a profound richness of spiritual energy enveloping her. However, this sensation dissipated almost instantaneously. Yun Qianhuang supported her chin with one hand, musing aloud in confusion. Could it be that the returning spirit pill and the gathering spirit pill truly cannot be taken together? Returning spirit pill? In the confines of her space, the Phoenix King, Feng, suddenly opened her eyes upon hearing Yun Qianhuang's words. During her cultivation, Feng rarely paid heed to the happenings of the outside world, usually emerging from her meditative state only when called upon by Yun Qianhuang or Ao Tianfubai. Now, upon hearing a familiar name, she withdrew from her cultivation and perched herself upon Yun Qianhuang's shoulder. Master, have you refined the returning spirit pill? Before Yun Qianhuang could respond, Feng detected the lingering fragrance of medicine in the air. It truly is the returning spirit pill. Her small eyes sparkled with immense delight as she affectionately nuzzled Yun Qianhuang's cheek. Master, may I have one? Yun Qianhuang was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a hint of perplexity. It can be done, but Feng, what is your intention behind this? It is important to note that human elixirs hold little efficacy for spiritual beasts. The ingredients required to concoct the returning spirit pill are highly beneficial to our phoenix lineage. Thus the effects of the pill are the same whether I consume it or my master does. Feng exhibited a keen interest in anything that could enhance her strength. Fortunately, there were 3 pills remaining from the first batch of returning spirit pills. Upon hearing Feng's words, Yun Qianhuang promptly divided the remaining pills among the 3 beasts. Although Outyan and Fubai did not express any need for them, she believed it would be unfair to favor one over the others. Feng, with her petite wings tightly clutching the returning spirit pill, nuzzled against Yun Qianhuang's face, only to recall her earlier statement. Master, did you just say that the returning spirit pill and the gathering spirit pill cannot be taken together? Yun Qianhuang nodded, almost certain that the effects of these 2 elixirs could not coexist. That doesn't seem right, Feng pondered, tilting her little head. In the memories I inherited, the returning spirit pill and the gathering spirit pill can indeed be taken together, and their effects are even enhanced. So, why does it not work for her? Yun Qianhuang was drawn into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, in the space, Outyan held the small returning spirit pill, his golden eyes shimmering with fragmented light. As but a remnant soul, he was unable to consume elixirs, yet Yun Qianhuang still allotted one to him. Outyan carefully stored the returning spirit pill and remarked, My master, Perhaps it is not that the effects of these two pills cannot coexist, but rather that your cultivation speed is inherently rapid. Coupled with the gathering spirit pill, the spiritual energy surrounding you is swiftly absorbed as soon as it gathers. Yun Qianhuang's spiritual bones had been reforged without Yin's assistance, so he undoubtedly understood her cultivation speed better than anyone else.
Is that so?
Yun Qianhuang blinked.
Indeed.
She had felt an increase in spiritual energy within her body during this brief period, but she had attributed it solely to the effects of the gathering spirit pill. Never considering this possibility, verifying this was not difficult. After attending the Alchemist Division's class, Yun Qianhuang and Gu Xian requested a leave of absence and returned to her room to refine several batches of returning spirit pills and gathering spirit pills. Just as she finished her refining, there was a knock at her door. Huang Huang, we're here. The knocker was Shin Fengyuan. To prepare the returning spirit pill, Yun Qianhuang had not joined Shin Fengyuan for lunch, instead asking her to bring Yun Qianye and the others after she finished her meal. Yun Qianhuang filled a porcelain bottle with the pills and walked over to open the door. Outside, Shin Fengyuan entered eagerly, holding a food box. Huang Huang, we brought you lunch. As she spoke, she set the packed meal on the table. In the meantime, she naturally noticed the modestly luxurious alchemy furnace. Is that made of top-grade gold melting stone? Shin Fengyuan glanced at it twice before returning her gaze to Yun Qianhuang. Huang Huang, you are truly fortunate. My great-uncle has never encountered such a fine alchemy furnace. Aside from this moment of reflection, she exhibited no other superfluous emotions. After meticulously arranging the meal, Shin Fengyuan guided Yun Qianhuang to sit down, placing chopsticks in her hands. Setting aside all concerns, they were to dine first. With Yun Qianhuang as consent, Yun Qianye and the others entered the room, echoing Shin Fengyuan's sentiments. Yun Qianhuang had not eaten since yesterday. Although cultivators could easily withstand such brief periods of hunger, the enticing aroma of the dishes proved too tempting to resist. In her eagerness not to keep Shin Fengyuan and the others waiting, she consumed her meal with haste, though her manners remained refined. Once satiated, and the table cleared, Yun Qianhuang produced the elixirs she had recently concocted, distributing 2 to each person, 1 spirit recovery pill and 1 spirit gathering pill. She elucidated the effects of both elixirs before conveying her request to the group. Master Lu Qing, having successfully refined the formula for the spirit gathering pill, had made slight modifications and, with Yun Qianhuang as permission, shared the formula with other elders and instructors in the branch. The first-year instructors had not yet planned to teach their students the art of crafting spirit gathering pills, but those in the second and third years had already done so. Shin Fengyuan recognized the spirit gathering pill, yet the spirit recovery pill was entirely unfamiliar to her. Was this the formula that Huang Huang obtained from Yanfeng Mountain? Finding a suitable rationale for herself, Shin Fengyuan refrained from further inquiries and promptly consumed both elixirs. As for Yun Qianye, hesitation was not an option. Even if Yun Qianhuang were to offer poison, he would swallow it without a second thought. Gong Jilu and Lu Xianqing also placed their trust in Yun Qianhuang. Soon, all 4 consumed the elixirs. Yun Qianhuang approached to close the door, then fetched chairs for the 4 to sit upon. They complied with her instruction, closing their eyes to begin attuning to the surrounding spiritual energy. Before long, they simultaneously opened their eyes in astonishment, gazing at her with disbelief. Although Yun Qianhuang had just explained the effects of the Gui Ling Dan, the experience was vastly different from mere words, and their astonishment was beyond articulation. Nevertheless, they did not forget the outcome that Yun Qianhuang sought. Shin Fengyuan was the first to speak. Huang Huang, I feel that taking the Gui Ling Dan alongside the Ju Ling Dan has rendered my cultivation efficiency akin to that within the Spirit Gathering Tower. Gong Jilu and Lu Xianqing nodded affirmatively. Yun Qianye had triumphed over the chief of the fire division the previous day, yet had not had the opportunity to visit the Spirit Gathering Tower. He pondered for a moment and provided a fairly accurate estimate. Sister, I sense that my cultivation efficiency has at least tripled. Chapter 89. The divine bones of the future. The evaluations from the 4 individuals were remarkably unanimous, indicating that the simultaneous consumption of the spirit returning pill and the spirit gathering pill proved effective for them all. However, a question arose. Fengyuan and the others also possessed exceptional spirit bones, and after refining, Xiaoye's spirit bones demonstrated a cultivation speed that could rival that of the supreme-grade spirit bones. Why was it that only she experienced such a predicament? Yun Qianhuang, perplexed, discreetly inquired of Ao Tian. Aotion, I possess supreme-grade spirit bones, as do Feng Yuan and the others. Xiao Ye's refined upper-grade spirit bones can also compete with supreme-grade ones. Why do they not encounter the same situation as I do? After a moment of silence, Aotion responded, My master, when did I ever state that the spirit bones you reforged are supreme-grade? Yun Xianhuang was taken aback. Had Aotion not mentioned it? She endeavored to recollect, recalling only that upon their first meeting, Aotion had enticed her by claiming he could not only assist in reforging her spirit roots and bones, but also elevate her innate talent to unprecedented heights. Thus, she had always assumed her reforged spirit bones remained supreme grade, albeit of superior quality compared to those of others. Upon reflection, Aotion indeed had not explicitly stated whether her reforged spirit bones were supreme grade. On the continent, spirit bones were classified into several grades: inferior grade, middle grade, upper grade, supreme grade, and the legendary innate divine bones that were said to exist only in myths. If her spirit bones were not supreme grade, then what could that imply for her? The mere thought was too daunting for Yun Qianhuang to entertain. Yet Aotion articulated her unspoken fears. Master, you inherently possess supreme-grade spirit bones. And following your acceptance of my legacy, the quality of your spirit bones has significantly enhanced. In the southern Lu continent, there are no cultivators possessing higher-quality spiritual bones. However, in the middle realm and upper realm, your type of spiritual bone is referred to as a divine bone. Divine bones are classified into innate divine bones and acquired divine bones, and you, my master, belong to the latter. Yun Qianhuang was utterly astonished. After enrolling, she had learned much about cultivation and felt that her progress was indeed quite rapid. Yet, she had never imagined that her spiritual bone had transformed into a divine bone under the reforge of Aotion. Although her mind raced with thoughts, Yun Qianhuang maintained a composed demeanor. Earlier, she had been unable to determine the duration of the second-rank returning spirit pill, and now she asked the four to assist her in testing it. Half an hour later, Shen Fengyuan indicated that the effects of the returning spirit pill had ceased. The fact that the second-rank returning spirit pill could last for half an hour was already quite commendable, and Yun Qianhuang was very pleased with this duration. She retrieved a copy of the returning spirit pill formula that she had long since transcribed and presented it to Shen Fengyuan. Noticing Shen Fengyuan's puzzled expression, she explained, This is the formula for the returning spirit pill, which I acquired by chance. However, the ingredients required are exceedingly rare, and I cannot provide them for you. Feng Jingchen had never prohibited her from sharing the formula for the returning spirit pill with others. While Yun Qianhuang was willing to give it to Shen Fengyuan, she did not wish to reveal her connection with Feng Jingchen just yet, so she fabricated a casual excuse. As for the ingredients, although she had some in her storage, she had already used most of them after refining a few batches and intended to reserve the remainder for seedlings, leaving her with nothing extra to share with Shen Fengyuan. Shen Fengyuan was utterly unconcerned. She was immensely grateful that Yun Qianhuang had provided her with the formula. She solemnly accepted it, then opened her storage ring, extracting a plethora of elixirs and medicinal herbs, which filled the table to the brim, with several more placed atop the chairs. Huang, my great-uncle was quite fond of the formula you gifted me and has given me a considerable amount of elixirs to present to you. As for these elixirs, I had my father retrieve them from our family as storeroom. Consider them a token of gratitude for the previous spirit-quenching pill. Gong Jielv suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling another purpose for their visit that day. Like Shen Fengyuan, he opened his storage ring and pulled out a collection of high-grade array plates. As the table was already occupied by Shen Fengyuan's elixirs and herbs, he had no choice but to place them on the ground, quickly forming a small mountain. He chuckled. Huang, you previously gifted me the spirit core of the demon moon ant and bestowed upon me the returning spirit pill. These are my gifts for you and Xiaoye. Lu Xianqing was equally unyielding. Since spiritual weapons require custom tailoring, he produced numerous defensive and enhancement-type spiritual artifacts, stacking them on the ground to create a mound that rivaled Gong Jielv's. The three were keenly aware of Yun Qianhuang's kindness and had already communicated with their families. All these items were sent by their relatives, and each piece was exceedingly precious. Yun Qianhuang had never anticipated any form of recompense for the spirit-quenching pills she had given to the three. Her sole motivation was the fact that they had assisted her in vanquishing the demon moon ant while she had appropriated the reward, the dragon soul grass, for herself, leaving her with a sense of indebtedness. Who could have anticipated that after so many days, the trio would suddenly present such an abundance of return gifts? It is far too much. Just as Yun Qianhuang was about to decline, Shen Fengyuan swiftly covered her mouth. Huang Huang, we are friends. It is entirely customary for friends to reciprocate. If you refuse, it would imply that you do not regard us as friends. Gong Zhou nodded vigorously in agreement. With the matter laid out so plainly, Yun Qianhuang had no choice but to accept all the items, of course, not forgetting to share half with Yun Qianya. The three from Shen Fengyuan had no objections, as they too intended to express their gratitude to the brother and sister duo. With the medicinal pills tested and the gifts exchanged, the trio began to converse about other matters. By the way, Huang Huang, you went out yesterday and should be unaware of the invitation extended to our academy by the city lord. Yun Qianhuang looked puzzled. The city lord's invitation? Although Tianling City is not governed by the 4 nations on the continent, it is overseen by a city lord. However, the city lord maintains a rather lenient control over the various factions within the city and rarely makes appearances, often existing more as a symbolic figure. Gong Zhou added, I also heard this from our mentor. It is said that the city lord has invited several academies within the city to participate in a selection competition. Lu Xianqing remarked, Tianling City is located at the heart of the continent, abundant in various resources. The other 4 nations have long coveted Tianling City. To ensure that the city is not encroached upon by these nations, each city lord selects and cultivates talents from several local academies to form the city's guard. Our academy is the foremost institution on the mainland, and it was our esteemed college that received the initial invitation from the city lord. A significant majority of the city guards selected by each city lord hail from the 5 Spirits Academy. Shen Fengyuan and her companions are the top students from their respective divisions. They were summoned by their mentor yesterday to discuss this matter. Each candidate has a limited quota for participating in the selection competition, and it is only natural that the division leaders are among them. However, Yun Qianhuang raised her gaze and remarked, your families would likely not permit you to join the city guards, would they? The Shen, Gong, and Lu families are all powerful clans, and as direct descendants, it is highly probable that these 3 will inherit their family legacies due to their exceptional talents. Why would they need to partake in the selection competition? Moreover, participating in the competition does not necessarily equate to joining the city guards. Shen Fengyuan winked at her and replied, nevertheless, should one emerge victorious, there are still rewards to be gained. Chapter 90. The first sect of the southern Lu continent. What could the reward be? It was something that could truly entice Shen Fengyuan and the others. And Yun Qianhuang was genuinely curious. Shen Fengyuan wore an inscrutable expression and asked, Qianhuang, can you guess? Yun Qianhuang began to ponder. They were not lacking in pills, spiritual weapons, or formation plates, given their camaraderie. However, among the 5 of them, there was no talisman master. Could it be a master-level talisman? Yet even master-level talismans, however rare, could be purchased with gold coins. With the substantial financial resources of the 3, acquiring a stack of master-level talismans would be as easy as buying a string of candied hawthorns. Before Shen Fengyuan could respond, Yun Qianhuang dismissed her own speculation. Lu Xianqing smiled at Shen Fengyuan and said, Fengyuan, there's no need to tease Qianhuang. All right, Shen Fengyuan replied with a smile. Qianhuang, the lord of Tianqing City, is the nominal elder of the Frost Snow sect. Therefore, those who place in the top 10 in the selection competition will gain the qualification to study within the inner sect of the Frost Snow sect. The Frost Snow sect is the premier sect of the southern Lu continent. It is said that the sect leader has reached the level of a semi-spiritual emperor, a powerful spiritual sage, while the other elders are also above the spiritual sovereign rank. Moreover, the Frost Snow sect has existed for several millennia. Its profound heritage unfathomable to the outside world, leaving no one to ascertain whether a true spiritual emperor resides within its ranks. The Frost Snow sect recruits new disciples every 3 years, only accepting outer disciples. To gain entry into the inner sect for study, one must first become an outer disciple and then pass through rigorous assessments, the difficulty of which can only be described as extraordinary. The 5 Spirits Academy undoubtedly stands as the premier institution of the continent, offering a wealth of knowledge to its students. However, there exists a realm of wisdom that can only be acquired within the inner sanctum of the Frost Snow sect, which has stood for millennia. Shen Fengyuan and her companions agreed to participate in the city guard selection competition solely to gain the qualifications to enter this esteemed inner circle. At the Frost Snow sect, not only can they learn the arts of cultivation, but they can also absorb the specialized skills of their respective families. Stagnation is